Chapter 5. Magic rites connected with the several departments of nature. Air. Charm to call the wind. Chapter VP 107. Timangan Memangjal Angan. Marila Inch, Marila Tuan Urakan Rambutkau, Yang Panjang Lampe. If the wind is to be changed. Gedirla Angan, Sajoram, Duajoram, Sajoram Menamping Kapar Birat Dagangan Membawa, Sawering Kaklang Beruling Makan. Ka Langet Beruling Mandi, Marila Inch, Marila Tuan Urakan Rambutkau, Yang Panjang Lampe. Charm to restrain the wind. Menahan Angan P. 108. Teller Chichak, Teller Menkarong Katiga Dengan Si Leba, Panching, Kuchachak Tenga Harong Angan Ribat Tidek Menjadi, Pudamanjadi Kapper, Hidam Menjadi Erang. Charm to allay the storm fiend. Tower Hantu Ribat. Turbang Burong Si, Angwango Hingapdi Ruma Malam Palita, Madi Tursandar, Madi Tursarak, Madi Dituju Pandran Kemsha. Charm to prevent rain. Menahan Eugen P. 109. Ingang Ingut, Batting Maranti, Tebble Don Kailadi, Eugen Ribat Tidek Menjadi. Bird charms. Hanta Pemburu P. 113. Charm against the specter huntsman. Take the extreme tips of the shoots, Pachaknaya Yang Bulet of the Kappas, Larik, Rasam, and Lenwang Mera, and chew them with betel leaf, repeating this charm. Haikeda, Kamana Kadim, Pergi Burburu Kabencha Mahang. Kun Tapi, Kun Talak, Juru Gagak Buda Hantuboda, Si Adanata Meniending Tur Bonko, Salampuri Nama Sekin Naya, Silambuara Nama Krisnaya, Tarantan Hantu Rama. Si Pintas Nama Anjing Naya, Si Tampui Nama Anjing Naya, Si Arrow Nama Anjing Naya, Si Sukam Nama Anjing Naya, Yang Tua Si Tampang Nama Saudaranaya, Si Keta Nama Lakinaya, Si Gade Nama Bininaya, Si Aduan Nama Anaknaya, Si Adanata Meniending Peding Tur Bonko Dating Enko Dari Bencha Mahing Tia de Sankal Enko Disanai, Karna Si Aduan Ada Disanai, Nak Puling Malu Rasanaya, Karna Suda Menjadi Hantu Pemburu, Kabul Burkit Pengjur Guruku. Another version of the same P. 119. Haikeda, Kamukadim, Pergi Burburu Kakincha Mahing, Sirapun Kunta, Pinning Pun Kunta Teletakti Juru, Gagak Pun Buda, Hantupun Buda, Tabang Turtan Tangantara Mani, Silambuara Nama Krisnaya, Silambuara Nama Sekinaya, Si Kapas Nama Anjingnaya, Si Pinto Nama Anjingnaya, Si Murba Nama Anjingnaya, Si Kusanan Nama Istrinaya, Nyala Anko Kakincha Mahang. Si Aduan Tiada Disanai, Si Aduan Sakali Tiada Pula Disanai, Si Aduan Menjaniakan Si Hantu Pemburu Nak Puling Malu, Suda Menjadi Si Hantu Pemburu. Another charm against the specter huntsman P. 119. Pisau Rout, Panjing Ulu Akan Paraut Pinning Burbulu Si Keta Laki, Mak Kede, Burburu Kabencha Mahang, Si Kumbang Nama Anjingnaya, Si Lancet Nama Anjingnaya, Si Muntung Nama Anjingnaya, Rankesa Nama Anjingnaya, Dang Sale Nama Anjingnaya, Dang Mesa H Nama Anjingnaya, Lanket Lankapuri Batting Lemingnaya, Dang Buara Nama Matanaya. Aku Tahu Azelmu, Orang Petapan, Yang Dudak di Bukit Gunung Leding Anak Nabai Yusuf Merjak Kapada Bundanaya, Sebab Mahumakan Hadi Burong Chandrawasi. Dengan Burket, DSB, Hu Allah. Fowling Ceremonies P. 132. Osi Lanang, Si Tempawi, Marila Kita Meniabang Mentara Rimba, Dan Balukar I am Nenek Bertaji Bisi, I am Sahia Bertaji Bula. Charms used in snaring wild pigeon P. 135. On setting out. Bukanaya Aku Yang Mengrek, To Bujing Sibir Yang Mengreken. After sounding the decoy tube. Aku Minta Erik, Minta Irinkin, Masak Kadalim Jandalakami. On reaching the hut. Bumban Burnama Raja Sakti, Dekat Burnama Si Raja Jila Kapper, Jila Pudding, Jila Sarap, Jila Masak Jandalakami. Another version P. 136. Du Ding, Punny Dotting Kataga Punny Majukara, Pada Ranting, Tinde Ranting, Puling, Adat Sedia Kala. When scattering the rice. Tabor Melukut. Indang Melukut Indang Dilapak Puran, Hilling Dijaput Dibawatiran. A longer version of the same. Indang Melukut Indang Disumpit Puran, Hilling Dijaput Hilling Dibawatiran, Tatran Makan Mencharan, Ta Dating, Makan Beneting Hingupdi Ranting Turpulenting Hingupdi Dehan Madi Turbahan, Hingupdi Don Depedak Uller Don Tirun Katana Depedak Uller Yang Bisa Turban Ka Tas Desambar Sikap Rajawali, Kalau Tatirun Kur, Semingat. Si Raja Kapper, Putri pudding, dayang sarap. Tirun berkampong kabale Raja Sulaiman, menjanakan dako lala Raja Sulaiman. When sprinkling the rice water. Tepong tower, tepong jadi menawar sakalian bisa, menalak sakalian bala. A longer version of the same. Tepong tower, tepong jadi tamba tumban barisi, tirun limbak baribu kadi, naik kablan gading hempern perak. Suzaran swasa. Hidangan tuan putri salebar niru arakarak kalinkiri kembang bunga si panjal tirun bararak. Tirun berdere, Raja Sulaiman dating memangjal indangandang, di sumpit baraz, Raja Sulaiman menuro daras, indangandang ujang melukut indangandang di sumpit, puran hiling dijeput dibawa tirun. Indangandang, melukut indang di sumpit garam hiling dijeput, bawa katalam. When sounding the call melong p, 137. Kur semangat, putri pudding, si Raja kapur, si Raja sarap masakla katalam menala kami, hingapla diampian gading arakarak. Iring kembang bunga si panjal tirun bararak. Tirun bariring Raja Sulaiman dating memangjal, ta, tirun makan mentrun ta dating makan benetang hingap diranting, turpulenting tujo lora tujo pemetang, pergi ka bukit ta dapat makan, pergi ka lemba ta dapat minum. Another charm, used on the same occasion. Tedak dehen mengkudu tedak tekin tekinkin, yang deket dating dahulu yang japesan pesenkin, yang berteller tinggalkan teller, yang beranak tinggalkan anak, yang buta dating berpimpin, yang pata dating berdingkat, dating berkampong kabale Raja Sulaiman, kur semangat, si Raja kapur, putri pudding, dayang sarap tirun berkampong kabale Raja Sulaiman, menjanakan dako lala Raja Sulaiman. Alternative version to be repeated both in the center and at each corner of the palace yard. Halaman. Pelong bila pelong merpati, utan tujo lora tujo pemetang kalampo suara dekatku, tirun la si Raja kapur. Raja pudding. Si dayang sampa dengan saratus sambalan pulo. Tirun la katana tumpu anai, tirun dari utara, tirun dari selatan, tirun dari timur, tirun dari barat. When about to enter the hut p, 138. Hadi si merpati tedek sani lanila, bumba nama si Raja sakti bula bernama, si Raja jila siang. Jila malam, jila nak berkampong kabale Raja Sulaiman kur semangat si Raja kapur. Putri pudding, dayang sarap, tirun berkampong kabale Raja Sulaiman nak menjanakan dako lala Raja Sulaiman. Alternative version. Hadi kelampati putik akar si Raja nila, or Nila Bumban Burnama si Raja Sakti Dekat, Burnama si Raja Jila kapur, Jila pudding, Jila lela sarap, Hingap di ampian gadding, DSB. And the rest as in charm no. Roman 38. Alternative version. Arakarik, etc., with 3 lines following as in previous charms, ta dating mati mampi mati mawa, mati sepek rimba rea kalor ta bule minum kadarit ta bule makin kalo, kau tirun kembang beriak kalo, kau tirun kembang burin jin kembang sepek rimba rea, tirun la Raja kapur, etc. as in no. Excel. Down to barat tirun katana tumpu inai masak mahalaj, Fatima lalu. Alternative version. Pelong bula merpati, utan tujo bukit, tujo lor tujo permitang, tujo pelong, akan pelong anak, burong merpati hutan, mengampangkan ka laman nabai ala Sulaiman. Arakarak iring kembang bunga si panjal, dating bararak tirun bariring, nabai Sulaiman dating memangjal anak, burong merpati hutan ka laman nabai ala Sulaiman. Indang melukut akuindang di sumpit purun aku kundang, aku jeput, aku bawa tirun ka laman nabai ala Sulaiman, ta tirun, makin mentrun ta dating, makin benetang mati mampik mati maui, mati sengklin bulu mati telan chalang, hingap di akar delilit akar. Hingap di don de pedak ular don segrala engkau tirun ka kandang nabai ala Sulaiman, tedek batting mengkudu tedek tekinkin. Alternative version. Bula telling, bula paran dukatiga dengan bula buling bailing tirun limbak saperti buling bailing bula telling, bula paran du tirun la limbak beriberibu mendingarkan bunny bula maran derindu, tanam sulasi tumbo de juling, menialasi engkau di bumban orang, tundak kasi ka bumban aku anak selmpati, anak itek niala jila kapur. Jila pudding jila, di hutan rimba rea, yang pat a dating birding cat, yang buta maraba raba. Ta dating makan beneting ta tirun makan menchurun, hingap di dehen turgelincher, hingap di akar turgelinchar, hingap di ponger rabat tirun katana, dipadak ular tana turbang melambang tingi, disambar rajawali jika tidek dating and ihari, Kalaut ta dapat minum, kadarat ta dapat makan mati menklin bulu, mati menklin dara yang deket, dating la dahulu yang jaw, pesin pesinkin, kur seminget anak burong merpati hutan. Tirun la enko berkampong kakanding nabai ala Suleiman. When the pigeons are snared p. 139. Wakwak diadas per disungkup dengan kapala tempurong, berkuakla enko bujing juara. Aku nak menjaret leher anak, burong merpati hutan. Earth. Building ceremonies and charms. Directions for selecting a suitable site for building p. 141. Faisal pada meniatakan melihat, warna tanah rupa dan rasanaya baik, dan jahat. Jikalau hendak berbuat negeri atau kampung, dan dusun atau rumah sepia sentosa, kediaman tempat itu. Bermula jikalau bumi itu warnanya hijau, kuning baunaya manis, dan pedas baik. Alamat berulai amas dan perak sampai pada anak cucunaya, berulai kakian adanaya. Dan jika bumi itu warnanya merah rasanaya, masam baik, segala keluarganaya kasih akan daya. Dan jika bumi itu lain-lain warnanya, dan baunaya busak dan hanyur, alamat berulai dukacita dan peniakit baniak padanaya. Dan jika bumi itu warnanya putih baunaya haram rasanaya manis mahayutama kapala baik kadiami, bearing sayapa dayam dasana baniak berulai amas, dan perak dan sensiasa bersukacita. Dan jika bumi itu warnanya lain-lain baunaya pedas kelet manis baniak keluarganaya, dan jika bumi itu hijau kuning, dan merah baunaya manis rasanaya pedas alamat berulai laba amas, dan perak lagi berulai anak dan sahya. Dan jika bumi itu warnanya hitam, baunaya busak tertalu jahat, bearing sayapa dayam dasana papa lagi dukacita padanaya adanaya. Bawa bumi itu yang baik didayami pertama-tama putih, kaduanaya merah, kadaganaya kuning, kampet kalabu, kalama hitam mesri adanaya. Dan yang jahat benar delapan perkara, pertama-tama hitam benar, kadua balabala, kadaga bersurat-surat, kampet berlobeng-lobeng, kalima berbuset-buset, kayanam bermenggel-menggel, katujo teraban raban kadalapan bersunji-sunji bersurat-surat, akan papa padanaya. Dan jikalau berlobeng-lobeng anak istri, akan mati dan hamba sahyapun, akan lari rabia. Rimba raya kahilingan padanaya. Dan lagi jikalau tanah itu renda kamashrik tinggi, kamagrib baik, alamat berulai laba adanaya. Dan jikalau tanah itu renda kamagrib tinggi, kamashrik tiada baik, akan papa dan kamation dan kacarunan harda padanaya adanaya. Dan jikalau tanah itu renda kaselitan tinggi, kayutara, alamat kacarunan harda dan papa, dan miskin padanaya adanaya. Dan jikalau tanah itu renda kayutara tinggi, kaselitan maha ek berulai sentosa sediakala adanaya. Dan jikalau tanah itu berbukit-bukit, dan berpusar-pusar tiada haras dekadiami, sediakala dukacita dan papa padanaya adanaya. Dan jikalau tanah itu berlobeng-lobeng itu pun tiada baik dekadiami, alamat anak istri akan mati hamba sahyanaya, akan lari padanaya. Dan jikalau tanah itu berpusar-pusar, dan berbukit-bukit, dan teraban raban itu pun tiada baik, dekadiami sehari-hari hamba sahyanaya, akan habis dan harta. Yang berbukit-bukit itu akan karujan lagi, peniakatan baniak tempet, itu celaka padanaya adanaya. Bawa tanah itu rada yang baiknaya, diperbuat rumah atau campo atau dusun atau negeri adanaya. Dan lagi jika hendak berbuat negeri dan kampung, dan dusun atau rumah atau mengkele bearing suatanaya pertama-tama teringgi, dahulu tanah itu lebarnaya, sadapa bujernaya sengkar kaling, dengan kayu ampet penjuru. Maka sebat la yang punya pegangan. Kemdian gali, tanah itu ambil sakepel sebat nama yang memegang tanah itu. Hai anak menteri guru yang dudak ampet penjuru, alam aku memohonkan tanah anai. Jikalau baik tunjakan, alamat baik, jikalau jahat tunjakan, alamat jahat. Maka bungkus tanah itu dengan kain putih. Asap dengan kemenyan taro di bawah bantal kita tidur, tatkala hendak tidur itu berniat la. Jikalau baik tunjakan alamat baik, jikalau jahat tunjakan alamat jahat. Lalu la tidur, jikalau baik perbuat la, jikalau jahat jangan diperbuat adanaya. Dan lagi jikalau hendak mencari tempat akan berbuat rumah maka teringgi dahulu tanah itu kira-kira era. Rong tenga-tenga, ambil kayu mati-mati tandakan. Buat ampet penjuru kemdian ch hari ranting kayu mati timbangkan kadalam nai, Bakar tela hanga samunaya, jadi habu kumpulkan bake tudong, mak demkian cottonaya. Hai sagala orang yang memigang tana inai ampet penjuru. Alam karna aku handek berbuat rumah. Jikalau bake tunjakan, alamat bake jikalau jahat tunjakan, alamat jahat. Pada esak hari bule tudong itu pagi hari ala tandahi. Tandai bake dan jahat. W alihi al salam. Lucky and unlucky seasons for building. Dan lagi pada meniatakan jika handek, mendirikan rumah mahula dekathu bake, dan jahat naya didalam bulan yang 12 itu, pertama-tama kepada bulan Muharram mendirikan rumah banyak haru berunaya. Dan kepada bulan Safar mendirikan rumah banyak berulai harta dan sahya. Dan kepada bulan Rabi Alawal mendirikan rumah seitlah sudah rumah itu tuanaya mati. Dan kepada bulan Rabi Al-Akhir mendirikan rumah bake sentosa yang empunya rumah itu. Dan kepada bulan Jumad Elawal mendirikan rumah itu, alamat kahilangan hardan pakyan. Dan kepada bulan Jumad Al-Akhir mendirikan rumah itu peniakatan lagi percintan padanaya. Dan kepada bulan Rajab mendirikan rumah terlalu jahat, tiada balik lagi harta kahilangan itu adanaya. Dan kepada bulan Syaban mendirikan rumah dikasih segala raja-raja, dan orang besar-besar bun ramat akan daya sekalian adanaya. Dan kepada Ramthan mendirikan rumah itu, alamat kajtingan amas, dan perak adanaya. Dan kepada bulan Syawal mendirikan rumah itu, alamat terbakar lagi bercerai dengan kasih atau istrinaya, tiada bake padanaya adanaya. Dan kepada bulan Zulka ida mendirikan rumah itu alamat kasukaran akan berulai padanaya adanaya. Dan kepada bulan Zulhijjah mendirikan rumah berulai harta dan sahya dan kerbau, dan lembu dinagrahi alata ala akan daya. W alihi al salam. Directions for building p. 143. Dan lagi jikalau handek menggerek lobang tiang, jangan kina bayang, atau handek mendirikan tiang, tiada bake kasusahanaya lagi peniakatan terlalu amat jahat padanaya. Dan tatkala menggerek lobang tiang itu bakala dua anai dahulu. Bismillah al-Rahman al-Rahim, alihi al-Salam aniaslakan ta. Hai benyuri kelbai marifetku baramatku, ya al-Rahim al-Rahimin amin, amin. Ceremonies in fixing the foundation posts of the house. Teder rumah. Sepeng, tahibasi, kayu ering, ingu, masakan di lobang tiang sadikit di tiang esrai. Kalau besar puak assemblikan ayam ka lobang itu, bayar tanpa daranaya ka dalamnaya, krat kapala dengan kaki buat lapik tiang esrai. Kalau besar lagi kaming atau kerbau, kalau kecil puaka teller punjadi. Maka teller dsb itu menjadi yupa jembling tanah. Kalau nak tijakan, tiang bake pakai cincin di kelingking, akan membujak jembling itu. Kemdian sudah masakan lain ramuan yang tersebut, tagakan tiang. Pagi-pagi pukul tujalebe mengadap utora, katakan. Sang bumi, barakam bumi, sedang prahan hanto air, sedang jangi maharaja lela. Aku minta maaf yang memigang bumi, aku minta undur dengan perdinggahan, aku znak dirikan tianganai. Dengan berkat mengajar guru kulelaha, DSB. Handak mendirikan tiang esrai. Ambil mangko sabanisi air, ledakan dibikaz tiang esrai, asapkan dengan kemenyan. Esak pagi tenggak, kalau isi air pula bake, kalau suzat burak beneting masak ka mangko, kalau hidap bake mati burak. Teder Tana Rumah P. 144. Haidato si Maharaja Lela Jangan Kau Lalu, Anak Chachutakat, Saya Engko Kasana, Karlam Luas Pading Sanjana, Kabukit Kaf Burkit Durapada Guruku Si Anu, Alaikum Al Salam. Tanam Kantahibasi, Bijitima, Buakraz Atau Gorek, Bliang Pada Duit Sadu Sen Nanti, Kalau Lane Orang Samua Suda Puling Berdiri Deket Lobang Naya, Ambul Kantana Idutiga Kepel, Dijengam Paling Ka Blacking Katakan Al Salam, Alaikum. Pantang Naya Jangan Pandang Ka Blacking Hinga Sampe Ruma, Suda Bawatana Tiga Kepel Idu Ka Ruma, Taro di Bantal, Nanti Malam Bule Dapat Mimpi Atau Bake Atau Ta Bake. Kalau Mimpi Ta Bake, Esak Pagi Buang Sadu Kepel, Sampe Tiga Malam, Kalau Bake, Tanam Kantana Idu di Bawatiang Esrai di Tenga Ruma. Teder Tana Chachak Tiang Ruma P. 145. Hai Rajaguru, Maharaja Guru Enkola Anak Batora Guru Akutahu Azel Kaujadi, Durapada Kilit Sabang Meniabang Akutahu Azel Kaujadi, Durapada Emban Sataidek Akutahu Axel, Kaujadi, Durapada Tajar Menian Sang, Hai Henta Tana, Benatana, Jembaling tana undur kau dari sini kalaut yang dalam ka rimba yang sunny antara, aku dengan engkau dibagi ule adam. Tedder tana. Al-salam, alaikum, hai sahabat yang berdujo, mula pertama nama. Sikapit kadunaya sikapit katiga, awat kayampet mawat kalima da kayanam de katujo dumerila engkau katuj, inai bersama-sama dengan aku bernama si puter, alam aku bernama si lindung, alam aku bernama si jenter, alam berkit tolong nabai ala Ibrahim berkit tolong dado si tunggeng awak, berkit dado kamaluel hakim, tiadalah engkau yang bule, aku yang bule halanai. Nyala engkau ka tasik ta berhulu, ka ranting ta pada, ka burong ta terbang, ka air tiada berjemuro, disanala ampet tempet kadium and engkau, jangan kan mara kamari lagi. Jikalau kan mara kamari lagi durhakala, kau kepada ku durhakala, kau kepada Allah durhakala, kau kepada Muhammad, hu Allah, tiga kali. Direction of house door p. 141, n. Bermula jika pintu rumah mengadap ka masyrik, bake. Alamat berule anak cucu baniak, lagi sentosa, jika mengadap ka utara, bake. Alamat berule mas perak, lagi sempurna, jika mengadap ka maghrib bertamba-tamba, elmu bake atau orang, alam dating kapadanaya, lagi salamat. Jika mengadap ka selatan maling pada barang kerjanaya tiada sempurna maksudnaya. To determine the dimensions of the house p. 145. Inai faisal ukuran bendel rumah. Maka ambil depa perampuan yang empunyai rumah itu dua depa dilipat ketiga, buang sebagi. Yang dua bagi itu lipatkan lipat delapan, buangkan tujuh ambil satu, ukurkan daripada kepala bendel itu sampai, ujung bendel itu, inilah nama-nama benatangnaya yang tersebut. Pertama-tama naga, kadua sapi, katiga singa, kaempat anjing, kalima lembu, kaenam kalde, katujuh gajah, kadelapan gagak. Dan jikalau tiba pada naga, terlalu amat baik. Jika tiba kepada sapi, dukacita orang yang empunyai rumah itu. Jika tiba kepada singa, salamat orang yang empunyai rumah itu lepas, daripada merapaya lagi berule kakian jika tiba kepada anjing, orang yang empunyai rumah itu sekalian lagi hina pada mata orang sekalian. Jika tiba kepada lembu, orang yang empunyai rumah itu berule kakian lagi, dipermulai orang lagi pun barang katanaya pun didengar orang. Jika tiba kepada gajah, orang yang empunyai rumah itu berkat segala pencarian, jikalau berniaga berule laba adanaya. Jika tiba kepada gagak, rumah itu sudah, tuanaya mati atau sakit paya bagaimanapun merajakan jiwa. W. Alihi al-Salam. The rhyme used for this purpose p. 146. I naga umbang, naga jentala, naga beradar sejnap bulan kamana pergi tidak jendala, sekalian yang terjumpa menjadi talan, Roman 2. Asap API didalam hutan inch, ali membakar kapar anak sapi tenga prehen tenga dipramati tersungker Roman 3. Singa gaga, singa perkasa, singa bermain di ujung tanjung, tua rumah sanan siasa, berule laba sejnap tahan, Roman 4. Anjing hutan esregala menialak rusa sejnap malam, bearing debuat jadi jendala, didalam rumah orang berdekam v. Lembu besar tenga lading pergi beranak didalam rimba, tua besar pendapatan tiada perna membuang laba, Roman 6. Kalde didalam kot apagi padang menengang rumput, tidak sampai barang dicita modal naya baniak satinga luput, Roman 7. Gajah besar pene consultan gading bersalat. Tembaga suesa, tua besar pendapatan tiada menengang cacat binasa, Roman 8. Gagak hitam meliang malam hinggap di rumah Maharaja Sakti, bala besar sudala dating, rumah suda tuanaya mati. Beast charms. The elephant. Pendending Gajah p. 153. O dada moyang cabin, jangan la binasikan anak cucu. Moyang cabin is explained as the name of the Raja Gajah, king of the elephant folk. And calling upon him by name is considered to be a sufficient protection against wild elephants. Charm for blinding an elephant. Parabun Gajah. Tana layat, tana parabun katiga dengan tana merka melihat, mata engkau rabun memendang, mata engkau pecha. Directions for hunting the elephant or rhinoceros. P. 155. Mula-mula berjumpa jejak gajah atau badak, perhatikan kalau ada keumati didalam jejak, ambilkan ranting keumati itu, dengan tanah sabesar jagung dari dalam tapaknya, kalau seorang sabuku tiga orang tiga buku, sampai tujuh orang tujuh buku, lebih tak boleh, kemudian kita bungkuskan ranting sama tanah sabuku didalam daun kayu, kita jampi, katanaya. Tana Liat, Tana Bencha Tana Memendang Dairy Cabin Melihat, Matanaya Pecha Memendang, Matanaya Rabban, Kabul Allah, Kabul Muhammad Kabul Bajinder Rasul Allah Kabul La Da Guru Aku, Guru Lebai Jamal, Kabul Kapada Aku Kabul La Leilaha, DSB. Kemdian Kita Sisipti Puset, Maka Pembuang Bao Baden, Bao Snapping Kita Ambul Don Keu, Don Sa Cherek, Don Kerkep Siri, Don Chapa Sambang, Don Labu Irepute. Suda Dapat Donidu, Mula Mula Ambul Donidu, Patakan Donidu Dengan Tengan Kiri, Depejam Mata, Katakan. Kalo Burbau Don Keu and I, Burbala Baden, Snapping Aku. Kalo Suda Mati Beneting Idu, Dekebas Dengan Kain Hidem Sakabong Katakan. Badiu Mak Badi Badi Panji, Mak Buta Akutahu Azel Kaujadi, Daranabai Adam Tiga Tidek Azel Kaujadi. Badi Tana Puling Ka Tana, Badi Busat Puling Ka Busat, Badi Gaja Puling Ka Gaja, Badi Keu, Puling Ka Keu, Badi Ire, Puling Ka Ire, Badi Badu, Puling Ka Batu, Jengan Rasakan Diri Kita, Burkit Guru Akuta, Bule Dirasakan Annex Sitting Manusha. Hadia, Kain Hidem Sadakit, Kain Pute Sadakit. Pantang Naya Jengan Buyer Burgesal Kilit Kita Dengan Kilit Gaja Adau Badak Idu. The Tiger. Penjo Rimau P. 167. A charm to drive away tigers. Hyber Senu. Hyberke, Akutahu Azel Kaujadi, Sheikh Abunaya Leha Abu Kasep Puset Mupachak, Yuban Suzu Kaudi Tapak Tangan Simping, Kautujo Petala Langit Simping, Kautujo Petala Bumi Kalau Ta Simping Dur Haka Kapada Ala, DSB. Pengunchi Mulet Beneting Buas. A charm for locking the mouths of wild beasts. Hai Si Jaranching, Padaranting Tishan Angsa Turdutop Turkunchi Burket. Ali Mustapa Hum Aku Padakan Sakalian Yang Burdering Burket, Du A Negri Sayam. Pengunchi Mulet Rimau. A charm for locking the tiger's mouth. Si Odo Namanaya Maknaya, Si Baling Namanaya Tubonaya Lida Kaukulipet, Mulet Kau Kusimpe. Tating Padaranting Pat a Dengan Si Gamak Angsa, Turdutop Turkunchi Bujing Malas Tidek Mengapa. Alam Terakai Pafar Alarap. Sampe Karumanak Buka, Kalo Tidek Diadendum, Kadekin, Alam Terakai Pafar Alarap. Buka. Tankal Harimau. Waman Takan Beresulilahi Nuzrato Wintal Koho. Kahul, as Dupin Ajarmi Hatajami. Charm for blinding a tiger's eyes and driving him off. Parabun Surda Selese Harimau. Selese, Salaman Tursala Tursile, Tursaya Kiri Tursaya Kanan Desayakin Allah, Satru Buja Lewanku, Desayakin Allah, Desayakin Mohammed, Desayakin Bajinda Rasul Allah. Pengran Kapada Haramau Adau Pengrang Hadipi, 168. Charm for fascinating a tiger, or hardening one's own heart. Asi Jempar, Alam Jegek Jempita, Jeram Bisi Akan Rumaku, Jeram Tembaga Akan Rumaku Ular Bisa Akan Jengatku, Buya Akan Tonket, Ku Haramau Mendrem Dipengri Ku Gajamendring Bunny Suar Ku Sapardi Bunny Halenlinter, Bibir Turkatup, Jiggy Turkunchi. Jikalau Burgrek Bumi Dengan Langit, Burgrek La Hadienko Handek Merado Handek Membenesekan Kapada Aku. Dengan Burket La Ilaha, DSB. And Ad Kun Pea Kun Chahia Masak Katuboku. Sayapa Chakep Meluan Aku Singa Pasi Akan Lewanaya. Sagala Yang Burniawa Tiadala Dapet Menenting Mataku, Aku Yang Mendepet Menenting Matanaya, Dengan Burket Larlaha, DSB. For a Were Tiger story, the reader is referred to Clifford's In Court and Kompong, pp. 6677. The idea is traceable, with a difference, as far back as AD 1416, a Chinese account of Malacca in the Yingyai Shernglan relates, inter alia, sometimes there is a kind of tiger which assumes a human shape, comes to the town, and goes among the people. When it is recognized, it is caught and killed. The deer. Minta Rusapi, 174. Asking for deer. Haituan Padek Raban City. Si Leilanang, si Lagan Saudara si Deripan, si Bong, si Bakar si Songsang, si Burhaniat, si Punking si Temunking, Akuminta Rusa Sakar Jantan, Sakar B Tina Yang Tumpel Tapek, Yang Bankar Kenning Yang Jure Telinga, Yang Babat Pingang Yang Luju, Yang Jombang, Yang Burdik Tidek Bule Yang Luju, Yang Jombang, Yang Burtik, Yang Burak, Yang Karush, Yang Ketchar, Sabule Bule Pintapinta Kami Ari Bakari. Inai Burket Kuram and Katabin. Inila Tanda Aku Meminta. Tanda Naya Depanchang Keu, Detikamkin Kesan Rusa. Chi and Dutz version. Faisal Minta Rusa, Katakin. Siri Lontor, Pinning Lontor Teletak Diatas Penjuru, Hinta Buda, Jembaling Buta, Aku Mengengatkan Jembaling Rusa. Membalikan Rusa p. 179. To turn back deer upon their tracks. Hi Hilir Delik, Pada Delik, Ledek Mari Tepian Laling, Kata Bercharet Jijik Berbalik. Hanker Dagging Berblan Chalang, Balakan Ala Balakan Muhammad Balakan Bajinda Rasul Ala. Hi Balakan Rusa Aku, Kalau Toanko Balakan Kalaut Kauta Dapet Minam Kadaret, Kauta Dapet Makan, Burkit Dengan Kata Ala, Kata Mohammed, Kata Bajinda Rasul Ala, Serta Dengan Kata Kuram and Katabin, Kabul Burkit Giruku. Directions for hunting deer p. 174. Mula Mula Masak Kahutan Katakan. Hi Hanta Bakar, Jembaling Bakar Berkuakla, Enko Aku Melapeskan Hulubeling Aku. Kalau Suda Jumpa Tapaknaya Tengo Tapaknaya. Kalau Senket Sabla, Adala Gross Etiquette. Kalau Turjinkit Kuku, Alamat Matinaya Didalam Tujohari. Suda Masak Jumpa Dengan Anjing Pun Menialak Barula Berkuai. p. 175. Hi Si Lanning, Si Lambon Si Ketter, Si Bech, Enko Barampet Jimbala Rusa Turun Kaukapada Anjing, Jengan Kautatirun Der Hakala Kaukapada Ala Der Hakakapada Mohammed, DSB. Bukan Naya Aku Yang Berbur, Powing City Yang Berburu Bukan Naya Aku Yang Punya Anjing, Powing Sakti Yang Punya Anjing, Dang Durai Menium Bring Lawton, Tengalong Tingle Kapada Aku, Kabul Burket Durapada Giruku, To Raja Lebe Jadi Durapada Aku Burket Lalaha, DSB. On entering the jungle to set the snare. Masak Kadalam Hutan, Bawa Jaring Suda Jumpa Kesan Rusa Pohunkan Sadu Poko, Dengan Chakap Bajini. Al Salam, Alaikum, Nabai Ala Tap Yang Memiging Bumi, DSB Aku Pohananai Keunak Tambet Jaring. Kemdian Mulai Buka, Jaring Serta Berkata. Si Gombek Namanaya, Roten Si Chinchin Namanaya Jaring. Suda Idu, Bukala Jaring, Sahabis Habis, Dan Bajikan Dua Jaring Idu, Suda Bagi Dua, Masak Pegang Kajar Jaring Serta Katanaya. O Mentala Guru, Dengan Guru Yuru Yuru, Si Mambang Kuning, Mambang Kuning Tahu Akan Salasilenaya. Jaring Kita, Jaring Berdua Jaring Jangan Debrai Magan, Kalau Magan Detapakan, Jaring Kita Bunokan Juga, Kalau Magan Di Anjing, Jaring Kita Bunokan Juga, Kalau Magan Di Orang Jaring Kita Bunokan Juga, Dengan Burket, DSB. Jaring Rusa p. 175. Preparing the snare. Bila Mahu Ambil, Keu Memising Bau Jaret, Katanaya. Delik Keu Menjuling Tedek Baraka Rakar, Habis Kulit Pemelan Chalang, Kina Da Kalinting Bakar. Menatapkan Bau, Dan Bila Mahu Memising Katakan. Teng Bunga Sating Teng, Mudik Sunja Yang Kadua, Kalau Suka Bergling Birchinchin Soronkan Kaki, Yang Berdua. Bubokan Pula, Parandu Jaret Kata. Rindu Rinding, Sulasi Tumbodi Batu, Dudak Kau Rindu, Berjalan Kau Rinding Tanek Kasi Kajaret Aku. Kalau Nakbong Badinai Rusidu. Abadi, Macbadi, Badi Sarada Sambalan Pulo Akutahu Azel Kaujadi, Badi Biwak Azel Kaujadi, Dari Traz Azel Kaujadi, Mambang Kuning Azel, Kaujadi Kembali La Kamana Tempet Kaujadi, Janganenko Menchit Menchidakan Kalo, Kau Chachet Menchidakan. Kau Demakan Sumpa Demakan Kutup Kabain Tongan, Dehempep Karan Tiga Pulo Juz, Detimpa Dalit Ampet Penjuru, Alam Dengan Burket, DSB. Sarapa Waktu Anjing Menjajar Rus. Charm used when dogs are hunting deer. Asa Sabulan, Dua Sabulan, Tiga Sabulan Ampet, Lima Sabulan, Anam, Tujo Sabulan Bunokan Anjing Aku, Bukan Aku Yang Berburu Topotic Sang City Yang Berburu, Sang Katadet Punyarusa, Sunting Hari Yang Jambala Haitintan Abetalag Guru Tirun Karayat Tirun Kabela Menialek Sukam Sragala Si Lancet, Si Raja Anjing Menialek Si Rinching Kaki, Si Rimban Eker Melampet Kaupata, Mengram Kaulumpo. Halokan Kamedan Yang Rame Tujo Telak, Tujo Tanjung, Tujo Mahali J, Pissing Masak Duabiji. Siaming Didalam Rimba Tingle Si Lango Hijo. Ta Tingalkan Lango Hij, December Si Patong Rimba Lenga Membuka Kain Panjang, Lenga Membuka Kain Pandak Turjan Ka Tibing Balulak Detikam de Bisi Baliming, Burket Tua Anjing Nenek Batten Tulang. On entering the jungle. Kalo Masakutan Katanaya. O Linkian Musalapadan, Jangan Kautudong, Jangan and Dapkan Risky Kami Kalo, Kau Lindong, Kau and Dapkan de Sumpa de Alatar La. Kaloikat Kesanaya, Katakan. Hantu Raya, Sibuta Raya, Hantu Berjalan, Anak Baranaks Tatibik Rimba, Yang Raya Akunak Menimpo Hantu Yang Baniak. Jaret. On setting any kind of snare. Menchachuk Jarrett Sabring Jarrett, Katakan. Bukan Naya Jarrett, Bukan Naya Riman, Kaling Kaki Samata Mata, Kina Paraban Raja Suleiman, Kalo Depandang Mata Buta Terpendang, Mata Kau Buta. Rusa p. 176. After setting the snare, Dua Sabulan, Tiga Sabulan Ampet Sabulan, Lima Sabulan Anam Sabulan, Tujo Sabulan Malam Dianko, Siang Diaku. Suda Idu, Masak Tujo Lanka Meningalkan Jarring di Blacking Berdiri Beetle Mengadap Kadapan, Dipangalkan. O Serba Seti Tuan Padak Yang Panyarusa si, Lamban Azel Naya Rusa si Lanning Jambalanaya. Halakan Rusa Kajaring Kita Initishan Badu Jalan Yang Raya, Pasar Yang Maidan, Kasukan Orang Yang Rame, Erakarak Iring Kembang Bungasi Panjal Dating Bararak, Dating Bariring Jaringku Dating Meminjal Hai Rusa Malang, Rusa Chalaka Jalingku Masak Tidek Burarang, Dikiri Orang Burlaming Dikanan Orang Burlaming Damana Jalan, Kau Masak Desidu Anko Jalan Balik. Suda Idu Dijumpa Idu Rusa, Daya Pun Bangundari Tidor, Kita Pulakata. Hai Raja Muda, Putri Dandy, Bangun La Ankau Dengan Segranaya, Saronkan Dako Burdandan Raja Suleiman, Sambat Bariring Sambat, Bersorak by Bersorak. Suda Idu, Orang Kiri Dan Kanan Pun Bersorak Sama Sama. Charm used when striking the deer. Waktu Menikam Kata. Bukan Naya Aku Yang Menikam Powing City Yang Menikam. To cast out the mischief, after catching the deer. Kalau Suda Dapet, Kebeskan Tiga Kali Kabawa, Dengan Kain Hidam Pun Bule, Don Keu, Pemakanan Rusa Saperdi Sendian, Ado Poko Paku Pun Bule, Triakan. O Si Lanning, Si Lamban Si Kater, Si Beche, Orang Yang Berempet Ambil Kembali Bajankau. Ambil, Isharat Naya de Chachak, Dengan Roten Gantung Pada Poko Keu. Another QI is Hai Si Meliok, Si Melimbai, Si Bujing Lanning, Si Biding Bon, Dengan Jambalanaya, Merek Tirunda Ecker, Badi Tirunda Kapala, Merek Tirunda Kapala, Badi Tirunda Ecker, Pali Si Paling, Kulit Locken Sapro Badi, Badi Yang Buchan, Hai Hilir Batting Kaladi Kurta, Diboa Batting Lepas Anjing Kutadi Saya Samua Sakalian Beneting. Another version, p. 177. Kalo Suda Tankep, Buang La Daya Punyabadi. Maka Mahula Baju Hidam Yang Bule Buang Daya Punyabadi, Kalo Tada Baju Hidam, Don Keu Sabring Keu, Uret Durapada Kapalanaya Sampe di Kaki, Di Buntat di Pangong Naya Sur de Burkata. Hai Badi Sarang, Badi Mak Buda, Si Pancher Makshali Bukan Naya Aku Yang Buang Badi, Pran Muda Yang Buang Badi, Bukan Naya Aku Yang Buang Badi, Pran Rukaya Yang Buang Badi, Bukan Aku Yang Buang Badi, Mikil Yang Buang Badi, Bukan Aku Yang Buang Badi, Serfil Yang Buang Badi, Bukan Aku Yang Buang Badi, Eril Yang Buang Badi, Bukan Aku Yang Buang Badi, Mukarel Yang Buang Badi, Aku Tahu Azel Naya Badi, Anak Jin Ibni Eugen Diam Diawan Guntang. Kembali Anko, Kawan Guntang, Jangan Anko Menchchet Menchela Kapada Aku. Aku Tahu Azel Kaujadi, Anak Jin Ibni Eugen Azel Kaujadi. Suda Idu, Ambil Sadakit Durapada Diapunya Mata, Telinga, Mulet, Hidung, Kaki, Tangan, Bulu, Hadi, Jantung, Limpa Dan Tandak, Kalo Jantan. Terak di Don Keu, Terakan di Jijak Dating Naya Serta Berkata. O Mentala Guruas Sabulan, Dua Sabulan Tiga Sabulan, Ampet Sabulan Lima Sabulan, Anam Sabulan Tuja Sabulan, Malam Dianko, Siang Diaku, Seaker Aku Bawa Balik, Seaker Aku Tingalkan. Buang Badi Rusa. To drive the mischief out of a stag. Saya Yang Malang, Yang Bur Puaka, Nabai Mamalil Yang Bur Badi, Minhak, Yang Bur Badi Sang Marek, Sang Badi, Badi Tirun de Kapala Badi Tirun Kakaki. Snare for Mouster p. 180. Jarrett Pilandak. Mula Mula Charakan Keu Yang Burjeta, Takakan Keu Anaitiga Kali Kaluar Bahanan Naya Sadu Telentang, Sadu Terstrap Ta Bake, Kalau Buet Parankap, Bake, Kalau Jarrett, Mahula Telentang. Habis Idu, Mulakan Memisang Jarrett di Pankal Keu, Sakirakira Sadu de Pajanaya. Habis Idu Kata. Tempurang Turgolik Golik Barisi, Tana Layat, Pergala Anko Gembaling Badi Aku Handek Memisang Jarrett. Kemdian Dekatakan Pula, p. 181. Hai Si Ranchep Kaki, Si Runching Munchung, Anko Pijekla Jarrett Tinjek Aquanai, Duahari Akan Kadiga Jikalau Tidek Anko Pijek Jarrett Tinjek Aquanai, Duahari Akan Kadiga Anko Madi Turchkek Menklandera, Sesek Kahutan Rimba Rea Anko, Call out Ta Dapet Minum, Ka Deret Ta Dapet Makan, Dengen Burkit, DSB. Another charm or sarapa, used when setting the snare, runs as follows. Jembaling jembali. Tempurong barisi tana liat, nyala enko, jembaling badi aku handek memising jaret. A charm to be used when setting mouse deer traps, given me by a Labu Malay named Sedkai. Sirianta, Pinanganta, Karakep meminjet pure, Pesin pada jembalang rimba kudu hutan Sir Okaluar Baranakanak, Sir Okaluar Burchachuchachu, Sir Okaluar Burchichit, Sir Okaluar Burmiat Moyat, Sir Okaluar Barantan Ta Tampo, Lapping Raja Suleiman. Charm for urging on dogs p. 181. Paransang Anjing. Sugaranama Anjingku Menialek Memunkle Bumi Tujo Lora, Tujo Bukit Turlampau Salak Anjingku, Anjing Aku Anjing Bitua Bukan Tua Debuat Buat Tuatumbo Sama Badan, Jijak Kadambanan Sarap Baujangan Enko Tingalkan Odo Enko Salamalama, Ku Ering Salara Ering Tanam Si Padi Padi. Hadi Barang Mata Barang Aku Menjanakan Paransang Hadi. Si Kujat Nama Rusaku Si Lampet Nama Anjingku, Kuet Enko Menjajar. Kalo Ta Kuet Enko Menjajar Aku Surat Al Salam. Kalo Jantan Saudara Cow, Kalo Bitina Kan Bini Cow, Dengan Burkit Leila Hadiasbi. Charm to make dogs courageous. Pengaga Anjing. Pili, sitting pili, Bukan Aku Yang Memuli Si Pili Yang Bule. Selling Ku Lagi Pili, Lagi Rimbun, Lagi Rampak Lagi Piling Bagi Dahulukala, Kunan La Anjing Kita Lagi Pili, Lagi Rimbun, Lagi Rampak Lagi Piling Bagi Dahulukala. Si Lampe Namanaya Manser, Si Cuba Namanaya Bisa. Pande Memendang Salayang Sile Tilak de Anjing, Anjingku, Jangan Brai Magan Tilak de Rimba, Jangan Brai Magan Tilak de Iyer, Jangan Brai Magan Salatikam Bunokan Anjingku Salabantai, Bunokan Anjingku Asa Sabulan, DSB, Bunokan Anjing Aku, Jangan Diambal, Jangan de Pepa, Jangan Diakat Pilang Karuma, Sahari Tirun Buno Pularusa. Charm to prevent wild dogs from barking p. 183. Tankle Menialek Anjing. Menialek Anjing Didalim Bencha Menialek Si Anak Tedung. Menialek Tekam, Kaupecha, Menjalet Lida Kaukudung Hundor Satapek, Mara Satapek, Jikalau Undor, Lepas Kimbali, Jikalau Mara, Pada Kaki Cow. Dating Cow Menalenting Puling Cow Minahirap. Puling La Enko Kapada Rimba Sakampong, Puling La Enko Kapada Rimba Yang Besar, Puling La Enko Kapada Gongantung Puling La Enko Kapada Sanja Yang Tia de Barulu, Kapada Kalam Yang Tia de Bergali, Kapada Tasik Yang Tia de Baroring, Kapada Mata Iyer, Yang Kring Jikalau Cow Tia de Mahukambali. Madi La Enko. Desumpa Kalam Yang Awal Madi Enko de Sandek, Seger Kabong Madi de Sulachuchuk, Rabong Madi de Tikim Durilandek. Hai Tebu Hitam, Cladi Hitam de Tanam Tepi Prigi, de Pukal Dengan Kainyang Hitam, Segrala Enko Pergi Larry Burkit La Lahilala, DSB. Ramaramu Naya Don Tukas, Don Sacherek, Don Linwang Mara Kain Hitam. Charm to prevent wild boars from damaging crops p. 188. Asimawi Namanaya Babi, call out Jadi Lamba Lamba, Kadarat Jadi Babi Sanko Namanaya, Badabao Sakit Bankarong. Jangan Kaurasek by Nasakan Saulading Ku. Jikalau Kaurasakan, Kaumadi Mamp, Madi Maui, Madi Pinklin Daramadi Pinklin Chalang Madi Pinklin Bulu. Jikalau Tidek Kaurasi Kau Kembang Baribu, Kembang Balaksa, Kembang Sayap Rimba Blukar. Bikua Kau Karimba Ja Aku Azel, Kau Jadi. Lampin Anak Fatima Azel Mula Kau Jadi. This charm, which was copied from a book in the possession of Chi Dod of Nanning, Malacca, is evidently corrupt in places. A charm against rats p. 192. Tankle Tickus. Inilla Azel Tickus. Durapada Nabai Adam Ianai Harasnaya, Didalim Bactal, Nabai Alayuso Kaluar, Duridalim Lobing Hidung Babai Masa Bactal Naya. Dan Jikalau Dijadakan Tankle Paddy, Handakla Kita Masakan Sadakit Bulu Babi, Dan Sekam Paddy Sadakit Dan Tahai Bisi Sadakit, De Champer Tiga Idu, De Tanam Ampet Penjuru Lading Kita. Dan Faisal Yang Kadua, Persepanaya Petting Tiga Petting Adau Tujo Petting. Per Tamatama Miniactor Sadakit Dan Kadua Kapper Toher Sadakit, Dan Katiga Balarang Yang Kuning, Bakar Petting Hari Didalim Lading Kita. Maka Inilla Du Anaya, Brai Salam Kapada Nabayusa. Al Salam Alaikum No, Alihino Tiga Kali, No Salam Tiga Kali. Petting, Kemdian Baka Fatihar Akan Nabai Sadu Kali. Kul Huala Akir Naya, Tiga Kali, Kul Auzubai Rabal Halaki, Tiga Kali, Kul Auzubai Rabbi Nuasi, Tiga Kali. Nayatkan Kapada, Lading Idu Jangan by Nasatikis. Pantang Naya, Jangan Makan Pedang Atau Berjalan-jalan, Dalam Ladang Atau Berkelahi, Atau Bermaki di Situ. Vegetation charms. The Silang tree p. 204. Charm used on commencing to climb the tree. A Malay charm collected from the Orang Laut. Pisau Raut Pisau Rencang Terslit Banir Pulai, Hantu Laut, Hantu Kampung Minta, Undorkan Hantu Laut Hantu Rimba, Akar Bernama Raja Bersila Batang Bernama Raja Berdre, Kulit Bernama Raja Melagi, Mahalaj, Dehan Bernama Raja Menjale, Ranting Bernama Raja Melingang Don Bernama Raja Melyang Pachak Bernama Raja Mentri. Here blow upon the tree and scrape off the combs into your basket. Alternative version, collected from the Orang Bukit. Pisau Raut, Pisau Rencang Menchado, Banir Pulai. Hantu Laut, Hantu, Kuching Menidi Dehan Pulai, Akar Bernama Raja Bersila Batang Bernama Raja Berdre Kulit Bernama Putri Kembebin. Dehan Bernama Raja Menganger Ranting Bernama Changi Putri, Pachak Bernama Putri Meninjau. Don Bernama Don Tirap, Jado Melyang Jado Lubak Indragiri Tidor Sajilap, Bangun Kudayang Ingatkan Ruma Tingle Sendiri. On reaching the top, Chinchang Chendawan, Chinchang Mari Buku Bulo, Pesan Mari Mambang Duana Bintang Jangan Britumbo. The Eaglewood Tree. Pemingjal Hantu Garu p. 210. Hai Nenek Duida Mambang Garu Kaloja, Talong Katakan Kalodeket, Talong Katakan. Odadobadala Bumi Jintana, Jembalang Tana Berhalabisi Anak Ruwani, Si Bujang Ruwani Anak Wea, Si Bujang Bandan Akuminta Tunjakan, Kalotidek Kau Tunjakan Durhaka Kapada Ala, DSB. Sir Ala Sir Manga Tangan Dat Ala Hadikau, Sipet Ala Matakau, Pergi Kau Jeput Kumbang Jantan Dalam Hadi Jantong Kau. Gutta Percha. Charm used by Gutta collectors p. 215. Al Salam, Alaikum Hai Anak Raja Esrai Bali Anak, Raja Esrai Banding, Aku Handek Minta Dara Satidek Meneng Isi Dari Takik, Kalau Tidek Meneng Isi Dari Takik, Durhaka Kau Kapada Ala, DSB. The Coconut Palm p. 216. Waktu Nak Pijak Pankal Batang Nayabakakan. Al Salam Alaikum, Hai Abubakar Jangan Galip Tunggu Jaga Pada Umbai. Panjat Sampai Satanga Batang, Katakan. Al Salam Alaikum, Hai Adik Dara Deng Bida Jangan Galip Tunggu Jaga Pada Tenga Batang Marila Bersama Sama, Dengan Aku Naik Sampai Atas Pelepa. Pegang Pachak, Gunching Tiga Kali Katakan. Al Salam Alaikum, Hai Adik Putri Busu, Jangan Galip Tunggu Jaga Pada Pachak Tirunla Bersama Sama, Dengan Aku. Mula Mula Melantor Mayang, Pegangkan Pachak, Gunching Tiga Kali Baka Tiga Kali. Al Salam, Alaikum Putri Sadakum Basir, Yang Berhilir Si Mayang, Si Jedabe Mayang, Putri Tujo Daradang Mayang, Mari Ketchel Kamari, Mari Sinik Kamari, Mari Burong Kamari, Mari Halis Kamari. Aku Memaut Lehermu Aku Menyangal Rambatmu Aku Bawasada Gading Mahu Baso Mukamu Yuri Manis, Tembuni Manis, Manis Sampai Kajari Manis, Yuri Manis, Tembuni Manis, Manis Sampai Kamuka Mayang. Sada Gading Maranchang Kamu, Kacha Gading Menadakanmu, Kalim Gading Menanti Dibuamu Berdipak Burkachar, Didalam Kalim Gading, Kalim Bernama Maharaja Bersalin. Rules for planting various plants. Faisal Padua Bert Nam Tumbo Tumbohan p. 217. Payantan Tanam Tebu Tengahari, Jadi Manis Jadi Turkring Ayer Nayatingal Hadi. Kalau Tanam Pagi Panjang Ruas Kalau Tengahari Pandek. Jagang Nak Tanam Prut Kenyang, Penugal Bisar La Mayang Naya. Pisang Nak Gali Lobang Basar, Payantan Petang, Bengat Petang, Lepas Makan Petang Jadi Barisi. Kledek Nak Binting Baniak Jadi Baniak Isinaya. Labu Timun Bulan Glap Payantan Naya, Jangan Demakan Ule API. Near Kalau Kita Nak Sangat Barak Lari Bawakan Near Idu Champak Kalobang, Jangan Deluras Kantangan, Kalau Luras Patatandan. Payantan Petang Supya Lagi Renda Bule Burbua. Padi, Pagapagi Kira Puka Lima, Seba Budek Ketchel Pagi Lagi Banket. Rice cultivation p. 218. The Malay original of the description of rice cultivation as carried on in Malacca territory is too long to quote, but will be found in J.R.A.S. SB number 30 pp. 286-96. Charm used in clearing a patch of ground for dry rice planting. Tedder Huma p. 219. Odadamentala Guru, Saraja Guru Gampeter, Alam, Saraja Malik, Marila Bersama Sama Dengan Aku. Aku handek mementa tempet inai aku handek tebeng tebes, aku handek tanam sakalian tumbo tumbohan, hi satin jarantau, sakantum rea orang berdujo baranek tujo bersadara. Pergala enkau kabukit simang buru tujo lora, tujo permitting tujo antaran tempet inai, jangan enkau berbalik balik kamari. Kalau kau berbalik, kaki kau pada, kalau kau memendang, mata kau buta telinga kau mendinger, telinga kau pekek bukan naya aku yang punya kata. Dado mentala guru yang punya kata dengan berkat DSB. Ceremonial used when sowing the rice seed. Menyurunkan benipi, 229. Dibuatkan galing dapper di tengah lading pada tempat yang diteter. Di penjurunaya, 1 anak pising pining satu batang, 2 poko serai satu batang, 3 tebu lanjang satu batang, 4 kunyit satu batang, akan bule hidup samyu blaka. Di tengah air sa tempurang. Bisak tengo pedua, kalau galing dapper berkuak, tabule jadi, kalau tidak tempa tempurang, kalau semat atau anyane masak tempurang bake juga. Jika bake peduanaya tugul padi tujo liang dengan tugul satambun, baka. Bismillahi el Rahmani el Rahimi al Salam, alaikum nabai tap, yang memigang bumi, aku menyumpingkan anak ku esrai gading, jamala gading anam bulan akan ka tujo, aku dating mengambil balik dengan leilaha, DSB curse semengat. Curse semengat. Curse semengat. Ceremonies at seed time. Puji Paddy, or propitiation of the paddy. An invocation to Dangamala and Dangamali, spirits of the sun and moon. Sri Dangamali handek kiram anak sambalan bulan, sagalanang, sagala pengaso jangan brai sakit, jangan brai demam jangan brai jilu dan pening kecil menjadi besar, tuajadi muda, yang ta kejap dipper kejap yang ta sama dipper sama, yang ta hiv dipper hijau, yang ta tinggi dipper tinggi. Hijau seperti air laut, tinggi seperti bukit kaf. O illustrious spirits of the sun and moon, let there be fruit offspring 9 months hence. O royal nurses, all preserve it from sickness and fever, vertigo and headache. May it reach the full stature. May the old become young again, where backward may it become forward, where unequal may it be made equal, where colorless may it be made green, where short may it become long, green as the waters of the ocean, high as the mountains of Kaf. A hyperbolical description of each of the 9 months during which the grain is coming to maturity. The 10th, or harvest time, is compared with the birth of Mahamd, and the incantation closes with a prayer for an abundant crop. Bintang Mara Chuacha Limpet, Ka Dua Limpet di Langit, Ka Tiga Limpet di Bumi, Ka Empet Ayer Sambiang, Ka Lima Pinta Mazahap, Ka Anam Pinta Rizuki, Ka Tush Pinta Mahalite, Ka Dilipin Pinta Shurga, Ka Sambalan Anak de Kandang Ibu, Ka Sapulo Maham Jadi, Jadi Sakilian Jadi. Bayan Ala Didalim Ronga Badu Lagi Ada Rizuki, Dari Hulu Dari Hilir Serf Mengerf, Dari Sina Kadaksana Menghenter Rizuki Burdamba Burdambun. The gloriously resplendent stars lighting the firmament are the first, the full refulgence is the second. The fullness spreading over the earth is the third causing abundance, the fourth the blessed waters, harbingers of fertility, the fifth the 4 gates of the world, pouring out plenty. The 6th is the door to the abundance of food, the 7th is the portal of the palace, the 8th the floor of Surga or heaven, the 9th the pregnant mother, the 10th, i.e. the harvest month the birthday of Mahamd, the luckiest day of the year. May all prove prosperous, may dry grain prosper. May the hand of the Almighty appear in the filling of the husk as the hole in a rock is shut up by degrees. From above, from below, let plenty always flow, from east and west may abundance ever increasing pour in. An invocation of the earth spirit No and Dua Mbang, a sprite of air. Hai No Yang Dalam Bumi, Dua Mbang Dari Eudora Anak Sarajajin Ketala Bumi, Yang Memigang Bumi. Hail, No who dwellest within the earth, and thou, Mbang who art ruler in the air, son of the spirit who rules the fields of earth, who guardest with thy power the gates of earth. An invocation to Seshaguni, an earth spirit. Haitungku Seshaguni Yang Memigang Bumi Tujo Lapis, Aku Berderokan Anak, Aku, Sri Cinta Rasa Cukup Dengan, Inang Pengaso Kanda Manda Idu Sampai Lima, Bulan Kayanam, Aku Dating Mengambil Balik, Jangan Angkau Bagi, Rasa Binasa, Chachat Chela Inila Yupakanmu. Hail, Lord Seshaguni, who dost rule the 7-fold earth, I herewith lay my child upon thy breast, my child, the darling of my heart, with his full following of nurses and attendants, and when the 5th moon wanes unto the 6th eye shall come to claim him back again. Let him taste no harm or evil, great or small, here is thy reward. The Yupa, or payment of the services of the spirit, is generally as follows. An egg, a bunch of beetle vine leaves, some bras cuniate, Orza glutinosa, some bras burdick, i.e., the white pulp which exudes from rice grains when roasted, and a ketupat, or little woven basket of coconut leaves filled with rice. After this invocation of sesha guni loadfuls of rice are sprinkled on the ground, and the following invocation is then raised to the spirit of the air. Hai, tunku malam karajian yang memiging langit, tujo lapis aku berderokan anak aku sri cintarasa, etc., as in the last. Hail, Malam, who dost supremely rule the seven folds of sky, I lay my child in pledge with thee, my child, the darling of my heart, etc. After this, the rice is thrown into the air, and the ceremony is completed. The Pawangs, sorcerers, or rather wise men, who are skilled in these incantations, are in great request at the sowing of the paddy crop. The above 5 charms are extracted from a paper entitled Ceremonies at Seed Time by A.W. O'Sullivan in JRAS, SB, number 18 pp. 360-365. The first 2 are from a work by Captain James Lowe on the Soil and Agriculture of Penang, 1836. Charms used in the reaping ceremony. Prayer used in the procession to the field p. 238. Bismillahi el-Rahmani el-Rahimi, al-Salam, alaikum, nabai tap yang memigang bumi akutahu azel naya padi esrai gading, jamala gading yang diujung lading, yang dipankal lading yang terperchik, yang terplinting yang diorang semet silambada. Hai dang pak, dang melanie, dang salamat menian dang galah birdapak birdimban dayang kamari, salamat riski debrinaya ala dengan burkit, dsb. On arrival at the field, Ruwa kruwek sakandang disab birdingjek diboran pana, berkuakla ankau rangkesa, nak ledikan bakal diatas tana. On planting the sugar cane and the sheaf pea, 239. Al-Salam alaikum nabaitap inila kuchachikan tebuanai, akan sandaran kau, aku nak mengambil semangat, kau esrai gading aku nak bawa karuma, koestanakau kur semangat. Kur semangat, kur semangat. Du a sapulo the 10 prayers p. 240. Kasa ala kadua Mohammed Katiga, ayer sembihyang 5 waktu sahari samalam koampet, pancha indra kalima, pinta riskiku terbuka kaanam, panket mahalat tujo panket katuj, pinta ranking terbuka kalapan, pinta shurga terbuka kasambalan, anak dikandang bundanaya kasapulo, anak dijadikan ala jadi karna jadi karna tuhun kujuga. Isa karan musa karan Yusuf karan dod karan. Karan sakalian pinta riskiku, di bumi, di langit, durapada ala dengan berkat lala, etc. On arrival at the house p. 243. Dicincheng galingang batang, dicincheng di muka, pintu detenteng melinganaya dating, anak aku rupanaya itu. Dicincheng rabang lumay, buet penuba batang ari sahya sabrang sunjay, besar maksad dating kamari. Bukan ganteng lada, ganteng barisi hampa padi, bukan naya dating sahaja, besar maksad kahindak hati. Charm used by the reapers after filling the baskets p. 244. Al-Salam alaikum nabaitap. Yang memigankan bumi tedapkan anak aku jangan rasak, jangan binasakan, jokan durapada jin dan shaitan dengan laylaha, dsb. Charm used by the reapers daily on beginning to reap p. 245. Layang jado bertempa timpa dilaman kami, bayang dengan rangkesa, jangan bercampur dengan kami. Charm to confine the spectral reapers to the boundaries of the field p. 247. Bismillah, dsb, layang jado bertempa di tenga, laman, bayang dengan rangkesa tempat rangkesa di sempedan, dengan berkat, dsb. Charm quoted in connection with a mythical legend of the origin of rice. Hai padi, aku tahu mula azel engkau jadi, bua kalubai azel, kau jadi dating dari surga dibawa nabai Adam dengan Hawa ka bukit kaf. Charm used during sowing, quoted in the same connection as the last. Al-Salam, alaikum ibu aku bumi al-Salam, alaikum bapa aku langit. Nak bertanam sidang dengan sidang sani, jangan rasak binasakan dalam 5 bulan kayanam sahya dating mengambil balik. Charm used when the seed is about to be sown. Lagi didalam surga bernama bua kaldi, sampai ka dunia bernama bu esrai, temyang esrai kan penghidap anak-anak Adam tumboditana meneng, Dimenenkan ala tumboditana sakti. Disaktikan ala, jangan rasak jangan binasakan bu esrai, temyang esrai karna apasebab suda bersumpadi bukit, sagantang mehabaru kalau kau rasakan. Kau dimakan sumpa dimakan bisi kawi, ditimpa dalat ampet penjuru alam. Sidikku sidikla, aku dengan berkat lelahi lala, Muhammad Rasul Allah. When reaping is about to begin p. 250 n. Ker, semengat anak aku marilah pulang karuma aku, perjanjian kita sudah sampai, jangan kina panas, jangan kina angin, jangan digigit nyamak, jangan digigit agas kemis. Charm used when the jungle is to be cleared, after calling on To Mentala Guru, Saraja Guru, Gampeter, Alam, and Saraja Malik. Marila bersama-sama, dengan aku handek mementa tempet inai, pergala engkau kabukit siamang buru tujo lora, tujo permitting tujo antaran tempet aku, menjaniakan hantu shaitan. Due sapulo, mengambil padi. Another version of the 10 prayers. Kasa ala ka duanaya bumi katiga dengan air sembahyang, kauampet dengan hari isnian kalima dengan pangkat mahalite. Kayanam bintang rizki, ka tujo pintu syurga kalapan anak kukandangkan, ka sambalan Muhammad menjadi, ka sapulo tenek taman dengan kampong lamanku. Due sapulo atau cendrawasi, mengambil semangat padi. Another version of the same. Kasa kan ala, ka dua kan langit ka tiga kan bumi kayampet kan bulan kalima kan bintang rayanam kan matahari ka tujo. Kan erish kursi kalapan kan anak dikandang ibu, ka sambalan bulan ka sapulo jadi ala, jadi Muhammad. Sejak dingin aku saperti ular cintamani, baya ala, akulah anak kukasi ala didalam laut hasan. Kawa rira kata ular cintamani, aku yang kecil menjadi besar, yang tua menjadi muda, yang hina menjadi mulia, yang miskin menjadi kaya, dengan kudarat ala ta'ala, raja segala burung mengantarkan makan makanan naya, yang di hulu, yang di hilir yang di laut, yang di darat anak entah berdujo ekor mengantarkan rizki naya, dan lagi gajah pude sabrang lautan mengantarkan rizkimu. Rambat saleh di bala tujo, menjadikan sengklamu, pisang sabiji akan makan makananmu tebu sakadang akan makan makananmu teller, sabiji akan kilumanmu dengan kudarat ala ta'ala mengantarkan, rizkimu insya Allah dengan berkat. DSB. Due cendrawasi. Alamabra mati kaya jelajelo yamunsha, yanabai, musalahi yanabai, abubakar alahi yanabai, sman alahi yanabai, ali alahi yanabai, umar alahi yatunku alahi makbul due aku hembanaya, alam turbuet kuasa isi laut, dandarat tiada bercitanaya kepada aku dengan berkat due cintamani, berkat lelahilala. Bayang aku anai bayang kukasi Allah, bayang aku anai bayang kukasi naba. Bayang aku anai bayang kukasi malakat ampet pulo ampet. Didalam kuber yang kecil menjadi besar, yang tua menjadi muda, yang hina menjadi mulia yang miskin menjadi kaya, kaya dari rumah tangganaya raja segala burung, mengantar makan makananaya ala huma menjadi suatu nayat sabalabala, laba dunia, laba akarat. Sejak dengan aku saperti ular cintamani tada, siapa yang memake due ular cintamani, melingkan aku yang memake naya. Ala huma jadi sapohan keu yang besar, di tengah laut yang pude antara langit dengan bumi, disanala tempet burung cendrawasi berteler bersering menetas, menjadikan anak ular cintamani. Ya ala huma, ya Jibril salamat semperna kabjakan aku, salamat semperna pebuatan aku, salamat semperna kabakan aku saperti ular cintamani, insya Allah berkat lelaha, DSB. Mining charms. Balai Lumbang p. 265. Charm used when the karang, tin-bearing stratum or overburden, is reached. Al-salam, alaikum, hi baij. Azel amban menjadi air menjadi bui, azel bui menjadi badu menjadi baij. Baiji terkendang dalam badu yang pejal, kaluar la engkau dari dalam badu yang pejal, jikalau engkau tiada kaluar, durhak engkau kepada Allah hi baij. Siapang apang di laut. Apang di darat timbal la engkau didalam kalam aku jika tiada timbal, durhaka engkau kepada Allah durhaka kepada Muhammad, durhaka kepada baginda Rasul Allah. Tangko Lembang. Before felling the jungle p. 266. O nenek Raja Sulaiman hidam aku, nak menibang hutan aku tidak memegang hutan, Raja Sulaiman kuning memegang hutan, Raja Sulaiman merah yang memegang hutan, aku yang menibang hutan, tetapi dibrai orang yang berdua. Bangun, yang menyungkunaya. Siri yang tiga kapper, roko, yang tiga batang osimai murup, osimai mera, si gadak hitam yang di hilir air, si gadak kuning yang di hulu simai mera, yang di tenga air. Kalau de bawa lok pesak, kalau de bawa duling pech. Jamu wadi ali berjente jamu wading kalau sakisa baru jadi kalau sakisa baru dating. Undor sila engko dari sini, kalau tidak engko undor dari sini kaki melenka pata, tangan menenkin. Sampang mata menchelek pecha mata detikam duri trongasam, tangan delantek, tras seping lida desayat sembelu telling, suda desumpanenek sakarnaninani, didalam don putja. Dietas bukit gunung selen, bila kau kechel dekutak karan tiga pulo juz, dekampar bumi dengan langit aku tahu azel engko jadi. Dara hitam dara mera itu azel engko jadi. Kita azel sama, sabapa behajan asing. Aku memigang maz dan baije, engko memigang badu dan pasir dan sekem dan dedek. Tanko lembang. Before clearing the ground to start working. Al-salam alaikum kapada malakat, ibuku bumi, bapaku air, hinang turni, kun pali, jin pude jembeling di bumi nang prak songseng, jin hitam yang bertapadi kulit bumi nang prak waiha, jin kuning yang bertapadi selasi awan. Hai merang kwan, berhala muda nang kryak, raja di gunung, hai si erang, si erang azel nana ampunana azel pude berchumper pud. Charm used during fumigation p. 268. Al-salam alaikum mintatabik kapada sheikh, Abdul Jiraib Sheikh Abdul Rahman, Sheikh Abdul Kadir Dan Sheikh, Abdul Hari Talangla Kapit Bimba Aku, Pada Hari Anai Al-salam alaikum, Hai Pude Pawing Dirimba Pawing Tua Pawing Muda Marila, Aku Handek Jamu, Mana Yang Salaminta Ampan, Mana Yang Kurang, Minta Tabik Samunaya. Then when the tapers are lighted and the offerings ready, say, p. 269. Hai Pude Raja Dirimba Enkola Yang Memigang Rayat Dirimba Di Hutan Yang Bilakang Kalangit. Mehukumkan sakalian dado di bumi dan putra disanai, kau yang sakandran disanai. Mary makan jamunaya aku, bukan sisa bukan tela. Sulong kandran, sulong dasman al-salam, alaikum, hai sang gana al-salam, alaikum, hai sang gani al-salam, alaikum, hai sang kremesni, sang dermisni. An invitation to the spirits. Hai si erang, merang kwan, raja dirimba rang janaret jana, sang merton sa merton, sang bujak, amay bujak sa jahin nama anakmu, merangkwen nama ibumu. Hai merangkwen raja dirimba enkola yang memigang rayat di hutan dirimba marila enko akunak surusur. Pangel mari segala rayat balamu, hamba sahimu. Budak, kanak mu meri makan jamuan aku anai akunak minta talongmu, aku nak buka kalyananai. Mining p. 270. Odado batin tu yang memigang gongguntang yang memigang suek sunjay, odado, batin muda yang memigang segala rayat balatantra. Baij, yang di atas bukit, tirun ka bawa, yang di hulu air, tirun ka tenga sunjay yang di kuala sunjay mudakla ka tenga sunjay, berkampang la engkau disanai. Bukanaya aku yang memanggil, dado batin tu yang memanggil, batin muda yang memanggil, pawang tu yang memanggil, pawang muda yang memanggil, berkampang la sampa, sarap, chichak, caloric, lipin, kelmir makan jamuan aku. Mana yang dating bawakan, kapada aku baiju sa kedang, dua kedhang sa jengam sa ere, dua ere sa ganteng, sa sentang, dua sentang berkampang la biji nasi, biji bayam, biji mako, biji seke, biji kanton, berkampang la kau disanai. Aku handek buka tempet inai, aku handek buet lambang kalau, kau ta dating, ta berkampang kau aku sumpa, jadi abu angko, jadi angin angko, jadi air angko, berkit pedua guruku, kabel permintinku, bukan aku yang meminta pawang tua yang minta dengan berkat lelahilala, DSB. Jin Salaka Tungal p. 272. Invocation to the Silver Spirit. Al-salam alaikum, hai anak Jin Salaka Tungal, aku tahukan azelmu. Mududak kapada awan yang kuning katapan mudilaut belongandera. Katapan mukalam marat sanjatempet menjadi mudi telak, madi angin hai anak Jin Salaka Tungal marila kapada waktu anai. Kataka anai aku hendak bersama. Ku handek berjamu erik dan tuak kalau, muta kamari pada kataka inai derhaka kau kapada ala derhaka, kau kapada nabai ala Sulaiman akula nabai ala Sulaiman. Water. Charms and ceremonies connected with the sea. p. 279. Invocation to the water spirit, used at the insertion of the twigs in the masthead. Al-salam alaikum hai ayr si hantu ayr, anak bernama laskar ala, Bersahabet bake dengan mambang talai haris, jangan kau imbang prahu aku anai. Jangan kau hampir kembali la kepada tempet kau, kepada yuri tembuni nabai alam musa, kalau kau ta berbalik durhaka kau kepada Allah, DSB. Starting a ship on its journey. Dudak didalam pedak ruang, bakar kemenyan, tabur bras kunyit. Jintekan sarampu, kemdian jintekan apit lempeng, katakan. Al-salam, alaikum, meding raya, meding katana, jangan engkau bercerai dua beradik, aku nak menghenter sabule bulanaya, kamana-mana tempet handek pergi kalau tidak. Engkau durhaka kepada Allah, DSB. Invocation to the spirits, asking them to point out rocks, etc. p. 280. Stand facing the bows and say, Hai saudara aku, Yuri buni tentaban aku, nak bilayer kapulo pining amping laring akuta, tahu tunggal batting akuta tahu tukan pulo akuta tahu, engkau yang tahu, inila biraz sajengam buni, DSB. Charms and ceremonies, used to propitiate the sea spirits. Bersahabat orang laut. Siminas yang tua di talai haris, simunas yang tenga di pachak jelambang, siganas yang bangsu di tepi pantai, anak raja di arangan, yang memigang talai haris yang besar, maknaya si julam. Tanda sahabat roko tiga batang, siri tiga kapur ayam pude sa ekar. Hai sahabat ku aku minta sampaikan kepada jangan rasak, jangan binasa. Inai yang menjaga puting bliang air memusing hambanaya yang bernama pinglama si awang, dadanaya berbulu, matanaya merah, kilitnaya hitam rambatnaya creeding. Ichla yang naik kapachak tiang. Kalau nak timbulkan bedding, tabur bras kunyit tiga kelailing prahu pangulkan. A general invocation of the hantu laut and other spirits. Hai to mambang pude, to mambang hitam yang diam di bulan dan matahari melampakan sekalian, alam azal naya pawang meniampakan sekalian hajatku, melakukan segala kahendakku al-salam. Alaikum hai sahabatku mambang talai haris, yang berulang kapuset tasik pajangi, sampaikan la pesangku anai kepada dato si rimpan, alam aku minta tolong pileharakan kawan-kawanku. Hai sekalian sahabatku yang di laut, hai, sitting sail, sitting bayu, sitting mumin, sitting embang, sitting biku, mambang sagara, mambang singasana, mambang duada, mambang laksana, mambang sina mata, mambang duadi, mambang duani, mambang talai haris. Imam and jalal namanaya imam di laut, bujing ransing namanaya hulubaling di laut, nek rendek namanaya yang diam di bawa, nek joring namanaya yang diam di telak, nek jebo namanaya yang diam di tanjung dado bathan, alam namanaya yang dado di laut, bujing sri layang namanaya yang diam di wanawan, malakit chitter ali namanaya yang memiging puting bliang, malakit sabar ali namanaya yang memiging engin, malakit sir ali namanaya yang memiging air laut. Malakit puter ali namanaya yang memiging palingi, ayachla adanaya. Yanabai, Yawali ala turdigak panji Mohammed, Jeda ala aku minta Kramat pawang, Burkit Kramat, Dado minkutum pude Burkit Kramat Dalet Sultan Iskandar sa adanaya. Crocodile charms. When cutting and planting the stake, to which the floating platform with the bait is loosely attached. p. 296. Al-salam, alaikum, nabai Allah. Tap yang memiging bumi nabai kyler yang memiging air, nabai sesha yang memiging langit, nabai alias yang memiging kayu, nabai no yang tanam kayu, aku pohunkan inai kayu nak buet tempet melatakan pekiraman kepada ulubaling durantau. Al-salam alaikum, mambang talai haris, yang dudak di talai haris al-salam, alaikum, jin hitam yang dudak pemitahan telak al-salam, alaikum, jin pude yang dudak di ujung tanjung, jangan la engkau berkacau kacau. An alternative shorter version. Al-salam alaikum, nabai tetep memiging bumi al-salam, alaikum, nabai no tanam kayu aku memohunkan kayu inainak buet panching alir. Kalau membino kautelanting kalau ta membino kautelingkup. When about to plant the pole in the water p. 297. Al-salam, alaikum nabai kyler memiging air al-salam, alaikum nabai tetep memiging bumi tabik, rajadilaut, mambang talai haris aku memohunkan yang berdosa. Mana yang tiada berdosa, tolong lepaskan halokan yang berdosa itu yang makan si anu. Jikalau tidak de halokan mati mampek, mati maui mati desampa kalangan dera kalau de halokan, bayak kembang beribu kau, dimudakan ala rizki kau dengan berkat nabai Sulaiman. When hanging up the bait at the end of the rod. Sambu agak, sambu agai, sambat pekiraman nabai ala Sulaiman, tujo pengikat, sa tanjung kahulu, Satanjang kahilir sambat dalam sadu hari akan katiga kalau. Kauta sambat pekiraman Raja Sulaiman itu, sadu hari akan katiga mati mampek, mati mawe, mati disampa kalangandera, ka laut ta dapat minum, ka darat ta dapat makan dengan kata kita nabi Sulaiman. Repeat this same charm when you blow out the chewed beetle on the head of the cock. Alternative version p. 298. Arak iring kembang bungisi panjil, dating bariring Raja Sulaiman dating memanjil. Haisi jambu rake, aku tahu azal kau jadi, buku tebu ampet pulo ampet akan chalang kau tanah layat akan tubo kau, akar pining akan urat kau, gila chair akan der kau tikar burak akan kilit kau, pelepa nipa akan ekar kau. Duri pandan akan ridip kau tunjang barambang akan jiga kau, melibas pada ekar kau, menjempas pada munchang kau, mingunaya pada jiga kau. O si jambu rake. Aku ikat tujo pengikat aku barat tujo pembaret, diorik de kembang jangan, lulam baru kau telen. Hai si jambu rake, sambat la pekiraman tuan putri rundak dating dari Jawa, jikalau engkau tidak sambat, didalam dua hari akan katiga mati mampek, mati mawe, mati menklandera, mati menklan tuan putri rundak dari Jawa. Jikalau kau ambil sarantau kahulu sarantau kahilir, disidula kau nanti aku. Bukan aku yang panyakata, Raja Sulaiman panyakata, jikalau dibawa kahilir, kandang kau kahulu, jikalau dibawa kahulu, kandang kau kahilir, dengan berkat perkata and Raja Sulaiman lala, DSB. Another version. Hai si jambu rake, sambat pekiraman putri rundak de gunung ledeng. Ambacheng masak sabaji bulet, pengikat tujo pengikat, pengereng tujo pengereng, diorik de kembang jangan, lular lalu detelan tidek engkau sambat dua hari, jangan katiga mati mampek, mati mawe, mati tersadai pangkalan tambang kalau engkau sambat, dua hari jangan tiga, ka darat, kau dapat makan, ka laut kau dapat minum. Crippling charm p. 301. Pelimpo. Aku tahu azal kau, jadi mani Fatima azal kau, jadi dekepel di tanah layat chalang kau, buku tebu kepala kau, umbai near dada kau yupi. Derakau kunyat matakau bintang timur, jigakau tunjang barambang ekar kau pachak nipa. Or else this version. Aku tahu azal kau jadi tanah layat azal kau jadi chalang, buku tebu azal kau jadi, derakau gula, dada kau yupi, jigakau tunjang barambang, ridip kau chakaran atap. Then blow jampi thrice upon the line, and carry the end of it over your shoulder backwards, and then strike the bow of the boat with its end thrice. If the crocodile shows fight when taken. Pasu jantang, pasu rencana tutap pasu, penalak pasu engkau menenting kapada aku tergenting matakau, jantang kau aku gantang hadikau suda, kurante. Si pulit namanaya user berdere don sulasi, aku tutap hadi yang besar, aku gantang lida yang fasik, jantang kau suda ku gantang hadikau suda, kurante rante ala, rante Mohammed, rante bajinda rasul ala. Fishing. Kalong invocation p. 315. Al-Salam alaikum, Hainabai alatap al-Salam, alaikum, Hainabai alakailir al-Salam, alaikum, Hainabai alano al-Salam, alaikum, Haimambang di olek al-Salam, alaikum, Haimambang di bajo al-Salam, alaikum, Haimambang tailai haris al-Salam, alaikum, Haimambang kuning al-Salam, alaikum, Haito pewang tagak al-Salam, alaikum, Haito pewang tua. Bukanaya aku yang meniamakan jamyunanai, to pawang tagak yang menjamukan to, pawang tua yang menjamukan, yang menuro to or gadding, dengan berkat lelaha, DSB. Alternative charm p. 316. Pawang kisa, pawang barima si lanjana, rajadi laut, ai dure, si bidi nama makkau si tanjang nama bapakau, kau yang memiging ujang tanjang, kau yang memiging sakalian tepi pante, kau yang memiging bedding alang makkau bubodi pache tua anak, kau debubodi ujang penager, Bop kau debubodi pemingkol bla barat, berampet kita bersadara. Kalau yakita bersadara, kau tolong bantu aku. Here plant the poles. Kakiku berpajak di dalang kasa, pachiku tersendar di tiang, arash alamangular, Mohammed meniambat anam de pakiri, anani de pakanan, kau yang tiga beranak, kau tolong pyrekan kabel ala. DSB, berkat da pawang tuaku berkat dado kamaluel hakim. Propitiation of the water spirit. Bawa 1 biraz birdie, 2 biraz basso, 3 biraz kunyat, tabur dietas air tiga jengam pedeng, serta kata. Inila braz, sajengam buni tanda kita bersadara. Kemdian Puling Ka Ruma, Jam Mahu Tidor Bakakan Nama Hantu Idu Tujo Kali, Maka Kalo Adan Tong, Dating La Iadalam Mimpi, Makapagi Makan Demkian Idu Juga Sampe Tujo Pedang, Suda Idu Passing Kelong, Maka Chachek Tirus Tua H, Keu Sabating, Puling Ka Deret. Maka Taberla Biraz Tiga Macham Tadi, Maka Berdiri Pangel Hantu Yang Kabaniakan. Haisaduraku, Yuri, Buni, Tentubin Anko Yang Tua, Aku Minta Tengo Tempet Aku Passing Kelong Amping Aku Ta Tahu, Teger Sapa Aku Ta Tahu. Hengyang Tahu Aku Minta Tengo Tempet Aku Passing Kelong Inila Biraz Sajengam DSB. The charm used at the planting of the Tirus Tua, H, begins the same way, substituting for the third line the words Aku Handek Chachik Bilat, or the like. When finished, stand at the seaward end and repeat the charm, inserting the words Aku Yang Muda as shown above, followed by Kampongla Sakalian Permanen Anko Bawa Kamari Kapata Tempet, Inai Aku Buet Inila Biraz, DSB. Germal Charm. Al Salam Alaikum, Pewing Tua, Pewing Pertama Ala Musicalam Ala, Setting Bima, Setting Buana, Setting Juara, Raja Laut Mary La Kita Samasama Birch Chek Ting Germal. Sarapakail. When fishing with a line and hook. Hai Mambang Talai Haris, Jengan Kawim Bangambang Kyle Ku Inai, Jikalau Kyle Aku Di Kiri, Anko Di Kanan, Jikalau Kyle Aku Di Kanan, Anko Di Kiri. Jikalau Anko Hempiri Kyle Aku Inai Anko Kasampahi Dengan Kata Ala. Charm addressed to the fish P, 317. Sambat Talai Parambat Buyer Putis, Jangan Rabbit Kalo Rabbit, Matakau Chabat. Chapter 6. Magic Rites as Affecting the Life of Man. Birth Spirits. Langsir Charm Chapter Romans 6, p. 326. Jintek di Kuala, Jotajam Matanaya, Deket Tumpel Hatinaya, Turbuka Badu Dalam Tana Turbuka Hadi Satrulawan Ku Turbuka Mayet Dalam Tana Turbuka Hadi Satrulawan Ku. Sayu Hadi Memendang Aku Burket, Aku Memike Du A Silam Bayu. Charm for laying a Pontianak p. 327. Pontianak, Madi Baranak, Madi Detimpatana Tambakrat, Bula Panjang Pandek, Kan Pelamang Hadi Jin Pontianak. Dengan Burket Layalaha, DSB. Another version is exactly the same as far as the words Jin Pontianak, but continues. Jembalang, Jembali, Donlalang Gulong Dating and Kokamari, Kutedak Dengan Parang Gudang. Here expel your breath forcibly. Alternative charms. Tankal Madi Anak, Pontianak. Lada Ketchel, Lada Hidem Sampe Katungol Mutapiri Adekyang Ketchel, Adekyang Hidem Si Anutur Kina Sambar, Inai. Jin Pontianak Rimba Akutahu Azel Kaujadi Baruma Kaudiatas Salembar Minta, Tower, Minta Jampikan, Kabul La Due Ponchanak Kabul Guru, Kabul Aku Dengan Burket Lailaha, DSB. Charm for laying a penningalan. Kur I am Pude Kur, I am Hidem Chadak La Prut Manjang Yang Tur Jela Idu, Chadak La Hadi, Jantong, Limpa Manjang Idu Dengan Burket, DSB. Charm for laying lit, neutralizing a palong p. 329. Heisi Tinjak, Si Turtib, Uller Danlippen Berkelementang Turbado, Turberson, Burket Aku Menenkal Palong Dengan Bajang Hantu Sakalian Azel Kaudi Tana Kang, Puling Kau Katana Kang Azel Kaudi Tana Denking, Puling Kau Katana Denking Dating Kau Menelentang, Puling Anko Minahirap, Puling Lion Kau Kapada Jinjang Anko, Hai, Dado Ulan, Dado Pude Tetapla Anko Kapada Tempet Anko, Kapada Hulu Iyer Paya Berlinding Burket, DSB. Charm for killing a palong, apparently addressed to the Pelisid. Hu Akutahu Azel Kau Mulamanjadi. Si Rechonama Kau Mulamanjadi, Dating Menelenting, Puling Kau Menelenkups Turlenkup Jinjang Guru Kau, Dengan Burket Layalaha, DSB. Tankal Pelisit p. 330. Sapertamanaya Nyawa Kaduanaya Durakatiganaya Dajing Kampetnaya Prahat. Hantu Orang Azel Kaujadi, Tana Pude Azel Kaujadi, Tahai Adam Azel Kaujadi, Tahai Bali Azel, Kaujadi, Jengan Kaudenki, Jengan Kauania Kapada Anaxiting Manusia. Jikalau Kaudenki Jikalau Kauania, Kaudemakan Bisi Kawi, Makan Kutop Kabaintongan de Hempep Karan Tiga Pilo Juz, de Timpa Dalit Ampet Penjuru Alam. Bukanaya Aku Punya Tower, Nenek Malam Kariman Yang Punya Tower Tersarat di Pintu Kabah Sidik Guru, Sidikla Aku Dengan Burket, DSB. In the case of a Pelisit, Kalau Orang Sakit Merapit Kata Kuching Ad. Aku Tahu Azel Kaumanjadi, Minyak near hijo azel kaumanjati, kalau ta, undor dari sini, kina saling mak angko. Kusula melanting mak cow. Birth ceremonies p. 334. The treatment of the umbilical cord is generally somewhat as follows. The cord is rubbed with dust between the fingertips, digental dengan abu, and kneaded towards the child, diuratnaya kapada budek. The words Bismillah wadi mari kamari being pronounced at the same moment. Then it is tied round with strips of the wild breadfruit bark talai trap, in 7 places, each a thumb's breadth from the next, penguker ibu tangan. Saffron, turmeric, and a piece of charcoal airing sakatut are now laid upon a coin, over which the cord is drawn tightly. And, finally, the cord is severed at a point between the second and third bindings, by means of a splinter, sembalu of bamboo. The severed ends are now cooled with betel leaf water, digelum dengan air siri, rubbed with pounded garlic mixed with fine dust, bawang putih digilingnaya dengan hati abu, plugged with a roasted peppercorn and covered ditekup with mengkudu leaves, after which the child is swaddled dibadong. Within from 3 to 7 days, the dead end of the cord will fall off, tangle talai pusat, and the pepper which had previously been inserted will be poured out, dichichir. The kal yuri is deposited in a small rice bag, sumpit, with salt, black pepper, and a samjelugar. The bag is then tied up and roasted in a split stick, sepit, such as is used for cooking fish. After this, it is dried by being kept near the fire in the back premises, where it is subjected from time to the sember siri treatment. When the child can walk, the yuri is buried in a hole in the ground, with the nail, candle nut, Brazil wood, etc., mentioned elsewhere. In this case, a coconut is usually planted to mark the spot where it was buried. Sometimes, however, the bag with its contents is merely thrown into the nearest river or the sea. If the labor is difficult, kalosakit benar, dikemamasam garam katakin. Bena mudik kahulu kerpek pemata paku ambal ijak, kaupengiket sialulu de tujo bukit, tujo kwala, berkyek bersayala, anko, akunak menengo anak si anu lalu, kabola pengjer giruku mestajep kapada kudengen berket lela hilala. When putting the marks, pankahan on the mother and child p. 336. Tadak bula telling tadak, serba bersisa, ir liorgiling, gemeling menor serba yangbisa. Adolescence. When scattering the rice and applying the tepang tawar before commencing to file the teeth p. 356. Tepang tawar, tepang jadi padapachak mali mali, bunkan sayal dengan pemali, dengan berket lela hilala. When touching the patient's teeth with any of the rings or the egg. Hu, kata ala hek, kata Mohammed Bismillah al-Rahman al-Rahim yuru ala, kapek kapek aku kadim, palmenium blawasam si in ala aku matikan, kabel aku memike du a mengantak amas. Kabel berket lela hilala. To destroy the venom of the steel buang bisa bisi. Bismillah al-Rahman al-Rahim hai, bismi, aku tahu azel kaujadi. Aku menjadi cahaya ala engkau menjadi mani ala ada aku, baru engkau ada tiada engkau ada kalau kau durhaka kepada aku. Kubuang kalaut demi dalam, hak tiada aku bisa, kalau aku bisa, durhaka kepada Tuhan, kabel berkat, dsb. When first laying the file across the teeth. Al-salam alaikum, nabai tap al-salam alaikum, nabai kyler al-salam alaikum, nabai ilias yang memiging poko. To charm the betel leaf, jampi siri, which is presented to the patient after the operation p. 357. Bismillah al-Rahman al-Rahim, hung sarangan bulan bintang matahari, tegek ruku saperdi, bulan bintang matahari, kabel aku memike du ac awang lebi berjalan aku berlebi, berkin aku berlebi, berbaju aku berlebi, bersaputangan aku berlebi, kuat kuasaku aku berlebi, kabel berket, dsb. Circumcision p. 360. A ceremony equivalent to circumcision is performed in the case of girls at between 5 and 7 years of age. A wound, like the sting of a gadfly, saperdi digit picat, i.e. just sufficient to draw blood, being inflicted by means of scissors wielded by a bidden, who offers prayers and burns incense. In the case of a boy, the skin parted from the wound is received in a cleft stick, sepet, and after being dried is made up into a sort of ring, and used as a charm to secure invulnerability pelias in war, or else carried out on a piece of banana leaf and thrown away with ashes from the hearth abu dapper, which latter are used to staunch the blood. The small bit of skin got from the girl is similarly dealt with. Personal charms. Charms for protection p. 361. Tehen tangle. Hai beneng, bertali beneng tujo bisi. Paradis bisi tujo pengiket senkareya maka mengchep mayat dalam kuber desahat kai, orang yang di atas dunia, maka aku dibinasakan segala beneteng yang berniaw. Jikalau tidak mengchep mayat dalam kuber maka tidaklah aku dibinasakan segala beneteng yang berniaw, segala musobaya, sekalian anak siding manusia maka berkakak ayam dalam teller desahat kai ayam di atas dunia, maka aku dibinasakan, DSB. Tehen Allah, Tehen Muhammad, Tehen Baginda Rasul Allah, Berkat aku memake due Tehen Tungal. Then blow to right, to left, and in front. Pendending. O Jin Saraja Jin, Jin Bur Nama Jempati Rimba, Jin Bur Nama Jempati Bukit, Jin Bur Nama Jempati Baru. Saribu Garang Kapala, Tujo Nama Anko Ichla Jin Saraja Jin Jin Pude Saudarakau. Jangan Anko Rasak Binasakan Jangan Anko Menchichet, Menchidra Kaula Saudaraku. Pendending, Chi Muntal. Alakan Payangku Nabai Mohammed Mimbarku, Raja Brahil di Kananku, Serafil di Kiriku, Rasul Aladi Hadapinku Tirun Malakat Yang Barampet, Turkunchi Turkinching Pintu Bayaku, Tirun Malakat Yang Barampet, Kaujadi Pagar Badanku, Kaina Sadasan Asajazan, Estabarukan, Kanganti Tudongku, Turlindongla Diriku Didalam Kalamalalaha, DSB. Pendending. Hai Nur Pude Maharaja Bisi, Yang Menyungu Astana Ala, Jin Pude Maharaja Dua Yang Menyungu Pinta Langat. Hai, Malakat Pude Yang Didalam Diriku, Yang Dikiri, Dekanan, Dehadapan, Deblacking Talong Kowal Pleharakan Aku Anai, or Si Anu Anai. Serta Ankau Temukan Dengan Nabai, Didalam Ampet Pulo Ampet, Hari Dengan Burket, Dalit Anak Raja Bulan Mengambang Dengan Burket Dalit, Sultan Mohammed, Dengan Burket Mujizet Bulan Danmatahari. Dengan Burket Mujizet, Ibu Serta Bapa, Dengan Burket Mujizet Nabai Mohammed Salah Allah, DSB. Pendending. Bisi Kling, Bisi Tembaga Bisi Melalit Dipinganku Akutidor, Enkala Jaga, Dating Marabea, Grak Bangan Sabanget Banget Dating Dakiri, Grak Dakiri Dating Dekanan, Grak Dekanan Dating de Kapala, Menjanjong Nakes Dating de Kaki, Mengankit Bangun Hai Malakit Israfil Kalo, Kauta Grak Bangun Der Haka Kapada Allah, Berdosa Kapada Aku Dengan Burket Lelahilala, DSB. Israfil Yang Memigang Sakalian Angan di Baden Kita, Azrael Yang Mengambil Nayawa Sagala Maklak, Mikil Yang Membri Riski Jibril Yang Membawa Wahe, Kabar. Charm for health. Salir Riksa Bake, Tubo Baden Mu Jangan Briber Sengit Riang Burchala Chachak. Burhado Hanel, Jangan Bri Sakit Dan Penning Buyer Seger Dagar. Sehet Puling Pulis Sedia Kalabaji, Adat Zaman Dahulu, Buyer Lepong Lasa Buyer Tego Tegap Baji Tiruz di Tenga, Laman Puling Tetep Puling Nin Baje Iyer di Taman Kacha Simpan Chawanai, Dengan Burkit, DSB. Charm for beauty, used by children. Pemani's Budek p. 363. Ambil Iyer Dalam Battle Besar, Sapu Mukadi Masainaya, Bakakin Inai Young Sebet. Matahari Ampet, Bulan Lima, Bintang Tujo Kamada Aku, Bintang Barayan Kadagu Aku, Bulan Purnamadi Kenning Aku Semet Berlaring di Biber Aku, Gajasakawan di Jigi Aku Ambek Baralan di Lida Aku. Suara Aku Saperdi Suara Nabai Dod, Rupa Aku Saperdi Rupa Nabai Yuso, Chahia Aku Saperdi Chahia Nabai Mohammed, Burket Aku Memake Peminisan Sama, Jadi Dengan Aku Dengan Burket Lelahilala, DSB. Another version. Pemanis. Sakalubai Antikalubai. Arish Mandi Krusi Mandilo Mandi, Kalam Mandi, Aku Mandi Didalam, Izet Ala Mandi Didalam Sifet Ala, Mandi Didalam Kandang Kalamala Allaha, DSB Hai, Chahiku Chahia Nur Allah, Nur Mohammed, Chahia Bajinda Rasul Allah, Bintang Tiga Barader di Dadaku, Semat Barayaring di Bibirku, Ular Chintamani di Lidaku, Burket Kumemake Chahia Nur. Another version, combined with a love charm. Hangsi Bintang Tujo, Bulan Perlamadi Muka, Aku Ambek Mengalandi Lida, Ku Semat Barayaring di Bibir, Ku Engan Birdiup Desertanai. Gajapute Sabrang Lawton, Songsang Tapek, Songsang Bulu Songsang Balale, Songsang Gading, Idu Lagi Berdamu Kapada Kuanai, Kan Pulasi Anu Idu Bajatula Jila Kasi Sayang Kapada Ku, Dibawa Makan Tiada Termekan, Dibawa Tidor Tiada Turdadorkan Berchanta Kasi Sayang Kapada Ku. Panama Rifet Ku Suda Turkina Turlakat Turpaku Kapada Jantong, Hadi, Ra Limpa, Mempadu, Semingat Si Anu Idu Kabul Burket, DSB. For beauty. Pemanis. Bismillah, DSB Tidek Kutaitek. Ayer lior sa Tidek diadas per Medani tundak kasi, saying amet Mohammed memendeng aku, saperdiasam garam bertentingen chahia aku, matahari esrai aku, bulan rupa aku, berkat aku memake duasam garam esrai manis, tankuling manis, akula yang manis, bukanaya esrai manis, tankuling manis, akula yang manis. Depending amet Mohammed sakalian laki-laki sakalian perampuan, chahia naik kamuka aku, esrai tirun kadada aku, chahia Allah, chahia Mohammed, lebi pagi dibao h petting, lebi petting dibao h pagi berkat leilaha dsb. Another version. Pemanis makan siri. Tik, pinang kutaitek, tidek diadas badu, makan siri bercharik sharik, naik esrai kamuka aku. Esrai manis, temuning manis, bukanaya esrai manis temuning manis, akulayang manis, manis depandang amet Mohammed, ta sikilita tepi laut bunny giro halalinter, nabai dod menengo chahia mukaku yang lebe, chahia Allah, chahia Mohammed, chahia bajinda rasul Allah. Before starting on a journey. Sekam burak, sekam baru tampi terliang layang tundak hantu, kunak lalu, jangan tinde bayang undor angkanka hantu tundak aku lanka. Bathing charm. Pemandi bersikat. Merek si engal, atas kota jarak, ikat sengel, esrai naik, kamuka aku chahia melampar katuboku. Mangajar sultan makan. Tabik tuanku ampan, beriberibu ampan esrai, alam esrai pajuka jamadal alam. Si jalong mengali lemba, sadarit tiang panjang tiang sudat menti dulapan tapak tanga jari ku aaron. Shalang bumbangan sawa mengampe berjamaneha, leba mengarap. Bersamping dengan chahia lingam kajadak tanam dilemba batang padi tepi prigi lagi tundak, patek meniamba minta, ampan kabo aduli. Ampan tuanku, beriberibu ampan tuanku, esrai pajuka, esrai jamadala lam. Love charms. Pemanis. Hung si lala, pinang si lailing, kataga dengan pinang si lilia terjalak si anu lalu tersinium kina ka panchang si guyu jila siang, jila malam, berkehendakan kepada aku dengan berkat, DSB. Kasih sakampang. Bab inai kasih sakampang. Dikan malam waktu handak tidur, isyarat naya handak berdelanjang, sudah dibaka 3 kali, maka naikin daripada kaki sampai muka. Pagi-pagi sekali bangun, daripada tidur atau tengah, mandi pagi pun boleh juga. Bismillahi el-Rahmani el-Rahimu, Yahu rupa cermin rasul ala, akan payangku. Muhammad akan selamatku bernama cinta manis, berendamkan nabai gilonganku ampar Sulaiman didada, aku berkat aku memake dua kasih sakampang tundak blaz, kasihan amat Muhammad sekalian laki-laki. Sekalian perampuan, esrai tengkuling yang manis, DSB. Pengasi sakampang, bakan laki-laki. Miniak sibulai belang terletak di hati tengan, kembang bunga semendeka kembang langsung, kataman Malayu turbit, bulan sapernama turbit memenchar, kamuka aku. Paku orang, paku meranti, paku terletak di tengah huma tegak segala raja menteri aku sarang tiada bersama, berkat aku memake dua nabai ala karaman. Mengjila bernama si dua si awang, lebe aku yang dilebekan ala aku yang dilebekan, Muhammad aku yang dilebekan bajinda rasul ala. Berkat aku memake dua si awang, lebe aku yang terlebe dalam dunia yang jadi kan anak nabai Adam yang pertama hu ala laku ala, DSB. Kasih sakampang, bakan betina. Siri si ledek menila, menyurangkan si raja kasi, menetapkan si raja jila sila jinjang, jila Serbia, jila sakampang, kampong raya, jila salaman, laman raya, jila mabak hadi jantang sakalian yang berniawa tundak kadmet kepada aku, berkat aku memake dua nabai ala Sulaiman hu ala akbar lakalu ala kiwada la bilu ali, ya alathai hak, ya raba ela laman berkat aku memake dua nabai Idris berkat makbul kepada aku. Huala. Charm against old age. Tankal jangan jadi tua. Nur pude, rum pude bule menjadi hitam. Hitam bule menjadi pude esrai jaya sifat naya aku esrai ala. Esrai Muhammad aku jadi di beringan songseng, kabel berkat aku memake du elingundi hitam. Sudah mati hidap samula berkat, DSB. Betrothal. At the inspection of the girl P. 364. Whereas sabla jantan perksa betina, katakan. Hai berbua gadong saitla, gunong bantan di tepi laut, anta berdua, anta chalaka, kepada tuan hadi tersingkat. Kata whereas betina, Choba meningo kerbau aku kerbau lepes, Antakan rabbit, antipata, antibuta. Tingi tingi matahari anak kerbau mati turdambat, Salama inai sahya menchari, Inilabaru sahya mendapat. Menghan tarkan blanya p. 367. Ruma ketchel paranaya lima tempet meniale ikan karasi auhai, inch, sahya bertanya brapaka harga intandisanai talikal panjangnaya lima kan pengalikan tangjiri, tujo tahil sakati lima, ichla harga intandisanai, kalau tidek rengas di tanjong pandan di hulu dirabakan, kalau tidek maz di kandang, badan dahulu diserakan, kalau tiada rengas di tanjong ambal beringan pagarkan dulang, kalau tiada maz di kandang, jangan injinkan anak orang. Riberibu batang terpenggong. Kan dudak batang rumbia meski sarabu huding, ku tanggong azel ku pining anak daya. Saputangan jado kalaut, jado dengan kalas naya. Panjang tangan sahya meniambat, sadu tidek akan balas naya. Bake kalas, bake tidek, lingundi tumbo di panker bake, bake tideks tegel de beauty hadiku hanker. Chiang ku mudik, kahulu ambal kain baso nilanaya, kalau yang itu, bayarla dahulu kalau yang lain, bearing bilanaya. Plam, chidal amat jado tergolik kadalam pea kalau ta dapat dengan hikmets talkan, tuju prang maya kalau ta rapat puan debinku nasi kunyat pengang ayam kalau ta dapat tuan diaku, langit sengit, dunia karam. Merit. Melawa p. 381. Kalau naik tanga, whereas sabla betina. Tading puan, tading charana tading bidak esrai rama dating la tuan, dating la nayawa dating la dudak bersama-sama, diri pagar chinak galu anak tanganaya, inchter diri marilanak, sahya tatahu meniabat namanaya, nak tajak la puan ramungje batting burjuri nak masak la tuan timbang la chuke, adat negri. Kata weris sabla jantan. Baladak lagi turbang anai polisi burong nyuri, hukum dado lagi kutimbang anai, kan pula chuke negri. Dibrikan chinchin de chabat, ada wang tiga ampat ringgit. Medicine. Before removing the caladium leaves from the jar mouths p. 411. Al salam alaikum, nabai tap yang memigang bumi, suam yang memigang langit, nabai no yang memigang keu, nabai ilias yang menanam keu, nabai kyler yang memigang air aku memohunkan tengo ubet si ano. After removing them, al salam alaikum, hitanju engko ku engkit jadi wali akan saudara ku engko yang berusal, yang berazel, dari dahulu sampai sakrang aku tahu azel kau jadi, tahai mata Muhammad azel kau jadi, aku minta tenggakan inai sakit si ano. When holding the rice over the censer p. 412. Al salam alaikum, musja kembang, engko ku engkit jadi wali akan saudara kalau sanggo kau yang berusal berazel dari dahulu sampai sakrang, aku tahu azel kau jadi. Sidi hawa azel kau jadi engko kusuro. Kuseria bearing sabaje kau rupekin didalam taman yangan da jengan, kau munkerkan janji adosasha. After throwing the rice into the jars. Al salam alaikum, nabai tap yang memigang bumi, nabai no yang memigang keu, nabai kyler yang memigang air aku memohunkan jamjam inai akan ubet si ano itu. When holding the rice over the incense p. 413. Al salam alaikum, gandam engko kunak suro. Nak seria menengo peniakit si anu, jangan mungkir janji adosasha tengakan peniakit inai anak chachu adam, umat nabai Muhammad siding manuja si anu, kalau dating sadu hal bergrekla dalam kelibu yang suchai. Tilik peniakit. Another method of water gazing, by looking into a cup containing saliva produced by chewing beetle. The directions for this ceremony run as follows. Get preferably a woman or failing a woman a man to chew up for you 3 chews of beetle leaf with meeting leaf ribs. Siri bertemu urat is the best. Receive the saliva in a cup and cover it over with a beetle leaf. Fumigate it with incense and then remove the covering and gaze at it tilek intently. The following are the signs which you must look for. 1. If it looks yellowish, it shows that the patient has been affected by rain in the heat of the day. Kalau rachak kuning rupa chahyanaya, kina hujan panas. 2. If it is pitted with hollows, it shows that the patient has been affected by a stopped up well or buffalo wallow. Kalau rupa berlubak, kina prigi buta atau kubengan. 3. If it has long streaks running right through it, it shows that the patient has been affected by the heart of wood. Kalau rupanaya berurat panjang turgentang air siranaya, Kinateras Aidenaya. 4. If round, he has been affected by a hidden tree stump. Kala Rupanaya Bulet, Kinatungal Buta. 5. If frothy, he has been affected by an ant hill. Kalo Ada Bui, Kina Busut. 6. If you see in it anything that resembles cloth or a ring, it is a soul which has done it. Kalo Rupanaya Ada Kainau Chinchin, Semingat Yang Buet. Before you commence to gaze, recite the following charm. Bearing a pa yang meniakitkin orang inai, kau tunjukin, kalo Ada Kamudamutahan, kalo Buetan orang, tunjuk de kiri, kalo hantu shaitan, bencherla kau, kalo puaka tunjuk de kanan kalo ta sarasi, tunjukla bui berater melanting matahari kalo, kau ta tunjukin, DSB. Then perform the ceremony with the 3 water jars, VDP 410 sec, of the text. NB. Another method of using the jars is to take 7 jars and fill them with water taken from 7 different streams, Ayer Bayang Tujo Bayang, Diambal Durapata Tujo Anak Sanjay. Then get ready Kaling Kapanaya, 5 cubits of white cloth, a mat for sitting on Tikar Sogulong Tempet Dudak, a birch of 7 green coconut twigs, Lidi Near Hijau Tujo Lay, and the necessary sorts of rice. Now the Pawang summons the spirits as follows. O Jin, Saraja Jin, Jin Yang Memigang Tana Makajin Yang Memigang Kabat Ala Anak Jin Pude, Tanjak Malam Kaya, Peri Lang, Bintang Sutan. So, at least on the first night. On the second, Lanchang Kuning, Sik, and Samambu Tungal are invoked in place of Peri Lang and Bintang Sutan. On their arrival, the wizard, Pawang, becomes unconscious. Buang Limas P. 423. Al-Salam Alaikum, Nabai Alakailir, Yang Memigang Ayer Majaraya Nama Bapakau, Madarudi Nama Makkau, Si Kekas Nama Anaknai, Sambat Pekuraminadekau, Si Kekas, Jangan Sakit Penning, Jangan Kembang Inila Pekuraminadekau. Ambangan P. 424. Jembaling Jembali Hentutana Kau Ambal Inai Bajan Kan Yupakau, Kau Bacon Si Anu Kala. Kau Tidek Bacon, Aku Sumpa Kata Lealaha DSB. Charm against the cramp. Tower Senek. Batting Penek, Batting Pejam, Kataga Dengan Batting Kladi Dating Senek, Dating Tajam, Dating Tower Tidek Menjadi. Charm against abdominal swelling. Tower Kembang Prut. Kra Chika Untut Jurinaya, Kembang Sega Untut Jadinaya. Charm against convulsions, in children. Tankal Sawan Budek. Sanko Kopaya, Arab Pusetku Bernalam, Daramaniku Manikam. Arash akan tiangnaya yuri tembuni akan tempetnaya tentabin sadara yang tua aku menenkal sawan kembang. The following lines are the same, substituting for kembang the words. 1. Turjager, 2. Tursan tap, 3. Turjan, 4. Angan yang hitam, 5. Angan yang mera, 6. Angan yang buru, 7. Angan yang ungu, 8. Angan yang kuning, 9. Angan yang hijau, 10. Samula jadi, respectively. Then follows. Turbit kapada mak dengan bapanaya, aku menenkal sawan yang ampet pulo ampet. American kapada bapanaya. Kabel pengajar guruku masak katalam uret sendi salarang si anu idu, ujit angoda si anu idu, berket leilaha, DSB. Ramunaya lekar jantan tiga krat, sapanjang tapak orang yang sakit mengkrong tiga krat, kaki benang maz, mempular bawang pude, jintan hidam sadakit, jintan pude, bawang mera, sabat pinang kotai kemyun pude. Bakar, taro dalam pongong nier jantan, champer ayer nasi sadakit, chaunting kan dahai dan sendi yang sakit idu saperdi kaki ayam. Cholera. It is related that a Malay named Satuba, who lived at Kuala Selangor, had a wife and 2 children, both of whom died of cholera and, apparently, became cholera demons. The wife enters the right eye socket, Chengkang, of the cholera patient, and is named Sapulaman, and the 2 children, who enter the left eye, are called Sapunegri and Saparantau. Satuba, when his wife and children died, ran off to the woods, and there he met an orang Kramat, who gave him this charm against cholera. Yukayan Mohammed, Bakakala Kahadal Maka. The charm is called Satuba's charm, or the charm against Prince, lick up the men of warships, Raja Jilet Juat Kapal Prang. The wife's name in Arabic was Idayatullah, and the children's, Hidayatullah and Ayatullah respectively. Charm for neutralizing poison P. 425. Tower Rachin. Idu Pude, Penor Pude, Tirun Dari Gunong Pude Berdajek Dengan Pingan Pude Bergantong Dilangit Pude Turbang Burong Garuda Pude Membawa Hanaran Tower, Hack. Upar pun tiada bisa, upas pun tiada bisa, rachan pun tiada bisa ular jaring pun tiada bisa, ipo Brunei pun tiada bisa. Ah, sakalian yang bisa tiada bisa, berkat aku memake da giliga kasakshan. Azel Tower daripada Allah, Pinjadian Tower daripada Allah, Pohan Tower daripada Allah, Raja Brahil Desuro Allah Membawa Tower kepada Muhammad, Berkat Muhammad, Ya Muhammad Tirun la segala bisa nakla, segala Tower aku pemadam bisa tawarkan Allah, tawarkan Muhammad, tawarkan baginda Rasul Allah, Waya telep tap. Kabel aku penajam gabis du aku, tajam saperdi kundar tankas, ba saperdi kilet, daraz saperdi angin. Kabel aku memakakan du a dado malam karaman yang kramat bertapa di hulu sunjay saran, di hulu mesur dengan berkat, DSB. Charm for neutralizing the venom of snakes, centipedes, and scorpions. To bring the poison out nakin, rub the place upwards urat kawatas, to cause it to subside tirunkin, rub it downwards urat kabawa. In the first case say, however venomous the snake which is within ourselves, yet more venomous be the snake which comes to meet it. In the second case, however venomous the snake which comes to meet it, yet more venomous be the snake which is within ourselves. And in either case, mutatis mutandis for centipedes and scorpions. It was explained that the snake which is within ourselves, ular dalam diri kita, means the muscle of the shoulder blade urat balikat, and that similarly, the centipede which is within ourselves is the neckbone chalang batting leher, and the scorpion which is within ourselves, the loins, ujung salbai. Charm against venom. Tower bisa. Bismillah DSB Allahu. Muhammadhu. Berkat Tower Bajinda, Ali Aku Menawar Sakalian Yang Bisa, Menakan Tower, Katrunkan Bisa Berkat Tower Dado Ganang Tujotana Mura Tower Allah, DSB. Another charm of similar import. Tower. Apapa Mastapa, Turliang Layang, Turlatakladok Teranayana, Seer Sanai, Dudok di Semping Ampet. Bersandar di Pinning Boring Dating Kamu Dari Semping Ampet, Kimbali Kamu Ka Semping Ampet Dating Dari Bakal, Kimbali Kamu Ka Bakal Kamu, Dating Kamu Dari Lubak Tada Barikan, Kimbali Kamu Ka Lubak Tada Barikan. The rest of the charm is of the same construction. The first line of each couplet beginning with Dating Kamu Dari, and the second with Kimbali Kamu Ka. The other words are Tungal Buta, Traz Taranjim, Padang Ta Barumput, Gong Guntong, Rimba Sakampong, Sakat Rambai, Nibang Alai, Mambang Kuning, Hujan Panas, Kapialu Bajo, after which it ends thus. Kimbali la kamu ka takak, ka tangam lamas kalo, kau tidik balik, kau disumpa de jin ibnuelujin. Another charm of similar import. Sidi daya nama lakimu, majorudi nama bininaya, wa ranai nama anaknaya. Ka hempasan ombek majorudi nama kau, ka telak jin turkalet namamu, ka tanjang katamuna namamu, ka anak sunjay hentamuna namamu. Ka telai haris mambang telai haris namamu kita bersadara, dari dahulu sampai sakarang. Jangan kau mungkir janji, jangan kau mungkir sasha. Aku pinta talong, pinta tumpulkan sagala, yang tajam aku pinta tirunkan sagala, yang bisa de dalam salarang badan tubo si anu. Minta, cabatkan sagala, yang bisa de dalam salarang badan tubo si anu, kalau tidak kau cabat. Kau ku sumpa dengan kata lelaha, DSB. Penawar orang darat. Sirigunta, pinangunta memanjat karakap. Pure inchit nyahantu jembalang buta tower, jampi nenek da kalawar. The ingredients are 2 or 3 leaves of siri gunta, an areca nut, black pepper, bawang merah, checker, bunglay, lancuas, Brazil wood, sepang, ebony kayu arang, jarangao, and a porcupine quill duri landek. Grate these and mix them well up together, and when there is a slight storm on hari ribut ketchel, take the mixture into the mouth and spit it out upon the patient. The only taboo mentioned is that neither cats nor fowls must be allowed to come in contact with the amulets of the patient, dil angarkan tankal naya. Tower hantu darat. Hi hantu rimba rea patakan aku ranting kayuara. Buat a paranting kayuara. Buat tankal hantu rimba rea anko dating de gonguntang dating de rimba sakampong, puling la kau karimba sakampong dating de sakat madi, puling ka sakat madi dating de sakat besar, puling ka sakat besar dating de brak besar, puling la ka brak besar aku tahu azel, kau menjadi, brak besar azel, kau menjadi. Tidek kau pulingkan semangat si anu madi de kutop berkalantang madi mawek, Mati Mampe, Mati Makan Senklin Derchalang, Kabul Allah, DSB. Burket Du Laha, DSB. Penawar. Bismillahi, El Rahmani, El Rahimi, Ku Meding, Ku Patani Tumbodipading Murbani, Akar Tursanjam Tujo Petala Bumi, Pachak Tursandar Kankasa, Tuan Putri Darian Kasa Membawa Tower Sakalian Yangbisa, Ipo Pude Menawar Ipo Mera, Ipo Mera Menawar Ipo Pude, Ipo Pude Bena Rassel Allah, Ipo Mera Dara Rassel Allah. Burket Tower Si Kamamai, Burket Tower Si Kadua, Bukan Aku Yangpanya Tower, Hidam Dipaze Yangpanya Tower, Bukan Aku Yangpanya Tower, Malam Karaman Yangpanya Tower, To, Petala Guru Yangpanya Tower, Burket Tower, To, Petala, Guru Towerkan Sagala Yangbisa. When collecting the accessories for a neutralizing ceremony p. 427. Bukan Aku Yangpanya Ramuan, Kemalul Hakim Yangpanya Ramuan, Bukan Aku Yangpanya Tower Malam, Seti Yangpanya Tower Bukan Aku Yang Menawar, Malam Karaman Yang Menawar. Badi. Hong Badi, Mac Badi Badiu, Badi Senkyu Badi Sarata Sambalan Pulotiga, Bukan Aku Yang Badi, Sakalian Burniawa Yang Badi, Aku Tahu Azel Kaujadi, Yuri Tambuni Puset Tentaban Azel Kaujadi Tirun, Kauderi Uret Sendi Dara Dagging Si Ano Kalo. Kau Tiada Tirun Aku Sumpa Dengan Kata Laha, DSB. To cast out the mischief produced by an image p. 431. Buang Badi Buetan Orang. Limes of 7 kinds are wanted, e.g. limau 1 puret, 2 pagar, 3 leling, 4 castory, 5 krat lenteng, 6 hantu, 7 abong. Take 3 of each kind, fumigate them with incense, and say, Al-salam alaikum, leling kita bersaudara dari dahulu sampai sakarang engkau, nak kusur seria mencapat segala yang bisa, de dalam salira tubo si anu, jangan kau mungkirkan janji, jangan kau mungkirkan sasya, jangan kau menipu mendaya, jangan kau membohong baraka kalau. Kau membohong baraka, aku sumpa dengan kata lelaha, DSB. Providing the mischief with a substitute or scapegoat p. 432. Tukar ganti. Buambuangan orang sakit. Al-salam, alaikum segala juek, mak raja angin yang baruso, angin hayu manu, angin ampet blas basa angin kalwar dari tapek tangan kiri raja brahil aku tahu azel angka. Bapa Sakalian Angan Abu Jahil, Abu Lihat, Jangan Angko Mangoda Sexa Durapada Tubo Badan Diri Hamba Ala Anak Chuchu Adam, Karna Aku Buat Tukar Ganti, Aku Yupa Angko, Jangan Kau Munkir Kapada Aku, Jikalau Kau Munkir Kapada Aku Munkir Kapada, Kau Angko Jaga Bake. Faisal Angko Nak Makan, Aku Bagi Makan. Nak Minam, Aku Bagi Chukup Dengan Iu, Peri Udeng, Kadem, Siput, Kechar, Sakalian Tukar Ganti Kapada Angko Chukup Dengan Dara, Dagging, Masak Dan Menta Trimala Bake, Trimala Jamuan Aku Anai Azelnaya Bake, Kalota Bake, Aku Ta Bagi Juga. Additional charm, used in the same ceremony. Probably used for blessing the articles of food, etc., before laying them in the tray. Pawing tua, pawing pertama, musikalam ala, setting bima, setting buana, bujing juara rajadi laut, batara guru, batara jiri burma sakti. Si kadamuna aku minta maaf kapada ampet penjuru alam, dengan burkit, DSB. Lancheng charms p. 434. Membuang bali, lancheng. Al-salam alaikum jumbeling laut, hantu laut bake di telak, tanjong bake di betting, jangan sengkap sampai anai arong yang punya lancheng. Engkau tolong pleharakan persembahan anak cucunai, jangan diuzik lancheng anai, aku minta hantarkan katana bugas ka tempat nai. Dengan berkat, DSB. Another lancheng charm. Inila upakau, jangan berbalik-balik lagi, kapada si palan, jangan disakitkan lagi si palan. To which the evil spirit replies, Aku tidak dating lagi kapada si palan, kalau aku dating lagi langkas bua batik. Masak bua rimbia. Menitas enggang mangram di hutan, barula kita berjumpa lagi. Another lancheng charm p. 435. O dado yang di hulu air dado, yang di hilir air dado, yang di darat dado, yang di baru. Berkempang la orang yang memeging bukit buko, yang memeging gongantang, yang memeging rimbaraya, yang memeging suak sunjay. Marila naik lancheng anai berkempang ramrame bule dibawa air hilir, dibawa engin lalu, dibawa tana merka. Pergala engkau kalaut tabarambak padang ta, berumput jangan la engkau berbalik balik kamari. Jikalau angko berbalik kamari, angko demakan sumpa, kalaut ta dapat minum, ka darat ta dapat makan, menangkap melantang bumi, dengan berkat lealaha, DSB. Another Lanchang charm. Hai dado kasang, jambu agay trimanai, hantarkan ka telok, si anu yang membrikan, sarakang namanaya telok, sarakang namanaya tanjung si, abaz anak takong pulau minta, langsongkan persembahan ka mambang talai haris. Another Lanchang charm p. 436. Al-Salam, alaikum hai juak yang baru dating, pechajang laut lauten de sepek de ombek. De tiap du angin, menjajar naik, mencari makan, tujo bua negri sarang bernama, alam palita sarang bernama, samara muda. The following lines are the same as the last, only substituting the names 1 sa malambusu, 2 sa jebet lala, 3 sa palik jila, 4 awan sinik sali, 5 Sadu Karagandala, 6 Salamat Yadim, 7 Sultan Mohammed, 8 Sultan Hamet Ahmed. Hai al Salam, alaikum awan sajbal lebet, hulubaling lida burgulong, Hai al Salam, alaikum hidu dana, marila sakalian kaum puak kau, berkumpul kamari kechel besar, tuadan muda tepek dan tempeng, buda dan runga, sakalian berkumpul habis kamari, aku, nak bersemba kepada engkau kepada waktu katika anai. Karna engkau mengutip hasil masu cukai, krajab sejnap negri, sejnap telak. Sejnap tanjung sejnap pasar lorong rumah orang dalam negri inila, aku buat tukar ganti pada engkau. To dismiss the spirits. Jangan kau tuntut dawa pada tempet, inai undur la engkau pergi pada tempet, yang lain. Karna sudah cukup ku bagi pada engkau kalau engkau ta undur, durhaka engkau pada nabai ala Sulaiman akula anak, cucu nabai Sulaiman, sidik guru. Sidikla aku dengan berkat, DSB. Another Lanchang charm. Al-Salam, alaikum, telak rantau, engkau tolong sampaikan pekiriman sipalan jangan kau cacat, celikan jikalau kau cacat, celikan, kau mati desal pagar melanting mati depukal sambu kuning, mati de junjung lesong tembak, mati de timpa yupi tersangkut mati de timpa panggar berdon, kau desumpa aku tahu azel kau jadi. Nar azel kau jadi al-salam, alaikum, Jin ibni Eugen tolong bantu hukumkan rakyat balatantramu. Kalau tidak, aku sampa dengan kadalelaha, DSB. Lanchang, invocation used in summoning the tiger spirit p. 439. Lagu Pemingjil. Al-Salam, alaikum, pinglima lenggang laut and danai, bukan alang kapalang Lanchang pinglima lenggang laut, Lanchang bernama Lanchang kuning. Lanchang bersudu lingam gading Lanchang bercerap air emas. Tiangnaya nama Raja Mandela Temberangnaya, nama Perak Balepi Dayangnai, nama Jari Lipan Anak, Dayang Dua Kali Tujo Tepi Bernama, Pagar Tenggelang Community Bernama, Leba Bergantang Dandan Bernama, Sawamangampe Ulula Menyumbak, Kurang Gada Gada Bermin Angin, Pemepa Berkibet Kibetan, Marila Inch, Marila Tuan, Setting Alak Edarkan Lanchang Jerbadu Bangkarla, Sa Jerdingi Juakla Layer, Jermudi Puter Community Anak, Dayang Pautla Dayang, Kamana Lanchang Beradar Fedar. Lanchang berdempu kapuset tasik, Lanchang beradar kalaut pajangi, main ombek, main jilambang, menidi ryak jangan la leka, jangan la lale, bakla lekas pinglima lengang laut, jangan lengadi telak rantau, jangan lekadi gundek shandek, tirun mendapat jinjangan. Healing charm, used with the last one. Tatang puan, tatang charana tatang dengan batang sador dating la tuan, dating la nyawa, dating membawa ubit penawar. In the other quatrains, the first and third lines are the same as the first and third of the first quatrain respectively. The second and fourth lines only are given, accordingly, as follows. Tatang dengan kait patinaya, dating dengan bake hatinaya. Tatang dengan tunjang niri dating duduk bermakan siri. Tatang dengan lemba pakunaya, dating dengan tengkalakunaya. Tatang dengan kait naya, dating dengan bake naya. Tatang dengan batang bolanaya, dating dengan aya bundanaya. Tatang dengan shandat naya, dating dengan gundek shandek naya. After these 7 quatrains, the following is added. Telepak bunga telepai. Bunga kantin kembang di hulu bangun berdapak, membuang limbe anak jantan sahaja bajatu. Here rise and dance, banket menari saying. Marila inch, marila tuan jangan la leka jangan la lale, tirun menidi telai bayu, jangan leka di gundek shandek, jangan leka di hamba sahya. Here call the spirit steeds. Marila kuda lengkong pulau marila, kuda nibang hangus, Sakurnaya, Kuta Lang Jenkat Sakurnaya, Kuta Rajajin Pirya. Sucking Charm P. 449. Sarapa Mengalin. Al Salam Alaikum, Bisa di Bayang, Bisa Jangan Bersenang Lagi, Bisa Jangan Bernong Lagi, Bisa Jangan Oling Alatin. Bisa Depuput Bayu Lalu Bisa Depuput Mambang Kuning, Mati Desambar Kilit Tanglong, Mati Desambar Kilit Senya, Mati Depana Halalinter, Mati Detimpa Eugen Lebet, Mati Diampa Ayer Ba Mati Detunda Undangandong, Mati Dilun Tepong Pelunas, Kabul Burkit, DSB. The Do figure P. 452. Kredas si layang lalu kadalam menko turlantas saperdi bayang, aku menjanakan due bintang mabak di kiriku, bulan ampet blas di kananku, payang si lanching melantang aku, kabola berkat layalaha, DSB. Orang riang semangat P. 456. Pisau rout, pisau renchang tersalit kapada dinding, hantu laut, hantu kampong inchet la angko, nyala angko dari sini jangan la angko kunding semangat si anu idu, Pulingkan la balik masak sifat jasid si anu idu dudak la engkau tetep mana yang dating. Jangan kau ikat berkat lelaha, DSB. For other charms connected with the medical or magic treatment of the soul, VD sex. Roman 6 Roman 8, supra and CCLXV, infra. Medicine. Sena as an example of the present state of medical science among the Malays, the following translation of instructions for the use of a well-known drug may be of interest. It will be seen that it cures as many diseases as some of the patent pills of modern advertisements. The mention of grapes, dates, and pomegranates as ingredients may show that the Malay prescription is itself a translation from Indian or Arabic sources. This is designed to explain the virtues of the Senna of Mecca, Don Sanamaki, which is famous among all doctors of experience. First, take some senna leaves with their stalks and bark, pound the whole up fine, and then weigh out a quantity as heavy as 3 Java duets. Let this be mixed with honey. If this is swallowed, its properties are to cause all diseases of the chest to disappear. Second, mix the senna leaves with moist sugar. If this is taken internally, the effect is to expel cold from the body and to give strength to the organs. Third, mix the senna leaves with sugar candy. This gives strength to the bones. Fourth, mix the senna leaves with clarified butter and moist sugar. If this is taken for 3 days, it will get rid of all bad humors in the body and will give health. Fifth, mix the senna leaves with fresh butter to which no salt has yet been added. The properties of this mixture are to cure headaches and to cleanse the brain and to remove any bad taste in the mouth. Sixth, mix the senna leaves with curds. This mixture operates as an antidote to poison and prevents evil consequences from it. Seventh, if senna be taken with goat's milk, it will cause an accession of strength, though complete weakness existed just before. Eighth, if senna be taken with dates, everything offensive is removed from the mouth, and the body is made healthy, and a good appetite is established. Ninth, if senna be taken with pomegranates, the body becomes strong, and though the patient may be old, nevertheless there is an addition of strength, and the organs of the chest are cleansed, and the appetites are stimulated. 10th, if senna be taken with grapes, it gives light to the eyes which were dim. This is proved by experience. 11th, if senna be drunk with vinegar, it cures fever accompanied by shivering and trembling of the bones, and expels all mischief from the stomach, and cleanses the organs of the chest. 12th, if senna leaves be taken with orange juice, all internal heat is removed, and a man who was before quite thin will speedily grow fat. 13th, if senna is drunk with dew, the eyes become bright and clear. 14th, if senna is taken in water in which pomegranate peel has been boiled, it cures dysentery. 15th, if senna is boiled with coconut water and taken internally, it will cure diabetes and gravel, by the will of God ever to be praised and most high. Thus, the properties of the senna of Mecca are concluded under 15 headings. Specimen words of the spirit language used by Pawangs. Bahasa Hantu. English, Malay, spirit language. Beetle leaf siri merek, belaying bird burong simbengan, blood derakase candle lilin, talong cane sugar juice air tebu tuwek. Tuwek child anak demet daylight siang sinar, dead matty merit dwelling place tempet tingle jinjengan, or sandarin imata binting fish ikan sampa laut, or Don Keu Foul Ayam Mendung Head Kapala Hulu House Rumabale Il Sakit. Rayujar Bayang Labak Life Nyawa Kelbu Lightning Killet Pana Laden Night, Malam Silem Pig Babai Pandek Kaki Rice Biraz Gandam. Jerba Sleep Tidor Marapat Bintang Spear Lemming Tohak, Thunder Gira Laden Tobacco Tembakau, Ranting Burgella Water Ire Jamjam Wind Angan Bayu, Wood Keu Jeton or Jatan. Dances. p. 464. The Gambar dance, main Gambar, should be illustrated by the Shah-Raden, which however is far too long to be given in extenso. It begins. Angrek Duana Burjambengan Kapala Jempa Raja Walanda Tabik, Tuandua Kayangan. Handek Disambat Pajuka Chunda Angrek Duana Tenga Sagara, selling Barawan Damakan Kuta, Tabik, Tuandua Udara, Dipohunkan Tirun Chunda Anakanda Angrek Duana Diatas Papan, Jado Sakaki Damakan Kuta, Tabik, Tuan Batara Kuripan, Dipohunkan Tuan Sakalian Annexta. Angrek Duana Ditenga Sagara Don Damakan Burong Garuda, Tabik, Tuan Batara Indra. Dipohunkan Tirun Pajuka Anakanda Angrek Duana Disambar Helling, Bunganaya Habis Dimakan Kuta Tabik Tuan Batara Gujaling, Dipohunkan Tirun Pajuka Anakanda Angrek Duana Nagasari, Mariksi Kain Walanda, Tabik Tuan Kubatara Sari, Dipohunkan Tirun Pajuka Annexta. The ending is Angrek Duana Burjambengan Kapal Kembali Lalu Kajawa, Tabik Tuan Kudua Kayangan, Suda Kembali Chunda Anakanda Angrek Duana Ditenga Sagara, setting bird on Damakan Kuta Tabik Sakalian Isi Udara. Suda Kembali Chunda Anakanda, Do Pekulan Sang Perbu Muturjalan Dua Kayangan Semperna Pekulan Batara Guru, Suda Kembali Chunda Sakalian. Jangan Tuan Burpa, Paddy, Jikalau Bidak Saram Pujuga Jangan La Tuan Burjo Hadi, Jikalau Hitup Birda Mujuga. Tanam Kembali Didalam Jambangan Anak, Rusa Memakan Rumput Kembali La, Tuan Orang Kayangan Esak Lusapula. Kujemput, Tamat La Dua Kayangan Tamat Didalam Balay Pengadepan. Serta Memen Tobias Kasihan Kapata Tuan Wakal Kerjan Tamat Kapata Harinaya Kamis, Perkatan Baniak Tiada Burjanis, Didalam Masa Dudak Menulis Turkanankan Sakit Penghabis Habis. Monkey Dance Invocation p. 465. Main Birak. Loklok Simundi, Simunya Dating Barak Tungal Menganchanganchang Tangak Sayapanite Tangak Simarapati O Lambek. O Lambai Si Along Manidi Batting Tidi Terangak Hangak. Kumimpi Dayang Kumimpi Bayak Naya Barak Kasarangan Kasamber Kasimukan. Kutengo Kadano Antabarak, Antabukan, Don Dedep, Don Simper Turdudong Lading Kami Lela Plelep Nenek Tidor Dengarkan Birita Kami, Hendik, Hawk. Palm Blossom Invocation p. 466. Main Mayang. Dianjit Dipantat Pasu. Kupangel Dayang, Kupangel Tirun Bersadu. Kuanjit Mayang Kuanjit Dipoka Tua, Kupangel Dayang, Kupangel Tirun Berdua. Kuanjit Mayang Kuanjit Dipoka Jeliga, Kupangel Dayang, Kupangel Tirun Berdiga, Kuanjit Mayang Kuanjit Dipoka Parapat, Kupangel Dayang, Kupangel Tirun Barampat. Kuanjit Mayang Kuanjit Dipoka Delima, Kupangel Dayang, Kupangel Tirun Burlama. Kuanjit Mayang Kuanjit Dipoka Karanam, Kupangel Dayang, Kupangel Bidadari Tirun Baranam. Kuanjit Mayang Kuanjit Dipankal Bulo, Kupangel Dayang, Kupangel Bidadari Tirun Berdajo, Pinjam Tukal Pinjam Landasan Nak Menukal Tenko, Peri Pinjam Dusan Pinjam Laman, Menurunkan Anak Bidadari. Pinjam Tukal Pinjam Landasan, Nak Menukal Balakang Peri, Pinjam Dusan Pinjam Laman, Menurunkan Anak Bidadari. Pinjam Tukal Pinjam Landasan, Nak Menukal Jelbing Peri, Pinjam Dusan Pinjam Laman, Menurunkan Anak Bidadari. Pinjam Tukal Pinjam Landasan Nak Menukal Kapala Peri, Pinjam Dusan Pinjam Laman, Menurunkan Anak Bidadari. Pinjam Tukal Pinjam Landasan Nak Menukal Jerongak Peri, Pinjam Dusan Pinjam Laman, Menurunkan Anak Bidadari. Pinjam Tukal, Pinjam Landasan Nak Menukal Insang Peri, Pinjam Dusan, Pinjam Laman Menurunkan Anak Bidadari. Pinjam Tukal, Pinjam Landasan Nak Menukal Ekar Peri, Pinjam Dusan, Pinjam Laman, Menurunkan Anak Bidadari. Gali Halia Dapat Sajori Duajari. Ch Hari Padang Mulia Menurunkan Anak Bidadari. Gali Bungle Dapat Sajori Duajari. Ch Hari Padang Yang Selase Menurunkan Anak Bidadari. Gali Sari Dapat Sajori Duajari. Ch Hari Padang Yang Sukar. Menurunkan Anak Bidadari. Gali Temu Dapat Sajori Duajari. Ch Hari padang yang jemer menurunkan anak bidadari. Gali gali kunyat dapat sajori duajari ch hari, padang yang sulit menurunkan anak bidadari. Gali gali, lempeng dapat sajori duajari ch hari, padang yang loyang, menurunkan anak bidadari. Tading puan, tading charana tading ditenga taman dating la tuan, dating la nyawa dating la duduk ditenga laman. Tading puan, tading charana tading puan pagi hari dating la tuan dating la nyawa, dating naik membeso kaki, tading puan tading charana tading bidak di selser dating la, tuan dating la nyawa, dating duduk nak benteng tikar, tading puan tading charana tading dengan kite padinai. Dating la, tuan dating la nyawa dating dengan bake hatinaya. Tading puan tading charana tading bidak esrai rama dating la, tuan dating la nyawa dating la duduk bersama-sama. Tading puan, tading charana tading dengan tunjang niris, niri dating la, tuan dating la nyawa dating la duduk makan siri. Tading puan tading charana tading dengan lemba pakunaya. Dating la tuan dating la nyawa, dating dengan tenka lakunaya. Kulansar mayang kulansar. Kulansar kachawan pude. Dehanter dehanter ka awan pud. Kulansar mayang kulansar kachawan hidam. Kuhanter dayang kuhanter kawan hidam. Kulansar mayang kulansar kachawan hijo kuhanter dayang kuhanter kawan hij. Kulansar mayang kulansar kachawan buru. Kuhanter dayang kuhanter kawan buru. Kulansar mayang kulansar kachawan mera. Kuhanter dayang kuhanter kawan mera. Kulansar mayang kulansar kachawan angu. Kuhanter dayang kuhanter kawan angu. Kulansar mayang kulansar kachawan kuning kuhanter dayang kuhanter kawan kuning. Fishtrap invocation p. 468. Main Luca. Tahise, maxi banding sayat Luca, jumpa bemben sikutari kalo nak menengo Luca menari. Nak menengo kaya ala, kacheti kaming kacheti ka tasik kagumba jangan ingat dalam hati kataku tadi lupa jangan. Kakeban kita kakeban jangan dibli manko karing, berhimpan kita kabali dato maxi banding jila saurang, hilir lora, mudik lora, siku bemben sikutari, kalo ada depemuda nak menengo Luca menari. Dibai second. Jangan kau brai malu, bangkit la menari, bangkit la daya. Alternative version. Silawasi tahu dandi azel jadi. Duduk di balsai kota mangkalima route roten, kalo rotten pendulin luka, kalo kasibaj ala kachidi kaming kachidi pachak katari lumba jangan, pikir didalam hati bisik, nan tadi lupa jangan. Hilir lora mudik lora dapat bemben yakatari, mencoba pakyan ala, menengo Luca menari. Tang turbalik turgulentang dua di batang burton de juga, bajay tabik baji bintang Luca melingang bajay naga. Agyagay parambek tumbo di matanaya, suro puling danan langkai, Luca lupa de katanaya. Karambek batang peniajar sawateruka, suro puling denan langkai tersarak dara di muka, kumbang meningong di bulo miniak, jangan tegek terminong Luca de orang baniak. Theatrical exhibitions. Invocation used when opening a theater for the Mayang P. 504. Bakan Pawanghandek, Membuka Pengong Main Mayang. Al Salam Alaikum, Ibu Dari Bumi Bapa Kalangit. Jangan Birchla Papa Sagala Payang, Mayang, Pran Tua, Pran Muda, Jangan La Mengoda Sexa Pada Sakalian Kaum Kawan Mayang, Dengan Karna Bukan Aku Mary Mengadu Bijak Pande Pita Idupun Tidek Dari Talok Sini. Jikalau Aku Mary Dari Sini Aku Handek, Durapada Harap Adek Kakek, Tuan Penghuludan Jangan La, Sayapa Ania Denki Kayanat. Pada Sakalian Kawan Payang Mayang Samyo Sakali, Dengan, Pran Tua Muda Dengan Panjak Pengantin Sakali, Dengan Sri Jimuro Sri Berdingong. Jangan Brai Rasak, by Nasa Birchchet Kila Jangan Debrai, Payang Mayang Bersuming Runting, Dan Jangan Brai Chachet Kila Dan Jangan Brai Burpening Ralu Dan Birchchek, Tikam Panas, Hanget Pun Jangan, Dan Jangan Brai Bersenek Tajam, Dan Brai Berhalan Suzan Dan Chera Kairit, Dan Sankek Sebek Idupun, Jangan Dan Jangan Brai Bermunta Chera, Idupun Jangan Berbret Pada Idupun, Jangan Lengo Lumpo Idupun Jangan. Nak Minta Seger Dikar, Adat Zaman Sedia Kala Nak Minta Sejak, Dingan Saperdi Ular Chintamani. Al Salam, Alaikum Hayawangidam, Rajadi Bumi. Mujangan Turkajat Turjamam, Dam Mujangan Burpungo, Juakarna Mu Berjlan Ikat Uret Tana Dam Mu Baradadi Pintabumi, Dam Bukanaya, Akumari Mengadu Bijak, Idu Dengan Mu Karna Aku, Nak Tumping Manya, Dan Burkaram Diri Sindiri Maka Aku, Nak Mintala Kapada Mu Barundar Berdiga Lanka Ampet, Bachu Per Baruan, Damu jangan kasana kasini aku nak kirim, payang mayang sakalian, pran tua muda dengan panjak pengintin, aku tahukan bake. Pada dirimu, dan jangan la ania denki kayanat, damu jangan bertempelangar dengan sakalian, payang mayang dan panjak pengintin. Dan pran tua dan muda dan kasamyo sakali dengan, orang yang menenggo dan kasamyo sakali dengan tuan rama tuan kampong, damu jangan, bri pening ralu birchchak tikam dan berketik jigi, dan bergadal ming dan panas pedis punjangan. Nak minta bayar sejak dengan saperti ular cintamani. Al salam alaikum, kunak gunching dari galangang sini ampet pendahap, dan ampet penjuru alam. Mana yang kramat ampet pendahap ampet penjuru, alam yang disanai. Jangan la terkejut terjemam dan jangan la berpengo, jua dan jangan la, muri merikarna bukanaya hamba, mingadu bijak dari talok sini dalam kampong sini maka hamba mari nak melapas, daripada harap hajat adek kakek, tuan penghulu sini maka nak tumpeng la, daripada nenek yang kramat sini serta manya, dan bermadu handek berkirim diri sendiri serta handek la berkirim mayang payang kepada nenek, yang kramat disanai kasamyo sakali dengan panjak. Pengintin pran tua dan pran muda nak minta jangan la, denki ania kayanat, pun dan jangan la bri rasak by nasa dan minta. Daripada nenek sakalian, kaum budek nenek jangan la, bri budek nenek berlek pajan dan nak minta la, daripada nenek jangan bri rasak by nasa bercella, chachat sakalian, puek mayang dan nak minta, bayar sejak, dengan saperti ular cintamani. Al salam alaikum, kunak gunching daripada nenek, kuyang bernama Petra Guru. Guru awal mula menjadi dan jadinaya, itu dengan jasad jadi. Maka guru bertapa didalam bala bulan dan guru beramal didalam kendang matahari, dan guru ku berbajukan manik hijr dan guru ku berdera pude berchlang tunggul baroma, songseng beruret kajar bertengko, idam lida fasi air lior pun masan. Dengan karna nenek, ku orang bersidi sakti sabring pinta sabring, menjadi dan barang kahendak barang bule maka nenek. Pun jangan berchla papa katapetan seksa, pada sakalian payang mayang sakalian panjak pengintin, dan pran tua pran muda dan minta nenek, hilar kaki hamba sujud, dan hilar tangan hamba jabat hamba handek, minta penawar, pute medang bersila, daripada nenek yang sendi kramat hamba nak minta nenek, tirunkan tiga. Tidek serta dengan kasakshan, mu hamba, nak percik sakalian payang mayang pran tua pran muda kasamyo sakali dengan panjak pengintin, dan nenek jangan la, bri berasak by nasa, dan nenek jangan la, berlek pajan nak minta jangan la, bri rasak by nasa chachat chidra sakalian payang mayang. Maka sakrang handek, grakan payang mayang dari anjang tujo malajai, tujo astana yang atas, astana yang awalan awal mula, menjadi dengan jasad jadi. Maka aku nak bukala pinta anjang astana yang tujo pinta yang berselek. Aku nak buka dari luar lantas, kadalam anjang tujo astana tujo. Maka terbukala dengan pinta hawar nafsu dan terbuka sakali dengan sir. Pintu itikad dan pinta cinta barahi dan tercint cinta, siang menjadi malam makinta, kenyang tidur ta gendring gat denger ta denger tengo, ta tengo. Maka aku grak dari luar lantas, kadalam anjang tujo astana tujo. Jangan du ralib tidur baradu. Jaga sarang, jaga kasamya mendenger kabar tuturku. Jaga mendenger pedutornku. Karna tuturku tiada gaib dan barasku tiada lelap jadranku tiada luput. Maka jagala payang menjembakan payang, jaga mayang menjemba mayang, jaga pran bersama pran, jaga juru jendeng bersama juru jendeng, jaga juru gong bersama juru gong, jaga pengintin bersama pengintin, jaga panjak bersama panjak. Jangan berlek pajan, jangan berasak by nasa dan jangan brai, summing runting birchchet kila sakalian, payang mayang sagala, kawan mayang mana yang didalam perbaruan. The same ceremony as described by Chi Husin P. 511. Passing lilin tiga batang, sadu minta ampan kapada kramat yang memigang tana disanai, sadu pada guru kita batara guru, sadu kapada sagala jin mayang. Suda itu, menipang tower katakan. Invocation to the earth spirit, S. Pangjal hulubeling, jin tana. Hai hanta tana, jembeling tana aku tahu azel kau jadi. Bintang timor azel kau mula jadi berkat dato batara guru dato. Jangan meniakitkan dato. Jangan membasakan dato. Jangan membingkakan. Bayar suka sagala hamba ala mendenger perminan kita. To batara guru. To charm jampi the lime. Sama rajanaya, batara guru. Hai batang bernama raja berdiri. Akar ber nama rajaber sila, Kulit ber nama rajaber senam, Dehan ber nama rajaber sula, Don ber nama rajaber pina. Panakan Sakalian Hadi Amet Mohammed Hai, Sidi Turjali Nuri Mohammed, Enko Melamakan Sagala Hadi Amet Mohammed, Yang Kasuka Dengar Perminan Kita, Kalo Enkota Sukakan, Aku Sumpa Dengan Kata Ala. To the Kramat. Kapada Kramat. Hijin Tana. Undoring Kautiga Tapak Ampet Penjuru. Alam Tujo Jerong Dulapen Desa, Akunak Minta Buka Pengong, Jengan Kau Membri Sakit Demam, Penning, Kelu Kapada Panjak Pengintin, Yang Burmin Sakalian Naya, Yang Pukal Bulo, Yang Jesek Rabab Pran Tua, Pran Muda. Perkitan Kapada Kramat. Kramat di Kampong, Tabik di Kampong. The next 6 lines are similar, only substituting for the word kampong the words 1 padding, 2 rimba, 3 gunong, 4 pulau, 5 laut, 6 darat respectively. Tabik sarang samuarata mana sebat, tatahu nama mana semba, tatahu tempet hamba nak mohan tempet bermain. Jangan brai sakit demam, penning, kelu sagala panjak pengintin, DSB. Dua biji limau puret gantang sadu didalam gong bitina, dan gantang sadu lagi pada timbul air mengadap barat tepet, sebab limau poko mayang, berubet pun pake, nak chuch per kakas pun pake limau. Disebat naya. Hai limau puret, limau kak leling. Bukan aku menanam limau, simura yang menanam limau. Another invocation to the black genie. Al-salam, alaikum hijin hidam berhadi hidam, berjentang hidam berpaparu hidam, berhempedu hidam berjigi jangan berdada merabaroma songsing, berchling tunggal saribu rupa, saribu jenis saribu maya, saribu jadi jangan kaumingoda seksa, pada tubo badan diri hamba ala amet Mohammed anak, chuchu adam sa pindala, kau pada tempet yang awal, kalau tapinda durhaka, kau pada ala dengan berkat lelaha, DSB. Invocation to the sheiks of the 4 corners of the world, etc. Al-salam, alaikum salila berkat sheik ampet penjuru, alam al-salam, alaikum salila berkat sheik, Abdul Qadir al-salam, alaikum salila berkat sheik, Abdul Muri al-salam, alaikum salila berkat sheik, Abdul Ali, hijin pudamembawa sagala kaum puakmu, hijin hidam sahililinter saru kup rang bumi, hijin hidam sadratak rang bumi, hijin hidam sagancheng rang bumi, hijin hidam sadambak rang bumi. Hijin hidam tujo bersadara. Al-salam, alaikum hai sang gala rajajin anak rajajin bernamajin bala saribu al-salam, alaikum hai anak rajajin bernamajin hidam salakandar al-salam, alaikum hijin hidam sagepar, alam yang bernamajin tunggal al-salam, alaikum hijin tana, aku tahukan azal nama bapamu, sang gala nama bapamu, sang gading nama ibumu. Hijin tana, jembaling tana, hantu tana, jembaling bumi hijin dipading, jembaling dipading al-salam, alaikum hai rajajin bernamajin panalanjana, mula membawa segala jin yang di kampong jembaling di kampong, mari blaka kasamya kecil besar, tuadan muda tepak tepek, tempeng, buda, runga, maraba, mari trimakan jamuan aku anai dengan berkat lelaha, DSB. Specimen of a Mayang song P. 513. Lagu dudak atau bertabik, petani tua. Sayapa pun bule juga berniani. Abang ii dandeng we dandeng yang didahi, did abang hilling rayak, timbal tersebut jamin equals salmon. Dang dulu yang we did abang ada dulu ada sakarang, hubang berhubang hikyat, mayang yang, we did abang yes ayapa meninger hikyat, mayang esapa bilaz esapa ta. Rawan yang we do abang we baje burong chundringsi, baje ular we chintamani yang we do abang we baje amban kadajotidek, jadi pengasodi baden hamba yang we da. Didu abang we chari di laut dapat di laut. Tujo hari berjalan, jayang we do abang we tujo hari berjalan, jorizi, kaita. Putus sapanjang jalan yang we do abang, we rayak hilling berita timbal tersebut, sabua negri yang we do abang we negri bi, h aero bersalin raja dudak berada di balai besar yang we da. Habis. War and weapons. Charms to render a warrior more formidable p. 522. Pengega. Hai bali, aku tahu mula azal mujadi. Rajena bin azal mula mujadi, tirun rajena bin kapusat aku, naik darabrani kamuka aku, kutenteng matahari yang kadajotia de tertenteng satralewanku a. Aku, rimau angko anjing, dengan berkat, DSB. Here draw a long breath, putting the tip of the tongue up to the roof of the mouth, tongkat kan lida di langit mulet. Pengega. Haina desurit bakadaha, Ku azel lulus, si dang Melina disaroki madi, dilanka padaku menjanakan due bari si kembang mayat. Ha 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 kai ali genter bumi aku ali memake pedingang raya besar naya anko, nya ali. Sik, ha ha ha. Pengagapi, 523. Baismalahi, El Ramani, El Rahimi, Urat Badu Menikam Badu Detikim, Badu Bla Papan Detikim, Papan Timbus Ire Detikim, Ire Kring Bumi Detikim, Bumi Tembak Rumput Detikim, Rumput Leu Gunang Detikim, Gunang Rento Langit Detikim, Langit Rento Tegek Tur Diri Di Halaman, Ali. Sifet Aku Sifet Ala Sifet Didalim Kandang Kalama Lelahilala, Hu Allah Lesung Bisi Anak Timbaga. Kuet ku saperdi bajinda, Ali, gagaku saperdi ami Fatima aku bisi, Chalang aku tembaga aku bernama harimau alaha. Berkat leilaha, DSB. Pengaga. Bismillah, DSB Allahu, Yatumku tajanjang nabai Muhammad, in la guruku, Sanka mata, Jadi pendending API naraka, Hu Allah samat tingi, ku tingjakan besarkan aku bernama hak ala sifat didalam kandang kalama leilaha, DSB. Kulit ku tiada memberi jalan tiada memberi kulit bernama belulang kering dengan berkat, DSB. Pengaga. Hai bla balu dudak telepak tangan kananku, hai bla balu dudak telepak tangan kiriku. Nak tirunkan dara jemburo ka puset aku, naik dara brani ka muka aku, genter hadi segala lewanku, digentarkan ala, DSB. Pengaga. Hang anak lampang lalu tegak di pintu raya besar, tinju rejang aku lalu. Alalu, panchang, ali, panchangku saperdi kembang hinggap di air lagi kring, hinggap di batu lagi blah hinggap di ganang lagi rento hinggap di langit lagi tembak hinggap di bumi lagi lembang, kanam nayawa muso satrulawanku. Hanker lulu saperdi tima dalam parandingan saperdi amban di ujung rumput. Dibaisakan ala jariku, dibaisakan Muhammad, dibaisakan bajinda rasul ala. Pengaga. Hang bisi tang bisi burton tang sanga burja, sanga bano hai maya. Kutidik. Ku pijak saperdi banke tanga jalan, kabel aku memake du a membret hadi. Brat saperdi badu turbanam, brat saperdi badu tursanjam, brat saperdi kede raya, brat saperdi tanga molana, brat sabrat bumi dengan langit kabel berket, DSB. Pelawin. Tehen aku, menahan aku dating jat. Bungasari butala taler dating gajasaker, tongketkan halalinter, alankan bayang ku, kukak ayam dalam teller, berkata mayat dalam kuber jangan kayanat madu. Satrulewan ku. Charm to destroy an enemy. Tankal saudara ampat. Al salam alaikum, hijin tana, jembeling tana jin hitam, CLE litter. Bersadara la engkau dengan aku kaula, yang aku harap pergala ambal nayawa orang itu bawala pergi kemana-mana, jikalau kau ta mahu mengambil, kau dimakan sumpah karna apas sebab kau bersaudara dengan aku, kau menyunggo di pintu pagar aku. Measurement of KRSP, 530. 1. Measure the KRS from the bottom of the blade, in the center, to the point with a thin strip of coconut leaf about ½ inch wide. Cut the strip to this length and fold it trebly, notch one of the third parts at the fold. Measure off the length of the 2 remaining thirds on the blade from the bottom towards the point, and mark the blade at this distance. Then measure off the remaining third round the blade at this mark, as follows. See that its extreme end exactly coincides with the left side of the blade, and stretch it across the blade at right angles, bending the strip of leaf round the edge at the exact spot reached on the opposite edge of the blade by making a dent but not severing the leaf. Then measure it a second time from the dent thus made, making a second dent on the strip at the point reached. Repeat this a third time, making a third dent, when the dent on the strip of leaf should be found to come exactly in the center of the blade, if the blade is a good one. If it falls on either side, it is bad, and if it requires 4 measurements, instead of 3, it is very bad, though 5 would be good. There will never be more than 5. This measurement is called the Malay measurement, Ukuran Malayu, as distinguished from 2. The Bugis measurement, Ukuran Bugis, which is made nearer the hilt, as follows. Begin as before, but measure off the remaining 2/3 from the point instead of the hilt. This will give a mark farther up the blade, and the strip of leaf must then be folded round the keris to see where the notch, between the 2nd and 3rd divisions, will come on the blade. The number of times which the breadth of the keris will go into the 3rd division is now of no importance. Merely measure from the end of the 3rd division as before, continuing until the notch is right over the blade. If it comes at the left side of the blade, it is good, but if in the center or on the right, it is unlucky. 3. Another method, called Ukur To Mujud Dato, Lukut, the measurement of To Mujud, chief or founder of Lukut, is used especially by Selangor Malays. The story goes that To Mujud's wife was unfaithful with a Kedah man, and that her husband, being jealous to desperation, searched everywhere in vain for a kairis which would settle his adversary. At length, however, in a dream a vision appeared to him, and told him to look for a kairis sapukal in the possession of a man who was digging up remis or tepe, a kind of mollusk. To Mujud went accordingly to look for the man, and on meeting with one so occupied at Pulau Labuhan Bilik, near Tanjung Tuan, found that he had a very old and rusty kairis, which he thereupon bought from him for 25 cents. Armed with this kairis, To Mujud then found and slew his adversary, and the proportions of the lucky weapon corresponded with the measurement here given. Fold the string or strip of leaf and cut it in half. Take one of the halves, fold it, and measure from the point upwards as far as it will go. Mark the spot and measure off the string in breadths of the kairis at that spot. There must be 10 breadths, and at the measuring of the 10th, the end of the string must be in the center of the blade, if it is to be of any use. Then take the other half, fold it also in two, and measure up from the bottom of the blade as far as the folded string will go. There must be 7 breadths of the blade in the length of the half string, and the end of the string should come within a hair's breadth of the edge of the blade, or, as the Malays say, leaving space for an ant to pass. 4. Another method is known as the Ukuran Jenap, or Ukur Mandar, of Celebes. Fold the string in two, and measure off the half length thus obtained on the blade, commencing at the bottom. Then see how many times the breadth of the blade is contained in the whole length of the string, which should be 14. 5. Another way of measuring, to see how many thumbs breadths there are in the length of the blade, is as follows. It is not considered of much importance. Lay the right thumb across the foot of the blade near the hilt, and the thumb of the left hand also on the blade immediately above the other. Continue placing the thumbs alternately one in front of the other until the point is reached, repeating for the first thumb's breadth the word gunung, mountain, for the second runto, fall, for the third madu, honey, for the fourth segara, ocean, after which recommence with gunung and so on. If gunung or madu brings the thumb to the point, the blade is a good one, but not if it is runto or segara. 6. Another measurement is thus described. Put the tip of the right thumb upon the spot where the hilt joins the blade, with the back of the first joint against the blade. Next to this, put the left thumb horizontally across the blade, and continue to alternate the first joint of the right thumb with the breadth of the left till the point of the kairis is reached, repeating as follows. For the length of the first joint of the right thumb burjung, for the breadth of the left thumb burkapul, and so on alternately sampan tunda, ta bertali, birubang bertampul makin, ta terchahari. The only good blades are those in which this method of measurement gives burjung or burkapul at the point. Fencing terms. Bila mumbang lit, to split the young coconut, to cut straight downwards. Tebas lit, to cut down undergrowth, to make a horizontal stroke. Tebas sepak, to cut from left to right with an upward motion at the end of the stroke. Paras gantang, to cut from right to left with the back of the hand turned downwards, as in leveling a measure of rice. Panchang Malayu, to cut from right to left with an upward motion at the end of the stroke. Of stabbing strokes, the following are the most important: tikam tungal, tikam baranak, tikam sember anak, and the tikam tupe turjan, the latter taking its name from the way in which the stroke curves slightly downwards in the course of delivery, like a squirrel taking a header. Divination and the black art. To ascertain the whereabouts of a lost piece of property p. 534. Al-Salam alaikum. Hai Dadobatora guru inai kubagi makan hai, jintana. Aku tahu azel kau bintang timur azel kau jadi sidi terjali, Nuri Mohammed Rajakau, Batora guru hulubaling inila kumembri makan, minta talong menelik bearing. Here mention the article whose whereabouts you wish to ascertain. The 5 ominous times. Kataka Lima p. 545. Kataka Meswara. Inai pada meniatakan Kataka Meswara. Jika berjalan berdemudengan orang kaya pude kuning warnanaya, atau melihat perampuan pude kuning, Dan laba putajua, Dan jika orang lari kamatahari hidap perganaya, pada rumah nesya katapatan jua. Dan berniaga pude, laba, Dan harta hiling, orang pude kuning mencuri deteronaya pada kapalanaya, tidur tetapi berbulan maka dapat. Jika kabar baik sunggo jika kabar jahat, tiada sunggohan jika sakit sebab. Jika diserang orang baik, jika menyerang orang tiada baik. Jika meniabang ayam pude menang, hidam Allah, jika marga pude di kanan hidam di kiri. Jika zakat pude kuning warnanaya saperti amas, dan perak, dan diberikan kepada fakir dan miskin. As an illustration of the way in which Malay MSS vary, another version from Nanning, Malacca, is here given. Bab pada kataka maswara. Kalakwan naya pude kuning, jika berjalan bertemu dengan orang pude kuning atau orang berbangsa pakaian naya pude kuning. Jika kita diperjamu orang kataka itu lemak manis, jika menghadap raja-raja baik, atau barang kerja pun baik. Jika warta baik sunggo, jika warta jahat tiada sunggo. Jika melawan orang kakanan isyarat naya, jika diriba ihiling orang pude kuning mencuri daya dibawanaya kahulu sunjay, rumanaya orang itu mardahakatanda itu tiada hiling atau lupa jua meradaya. Jika sahirai ka mashrik perganaya dayamnaya kapada rumorang tinggal, jika kalaut alamat ditangkap orang sahirai itu, tiada hiling, jika berniaga berule laba. Jika mendatangi orang baik, jika diserang orang tiada baik, jika menerka. Pude kuning dari kanan hijau dari kiri, jika bila pandak dari kanan panjang dari kiri. Jika biji, jenap bilang naya. Jika luka pada kataka itu hingga ludat naya kabawa. In the following sections, the two versions have been combined. Words appearing in the Nanning version only being in italics, words of the other version only enclosed in round brackets, and the rest being common to both versions. Kataka kala. Babs inai pada, menietakan kataka kala. Kalakwan naya hidam mera, jika kita berjalan bertemu dengan orang jahat atau berkelahi. Jika kita pergi pada suatu titik baik atau tiada kita dapati. Jika diperjamu orang kita sayur atau daging. Jika warta baik, tiada sunggo. Jika warta jahat, sunggo. Jika kita menghadap raja atau orang kaya-kaya pada kataka itu baik kita berhebat naya. Jika diriba, ihiling orang hidam memiling daya parat kapalanaya, kaselatan dibawanaya ikul rambat naya. Lagi kuasa bersumpa orang itu. Pencuri, dibawanaya kayutara, tiada dapat lagi. Jika sahia I kahilir perganaya lambat dapat, atau kalaut jika tiada diakat dalam 3 hari nesya ja perganaya, dan jika sakit pada kataka, itu pedi sakit naya hantu orang meniakat daya. Akan penawarnaya ayam hidam sait lejenap, 7 hari maka demandakan, afiat ulenaya. Jika menirang baik, jika diserang orang jahat tiada baik. Jika meniabang ayam hidam menang, pude Allah, telepi tatkala melepas daya jangan menghadap kabarat. Jika marga hidam dari kanan pude kuning, hitam di kiri, jika jahat, jika bila pandak dari kanan panjang di kiri. Biji tiada jenap bilang naya. Jika luka hingga pinggang kabawa. Jika sakit akan ubat naya hidam warnanaya. Jika kahilangan amas dapat. Jika kahila swasa tiada dapat. Kataka esrai. Bab inai pada kataka esrai. Kalakwan naya pude. Jika berjalan bertemu dengan perampuan berbangsa. Jika nayaga laba kita pude. Jika hamba lari kamatahari mati perganaya. Pada rumah orang banyak nesya dapat jua inshallah. Jika kita diperjamu orang lemak suzu atau ayam pude. Jika dibrai orang pun serta daripada pude atau kuning. Jika diriba, ihiling kanak perampuan memiling daya dibawanaya kahilir deteronaya kepada rumah orang berdending papan atau bulo. Benda itu disana deteronaya tiada akan hiling. Jika sahia lari perganaya ka maghrib jika kabara ditangkap, orang kemudian kembali jua kepada ampunaya sahia. Jika warta baik sunggo, jika warta jahat tiada sunggo. Jika sakit pada kataka itu penyakit naya pada belakang naya lalu kapalanaya kepialu tiada menggapa segera baik sembo. Akan penwarnaya ayam pude bercampur merah daranaya disurat kan azamat inai rajanaya, jika berpuding baik. Jika menghadap raja pada kataka inai baik. Jika mendatangi orang tiada baik. Jika didatangi orang pun baik. Tetapi jika melawan kepada tempat tinggi baik. Meniabang ayam pude menang, hidam Allah. Tatkala melepas daya menghadap kabarat pakaian handak pude. Jika merga menerka pude kuning di dari kanan merah di dari kiri. Jika harta hilang, perampuan mencuri daya tiada menggapa, handak dibersingga kembali. Jika bila pandak dari kanan panjang dari kiri. Jika biji jenap bilang naya. Jika luka hingga prut kadadanaya. Jika akan ubat naya pude warnanaya. Tetapi sakit paya daripada syaitan. Jika kekel hilang, maka perampuan dapat juanaya. Katika Brahma. Babs inai pada, meniatakan katika Brahma. Kalakwan naya mera jika kita jalan bertemu dengan orang mera bendahara, bermula pada katika itu amat jahat. Atau berniaga laba mera, jika belayar tiada kerampadanaya. Atau bertemu dengan orang bergado kita pun berkalapula, jika berburu berule daging. Jika kita diperjamu orang dengan makanan mera atau daging. Jika warta kabar baik tidak sunggo, jika warta jahat tiada sunggo. Jika harta diriba, ay hiling pada katika itu, orang jelas kalaupun laki-laki mera kulit yang memiling daya atau rambut naya jaring mera atau mata naya mera, mencuri daya dibawa naya kapohan kain hampir saja ditero naya. Dibawa nesya akan dapat jua, jika berpering atau meniabang mera meneng. Jika sahya, hamba lari kabarat halanaya. Hiling, jika kerbau menjora. Dapat, jika mengadap raja-raja panjangan, jika hendak pergi kepada keluarga tiada bertemu, jika menirang orang baik, jika orang sakit pada katika itu hendak dipeliharakan baik, ayam pude bercampur merah hijau maka dibuang-buang, adapan akan ubatan merah warnanaya. Jika perampian sakit paya, tiada mengapa, adapan akan berbuat ubat perang warnanaya tubonaya. Jika berabat berule luka, jika matanaya kiri atau juru matanaya kiri. Jika meniabang ayam merah meneng, ayam hijau ala melipas daya mengadap kaselatan. Jika menerka merah dari kanan hijau dari kiri. Katika bisnu. Babs inai pada, meniatakan katika bisnu. Kalakwan naya hijau. Jika kita berjalan bertemu dengan air besar atau kita mendapat, hujan atau tabuan atau kita bertemu dengan orang, bermuso berkelahi, kita pun serta berkala. Jika kita diperjamu orang, dengan sayur. Jika diriba ay hiling laki-laki memiling daya atau hamba, orang itu berparat pada tubonaya. Jika hamba lari atau kahilingan harta itu dibawanaya, kaselatan perganaya, tiada mengapa. Benda itu diteronaya, dibawa kayu besar hijau donaya hampir sanjay dibawa kayu, dibawanaya kapohan kayu berpecak merah, atau pada orang itu hitam manis, atau pada rumah tempat tibing sanjay. Disana diteronaya, nesya kadapatan jua jika kita berjalan kasana lagi, pun ayam meniabrang sanj besar. Atau laba kita pun air madu atau air susu atau air cak jika satwa hijau di kanan, pude di kiri. Jika belayar nesya kerampadanaya, atau engin besar. Jika sakit paya, jika perampian yang sakit tiada mengapa. Jika kabar jahat, sunggo jika kabar baik, tiada sunggo. Jika kahilingan harta tiada akan dapat, saperti jatuh ka dalam laut. Jika mengadap raja-raja berhenti, lagi orang demerka ay raja, atau kita melihat dera. Adapan pada katika itu jangan kita berjalan atau menabasahya. Jangan kita mendatangi orang baik, dan jika didatangi orang tiada baik. Berdiam nesya ada kuat naya, tetapi barang mendahului menang, pakaian naya pun hendak juga salapis hijau senjata naya busar baik. Jika menerka hijau dari kanan pute kuning dari kiri. Jika bila panjang dari kanan pandak dari kiri. Jika luka ludat naya kabawa. Allahu alam, lehula walakat alabila alihi al-asim. Tamat. Extract from the Ominous Moments p. 547. Sa'at Yusuf and Sa'at Azrael. Jika pada Sa'at Yusuf itu baik. Jika kita berjalan atau mengadap pada orang besar pun baik. Jika berniaga banyak laba salamat. Jika ada kabar jahat jadi baik naya. Jika ada kabar jahat jadi sanggonaya. Jika kahilingan amas atau perak tiada dapat naya tetapi katimur perganaya. Jika didapat naya terlalu banyak bicara naya, kemudian tiada didapat naya. Jika pergi, prang salamat kita mengadap, kabarat, dan sekalian naya memakai pakaian, kuning insya Allah ta'ala. Jika saat, Azrael itu jahat menjerjakan, yang baik jadi jahat dan dating jamuan tiada boleh laba dan tetapi rugi. Baik jadi jahat dan rugi yang mengambil itu orang banyak, melainkan serahkan kepada Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala dan sahajanaya ayah hendak membunuh kita. Dan jika kabar baik, tiada sunggo dan kabar jahat sunggo. Jika kita pergi, prang banyak mati atau jadi rasakan kepada kita, dan jika ada bicara pada, saat itu nantikan pada saat yang lain karena saat itu terlalu jahat. Tamat. Another system p. 548. Ahad ithnain thalatha arba. Kamis jum at sabtu ampa eril banke, risky banke, risky ampa banke, risky ampa, risky ampa, risky banke, arrow banke, arrow, risky ampa, risky ampa, risky ampa, risky arrow banke. This table is read downwards, in columns. The parts of the day appear to be the same as in the Kataka Lima. The 7-time. Kataka Tuja. There are 2 versions of this system differing entirely from each other. The one has been alluded to in the text. The other has a different order and is given here. Besides these 2, there is yet a third, which is much longer and goes into greater detail. It takes the celestial bodies in the reverse order, beginning with Zuhul, Saturn, and ending with Kamar, the moon. Bab inai pri mengatui kataka, yang tujo karna alatala menjadikan langit, yang tujo lapis, dan bintang, yang tujo dan hari, yang tujo. Adapan bintang, yang tujo pertama namanaya Kamar. Ayanaya pada langit yang pertama, adapan warnanaya mera. Apakala meling kakita pada kataka itu, adala bearing yang bersua melingkan mera jua, atau benetang atau buhan atau makan makanan, atau dara atau sakit, atau luka atau ajalnaya. Maka jangan la meling kepada kataka itu karna terlalu jahat kataka itu. Bab yang kedua, bintang katib, namanaya, diamnaya langit yang kedua, warnanaya hitam, apakala kita pada kataka itu, adala bearing yang bersua hitam jua, atau orang yang jahil atau benetang atau buhan atau makan makanan melingkan hitam jua bersua, bearing kehendak kita tiada sampai. Jangan meling ke kita pada kataka itu, atau bearing pekerjaan tiada jadi. Kembali jua hanya kepada tempat yang sedia. Bab yang ketiga, namanaya bintang zahari, diamnaya pada langit yang ketiga, warnanaya pude. Apakala meling ke kataka itu bearing bersua pude jua, atau orang yang sale kainaya, pude atau benetang atau makan makanan pun pude. Inilah sabak-bak lang kepada kataka inai sabak-bak, bearing pekerjaan tiada turbulentang. Kehendak kataka itu. Bab yang keempat nama bintang naya shams, warnanaya hijau, diamnaya pada langit yang keempat. Apakala meling ke kita pada kataka itu adalah krazule kita atau bersua dengan orang yang besar-besar, atau benetang yang besar, atau ular yang besar-besar, atau angin yang besar-besar, atau bearing sabajinaya besar-besar jua, hijau-hijau warnanaya. Pada kataka itchla kita hanya pekerjaan jangan la meling ke karna kusmas. Pada kataka itu. Wallahu alam. Bab yang kalima, nama bintang naya merik, warnanaya merah, hitam, hijau biru. Diamnaya pada langit yang kalima. Pada katak itu sekalian pekerjaan itu amat binasa, hanya bearing yang bersua adalah benetang yang bika-bika, atau orang binasa atau luka, atau merugi, atau sakit atau kadatangan ajal atau binasa. Sekali-kali jangan kita meling kepada kataka itu atau berbuatan kita binasa jua, hanya atau hampir ajalnaya dating. Wallahu alam. Bab yang kanam, warnanaya pude kuning, nama bintang mushtari, diamnaya pada langit yang kanam, warnanaya pude kuning. Apakala meling ke kita pada kataka itu, adalah langka risky dan bearing yang bersua pude kuning jua, orang atau benetang atau makan makanan atau bearing pekerjaan atau, adalah pada langkahan inai salamat. Dan sabak-bak langka pada kataka itu dan bearing yang dikehendaknaya adalah diperlakukan alatarlah. Apakala meling kepada kataka itu insya, alatarlah sukan per, wallahu alam. Ba yang katujo, nama bintang naya zahul, diamnaya pada langit yang katujo, warnanaya pude, kuning, hitam, hijau, merah, dan bearing pekerjaan pada kataka itu atau perlingkahan baik pun ada jahat pun ada tetapi jahat daripada baik sangat. Wallahu alam. Lucky and unlucky days of the week p. 549. Faisal pada meniatakan malam ahad terlalu baik, bearing dicitamu segera diperoleh. Demkianlah padanaya, dan jika pada malam ithnin itu pun terlalu baik, bearing pintamu segera diperoleh. Demkianlah padanaya, dan jika pada malam salatha baik juga, alamat akan menjadi menteri atau penghulu besar. Demkianlah padanaya, dan jika pada malam arba orang itu jadi pertapa, jika jahil jadi jahat, padanaya. Dan jika pada malam kamis baik bearing, yang melihat jadi daya jadi kasih, padanaya, dan jika pada malam Jumat terlalu amat baik akan berulai sukacita padanaya. Dan jika pada malam Sabtu, alamat berulai berkat, dan salamat dibrai alatarlah. Amin, yarabalalamand. Days which are unlucky in certain months only. Dan lagi nahas pada bulan yang dua belas itu pada tiap-tiap bulan, Pertama-tama pada bulan Muharram kapada 5 hari bulan Nahas, dan kapada 15 pan Nahas juga. Dan kapada bulan Safar 1 hari bulan Nahas, dan kapada 3 hari bulan pan Nahas juga. Dan kapada bulan Rabi Alawal, kapada 1 hari bulan Nahas, kapada 2 hari bulan pan Nahas juga. Dan kapada bulan Rabi Al-Akhir, 1 hari bulan Nahas, kapada 7 hari bulan pan Nahas juga. Dan kapada bulan Jumada Elawal, 2 hari bulan Nahas, kapada 15 hari bulan pan Nahas. Dan kapada bulan Jumada Al-Akhir, 2 hari bulan Nahas, kapada 4 hari bulan pan Nahas. Dan kapada bulan Rajab, 11 hari bulan Nahas, kapada 13 hari bulan Nahas juga. Dan kapada bulan Shaban 3 hari bulan Nahas, kapada 4 hari bulan pan Nahas, dan hari Naya pan Nahas juga. Dan kapada bulan Ramthan pada 9 hari bulan Nahas, kapada 20 hari bulan Nahas. Dan kapada bulan Shawwal 6 hari bulan Nahas, kapada 7 hari bulan pan Nahas. Dan kapada bulan Zulhijjah, ida 2 hari bulan Nahas, kapada 9 hari bulan pan Nahas. Dan kapada bulan Zulhijjah 6 hari bulan Nahas, kapada 7 hari bulan pan Nahas juga. Wallahu alam bayal. Sawab, tela diwasiatkan Nabi sallallahu alaihi wasallam kapada Emir al-Mu'min Ali, Rathai Allah, anahu ajamin kapada tiap-tiap bulan panyanahas, yang besar didalam satu tahan nahas 24 kali, 24 yang besar adanaya. Wallahu alam. Days unlucky in any month. Inai nahas pada tiap-tiap bulan, pertama-tama kapada 3 hari bulan dikeluarkan alata ala nabi ala Adam, alihi al-salam dari dalam syurga. Dan kapada 5 hari bulan dikaramkan alata ala kaum nabi alano alihi al-salam. Dan kapada 13 hari bulan dibuangkan alata ala akan nabi ala Yusuf, dibuang ule saudaranaya kadalam talaga. Dan kapada sailker hari bulan dikaramkan alata ala peran kadalam sunjanil. Dan kapada 4 lekar hari bulan ditelan ule ikan nabi ala Yunus, alihi al-salam didalam laut. Dan kapada 5 lekar hari bulan tatkala, idu summing jigi rasul ala sallallahu alihi wasallam. Lucky and unlucky months. Muharram is missing. It is generally believed to be lucky. Faisal pada meniatakan bulan Safar, orang berule dukacita lagi, kasakitan handakla memberi sedekah 7 kali pada sabulan demkian la idu padanaya. Jika pada bulan Rabi Alawal maha baik orang itu berule sukacita dan semper dunia akhirat padanaya. Jikalau pada bulan Rabi Al-Akhir itu pun baik terlalu sukacita dan lagi dipuji orang ule segala talan hendakinaya, kasih padanaya. Jika pada bulan Jumad Elawal itu pun, hendaklah juga orang itu berule laba demkian la padanaya. Jika pada bulan Jumad Al-Akhir, alamat akan berule kurnia raja atau menteri demkian la padanaya. Jika pada bulan Rajab, alamat orang itu akan berule kabar benar dan enemat dibirai alata ala orang itu demkian la padanaya. Dan jika pada bulan Shaban, alamat orang itu akan saperti dipeliharakan Jibril, alihi al-salam dating pada orang itu, barang yang dipintanaya diperelanaya pada alatola, demkian padanaya. Jika pada bulan Ramthan maha baik dibrai alata ala pahala mikil, alihi al-salam handakla, orang itu berbuat benar demkian la padanaya. Jika pada bulan Shawwal, alamat pahala saperti Israfil, alihi al-salam, orang itu akan memegang kerjan yang benar demkian la padanaya. Jika pada bulan Zulhijjah ida nila besar pahalanaya saperti Israel, alihi al-salam dibrai alata ala akan orang itu, amanat handakla juga membeno demkian la padanaya. Jika pada bulan Zulhijjah terlalu amat baik, dibrai alata ala pahalanaya saperti Umar ibni al-Khattab akan kataka pahalanaya, saperti Ashmet. Ibni Affan, pahalanaya, saperti Amiral Mu'min, alihi rathai ala asanat, dinegrakan alata ala orang itu adanaya. Times when storms are to be expected. Dan lagi faisal nahas engan pada, tiap-tiap bulan engan besar akan tirun. Bermula jikalau bulan Muharram kapada 27 atau 28, tirun engan dan jikalau bulan Safar kapada 25 tirun engan. Dan jikalau bulan Rabi Alawal, 23 tirun engan. Dan jikalau bulan Rabi Al-Akhir, 21 atau 24 tirun engan. Dan jikalau bulan Jumada Elawal, kapada 9 hari bulan tirun engan. Dan jikalau bulan Jumada Al-Akhir, kapada 16 atau 20 hari bulan tirun engan. Dan jikalau bulan Rajab kapada 9 hari bulan tirun engan. Dan Jikalau Bulan Shaban Kapata 13, Hari Bulan Tirun Angan, Dan Jikalau Bulan Ramsan Kapata, 11 Hari Bulan Ado Kapata 14, Hari Bulan Tirun Angan. Dan Jikalau Bulan Shawal Kapata 9 Hari Bulan Ado 12 Hari Bulan Tirun Angan. Dan Jikalau Kapata Bulan Zu Elka, Ida Kapata 7 Hari Bulan Ado Kapata 15, Hari Bulan Ado Kapata 16, Hari Bulan Tirun Angan. Dan Jikalau Kapata Bulan Zuel Haji, 5 Hari Bulan Ado 8 Hari Bulan Tirun Angan. Walahu, Alam Bil Sawab. Omens p. 550. Depending on the day of the week, which begins the year. Bab inai pada meniatekin, Alamat Kapala Tahan. Bermula Kapata Bulan Idu Muharam, Jika Had Sahari Bulan Muharam, Alamat Raja Didalam Negri, Idu Akan, Adal Hukamnaya Adanaya. Dan Jikalau Hari Ithnan Sahari Bulan Muharam, Alamat Baniak Kasakatan, Orang Didalam Negri, Idu Adanaya. Dan Jikalau Hari Thalatha Sahari Bulan Muharam, Alamat Melihat Tumpadera Didalam Negri, Idu Adanaya. Dan Jikalau Hari Arba, Sahari Bulan Muharam, Alamat Pandita Akan Dadan Ka Negri Idu Adanaya. Dan Jikalau Hari Kamis Sahari Bulan Muharam, Alamat Dagang Akan Datan Ka Negri Idu Adanaya. Dan Lagi Jikalau Hari Jum at Sahari Bulan Muharam, Alamat Baniak Orang Kaya Kaya Akan Sakit, Adau Mati Didalam Negri Idu Adanaya. Dan Lagi Jikalau Hari Sabtu Sahari Bulan Muharam, Alamat Baniak Menyuntat Harda Didalam Negri, Idu Adau Didalam Dunia Anai, Dan Ania Hukamnaya. Walahu Alam, Tamat. Omens. Depending on the letter, which the year bears in the cycle of 8. Dan Lagi Pada Meniatekin Lexana Tahan. Jikalau Tahan Idu Alif Benetangnaya Tikis, Lexana Dingin, Hujan Pun Baniak, Iyer Sunji Pun Basar, Huma Lading Punjadi, Tanam Tanaman Punjadi Adanaya. Dan Jikalau Tahan Idu Ha, Benetangnaya Haramau, Lexana Panas, Orang Mudamuda Pun Baniak Madi, Orang Berniaga Pun Baniak, Huma Lading Punjadi Adanaya. Dan Jikalau Tahan Idu Jim, Benetangnaya Pelandak, Lexana Koring Kuat Panas, Manuja Baniak Sakit, Dan Angan Pun Basar Adanaya. Dan Jikalau Tahan Idu Zai, Benetangnaya Naga, Lexana Dingin, Huma Lading Punjadi Akan Tetapi Baniak Orang Lapar, Manuja Pun Baniak Huru Hara Kemdian Bake Adanaya. Dan Jikalau Tahan Idu Dal Awal, Benetangnaya Uller, Lexana Dingin Orang Pun Baniak Sakit, Hujan Pun Baniak Dengan Ribat Adanaya. Dan Jikalau Tahan Idu Ba, Benetangnaya Kaming, Lexana Lapar, Manuja Orang Pun Baniak Sakit, Hujan Pun Koring, Sunjay Pun Kring, Kanak Baniak Jadi, Manuja Baniak Kasukaran Dan Duka Hadi. Kehindak Padanaya Adanaya. Dan Jikalau Tahan Idu Wow, Benetangnaya Ayam, Lexana Dingin, Orang Berniaga Derija Baniak Dadang. Wang Idu Sakeshep Sahaja Baniaks Tetapi Manuja Baniak Bersalahan, Sebab Tiada Berbuat Kabakshan Kapada Alatala. Angan Pun Koring Adanaya. Dan Jikalau Tahan Idu Dal Akhir, Benetangnaya Rusa, Lexana Terlalu Panas, Hujan Pun Sadikit, Huma Lading Punjadi, Tetapi Baniak Orang Dikudaki Alatala Sebab Tiada Berkabnaran. Itchala Adanaya, Walahu Alam. There appears to be another version of this cycle, in which the years are symbolized by different animals, viz. Aleph by the buffalo, Ha by the buffalo or bullock, Jim by the tiger and the dog, Zai by the mouse deer and the pig, Dalawal by the crocodile and the dragon naga, Ba by the dragon and the lion, Wow by the horse and the hawk, Helling, and Dal Akhir by the flying fox, Kubang and the dog. Extract from the 12 constellations. Bintang Dubilaz. Maka Hendakla Kita Abjadkan Huruf Nama Parampuan, Dan Nama Laki Dan Serta Ibunaya. Maka Buang Duabilaz. Barapa Yang Tingle Ichla Namanaya Bintang, Orang Idu Laki Ado Parampuan, Jika Tingle Sadu, Hamil Nama Bintang Naya, Jika Tingle, Thor Nama Bintang Naya, Demkian La Lihat Pada Sharat Naya Idu. Babyang Per Tama, Jika Burbintang Hamil, Lexana Api Naraka, Dan Nabai Naya Adam, Alehi El Salim, by Nading Naya Biribiri, Guru Naya Tikis, Burong Naya Rajawali, Kayu Naya Korma, Temin Naya Mizan Satranaya Akrab, Burkatakata Karing, Warna Tubo Naya Pude Ado Hidem, Walahu Alam. Berhermula Orang Idu Tubo Naya Sadarhana Lagi Renda Rembuni Dancer. Naya Tersingat Panas Durapada Dingin, Dan Orang Idu Perkatan Naya Benar Lagi, Pula Suro Surohan Orang, Dan Baganaya Saperti Iyer Didalam Timba Riskinaya. Bermula Ada Parat Pada Tubonaya, Mahabasarado Tahilalet. Dan Orang Edu Tiada Mufket Dengan Kilorganaya Sagala Sahabetnaya. Tetapi Orang Edu Kraz, Satranaya Panala Padanaya. Sabermula Orang Edu Jangan Aya Burlier, Bake Aya Berniaga Didalam Negri, Karna Rasinaya API Karna Satranaya Iyer. Dan Kahidapanaya Pula Kuning Cert Apude Dan Jikalau Burhuma Kapala, Beninaya Kuning Bake Didalam Pada Edu. Wallahu Alam. Bermula Orang Idu Bulan Yang Bake Padanaya Muharram, Harinaya Salatha, Dan Bulan Yang Jahat Padanaya Safar, Harinaya Ithnain, Dan Jika Sakit Ambil Daging Kaming Mera Decembalikan, Dan Dirending Dengan Miniak Maka Demakan Daging Naya. Jangan Bergeram Miniak Naya, Sapukan Pada Sagala Tubo Naya, Alamat Naya Orang Idu Peniakit Naya Diprut, Dan Kahulu Hadi, Insha Allah Ta'ala Afiat. Dan Jika Handek Memike Chinchin Kuning Per Matanaya Bake Padanaya, Dan Gosh Shaitan Naya, Pula Orang Idu Uliachla, Yang Hampir Padanaya, Dan Tempet Shaitan, Idu Pada Sagala, Pohan Keu Desanala Tempet, Kaudayam Bearing Sayapalakilaki, Dan Parampuan Burbantang Hamil Lalu Kasana Apabila Kaulihat, Tiada Meniabat Nama Allah, Dan Nama Rasul Allah Maka Maka Kautankapla. Kau Perskit Sakitkan Sagala, Tubonaya Tur Lalu Sakit Naya. Jika Aya Sakit Iyer Matanaya, Pun Mengalir Dan Lidanaya Kaupandakan Tiadala Bule Burkatakata, Dan Ubet Naya Ambil Pero, Ingang Dan Kuniat, Kring Dan Bowing Mera, Dan Don Hinning. Dan Don Menkudu Maka, De Salamatkan Dengan Kain Pude Maka, De Hasabkan De Bowanaya, Dan Bakakan Du Anai Ambuskan Dari Kapalanaya Sampe Kapada Kakinaya. Tatkala Mengubet Idu Pedeng Kamis, Ado Saptu Maka Sapukan Miniak, Idu Pada Kapalanaya Kemdian Mandakan Dengan Iyer Bermalam. Insha Allah Ta'ala Afiat. Inilla Azamat Naya. Bismillahirrahmanir Rahimi. Here comes an Arabic prayer or text, followed by 4 six-pointed stars, each formed by putting an equilateral triangle on the top of another. Then come 6 sets of magic letters. Bermula Baranak, Jika Laki Laki, Yang Bake Namanaya, Yakub Ado, Indin Ado Abdullah Ado, Abdul Samad Ado Saif Ado Ahmed. Jika Parampuan Maymuna Ado Salama Ado Isha, Didalam Pada Idu Wallahu Alam. This constitutes the first part of the treatise, which consists of 12 parts of about the same size. The names of the zodiacal signs are the Arabic ones, Hamil the ram, Thor the bull, etc. They will be found in Hugh's Dict. Of Islam, SV Zodiac. The Hindu nakshatras and the Malay Rajangs, p. 551. Figures of the nakshatras, figures of the Rajangs, horse's head horse, Kuda, yoni deer Kijang, razor or knife tiger Haramau, wheeled carriage cat Kuching, antelope's head cow Sapi, gem buffalo Kerbau, house rat Tikis, arrow ox Lembu, potter's wheel dog Anjing, house dragon Naga, couch or bedstead goat Kaming, bed palm blossom Mayang, hand elephant Gaja, pearl lion Singa, coral bead fish Ikin, festoon pig Bobby, row of ablations Kite or eagle Lang. Ring centipede Lipen, lion's tail turtle Baining or Tuntong, couch ghost or demon Hantu, elephant's tooth charcoal Erang, triangular nutman Orang, 3 footstep sea lout, drum skate Perry, circle Pasik, figure with double face Gunong or Nganong, couch or bed Gyula or Kalde, tabber green pigeon Panai, leaf dawn, Sani. Where a query appears in the Rajang column, it indicates that the reading in the Miz is doubtful. Extracts from the Rajang of Chi Busupi, 552. Chi Busupande Billing Malam, Malam Inai Malam Kasa, Chabat Sa Peding Duasa Handek, Memoring Bandar Sabua, Hidup Kita Sama Biasa Chakap Sapada Jangan Diuba. Chi Busupande Billing Malam, Malam Inai Malam Kanam, Chi Andek, Orang Burnam Singadi Panker Menjamer Jala Anjing Menialek, Rimau Pun Demam. Kuching di Dapper Penning Kapala, Dari Kling Lalu Kajawanake Saijai Katas Atap Ikin Kring Lagi Turtawa, Mendinger Tupe Membacha Kitab. Chi Busupande Billing Malam, Malam Inai Katigapulo Tamet, Rejang Tigapulo. Hadi Dalam Hankerkan Lulo, Diambal Papan Berlin Taken Bulo, Koyakan Kain Bikaz Tubo. Omens depending on aspect which varies from day to day p. 559. Pengadapan Nabai. Fazalanai, Pada Meniatakan Nabai Nabai Punya Pengadapan, Kapada Hari Yang Tujo, Masing Dengan Adapnaya. Bermula Kapada Hari Ahad Nabai Ala Adam, Alihi Al Salam Mengadep Ka Timor Laut. Dan Kapada Hari Ithnan Nabai Ala Musa, Alihi Al Salam Mengadep Ka Timor Tepet. Dan Kapada Hari Thalatha Nabai Ala Issa, Alihi Al Salam Mengadep Ka Tengora. Dan Kapada Hari Arba, Nabai Ala Ibrahim, Alihi Al Salam Mengadep Ka Selatin. Dan Kapada Hari Kamis Yunus Mengadep Ka Beret Daya. Dan Kapada Hari Jum at Nabai Muhammad Sal Allahu, Alihi Wal Salam Mengadep Ka Beret Tepet. Dan Kapada Hari Sabtu Nabai Ala, Alihi Al Salam Mengadep Ka Utara Adenaya. Ichla Hari Yang Tursabat Kadhui Ulemu. Hi, Talib Sakalian Naya Idu Didalam Naya, Jengan Bersiaja Adenaya. Besides the above, there are other systems of omens from aspect, e.g., one in which the figure is a dragon naga, which changes its position at the end of every 3 months of the Muhammadan calendar. This system applies especially to warfare. Thus, it is ruinous to approach an enemy from the point of the compass to which the mouth of the dragon is pointing, but good to come from the quarter towards which its back is turned, and so on. Another, the Rajalal Gabe, begins thus. Faisal Pada Meniatekan Edran Rajalal Gabe. Ayadu Yang Dakata Rajalal Gabe, Idu Jinaza Sayidna, Ali, Ibn Abu Talib Radhai Ala Anahu. Ayadu Dierak Ule Sagala Malikat Ampet, Penjuru Dunia Nai, Ichlakita Katahui. Jikalau Burhadap Dengan Jinaza, Idu Neshya Lemakita Dan Jikalau Burpring Adau Burklahi Alakita. Ayadu Ichla Handak Kita Kathu Supya Semperna Perbuatan Kita Dengan Burkat Shefa, at Nabai Kita Mohammed Sallallahu, DSB. Dan Dengan Burkat Rajalal Gabe Idu. The rest of the account specifies the aspect towards which the bier faces on the several days of the month, and directs it to be solemnly saluted, Membri Salam. An elaborate diagram follows, constructed on the same principle as the aspect compasses illustrated in the text. Fragment of a treatise on omens drawn from Earthquake Spi. 561. Bab Inai Pri Meniatekan Ta Bur Jempa Bake Dan Jahat. Bermula Jika Pada Bulan Muharram Jempa Pada Siang Hari, Percintan Pada Orang Baniak Padanaya. Dan Jika Pada Malam Jempa, Percintan Pada, Ada Bras Padipun Mahal, Orang Sakalian Dukachata. End of a treatise on omens drawn from lightning. Bab Jika Pada Hari Sabtu Halalinter Membla. Nesha Akan Bertamba Kapsaran Raja Dalam Negriedu. Jika Pagi Hari Ayamembla, Alamat Musuakan Dating, Jika Tenga Hari Ayamembla, Alamat Tiada Mufikat Isi Negriedu. Jika Waktu Asar Halalinter Membla, Alamat Tiga Perkara Akan Dating, Suadu Sampar Dan Kadua Kapar. Katiga Orang Dalam Negri Idu Handak Burbanohan Sama Sendirinaya, Tetapi Handak La Membri Derma Akan Sagala Fikir, Miskin Supya Terplihara Orang Pada Kajhatan Idu. Wallahu Alam. Tamat. Omens from lizards, and the like. Bab Inai Prilexananaya, Chichek Adotikus, Adau Ular Adau Binkarong Adau Bearing Yangampet Kakinaya, Idu Sama. Danjika Jado di I Kapala Kita Pada Hari Ahad Kita Takat Padanaya. Danjika Pada Hari Ithnain Satru Kita Akan by Nasa Padanaya, Danjika Pada Hari Thalatha Bapa Kita Madi Padanaya. Danjika Hari Arba, Anak Akan Madi Padanaya. Danjika Pada Hari Kamis Kilawarga Akan Madi Padanaya. Danjika Pada Hari Jum at Kerbau Adau Lembu Adau Kaming Berchere Dengan Kita Padanaya, Danjika Pada Hari Sabtu Diri Kita Akan Madi Padanaya. Danjika Jado di Kanan Kita Ada Laba Padanaya, Pada Kita Danjika Jado di Kiri Kita Berchanta Mashkrol Padanaya, Danjika Jado di Blacking Kita, Kita Akan Kahilingan Padanaya. Wallahu Alam. Tamat. Interpretation of Dreams p. 562. By the initial letter of the object. Bab Inai Pri Mengatahuita Mimpi Bake Dan Jahat, Makalihat Pada Huruf Naya Idu, Pertama Melihat Huruf Mulanaya, bearing Monakita Handak Katayu Supia Barule Kabajikan Insha, Alatala Barule Salamat. Aleph is wanting, and the next section is imperfect. The original miz from which this is copied was no doubt damaged in this part. Jika Mimpi Ba Turlalu Ali Rafa at Al Hajat. Jika Mimpi Ta, Turlalu Amat Bake Langkep, Barule Kabajikan Dengan Ramat, Tuhan Padanaya. Jika Mimpi Sa, Bearing Kau Kurja Idu Ingat, Jengan de Perbuet Neshia Meniazal Padanaya. Jika Mimpi Jim, Ingat La Anko, Sagala Bala, Idu Baniak Handak Sabar Adenaya. Jika Mimpi Haeda Orang Dari Jadating Padanaya. Jika Mimpi Za Turlalu Bake, Alamat Akan Barule Ramat Dan Shefet Padanaya. Jika bermimpi ra, barang kerjakan la sak hendak hatimu, alamat segrang kau perole atau laba yang besar, kau perole padanaya. Jika bermimpi zai, engkau kadatingan kiraman atau mendapat perampuan yang baik paras padanaya. Jika bermimpi sin, barang kita kerja baik padanaya, kahendak itu segera diperoleh. Jika bermimpi shin, barang kerjamu itu dengan sabar kalau dating sezal kepadamu padanaya. Jika bermimpi sad, barang kerjamu kau perbuatkan jemu itu baik padanaya. Jika bermimpi thod, barang kerjamu itu jadi berule sukacita padanaya. Jika bermimpi tau, barang kerja kau peroleh dengan sukacita padanaya. Jika bermimpi thau, baik sekalian kerjamu itu berkehendak segera kau peroleh padanaya. Jika bermimpi, segera berule lagi berule laba kau peroleh padanaya. Jika bermimpi gain, barang kerjamu jangan engkau perbuat, terlalu amat berule gusar padanaya. Jika bermimpi pa, adalah orang kerja kau dating padamu membawa laba padanaya. Jika bermimpi kaf, adalah orang membawa kabar yang baik padanaya. Jika bermimpi kaf, engkau akan berule negra daripada raja atau menteri padanaya. Jika bermimpi lam, hendaklah engkau memberi sedekah pada fikir miskin demikianlah padanaya. Jika bermimpi mim, alamat engkau berule baja padanaya. Jika bermimpi nun, alamat kadatingan sukacita padanaya. Jika bermimpi wow, alamat kita. Jika bermimpi ha, alamat orang besar-besar dating padamu, berule laba engkau padanaya. Jika bermimpi lam alif, terlalu baik ada kabar yang terbani padanaya. Jika bermimpi ya, terlalu baik, alamat berule negra daripada Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala padanaya. Jika bermimpi cha, alamat engkau melihat orang membawa kabar yang baik padanaya. Jika bermimpi tha, alamat melingkan melihat orang miskin dating padanaya. Jika bermimpi enggak, alamat ada kabar padamu terlalu sukacita hatimu, mendengarkan kabar itu padanaya. Jika bermimpi pa, ada perampuan baik kasih padamu barang kahendakmu dicaratnaya, demikian padanaya. Jika bermimpi ga, alamat melihat orang berkelahi serta engkau, ingat-ingat demikian padanaya. Jika bermimpi naya, terlalu amat baik mimpi naya itu, engkau akan berule surat yang garib, demikianlah arti mimpi itu insya Allah ta'ala adanaya. Another system of interpreting dreams. Adapan kata segala, ulama dan hukama dan kata sidang budaman. Ada mimpi raja lebe daripada mimpi pendita. Adapan mimpi pendita lebe daripada mimpi menteri. Lebe daripada mimpi orang kaya-kaya. Mimpi orang kaya itu lebe daripada mimpi orang yang alam-alam. Lebe mimpi petapan. Lebe daripada mimpi hamba orang dan mimpi orang lebe daripada mimpi orang jahil. Wallahu alam bil sawab, adanaya. Another system of interpretation. Faisal pada meniatakan bermimpi berbagai baju jenis, inailah ta bernaya. Kita lihat di bawah seter inai, wallahu alam. Pertama-tama jika bermimpi mengaji Quran atau membaca Quran atau doa di rumanaya, alamat berule, negra Allah ta'ala atau raja-raja, atau lepas daripada bahaya dunia dan akhirat adanaya. Jika bermimpi menjual apam, alamat korang rizkinaya. Jika bermimpi burung makan, alamat berule istri yang baik, akal bicaranaya. Jika bermimpi angin pagi-pagi hari, alamat berule sukacita. Jika bermimpi angin pedang atau baking-baking dilihatnaya, alamat berule ramat lepas daripada segala bala. Jika bermimpi hujan batu, alamat berule harta yang halal adanaya. Jika bermimpi klam kabat, alamat akan kembali satranaya, kan negeri itu orang pun banyak ternihanaya raja-raja adanaya. Jika bermimpi mandi air hujan lebat, alamat lepas daripada bala yang besar adanaya. Jika bermimpi sanjay penuh dengan air naya, alamat berule harta banyak adanaya. Jika bermimpi telaga penuh dengan air naya, alamat berule harta juga. Jika bermimpi berenang di dalam air, alamat apa kata-katanaya diturat orang, barang yang dicita diperolenaya lagi, diperkenankan Allah ta'ala adanaya. Jika bermimpi melimpa, sanjay besar, alamat memorenta orang kerja raja-raja adanaya. Jikalau bermimpi menialam di sanjay, alamat akan berule nimat dunia akhirat. Jika bermimpi minum air laut terlalu manis atau pahit, alamat berule harta dan lepas daripada segala bahaya dan dukacita adanaya. Jika bermimpi digantung orang, alamat lepas daripada hudang naya a denaya. Jika bermimpi makan nasi, alamat berulai harta yang halal a denaya. Jika bermimpi melihat orang jatali dalam telaga, alamat diperdiakan orang berjaga-jaga a denaya. Jika bermimpi melihat burung, melikan berulai baik jasa a denaya. Jika bermimpi menangkap burung belibis atau melihat daya, alamat akan berulai deram a denaya. Jika bermimpi nayamak atau lalat atau pikit atau maru, alamat saturnaya dating kakampong itu. Jika bermimpi burung lain-lain, alamat berulai sahya a denaya. Jika bermimpi minum air madu atau melihat daya, alamat bertudungan orang kaya-kaya a denaya. Jika bermimpi tumadi kain atau di baju, alamat pangsa yang baik-baik jikalau a denaya. Jika bermimpi belalang makan padi, alamat saturnaya dating a denaya. Jika bermimpi berbang, juga, alamat saturnaya kembali a denaya. Jika bermimpi ikan besar atau kecil, alamat berulai istri atau sahya atau harta a denaya. Jika bermimpi menangkap merbo atau terkukur, alamat akan berulai harta. Jika bermimpi keuhaniat tirun, alamat katrunan kakian naya. Jika bermimpi berjalan seset, alamat perampuan kasih dan sekalian naya orang pun kasih. Jika bermimpi naik, gajah atau kuda atau berpiang, alamat barang kerja menjadi kasih sekalian orang pun menyurat kata-kata naya. Jika bermimpi melihat burung sakian baniak, alamat tampil muso dari laut dating padanaya. Jika bermimpi menjerat bulo atau lang atau minum manasan, alamat kina bencana orang a denaya. Jika bermimpi kain berbangga, alamat orang sakit hati, handaklah bersuci diri naya, serta mandi berlimau minta, dua kepada alata alas supaya lepas bala itu a denaya. Jika bermimpi orang dudak bermain-main, alamat penyakit a denaya. Jika bermimpi ular besar dating karuma, alamat orang dating daripada berlihir atau berjalan berulai laba a denaya. Jika bermimpi bermain-main burung, alamat berulai harta dari ja a denaya. Jika bermimpi menaro perahu, alamat mendengar warta dari ja a denaya. Jika bermimpi mendengar bunyi gong, alamat warta orang mati handaklah bersuci diri naya, serta mandi berlimau supaya lepas dari bahaya itu. Jika bermimpi naik ke atas gunung, baik, umur naya panlanjut lagi, berulai harta pada tahun itu a denaya. Jika bermimpi matahari, dan bulan dan bintang seperti susumenta chanaya, maka handaklah segera lari dari tempat itu, muso yang amat besar padanaya. Jika bermimpi perahu mudik ke hulu sungai, alamat orang banyak kina penyakit di dalam negeri itu handaklah bersuci diri naya, serta berlimau memakai bahan supaya lepas daripada bahaya itu a denaya. Jika bermimpi makan nangka atau pisang, alamat susah hati padanaya. Jika bermimpi makan daging kerbau atau menjabat daya, alamat berdoa akan dating padanaya. Jika bermimpi membeno ular yang besar, alamat berulai kakian daripada raja-raja atau menteri. W. Alihi al-Salam. Jika bermimpi serban hilang atau dimakan API, alamat kadatingan bahaya dan duka handaklah memberi sedekah fikir, miskin atau kain-kain serta minta dua kepada Allah supaya lepas bahaya itu. Jika bermimpi kamu atau minum air sungai, umur naya lanjut. Jika bermimpi makan nasi atau kunyit nasi, alamat berulai amas dan perak. Jika bermimpi rimau dating karuma, alamat pendita dating karuma naya. Jika bermimpi kacang rasanaya, alamat berulai laba. Jika bermimpi minum, erik atau tuak atau melihat tuak, alamat air besar atau jemputana itu. Jika bermimpi ombak, bersabong-sabong kaderet, alamat akan berperang atau sampartirun. Jika bermimpi ditandak kerbau naik ke atas balai atau kayu, alamat orang memanggil makan. Jika bermimpi kayu rebah, alamat orang besar-besar akan mati. Jika bermimpi tabuan atau leba, alamat kadatingan panas pada bulan itu. Jika bermimpi kucing dating karuma, alamat orang mencuri atau satru dating. Jika anak kucing banyak, alamat lepas daripada bahaya. Jika bermimpi landak dating, alamat berulai anak laki-laki. Jika bermimpi memegang landak, alamat berulai harta. Jika bermimpi kra dating karuma, alamat jahat dating naya. Jika bermain kra, alamat bersahabat dengan orang dosta. Jika bermimpi iblis atau syaitan atau hantu satru hendak membunuh atau bencana, alamat dukacita. Jika bermimpi mengambil apa, alamat berulai kebajikan. Jika bermimpi menjerumat kain, alamat berkelahi dengan orang-orang. Jika bermimpi mengambil ikan lalu kalaut, alamat senantiasa minta makan. Jika bermimpi membuat berhala, alamat pekerjaan akurat. Jika bermimpi ikan banyak, alamat muso datung. Jika bermimpi limo, alamat berulai amas dan perak. Jika bermimpi berpiang, alamat berulai kebesaran dalam dunia lagi sukacita. Jika bermimpi bersenda-senda, lalu bermain serta menari, alamat berulai duka. Jika bermimpi berkelahi dengan orang, alamat lepas daripada dukacita. Jika bermimpi bertemu dengan kathai, alamat berulai kebajikan. Jika bermimpi melihat daging banyak, alamat berulai rezeki yang halal, jika sakit segera sembuh. Jika bermimpi orang mati terhentar dilihat naya, lalu menjabat serta naya, alamat menjadi pekerjaan raja-raja, jika di dalam negeri orang segera kembali. Jika bermimpi bercukur orang kepala atau jenggot, alamat berulai kebajikan maha besar dinegrahi Allah Ta'ala. Jika bermimpi mata buta atau celi, alamat duka atau sakit. Jika bermimpi menjerat kuku, alamat bertemu orang-orang dari jauh. Jika bermimpi berkin dan saputangan atau ikat pinggang, alamat berulai istri, menjadi penghulu, sekalian orang pun kasih. Jika bermimpi bersalamat kain putih, alamat akan lepas daripada segala penyakit adanaya. Jika bermimpi kain merah, alamat orang dengki akan daya. Jika bermimpi terpenjara, alamat akan pakertinaya sekalian orang pun bencai. Jika bermimpi jigi pada yang di atas, alamat saudara atau keluarganya mati. Jika bermimpi orang ikat atau gantung, alamat berulai laba lagi kebakshan. Jika bermimpi dipalu orang berdera, alamat kacaranan. Jika bermimpi tangan dekarat orang, alamat akan dating baya dan hilang. Jika bermimpi bergelang perak, alamat berulai kakian. Jika bermimpi beristri, alamat dukacita padanaya. Jika bermimpi berulai amas serta perak, alamat berkelahi. Jika bermimpi melihat bintang matahari, alamat berulai kakian di negra Allah Ta'ala. Jika bermimpi melihat bintang jatuh atau dating atau hu akan nama bintang itu, alamat beranak istri yang kebajikan adanaya. Jika bermimpi jatuh ke dalam telaga, alamat berulai kebajikan adanaya. Specimens of miscellaneous charms or recipes p. 567. Bab inai azamat pengunci perampuan supya tiada dapat bersuami, disurat pada kalam kita bawa juma dengan daya, inilah rajanaya, hhhw la 23. Bab inai azamat perampuan tiada dapat bermuka dengan orang lain daripada kita, disurat pada kertas maka brida pakanaya, inilah rajanaya, alu 15 bismillah wa ala sal, a makamel. Bab inai membuka rahasia perampuan, disurat pada hati tangan. Taro atas dadanaya supya berkata-kata sendirinaya, inilah rajanaya. Al AH999 WWWDD&S, A Ma WWADRA, a Mr. TMH232, U73678999, WW Cam 22 Lum Lumlu. Inai azamat kanak jangan menengis malam, disurat pada kertas seropake. Inai rajanaya, here follow mystic symbols and figures. Inai azamat tangkal sawan, disurat pada tima hitam maka pakikan pada budak itu. Inai rajanaya, another set of symbols, figures, and letters. Inai ubet padi supya tiada dimakan babai dan tikas dan hulat maka disurat pada tembakar maka tumbak. Jadikan tampung. Maka tatkala menyugul maka hamburkan tampung tembakar, itu berkeliling huma. Insya Allah ta'ala terpelihara daripada segala baya benetang itu dengan berkat ayat. Inai yang disurat pada tembakar itu sabje lagi ubet, padi supya jangan suatu penyakit naya, maka disurat pada kertas maka bubokan ditenga huma tatkala kita menyugul. Insya Allah ta'ala salamat, suatu pun tiada penyakit naya padi itu. Inai rajanaya yang disurat the diagram is 1, a magic square of 4 times 4. In each of the 16 divisions is a small circle. The ends of all the lines forming the square are flurry, as the heralds would call it. 2. A smaller square containing 4 mystic symbols. Ambal Semangat Orang, or Pengantong Semangat Orang P. 570. A charm for hanging up a person's soul. Hongber Suru Seru Turbingubengu Hadi Si Anu Teringat Aku Kalo, Kauta Teringatkan Aku, Kau Disumpa de Malaykit Ampet Pulo Ampet. Buetan Orang. Inai Faisal Gambar Membuet Orang Tiadabake. Maka Debuet Gambar Orang Mati Lilin Sambang Panjang Naya Sadu Tapak. Jikalau Handek Buet Sakit Ditikam Naya di Matanaya Buta, Ditikam di Pingang Sakit, Ditikam di Kapala, Sakit Kapala, Ditikam di Dada, Sakit Dada. Jikalau Handek Membano Ditikam Dari Kapala Delantas, Kapongong Naya Penakam Naya Seger Kabong. Kemdian Dikapinkan Idu Gambar Saperdi Orang Mati. Baru Disembahyankan Saperdi Sembahyang Orang Mati, Kemdian Ditanamkan Ditenga, Jalan Tempet, Orang Yang Kita Handek Buet, Supia Bule Delankanaya. Inai Faisal Handek, Tanam Idu Gambar. Al Salam, Alaikum, Hi. Nabai Tapyang Memiging Bumi Aquanai Burton and Kan Mayet Si Anu Aku Desuro Nabai Mohammed. Seba by Durhaka Kapada Allah, Enko Bule Talong Bunokan Ado Sakitkin, Jika Tidek Sakitkin, Ado Enko Bunokan, Durhaka Enko Kapada Allah, Durhaka Enko Kapada Mohammed, Bukan Naya Aku Yang Burtonam. Jibril Yang Burtonam Enko Kabalkan Juga Pinta Kami, Ari Bikari and I Juga Kabal Burkit, Aku Memen to Didalim Kandang Kalamalelaha, DSB. Buetan Orang P. 573. Al Salam, Alaikum, Hijin Tana, Jembaling Tana, Hintatana, Jembaling Bumi, Marila Enko Aku Minta Tirun, Terama Jamun Aku Burk Hendek Pada Enko Aku Nak Surokan Enko Aku Nak Selling Seria Enko Aku Nak Minta Sakitkin or Jilekin, or Bunokin, or Kasitkin, as the case may be si Anu Kal. Kauta Terama Jamun Anai, Dur Haka Kau Kapada Ala, DSB. Pembenchi Orang Lakibini. Burong Chandrawasi Sa Eker Turbang Kalaut Sa, Eker Turbang Kabukit Tiada Berdemukadu Adunai, Benchaila Si Anu Akan Si Anu. Jikalau Enko Tiada Demkian, Naraka Enko Kapada Ala, Berdosa Kau Kapada Aku Dengan Burkit, Bitua Guru Le La Hilala, DSB. Ambal Masai Kuching Hidam Tujo Le Sabi La Kiri, Dengan Masai Anjing Pun Tujo Le Sabi La Kiri Juga, Kain Burak Koya Krabak Sadu Percha, Bakarkan Sama Sama, Dijincher Dengan Kapper Sadakit, Siling Ampet Ditepi Bendel Lankapintu. Ambal Semangat P. 574. Hung Kupana Bulan Gobar, Kupana Matahari Padam, Kupana Binting Malap Bukan Naya Aku Memana Bulan Binting Matahari, Aku Memana Tanki Hadi Anak Sitting Si Anu Kur. Semangat Si Anu, Mari Sajalan Dengan Aku, Mari Sa Dudak Dengan Aku, Mari Sa Tidor Sabantal Dengan Aku Kur. Semangat Anak Sitting Si Anu, Kabul Burkit Leilaha, DSB. For taking another person's soul P. 575. Hai Urupi Bayang, Permisuri Mendapati Aku. Jikalau Si Anu Ta, Tidorenko Grak Juga. Kau Gunching Bangun Enko Ambal Rasemangat, Diabawa Kamari Taro Dalam Lambangan Kiri Aku. Kalo Diatidor Enko, Pegang Ibukaki Kanan Senjek Liar Bankit Enko Bawa Kamari Kapada Aku Juga Sabulabule. Jika Tidek, Dur Haka, DSB. Melambe Semangat, Orang P. 576. Kapper Aku Kapper Perex Tuangdon Kaladi, Lepis Janek, Ko Pejanek Aku Bawa Sadon Makin. Pulit Kapper Siraja Garing, Di Makan Anak Siraja Jila, Si Anu, Jilapagi Si Anu Kapada Aku, Jilapetting Si Anu Kapada Aku Enko Teringet Kapada Makbapkau, Enko Teringet Kapada Aku Enko Teringet Kapada Rumatenga Kau Enko Teringet Kapada Aku, Piret Kau Lapper. Kau Teringet Kapada Aku Guro Burbani, Kau Teringet Kapada Aku Engan Birdiup. Kau Teringet Kapada Aku, Hari Eugen, Kau Teringet Kapada Aku. Ayam Berkoko, Kau Teringet Kapada Aku Mure Berkachau, Teringet, Kau Kapada Aku Kinada Metahari, Teringet, Kau Kapada Aku Kinada Kapada Bulin, Teringet, Kau Kapada Aku Adala Aku Didalim Bulin Idu Kur. Semangat Si Anu, Mari Kapada Aku, Semangat Aku Tiada Kubrikin Semangat Enko, Mari Kapada Aku. Ambal Semangat P. 577. Nur Mani Nama Enko. Si Pancha Awal Nama Aku Kabal Burket Aku Memike Due Kundang Mayachinta Barahi, Burchinta Kau Kapada Aku, Barahi Kau Kapada Aku, Jila Kau Kapada Aku, Jila Siang, Jila Malim, Jila Tujo Kali Sa Hari, Jila Tujo Kali Sa Malim. Puling La Karuma Enko Puling La Ka Istana Enko Dengan Burket, DSB. Tilak p. 578. Aku tahu azalenko jadi. Didalam cahyadera pude turan kepada ibumu passing surat ditangkatkan ker. Semingat si anu itu marilah, engkau bersama-sama kepada aku. Kamanalah engkau hendak pergi, marilah engkau kadalam rumah tangga engkau inidian sabating inai rumah tangga engkau selingkan hati perut, jantung, limpa, mempedal raya engkau sekalian lagi. Kan puling kepada aku inai kan pula badan nyawa engkau, sekalian lagi sudah puling kepada aku. Kabel berkat, aku memakai dua tilak marifat kepada si anu itu. Membuat buta p. 310. Ambil ikan selwang seekor, bubo dalam mangkok, lagi hidup dicakak mata ikan selwang itu dengan jarum rabbit dalam security. Bakar kemenyan, bakakan inai. Bukan aku bercak, mata ikan aku bercak mata si anu. Pantun describing the effect of the black art. Near manis, siamang bulan, kalapatumbo di baru si anu menengis menenteng bulan, dayakina hikmet aku. For other charms connected with the human soul vidi sex. Roman 6 Roman 8 and CCZI, CCZiv, Supra. Note on the word Kramat. The following is an extract from a letter by the author, which was received too late for insertion in the text of the book. I think that the best translation for Kramat, in the case of beasts, etc., is sacred. I have been going into the Kramat question, and it appears to me that Kramat animals, trees, and other objects occupy the same place in Malay popular religion as is occupied by totems in the popular religion of other countries. I do not wish to be understood, before going more deeply still into the matter, that they are totems, but that they possess, generally speaking, the same characteristics. They are the bodily tenements or receptacles containing the souls of the departed ancestors of the village. Incense is burnt, and prayers are offered to them, e.g. in the case of the sacred elephant, and the mere fact of meeting them when one is engaged in a difficult enterprise is believed to ensure success. On the other hand, to kill or wound them is to court disaster. To the above I may add that Kramat, which is a word of Arabic derivation, properly appears to mean sanctity, but is in Malay generally used adjectively, being applied to men, animals, plants, stones, etc. When the word stands alone, it almost invariably means a holy place, the word tempat being presumably understood. When applied to a person, it implies special sanctity and miraculous power. I remember, in 1895, hearing of a little girl, living with her parents at Sunjay Baru in the Alor Gadget district of Malacca, who was reputed to be Kramat. People used to travel considerable distances in order to visit her, and thereby gain some benefit or other. I was informed that the modus operandi was to swallow a small quantity of her saliva in a cup of water, but I never verified this statement. These pilgrimages were rather disapproved of by the local Kathai, who was my informant. As regards true totemism, I am not sure that it can be traced among the Malays of the peninsula, although a few elements of the system are to be found here and there among them. Thus, for instance, in certain districts, e.g. northern Malacca and the Negri Sembilan, there are clans descending in the female line among whom exogamy is still the rule to the extent, at least, that intermarriage is forbidden between the children of sisters, JRAS, SB, number 23 p. 143, and we also sometimes find tutelary or taboo animals, etc. more or less closely connected with certain families. But these two sets of facts do not seem to be interwoven as they appear to be among certain other races. Traces of animals, etc. being regarded as specially connected with particular families are not, I believe, very common. Two instances occur in the Sejarah Melayu, viz. The man bat, who emerged from foam vomited by a bull Malay Annals p. 23, and who is regarded as the progenitor of the still existing Malay tribe, Bangsa Muntalembu of hereditary bards, to whom beef milk, etc. are taboo, and the Indian prince Mani Farandon, Ibid. p. 110, who on his voyage to Malacca was preserved from drowning by the alualu fish and the gandasuli tree, and on that account, forbade all his descendants to eat of the fish alualu or to wear the flower of the gandasuli. His descendants formed a noble family in Malacca, the heads of which usually bore the title of Esrai Narada Raja, and during the 15th century AD often held the highest offices of state. So the legend may, probably enough, preserve the record of an actual custom peculiar to that family. Both the above cases, however, seem to be derived from a Hindu origin. The tutelary animals connected with holy Kramat places may perhaps sometimes be in point in this connection. For instance, at Malacapinda in Malacca Territory, I remember seeing the private burial place of a certain family, which lived close by, and being informed by the local village headman that whenever any member of that family died, certain tigers were in the habit of wailing menenges round the place at night. It has been observed by the author, pp. 71, 153, 163, that Kramat animals generally have some physical peculiarity, such as a shrunken foot or stunted tusk. It may be added that they are sometimes white, i.e. albino individuals of a species which is not usually white, and thus marked out from their fellows by the characteristic sacred color. I remember reading in the local Straits newspaper some years ago that a white mouse deer, which was caught somewhere in the Negri Sembilan, was regarded by the Malays as Kramat. Very soon after its capture, I believe on the same evening, it escaped from its cage overnight, a fact which no doubt further corroborated the natives in their belief as to its sacred character. I have little doubt that it was purposely released by some superstitious Malay, who thought that no good would come of keeping a sacred animal in captivity. COB. List of chief authorities quoted. Clifford Hugh in Court and Kampong, London, 1897. Studies in Brown Humanity, London, 1898. Clifford, Hugh, and Swetnam, Frank A. A Dictionary of the Malay Language, Parts I, Roman 3. Letters ACH. Taping, Perak, 1894-1897. Crawford, John, History of the Indian Archipelago, 3 vols. Edinburgh, 1820. A Grammar and Dictionary of the Malay Language, 2 vols. London, 1852. A Descriptive Dictionary of the Indian Islands and Adjacent Countries, London, 1856. Denies N.B. A Descriptive Dictionary of British Malaya, London, 1894. Fraser, J.G. The Golden Bough, 2 vols. London, 1890. Hughes, Thomas P. A Dictionary of Islam, 2nd ed. London, 1896. Journal of the Indian Archipelago, 12 vols. Singapore, 1847-1862. Journal of the Straits Branch of the Royal Asiatic Society, 32 nos. Singapore, 1878-1899. Klinkert, H. C. Neo Malish Nederlands Woordenboek, Leiden, 1893. Leyden John, Malay Annals, London, 1821. Marston William, The History of Sumatra, 2nd ed., London, 1784. 3rd ed., London, 1811. Maxwell W. E. A Manual of the Malay Language, 2nd ed., London, 1888. Miscellaneous papers relating to Indochina and the Indian Archipelago, 2 series of 2 vols each. London, 1886, 1887. Newbold, T.J. Political and Statistical Account of the British Settlements in the Straits of Malacca, 2 vols. London, 1839. Notes and Queries issued with the Journal of the Straits Branch of the Royal Asiatic Society, 4 nos. Singapore, 1885-1887. Publications of the Straits Branch of the Royal Asiatic Society, 3 nos. Singapore, 1895-1896. Sellinger Journal, 5 vols. Kuala Lumpur, 1892-1897. Swetnam Frank A. Malay Sketches, London, 1895. Tyler E. B. Primitive Culture, 2 vols. London, 1871. Wall H. Vanda, Malish Nederlands Woordenboek Uitgeven H. N. van der Tuuk, 2 vols. Batavia, 1877-1880. Yule, Henry, and Burnell, A. C. Hobson Jobson, being a glossary of Anglo-Indian colloquial words and phrases. London, 1886. Notes. Newbold, British Settlements in the Straits of Malacca, Volume Roman 2. pp. 360-361. Vidi Vishnu Purana, Volume Roman 2. p. 109, trans by Wilson. The full Malay text of this introduction will be found in the appendix. Lit. A cube. The cube-like building in the center of the mosque at Makkah, Mecca, which contains the Hajaru el Aswad or Black Stone Hues Dict of Islam SV. Kaba. Sakadimuna, or Sikadimuna, is the name of an enormous serpent said to have ravaged the country of Minangkabau in Sumatra about the beginning of the 12th century. Newbold, Op. Cit. Volume Roman II, p. 199n. It is also given as Iktimani by Leyden in his Trans of the Malay Annals. For the parting asunder of the snake, vidi the note on page 11 infra, which gives what may be the origin of this myth as it is known to the Malays. The Nagas are generally represented in old sculptures as bearing the human form, but with a snake attached to their backs, and the hooded head rising behind their necks, Nagananda, translated by Palmer Boyd, p. 61, vidi also Ib. p. 84. This may be the explanation of the Malay kairis hilt, or dagger hilt, which represents a seated human form with folded arms and a hood at the back of its neck rising over its head. These hilts are called hulu Malayu, the Malay hilt, or Jawa Demam lit, the fever-stricken Javanese, in allusion to the attitude of the figure with its folded arms. The pattern of these hilts, which are universally used for the national Malay kairis or dagger, varies from an accurate representation of the human figure to forms in which nothing but the hood, which is occasionally much exaggerated, is recognizable. Europeans seeing these hilts for the first time sometimes take them for snakes' heads, sometimes for the heads of birds. Pea probably stands for supea, perhaps with the meaning so also. Kun in Arabic means bee. The tree would appear to be identifiable vidi ap, I Roman 3, with that mentioned in the first account. Sakais are cert of the non-Malayan heathen, i.e. not Mohammedan, inhabitants of the hills and jungles of the peninsula. Some say a bullock, lembu, but the most usual version gives the buffalo. In the Ramayana, which has largely influenced some departments of Malay folklore, it is an elephant which supports the earth. So, too, Vishnu in the boar incarnation raised the earth from the bottom of the sea upon his tusks. This island, for which a tortoise or the fish nun is occasionally substituted, may be compared with the Batak Sumatran belief concerning the raft which was made by Batara Guru for the support of the earth at the creation of the world, JRASN, S. Volume Roman 13, Part 1, p. 60, and Vidi Klinkert's Malay Dutch Dict, S.V. Nun. Newbold Op. Cit. Volume Roman 2, p. 359, the spelling of Jangi is incorrect. It should be spelt Jangi. This tree appears to be a tradition of the Cocos Maldiva, of which Sir H. Yule, S.V. Cocodimer, gives the following interesting account. Cocodimer, or double coconut, the curious twin fruit so called, the produce of the Ladoicea sechularum, a palm growing only in the Seychelles Islands, is cast up on the shores of the Indian Ocean, most frequently on the Maldive Islands, but occasionally also on Ceylon and S. India, and on the coasts of Zanzibar, of Sumatra, and some others of the Malay Islands. Great virtues as medicine and antidote were supposed to reside in these fruits, and extravagant prices were paid for them. The story goes that a country captain, expecting to make his fortune, took a cargo of these nuts from the Seychelles Islands to Calcutta, but the only result was to destroy their value for the future. The old belief was that the fruit was produced on a palm growing below the sea, whose fronds, according to Malay seamen, were sometimes seen in quiet bites on the Sumatran coast, especially in the Lampang Bay. According to one form of the story among the Malays, which is told both by Pigafetta and by Rumphius, there was but one such tree, the fronds of which rose above an abyss of the Southern Ocean, and were the abode of the monstrous bird Garuda, or ruck of the Arabs. The tree itself was called Pausangi, which Rumphius seems to interpret as a corruption of Buazangi, fruit of Zang, or E. Africa. They were cast up occasionally on the islands of the SW coast of Sumatra, and the wild people of the islands brought them for sale to the Sumatran marts, such as Padang and Priamang. One of the largest, say about 12 inches across, would sell for 150 rix dollars. But the Malay princes coveted them greatly, and would sometimes, it was alleged, give a laden junk for a single nut. In India, the best-known source of supply was from the Maldive Islands. The medical virtues of the nut were not only famous among all the people of the East, including the Chinese, but are extolled by Piso and by Rumphius, with many details. The latter, learned and laborious student of nature as he was, believed in the submarine origin of the nut, though he discredited its growing on a great palm, as no traces of such a plant had ever been discovered on the coasts. The fame of the nut's virtues had extended to Europe, and the Emperor Rudolf Roman too. In his latter days offered in vain 4,000 florins to purchase from the family of Wolfert Hermansson, a Dutch admiral, one which had been presented to that commander by the King of Bantam, on the Hollanders relieving his capital, attacked by the Portuguese in 1602. Hobson Jobson, Locke, Sit. To this valuable note, I would add that Rumphius is evidently wrong if he derives the name of the tree, Pausengi, from the Malay, Buazangi. The first part of the word is pau or pa, which is perfectly good Malay, and is the name given to various species of mango, especially the wild one, so that Pausengi actually represents, not Bua, but Pajangi, which is to this day the universal Malay name for the tree which grows, according to Malay fable, in the central whirlpool or navel of the seas. Some versions add that it grows upon a sunken bank Tebing Runto and is guarded by dragons. This tree figures largely in Malay romances, especially those which form the subject of Malay shadow plays, Vidi Infra, PL. 23, for an illustration of the Pajangi and the crab. Rumphius' explanation of the second part of the name, i.e. Jangi, is, no doubt, quite correct. The following passage describes how a magic prince visited the navel of the seas. Presently he arrived at his destination, the navel of the seas, Pusat Tasik. All the monsters of the ocean, the whales and monster fishes, and colossal dragons, Naga Umbang, and the magic dragons, Naga Sri Naga Kasaktian, assembled together to eat and devour him, and such a tumult arose that the Raja Naga, who was superior to all, heard it and came to see. Now when he beheld the golden dragon, he opened his jaws to their full extent, and made 3 attempts to seize and swallow him, but failed each time. At length, however, he caught him, and dashed him against the sea bottom with such force that his head was buried in the ground, but the little dragon cared not at all. Then the Raja Naga said, "Tell me the truth. From what land hast thou fallen, Taitek Dari Pada Negri Ningyamana, and whose son and offspring art thou?" To which the golden dragon made answer, saying, "I have no land nor country, I have neither father nor mother, but I was incarnated from the hollow part of a bamboo." When the Raja Naga heard this, he sent for his spectacles, Churm and Mata, and by their aid he was able to see the real parentage of the golden dragon and all concerning him, and he at once told him everything concerning his birth, Usul Azel Kajadianaya, and informed him that they were close relations, since the golden dragon's mother was a relative of the Raja Naga. Then the Raja Naga kissed and embraced his nephew, and congratulated himself on having seen him before his time came to die, and calling together all his people to feast, installed Tabal, the golden dragon, as king over them in his own place, since he was very old. Thus the golden dragon continued to live in increasing state and prosperity at the Pusat Tasik, and was greatly beloved by his uncle, the Raja Naga, and in the course of time his horn Chula split up and was replaced by 6 other heads, making 7 in all. Hikkat Raja Budaman, Part 2, pp. 7-8. Publications of the S.B. of the Royal Asiatic Society, No. 3. The Malays give the names Ba Jantan and Ba Betina, viz., the male and the female floods, respectively, to the first rising of a freshet, and to the flood which sometimes ensues after the waters have partially subsided. The latter is generally supposed to be more serious than the former. Cliff, and sweat, mal, dict, sv ba. If this be the likeness of the male flood, what will that of the female be? Ejaculated my head boatman. In common with other Malays, he held the belief that floods, like other moving things, go in couples. The first to come is the male, and when he has passed upon his way, the female comes after him, pursuing him hotly, according to the custom of the sex, and she is the more to be feared, as she rushes more furiously than does her fleeing mate. Cliff, Stud, in Brown Humanity, p. 213. This neck of land was called Penerk Prahu, or the place of the dragging, a cross of boats. The belief, probably borrowed from the Hindus, of a serpent devouring the sun or moon whenever they are eclipsed, and the weird lamentations of the people during the continuance of these phenomena are well known. Newbold, Op. Cit. Volume Roman 2, p. 358. During an eclipse they, the Malays, make a loud noise with sounding instruments to prevent one luminary from devouring the other, as the Chinese, to frighten away the dragon. Marston, Hist. Of some. p. 157, I have not yet met with the explanation given in this passage of Marston's work. Rahu, a daidia or demon who is supposed to seize the sun and moon, and thus cause eclipses. According to the common myth, he was a son of Viprasiddhi and Sinhika, and had 4 arms, his lower part ending in a tail. He was the instigator of all mischief among the daitias. And when the gods had produced the amrita or nectar from the churned ocean, he disguised himself like one of them and drank a portion of it, but the sun and moon having detected his fraud and informed Vishnu. The latter severed his head and 2 of his arms from the rest of his body. The portion of nectar he had swallowed having secured his immortality, the head and tail were transferred to the stellar sphere, the head wreaking its vengeance on the sun and moon by occasionally swallowing them for a time, while the tail, under the name of Ketu, gave birth to a numerous progeny of comets and fiery meteors. Walter William Skeat, Dict, S.V. Rahu. Jurhana is from a Sanskrit word meaning eclipse. The name of the monster is Rahu. Clifford Stud, in Brown Humanity, p. 50. For ceremonies to be observed during an eclipse, more especially by women in travail, vide birth ceremonies infra. They the Malays observe in the moon an old man sitting under a Beringan tree, the banyan Ficus indica. Maxwell, in JRAS S.B. Number 7, p. 27, in Sanskrit mythology the spots on the moon are supposed to be caused by a hare or antelope, which being hard-pressed by a hunter appealed to the moon for protection and was taken up by the moon into her arms. This is no doubt the real explanation of the Malay phrase, Bulan bunting pelandak, the moon is great with the mouse deer, an expression often used when the moon is 3/4 full. They tell of a man in the moon who is continually employed in spinning cotton, but that every night a rat gnaws his thread and obliges him to begin his work afresh. Marst, Hist, of some, p. 187. It is, however, also possible that there may be 2 bujangs, and that we have here a simple case of what philologists call confluence, so that the derivation, though quite possible, must not be accepted without reserve. Sanskrit tapestry. Maxwell in JRAS, SB, number 7, p. 28. In Selangor, I have also heard ular minum, the snake drinks. A Selangor Malay told me that the full phrase was ular danu berbantal, the snake danu is pillowed in sleep. A fuller expression is tunggal tunggal membingun. A double rainbow is called palangi sake laman. Maxwell points out in a note that danak in Hindustani means a bow, and is a common term in India among Hindus for the rainbow. Maxwell, JRAS, SB number 7, p. 21. So, too, midday, especially when a light rain is falling and the sun shining at one and the same time, is usually regarded as equally dangerous. Maxwell Locke Sit, Vidi Infra Chapter Roman 4, pp. 92-93. Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society, NS Volume Roman 13, Part 4, CP. Also the note to page 8 Supra in which the golden dragon is made to say, I have neither father nor mother, but I was incarnated from the hollow part of a bamboo. See also JRAS SB number 9 p. 91. Hikyat, i.e. romance. Mantri, i.e. minister of state. Batong, i.e. big. Manuengi, perhaps a mistake for Manuengi CP. Barajuengi infra. JRAS SB number 17. Notes and Queries number 4, Sec 94. Semengs are aboriginal non-Mohammedan inhabitants of the interior of the peninsula. Their type approximates to that of the Negritos of the Andaman Islands and the Philippines, but the one referred to in this legend had white blood, which is considered by Malays to be the royal color. Te, short for pude, white, puaba or puava, Sanskrit first. This name is also given to the first Malay Raja in the Sajara Malayu. JRAS SB number 9 pp. 90-91. For a similar story vide Leiden's Malay Annals, p. 29. It happened on a certain day that the river of Palembang brought down a foam bell of uncommon size in which appeared a young girl of extreme beauty. She was adopted by the Raja and named Putri Tunjung Bui, or the Princess Foambell. It is Gabriel who performs this office in the account which follows. Concerning the creation of Adam, here intimated, the Mohammedans have several peculiar traditions. They say the angels Gabriel, Michael, and Israfil were sent by God, one after another, to fetch for that purpose 7 handfuls of earth from different depths, and of different colors, whence some account for the various complexions of mankind. But the earth being apprehensive of the consequence, and desiring them to represent her fear to God that the creature he designed to form would rebel against him, and draw down his curse upon her, they returned without performing God's command. Whereupon he sent Azrael on the same errand, who executed his commission without remorse, for which reason God appointed that angel to separate the souls from the bodies, being therefore called the angel of death. The earth he had taken was carried into Arabia, to a place between Mecca and Taif, where, being first kneaded by the angels, it was afterwards fashioned by God himself into a human form, and left to dry for the space of 40 days, or, as others say, as many years, the angels in the meantime often visiting it, and Eblis. Then one of the angels who are nearest to God's presence, afterwards the devil among the rest. But he, not contented with looking on it, kicked it with his foot till it rung, and knowing God designed that creature to be his superior, took a secret resolution never to acknowledge him as such. After this, God animated the figure of clay and endued it with an intelligent soul, and when he had placed him in paradise, formed Eve out of his left side. Sales Koran, ch. Roman 2. Of translation, p4 note. The Creator determined to make man, and for that purpose he took some clay from the earth and fashioned it into the figure of a man. Then he took the spirit of life to endue this body with vitality, and placed the spirit on the head of the figure. But the spirit was strong, and the body, being only clay, could not hold it, and was reft in pieces and scattered into the air. Those fragments of the first great failure are the spirits of earth and sea and air. The Creator then formed another clay figure, but into this one he wrought some iron, so that when it received the vital spark it withstood the strain and became man. That man was Adam, and the iron that is in the constitution of his descendants has stood them in good stead. When they lose it, they become of little more account than their prototype, the first failure. Swettenham, Malay Sketches, p. 199. Newbold Op. Cit. Volume Roman 2. pp. 351-352. In Selenger, some of the greater bones, at least, have their own mystic nomenclature, e.g. the backbone, which is called Tiang Arash, or the pillar of the heavens. Of the superstition which forbids the imitation of the royal insignia I can speak personally, as when a set of models of the Selenger regalia were being made for me, with the late Sultan's full permission and knowledge, I found it impossible to get them made really like the originals either in shape or size, the makers alleging their fear of being struck dead, in spite of this permission by this divine power, or Dalat, if they were to imitate them too accurately. In Perak, the custom would appear to be less strict. Thus from Malay Sketches, p. 215, we may gather that in the silver state even the most sacred pieces of the regalia accompany the royal party upon their annual expedition to seek for turtles' eggs. The Kabsaran or regalia of every petty state is supposed to be endowed with supernatural powers, for instance that of the ex-Banghulu of Nanning. Newbold, Op. Cit. Volume Roman 2, p. 193. Ibid, p. 195. Leiden Malay Annals pp. 22-23. The words in brackets are mine, W. S. Newbold Op. Cit. Volume Roman 2. p. 199, cp. Leiden Mal Annals pp. 38-39. Limbuara, Limbuana, or Sembuana equals Singhabuana is the name given to the lance of the spectre huntsman, vd chapter VP 118, whose kairos is called sailing kissa. It has been suggested that Singhabuana may be composed of two Sanskrit words meaning lion and world, but put in the Malay order, which is the opposite of Sanskrit. If this supposition is accepted, the name would mean lion of the world, vd app, Roman 28, XXX. JRAS SB number 9 pp. 91-92. It would appear from Malay romances that the full complement of musical instruments forming part of a royal orchestra was, at all events sometimes, 12. Thus, when Esrai Rama is bidden by the astrologers to get up an expedition by water for the amusement of his princess, dresses of honor were given to the attendants, and musical instruments of the 12 kinds were got together. Maxwa. In Sri Rama, JRAS, SB, number 17, P93. This list was given me by H. Rajabhat of Selenger. Besides the above, there are several royal properties, not usually included in any list of regalia. These are H.'s chain jacket, bajurante, a species of shield or targe, said to be made of brass and called otter rotter, H.'s seal, and possibly his mat and the dish he ate from. One of the tombak belonging to HH was a species of trident and was called tombak bercharanga, or the branching lance. The ordinary lances might be borrowed by the people and carried, for example, in the procession escorting a bridegroom, by virtue of his supposed one-day's sovereignty, Raja Sahari, to the house of his bride, but the trident never. All the insignia of royalty were hastily fashioned by the goldsmiths of Penjam, and whenever two Raja or Wan Bong appeared in public, they were accompanied by pages bearing beetle boxes, swords, and silken umbrellas, as in the manner of Malay kings. Cliff. In Court and Kampong, p. 115. Maxwa. In Rajadonan, JRAS, SB, No. 18, p. 253. Ta lapak de Hujan, ta leking de panas, pesaka de Torres. Turis de Teledin, pesaka de lintas tumbang. It is usually upon a portion of his insignia, as, for instance, his kairis, which is dipped into water which he drinks, that a Malay sovereign swears his most solemn oath. Sometimes, however, it is upon a lump of iron called bisikawi, which not unfrequently forms part of the regalia as welvidi clink. SV bisi. The following recital of the titles of a Sumatran Raja will show at least the extraordinary pretensions to sanctity which to this day, with, in some parts, no great diminution, hedge about the person of the Malay king. The Sultan of Meningkabo, whose residence is at Pagaruyung, after pardon asked for presuming to mention his name, who is King of Kings, son of Raja Iskandar Zulkarnaini, master of the third of the wood makamat, one of whose properties is to enable matter to fly, of the lance ornamented with the beard of Janji, of the palace of the city of Rome, of the gold of 12 grains named Kudarat Kudarati, resembling a man, who is possessed of the sword named Chorisi Mendangjeri, which has 190 gaps, made in the conflict with the archdevil, Si Kadimuno, whom it slew, who is master of fresh water in the ocean to the extent of a day's sailing, possessed of a lance formed of a twig of a Jew, the gamudi or sugar palm, of a kalwang scimitar wrapped in an unmade chinde, cloth, of a crease dagger formed of the soul of steel, which by a noise expresses an unwillingness at being sheathed and shows itself pleased when drawn, of a date coeval with the creation, possessed of a gun brought from heaven named Saubahana hu Watanala, of a horse of the race of Sorambarani, superior to all others, Sultan of the Burning Mountain, and of the mountains Guntang, which divide Palembang and Jambi, who may slay at pleasure without being guilty of a crime, who is possessed of the elephant named Seti Dua, who is vicegerent of heaven, Sultan of the Golden River, lord of the air and clouds, master of a Bali audience hall, whose pillars are of the shrub gelatang, of gandangs, drums made of hollowed branches of the minute shrubs pulut and silasori, of the gong that resounds to the skies, of the buffalo named Si Binuang Sati, whose horns are 10 feet asunder, of the unconquered cock, Senganani, of the coconut tree whose amazing height and being infested with serpents and other noxious reptiles render it impossible to be climbed, of the flower named Siri Menjuri, of ambrosial scent, who, when he goes to sleep, wakes not till the gandang nobat, state drum sounds, one of whose eyes is as the sun and the other as the moon. Marston, Hist. Of some. p. 270. On the foregoing list, I should like to remark, 1. That the necessity of asking pardon for mentioning the king's name is considered by the peninsular Malays to be as imperative as ever. 2. The expression, who is master of fresh water in the ocean, is explained by a passage in Leiden's Malay Annals, p. 37, where, all the fresh water being exhausted, Raja Sang Sapurba directed them to bring rotans and tie them in circles and throw them in the water. Then, having himself descended into a small boat, he inserted his feet into the water, within the circles of bamboo, sick, and by the power of God Almighty and the virtue of a descendant of Raja Sekandar Zulkarnaini, the water within these circles became fresh, and all the crews supplied themselves with it. And unto this day the fresh water is mixed with the salt at this place. 3. The horse, which is usually called Sembrani, is a magic steed, which could fly through the air as well as swim through the water, laid, mal, and p. 17. 4. For the mountains Guntang or Sagantang Mahamuru, cp. Leiden's mal, and p. 20 sec. 5. The privilege of slaying at pleasure without being guilty of a crime is a privilege which still belongs to Malay sovereigns of the first rank. Similar sacred objects belonging to another sultan of Meningkabau named Gagar Alam, Jegar Alam, were a sacred crown from God. The cloth Sansis Takala, which weaves itself and adds one thread yearly of fine pearls, and when that cloth shall be finished the world will be no more. The dagger Hangin Singa, which will, at his command, fight of itself. The blue champaka flower, which is to be found in no country but his being yellow elsewhere, and many others worthy of the Sultan, whose presence bringeth death to all who attempt to approach him without permission, and of the Sultan of Indrapur, who has 4 breasts. Marston hissed, of some. p. 272. I.e. Purple VD Klinkert SV, cf. The following from JRAS SB, no, number 9, p. 93. Tan Sabin was frequently to be seen on the outworks of his fort across the river, dressed in garments of conspicuous colors. In the morning he wore red at midday yell, and in the evening his clothes were green. When he was pointed out to Magat Tarawis, it was the morning, and he was dressed in red. The foregoing superstitious observance is found among more than one Indo-Chinese nation. Legainrelen chef Deutsche conformer a plusieurs coudums et observances superstitieuses. Par exemple, il faut qu'il met une robe de couleur différente pour chaque jour de la semaine, le dimanche il est habillé en blanc, le lundi en jaune, le mardi en vert, le mercredi en rouge, le jeudi en bleu, le vendredi en noir, et le samedi en violet. Palagua, Description de Siam, Volume IP 319. Lit. Corpse grooves. The usual form is pengongong, from gongong, to carry in the mouth. Their Malay names are Simulajati, Ashik Sakampong, Seaputer Lemon, Assam Garam, Ahadan Mabuk, Sapalat Jila, Sri Jega, and Doa Unyus. JRAS, SB number 17 pp. 9497. The Malay word is change, which means long nails, whether natural or artificial. Artificial nails are several inches in length, being much affected by Malay actors performing as royalty. A long step and a slow swing of the arms reminds the Malay of the way a man steps and raises his arm to plant bean seeds 6 feet apart. A quicker step and a rounder swing of the arms is compared to the action of scattering small seeds. JRAS. SB. Lock. Sit. In house building, it is further forbidden to dovetail or make the ends of the timbers, e.g. of the roof, fit accurately together, and also to build 2 verandas, one on each side of the house, with their floors on a level with the floor of the main building. If 2 verandas are used, the floor of one must be lower than that of the main building, kelek anak, i.e. the sarong or Malay national garment. For the custom, vide cliff, in court and kampong, p. 158, and for an exception, ib. 27. The hilt of the crease, kairis, must, however, be hidden by a fold of the cloth about the wearer's waist. The covered portion of the barge which carries the Sultan's principal wife is decorated with 6 scarlet-bordered white umbrellas. 2 officers stand, all day long, just outside the stateroom, holding open black umbrellas with silver fringes, and 2 others are in the bows with long bamboo poles held close together and erect. Malay Sketches, p. 214. Leiden Malay Annals pp. 94-95. Code of Malacca, translated in Newbold Op. Cit. Volume Roman 2. pp. 234-235. In Selangor, this royal right to one of each pair of elephants' tusks is still a tradition to which an allusion is occasionally made. There are said to have been other perquisites as well as those mentioned, e.g. rhinoceros horns, Sumbu Badak, and Bezor stones, Giliga. Notes and Queries number 4, issued with JRAS SB number 17, Sect. 75. JRAS SB number 30, p. 127. Swetnam Op. Cit. pp. 211-26. Others are Tita commands, Podek slave, Merka or Merka wrath, Carnia or Kernia favor, and Negra or Anagra permission, the penalty of uttering any of which except in addressing the sovereign is death, i.e. should the offender be a royal slave. Should he be any other individual, he is struck on the mouth. Newbold Op. Cit. Volume Roman 2. pp. 233-34. Vidi also Malay Sketches, p. 218, where the same list of linguistic taboos appears to be used in Perak. Marham, one who has found mercy, i.e. the deceased. It is the custom of Malays to discontinue after the death of a king the use of the title which he bore during his life. A new title is invented for the deceased monarch, by which he is ever afterwards known. The existence of a similar custom among other Indochinese races has been noticed by Colonel Yule. There is also a custom of dropping or concealing the proper name of the king. This exists in Burma and, according to Lalauber, in Siam. The various kings of those countries are generally distinguished by some nickname derived from facts in their reign or personal relations and applied to them after their decease. Thus, we hear among the Burmese kings of the king dethroned by foreigners, the king who fled from the Chinese, the grandfather king, and even the king thrown into the water. Now this has a close parallel in the archipelago. Among the kings of Makassar, we find one king known only as the throat cutter, another as he who ran amok, a third, the beheaded, a fourth, he who was beaten to death on his own staircase. Colonel Yule ascribes the origin of this custom to ancient India, JRAS, SB number 9p, 98. Newbold Op. Cit., Volume Roman 2, p. 288 note. The bakong is a kind of lily. The siri is the Malay beetle vine. JRAS, SB, number 17, p. 93. Touching hands is done with both hands together. If you touch hands with a man who is somewhat your superior in rank, it is proper, in drawing back your hands, to bring them at least as high as your chest. And if the other is decidedly your superior, even as high as your forehead, bending forward somewhat while doing so. Cliff Studd, in Brown Humanity, p. 175. Cliff, in Court and Kampong, p. 113, and compare the following. Visitors to Jugra may often in the evening see a party of some 30 or 40 men coming along the road with His Highness, the late Sultan Abdul Samad of Selangor, walking a few paces ahead of them. Should a native meet the little procession, he will squat down at the side of the road until the Sultan has passed, for according to Malay ideas, it shows a want of respect in a subject to remain standing in the presence of his Raja. On replying to His Highness, natives place the palms of their hands together and so raise them to their forehead, by way of obeisance, and this is done even by his own children. Selangor Journal, Volume I No. 1, p. 5. This dressing up of the buffaloes, when taken in conjunction with the suspension of the breast ornament about their necks, suggests the survival of anthropomorphic ideas about the sacrificial buffalo. Among the Malays, the use of the knobbet is confined to the reigning rajas of a few states, and the privilege is one of the most valuable insignia of royalty. In Perak, the office of musician used to be an hereditary one. The performers were called orang kalau, and a special tax was levied for their support. JRAS, SB, number 9, p. 104. I was told that these dangerous genii or spirits resided in the knobbet or big state drum, the two gendang or small state drums, the two langkara or state kettle drums, the lempiri or state trumpet, the sarene or state flute, and the kairis or state dagger, called in Selangor birak barayan, or the swaying baboon, which latter is said to have slain 100 men less one since it was first used. I learnt this from H.H. the late Sultan himself, and here record it, because it has sometimes been asserted that H.H. the Sultan claimed to have slain these 99 men with his own hand, which H.H. assured me was not the case. The sanctity of the remaining pieces of the regalia appears to be less marked. They are the payong uber or state umbrella, the state trident, and the state lances or tombak bandangan. Of the Selangor state trumpet, I was told that anyone who brushed hastily past it, sayapa melantisnaya, would be fined $1, even if he were the Sultan himself, walo Sultanpun kina juga. But in Malay sketches, p. 215, we read that in Perak the royal instruments accompany the royal water parties, and that the royal bugler sits on the extreme end of the prow, and from time to time blows a call on the antique silver trumpet of the regalia. The Malay headman, Haji Brahim, the priest of the local mosque, the bilal and inferior attendant at the mosque, and some 30 Malays belonging to the village took part in this ceremony. A goat had been killed for the occasion, and the party who were paying the vow brought its flesh with them, together with a great heap of rice stained with saffron turmeric. The men assembled at the tomb, incense was burned, and Arabic prayers read, after which a white cloth, 5 cubits long, was laid on the saint's grave. A banquet followed, in which we all took part. Fraser, Golden Bough, Volume IP 189. for the ideas referred to in this and the preceding paragraph CP. Fraser, Op. Cit. Volume IPP 180-7207. CP. Also for the abstention from hair cutting at childbirth, Clifford Studies in Brown Humanity, p. 48. The idea of long hair is found even in animistic conceptions of natural objects. Thus the wind Angan is begged in a wind charm to let down its long and flowing locks. Raja Burma, son of Raja Jamin of Bandar, Wanbong. CP. Also Clifford in Court and Kampong, p. 114, he wore his fine black hair long so that it hung about his waist. The old custom in Selangor is said to have been for men to wear their hair down to the shoulders, rambut panjang jejak bahu, but they would frequently wear it below the waist, rambut sapur himpasan, in which case it appears to have been commonly shorn at puberty or marriage. When worn full length by men, it was usually, for convenience, coiled up inside the headcloth or turban, saputengan or tanjak, or was made up into rolls or chignons, sangal dan siput, like that of the women. It was not infrequently used as a place of concealment for one of the small Malay poniards called pepper crushers, tumbak lada, not only by men but by women. Fraser, Op. Cit. Volume IP 193. Vidi Infra, Chapter Roman 6, p. 569, sec, etc. Vidi Infra, Chapter Roman 6, pp. 353-355 Adolescence. CES danseurs et CES danseuses ont tous des angles faux, et fort longs de cuivre jaune. La Lauber Royaume de Siam Tome IPP. 148-150 quoted by Croft, Hist, Indian Arch, IP 131, CP. They have a custom to wear their thumbnails very long, especially that on their left thumb, for they do never cut it but scrape it often. Dampier's Voyages, Volume IPP. 325-326. Vidi Infra, Chapter Roman 6, pp. 355-360. Or Sumangat, the derivation of the word is unknown. Possibly it may be connected with sangat, excessive, or bangat, sudden, quick. The meaning covers both soul and life, i.e. not the state of being alive, but the cause thereof or vital principle. In calling the soul, a clucking sound, represented in Malay by the word kur or care, by which fowls are called, is almost always used. In fact, kur semangat, cluck, cluck, soul, is such a common expression of astonishment among the Malays that its force is little more than good gracious me. Vidi Infra, p. 534 note. Vidi App, Roman 6. In another charm, we find the sick man's body, compared to a weather-beaten bark at sea. Vidi App, CCLXXI. The entire conception of the soul among the Malays agrees word for word with Professor Tyler's classical definition in Primitive Culture, Volume IP 387, and hence I have not hesitated to use his exact words in so far as they were applicable. C.P. Tyler Prim, Cult, Volume IP 422. What these 7 souls were it is impossible without more evidence to determine. All that can be said is that they were most probably 7 different manifestations of the same soul. Such might be the shadow soul, the reflection soul, the puppet soul, the bird soul, the life soul, etc., but as yet no evidence is forthcoming. C.P. Tyler, Op. Cit. Volume IPP. 391-392. Professor Tyler calls this a combination of several kinds of spirit, soul, or image to which different functions belong. Op. Cit. Volume IPP. 391-392. Infra, Chapter Roman 6, p. 569. Infra, Chapter VP 241. Infra, Chapter Roman 6, p. 575. Infra, Chapter Roman 6, p. 568. Infra, Chapter Roman 6, p. 431. We might then expect to get some such table as the following. Colors of rice cloths, used to cosmetics, such as maybe enwrap the lump, used by of earth from sick man. Medicine men, the footprint. White highest color yellow backslash, blue, red, medium color, purple or orange, green, / black, lowest color. Green is not a common color. Blue appears to be rarely used. It is, however, the color assigned to a fabulous champaka flower, which is supposed to be the rarest of its kind, VDP 29 and supra. Orange, Jinga is also extremely rare, though it is occasionally used for certain decorative work, e.g. small wedding pillows. Infra Chapter VPP 211, 250, 251. Or is this phenomenon of a bird-shaped soul inhabiting certain trees to be explained by the notion of a vegetable soul, common to plants and to the higher organisms possessing an animal soul in addition? And are we to take this as only one more instance of the fuller identification of the souls of plants with the souls of animals? Tyler, Op. Cit. Volume IPP. 428, 429. Professor Tyler's pregnant phraseology in this connection is entirely applicable to the Malays, who talk quite seriously to beasts alive or dead as they would to men alive or dead, offer them homage, ask pardon when it is their painful duty to hunt and kill them. CP. Also his remarks upon this subject, Ibid. p. 423 prim. Cult. Volume IP 422. Infra medicine, divination, etc. Infra hunting charms. Infra fowling charms. Infra vegetation charms. Infra fishing charms. Infra mining charms. The central idea of this conception appears to be that these animals, birds, and trees were once human beings, but were turned into their present shapes by reason of some wrongful act for which they were not invariably themselves responsible. Vidi introductory remarks to hunting, fowling, fishing, planting, and mining charms. The titles Pawang and Bomber are given by the Malays to their medicine men. The Pawang class perform magic practices in order to find ore, medicine crops, or ensure good takes of fish, etc. The Bomber usually practice their art for the cure of human disease. Both terms are, however, often used as though they were interchangeable. Clifford Hick, Raja Budaman, Pt. Roman 2, p. 28n. In Bukit Sengjay, the articles subject to this custom are priced as follows. Paddy unhusked rice, cents a gantang, about a gallon. Baraz husked rice, cents a gantang. Kabong ie palm, sugar 212 cents a buku of 2 pieces and weighing a caddy 113 lb. Avoir. Coconuts cent each. Hens' eggs 4 cent each, ducks' eggs 2 cent each. C.O. Blagden in JRAS, SB, number 29, pp. 57. Ibid, p4. The Malay version runs. Hyangko si anu, talungla, aku bawakan kepada olya ala aku nak minta, ilmu sadikit. This method of getting magic is an exact transcription of the words, in which it was dictated to me by a Kelantan Malay, Chi, Abaz, then reciting at Klanang in Selangor. CP, Mr. G.C. Bellamy in Selangor Journal, Volume Roman 2, number 6p. 90, who says, the word Kramat, as applied to a man or woman, may be roughly translated prophet or magician. It is difficult to convey the real idea, as Malays call a man Kramat who is able to get whatever he wishes for, who is able to foretell events, and whose presence brings good fortune to all his surroundings. District officers will be proud to know that in this last sense the word is occasionally applied to them. When the name Kramat is applied to a place, I understand it to mean a holy place, a place of pilgrimage, but it does not necessarily mean a grave, as many people think. I can quote the Kramat at Batu Ampar, Jugra, and numerous places on riverbanks where no graves exist, but yet they are called Kramats. There is, however, a tradition that a saint's leg was buried at Batu Hampar, W. S. C.O. Blagden in JRAS, SB, number 29, pp. 13. C.O. Blagden in JRAS, SB, number 29, pp. 4-5. JRAS, SB, number 2, p. 236. Selangor Journal, Volume Roman 2, number 6, p. 90 sec. Ibid, Volume V, number 19, p. 308. Infra, Chapter VPP, 153, 163. The local Malacca tradition represents her as still haunting her original seat. She is said to appear sometimes in the shape of an old woman with a cat, sometimes as a young and beautiful girl dressed in silk. She can transform her cat into a tiger if people molest her. JRAS, SB, number 24, pp. 165, 166, number 32, pp. 213, 214. Tyler Prim, Cult, Volume Roman 2, p. 340. Tyler Prim, Cult, Volume Roman 2, p. 341. Vidi Supra, Chapter Roman 2, p. 42. Zabur is the Arabic for psalm, especially for the Psalms of David, but the connection here is not very obvious. Another account derives the origin of incense from the eye gum of the prophet Muhammad's eyes. Infra chapter Romans 6, p. 410, infra. This rice is occasionally stained with other colors, e.g. red, green, black, vdpp. 416, 421, infra. Sometimes it is dabbed on the object, sometimes painted on it so as to spread as evenly as possible, more rarely sprinkled. It is not unfrequently used in medicinal and other ceremonies, e.g. It is tied to each corner of the new mat on which the first fruits of the rice harvest are spread out to dry, and to the center of the long wooden pestle which is used for husking them. JRAS, SB number 30, p. 240. According to Favre and V. D. Wall, Hedicium coronarium. JRAS, SB number 30, p. 158. V. D. App, Roman 13, Roman 36, Roman 37, Cly, etc. V. D. Birth, marriage, funerals, medicine. It was on Jugra Hill, according to tradition, that the Princess of Malacca fasted to obtain eternal youth. Fraser Goldenbough, Volume IPP, 912. Journal of the Indian Archipelago, Volume Roman 4, p. 573. JRAS SB number 7 pp. 1112. Swettenham, Malay Sketches, p. 192. Mr. R. J. Wilkinson in JRAS, SB number 30, p. 308. The following are the deities most usually inscribed in the magic square of 5. 1 Kala Black, which is an epithet of Shiva, 2 Maheswara, which means Great Lord, an epithet of Shiva, 3 Vishnu, 4 Brahma, 5 Esrai, the wife of Vishnu, or else the names are mentioned in this order: 1 Brahma, 2 Vishnu, 3 Maheswara Shiva, 4 Esrai, 5 Kala. Kali, Durga or Gauri is the wife of Shiva, Sarasvati is the wife of Brahma. See Inf. p. 545 sec. In the magic word Aum Om, A equals Vishnu, U equals Shiva, M equals Brahma. JRAS, SB, number 30, p. 309. This is the water of life called Amrita, to obtain which, by churning the ocean, Vishnu assumed one of his avatars, that of the tortoise. C.P. Crawford Hist, of the Ind, Archipelago, Volume Roman 2, p. 219. From some of the usual epithets bestowed upon Siwa by the pagan Javanese and still familiar to their posterity, the preeminence of this deity is clearly demonstrated. He is the same personage who acts so distinguished a part in the machinery of Malayan and Javanese romances, under the appellation of Guru, or the instructor, prefixing to it the word Batara, a corruption of Avatara, both in sense and orthography. For with the Indian islanders that word is not used as with the genuine Hindus, to express the incarnation of a god, but as an appellation expressing any deity. Nay, as if conferring an apotheosis upon their princes, it has been sometimes prefixed to the names of some of the most celebrated of their ancient kings. When Siwa appears in this character, in the romances of the Indian islanders, he is painted as a powerful, mischievous, and malignant tyrant to description, sufficiently consonant to his character of destroyer in the Hindu triad. And, again, Iwang is a Javanese word used in the same sense as Batara. Usually the obsolete relative pronoun sang, which has the sense in this case of a definite article, is placed before it. Thus Sangyuang Guru is the same as Batara Guru. It is probably the same word also which forms the last part of a word in extensive use, Sambahayang, worship or adoration. Crawford, Mal Grammar, p. CXCVI. To this I may add that the form Iwang, when used by the peninsular Malays, becomes yang, Sangyang being also found. Another and probably better etymology of Batara is given by Favre and Wilkin, viz. Sanskar, Batara, Lord. To these should perhaps be added Dua, Mambang, and Saraja, or Sangraja, if Mr. Wilkinson's explanation of this last expression be taken as correct. And in any case, its use in combination with Guru appears to warrant its classification with the titles applied to the greater deities. It is also, however, used, like sang, of inferior deities and even of animals, e.g. in a spectre huntsman, charm, we find Lansat, Saraja Anjing, etc. Dua is used indiscriminately, occasionally in conjunction with Mambang, both of the greater and lesser divinities. Thus we not unfrequently find such expressions as Dua Bisnu, i.e. Vishnu, Dua Mambang, Dua Dan Mambang, etc., and we are expressly told that they, the Duas, are so called because they are immortal. Mambang per se is said to be similarly used not only of greater Vidi Ap, Romans 17, but of lesser divinities, and Mambang Talai Haris, god of mid-currents, has even been explained as referring to Batara Guru, Shiva. This, however, is no doubt an instance of confusion, as it generally appears to be used with the color, attributes, e.g. M. pude, white, M. hitam, black, M. kuning, yellow, usually assigned to the inferior divinities. And moreover, in an invocation addressed to the sea spirit, the god of mid-currents is requested to forward a message to Dato, Rimpan, a lamb, which appears to be merely another name for Batara Guru. The reason given for the preferment of this request being that he is in the habit of visiting the heart of the seas, in which To Rimpan, a lamb, dwells, the title of the latter being perhaps taken from the tree, Pajangi. Footnote Supra. Sambhu, the auspicious one, is merely another name for Shiva, rarely of Brahma, and its application to the crocodile spirit would appear to indicate that this latter was formerly, at least, regarded as an embodiment of that supreme god's manifestation as a water god. It is worthwhile to compare this with the expression To Panjang Kuku, which is applied to the corresponding manifestation of the supreme god on land, and which strongly suggests the tiger. Most of the theological words of this list are Sanskrit, and afford proof sufficient, if any were needed, of the former prevalence of the Hindu religion among the Malays and Javanese. Many of them are more or less corrupted in orthography, owing to the defective pronunciation and defective alphabets of the archipelago. Some, also, are altered or varied in sense. Tapas, ascetic devotion, is deprived of its last consonant and becomes tapa. Avatar, a descent, is converted into Batara, and instead of implying the descent or incarnation of a deity, is used as an appellative for any of the principal Hindu deities. Combined with Guru, also Sanskrit, it is the most current name of the chief god of the Hindus, worshipped by the Indian islanders, supposed to have been Vishnu or the preserving power. It may be translated the spiritual guide god, or perhaps literally the god of the spiritual guides, that is, of the Brahmins. Agama in Sanskrit is authority for religious doctrine. In Malay and Javanese it is religion itself, and is at present applied both to the Mahomedan and the Christian religions. With nearly the same orthography and in the same sense, Sanskrit words, as far as they extend, are used throughout the archipelago and even as far as the Philippines. Crawford, Mal Grammar, pp. CXCVI. Supra p86. Some confirmation of this view may be found if we admit the explanation given me by a medicine man, who identified the specter huntsman with To Panjang Kuku and both with Batara Guru. The supreme god in the state chamber ballet is Batara Guru. On the edge of the primeval forest Dijigi Rimba, it is Batara Kala, and in the heart of the forest Dihadi Rimba, it is To Panjang Kuku or Grandsire Longclaws. Similarly, Grandsire Longclaws is lord of the shore down to high water mark. Between that and low water mark Rajakala is supreme, and Batara Guru Di Laut, Shiva of the ocean, from low water mark out to the open sea. It is very difficult to ascertain the exact relation that To Mambang Talai Haris, god of mid-currents, bears to Batara Guru Di Laut. Most probably, however, the god of mid-currents, whose powers are less extensive than those of the Shiva of the sea, is an old sea deity, native to the Malay, pre-Hindu religion, and that Shiva of the sea was merely the local Malay adaptation of the Hindu deity afterwards imported. Vidi Supra, p88, note. Yang Berulang Ka Pusat Tasik is the expression applied to Mambang Talai Haris. Vidi Supra pp. 6-7. It would appear not impossible that Sang Gala may be a corruption of Sankara, one of the names of Shiva, which would account at once for the higher rank of this particular spirit, and for his possession of the titles enumerated above. Vidi Ap, CCXXVI, another account adds with black throat and white blood being a royal attribute. Their names were 1 Salakandera, he of the blood pool, 2 Sahalalinter, he of the thunderbolt, 3 Sarukup equals Rungkup Rangbumi, world coverer, 4 Sagurtak Rangbumi, world pricker, 5 Saguncheng Rangbumi, world shaker, 6 Satumbak Rangbumi, world beater, and 7 Sajempar Alam, universe terrifier. The magician appears to have interpreted it as Benua Ajam, but it may be conjectured that this is a mistaken inference from some expression like Jin ibnu Jan, Jan, according to some Arabic authorities, being the father of the genii, or, according to others, a particular class of them who are capable of being transformed into jinn. Vidi Hughes Dict, of Islam, SV Genii. Perhaps a corruption of Sartan, the crab Cancer in the zodiac. The following account of genii, printed in the Selangor Journal, volume I number 7, p. 102, was given me by a Mecca pilgrim or Haji. This man was a native of Java who had spent several years in the Malay Peninsula, and as Mecca is the goal of the pilgrimage to all good Muhammadans alike, it is important to know something of the ideas which are there disseminated, and with which the Malay pilgrim would be likely to come in contact. In the unseen world, the place of first importance must be accorded, on account of their immense numbers, to the jinns, the genii of the Arabian Nights. The Javanese, drawing a slightly stronger line of distinction than that of good and bad genii in the Arabian Nights, call these two separate classes the jinn Islam and the jinn kafir, or the faithful and the infidel. Of these two classes, the former shrink from whatever is unclean, and the latter only will approach the Chinese, to whom the jinn Islam manifests the strongest repugnance. The good genii are perfectly formed in the fashion of a man, but are, of course, impalpable as air, though they have a voice like mortals. They live in a mosque of their own, which they never leave, and where they offer up unceasing prayers. This mosque is built of stone, and stands beside a lake called Kalam Yamani. Into this lake the whole of the waters from the neighboring country drain, and the overflow runs down to the sea. In this lake the good genii bathe, and if any wicked or childless mortals bathe in it, they carry them off and detain them in the mosque, until they, the mortals, have shown proof of their reformed character by continuing for a long while without committing a wrong action, when they are sent back in safety to their native land. I should add that the jinn Islam exact tribute from the unfaithfully Chinamen, and, if they do not receive their due, they will steal it and give it to a son of Islam. They may be bought from the sheikh jinn at Mecca for prices varying from $90 to $100 each. The jinn kafir, or bad genii, are invariably deformed, their heads being always out of their proper position. In short, they are Othellos. Men whose heads do grow beneath their shoulders. Their commonest name, Jinn Isi Didalam Dunia, the genii who fill the world, is owing to the fact that their enormous numbers fill the whole atmosphere from earth to sky. Like the good genii, they cannot die before the great day of judgment, but unlike them, they are dumb. Great as their numbers are, they are continually increasing, as they are suffered by God to get children after their kind. They are imps of mischief, and their whole time is spent in works of malice. Sometimes when there has been a long drought and a heavy shower of rain is poured down upon the earth by the angels at the bidding of God to cool the parched verdure, they will assemble their legions, bringing with them invisible coconut shells, one for each drop of rain. In these they catch each raindrop as it falls, and herbs and trees alike wither for lack of moisture. Then the angels, being wroth, cast thunderbolts upon them out of heaven, and these malicious elves take shelter in tall trees, which the thunderbolts blast in their fall. At another time they will climb one upon the other's shoulders until they reach the sky, when the topmost elf kicks a neighboring angel, and then they all fall together with a crash like thunder. It is probable that the Arabic spirits here mentioned have, as in other cases, taken the place of native Malay spirits to whom similar functions were assigned, but whose names are now lost. There are besides one or two partly Arabic expressions which are occasionally used, e.g. sideng or sedeng sail, sideng or sedeng mumin. It is probable that sideng in these cases is a Malay word implying respectability, vvdwsv, so that sideng sail may be translated sir devout, and sideng mumin, sir faithful. Hantu and shaitan are generic terms for evil spirits, the former being the Malay term, the latter Arabic. The palong is a familiar spirit. The Pontianak and Penanggalan are childbirth spirits, vide pp. 327, 328 infra. The jinn is the genie of the Arabian Nights, vide pp. 9397, supra. The pelicit or pelicit, like the palong, is a familiar spirit, vide pp. 329-331 infra. The mambangs are inferior Malay divinities, vide pp. 88n 91-93 supra. The Hanta Pemburu is the spectre huntsman, vide pp. 113-120 infra, for whom Hantarimba is probably a mere synonym. The Jatijadian is the word tiger, VDPP, 16163, infra. The Benkis I have not yet been able to identify. The Boda, Gargasi, and Raksasa, not Raksaksa, are giants. The Nenek Kabian does not appear to be a ghost at all. It may, however, possibly be a rare synonym for some well-known character in Malay folklore, such as the wife of the man in the moon. It is not so explained in the best Dutch dictionaries, however, but simply as the village messenger, dorpsbode, who sells flowers and carries lovers' messages. The Himbesan I have not yet identified. The Sawan, i.e. Hantu Sawan, is the demon or devil which is believed to cause convulsions. The Hantu Orang, Mati Dibuno, is the ghost of a murdered man. The Bajang is a familiar spirit, VDPP, 32325, infra. The Hantu Katagoran, Sempak Kan, and Puput Kan I have not been able to identify, and as the two last possess the verbal suffix, it is clear that each is the name of a state or process and not of a ghost or demon. In fact, V.D. Wall gives under Sampak, Kesampakan, which he explains as meaning Doreen Buzen Geest Getrofen Zayan, to be attacked or possessed by an evil spirit, which is doubtless the correcter form of the word. So with Puput Kan, which is also a verbal form meaning ak, to VDW, to blow TR, to sound a wind instrument. It would seem that Abdullah's list of ghosts is not very systematically drawn up. The Efrat is a spirit of Arabian origin. The Gembalang is a Malay earth spirit. Turkina is a past participial form used of people who are thought to be struck by or affected by one of the foregoing demons. Ubak Guna is a love philter. Gaga, usually Pengaga, is the art of making one's self bold or courageous. Penandak, the art of making one's enemy yield, Tundak. Pengasi, the art of making one's self beloved by another. Kebel Penjibel, the art of making one's self invulnerable. Kesakshan, the art of acquiring magic powers. Tuju Penuju, the art called sending. Alamun, the art of making one's self invisible. Penderas, the art of making one's self swift-footed. Paraha, a misprint for Parawa equals Parawang, that of keeping water at a distance from one's face when diving, and also, it is said, of walking on the water without sinking below the ankles. Chacha is, I believe, a love charm. Pelali is the art of numbing or deadening pain. Paringsang, the art of exciting or whetting the temper of the dogs when hunting. Hick Abdullah, p. 143. Maxwell in JRAS, SB, number Roman 2N and Q, number 4, Sec 98. Newbold Op, Sit, Volume A, p. 191. The name of this demon is probably connected with the Malay Donggak, which means to look upwards. It is sometimes identified with the Hantu Pemburu, or wild huntsman, who, after hunting the earth, harked on his dogs through the sky, and whose head, from his continually looking upwards, became fixed in that position. The Hantu Raya is sometimes said to dwell in the center of 4 crossroads. There is a sea spirit of the same name, Sea Raya, which should, however, probably be identified with Batara Guru. Malay Sketches, p. 197. The name of this demon, Songke equals Songke, is no doubt connected with the Malay Unke or Runke, which means to undo or unloose a knot. The only traps which it is said to interfere with are snares and rope traps, and as the most obvious way in which they could be interfered with would be by untying or loosening their knots. The connection between the name of this spirit and the Malay Runke to unloose or undo is sufficiently obvious. The name, therefore, would appear to mean the untying or loosening demon, naturally a most vexatious spirit to have anywhere near your snares or nooses. Kapar, Klang, Langet. The Pawang magician mentions, by way of example, the names of 3 places on the Selangor coast which he wishes to visit in succession during the day, if the wind will listen to him. The Pawang who told me this was a Kapar man, Chi Akab. The first 2 lines are no doubt, as elsewhere, a sort of rhymed memoria technica, intended to memorize the accessories required for the rite. The tortoise here would appear to be a symbol of rain, as among the Sakai's wild tribes of the Malay Peninsula. V. Haddon Evolution of Art, p. 246. Can the white, or gray, ones be the 2 lizards, and the black one the tortoise? The grass lizards are of various colors. The rice spoon is a favorite weapon against spirits of evil v. Maxwell in JRAS, SB, number 7, p19, which describes how a woman in travail is armed with a spoon during an eclipse. Pengurin Kemcha, which I translate Prince Rice Spoon, appears to be a mock title of Bornean origin. Thus we read that Pengurin or Panjarin is the title of the 4 ministers of state, wazirs, in Brunei, one of whom was called Pengurin Pamencha, of which the present name Pengurin Kemcha looks like a corruption JRAS. SB, number 20, p36. Inverted, I was given to understand, by way of symbolizing the vault of heaven, a good example of sympathetic magic. For other superstitions about the cat, VDPP, 191-92, infra. The Meranti is a fine hardwood forest tree, i.e. may we be well sheltered. VDP 93, supra. The proverbs referred to are to be found in the collections of proverbs sent by Mr. Maxwell to Nos. 1, 2, and 3 of the Journal of the Straits branch of the Royal Asiatic Society. The numbers are consecutive. 4. A Pagunania Merrick Mengigal de Houghton. What is the use of the peacock strutting in the jungle? The idea is that the beauty of the bird is thrown away when exhibited in a lonely spot where there is none to admire it. 72. Seperti Ponggok Marindubulan. As the owl sighs longingly to the moon. A figure often used by Malays in describing the longing of a lover for his mistress. It recalls a line in Gray's elegy, "The moping owl doth to the moon complain." As to the story connected with the Ponggok, Vidi Infra, p. 122. CPT. Kellam Vidi Infra supposes the Ponggok to be Scops Lempagi horse. 73. Seperti Quang Mekik Dipuchuk Gunung. Like the Argus pheasant calling on the mountain peak. Another poetical simile for a complaining lover. Here he is compared to a lonely bird sounding its note far from all companions. 93. Seperti Tegok Daruma Tingle. Like the nightjar at a deserted house. The tegok or tetigok is a bird common in the Malay Peninsula, whose habits are nocturnal and solitary. It has a peculiar, liquid monotonous call. The phrase is used to signify the solitude and loneliness of a stranger in a Malay kampong. Elsewhere in notes afterwards published in the Selangor Journal, Volume I number 23, p. 360, Sir W. E. Maxwell says, the Burong Tetigok is not a night bird, but flies by day. It can be distinguished by its short rapid note, which resembles tegok 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 tegok. Apparently Sir W. E. Maxwell identifies this bird with the Malay nightjar, Caprimulgus macroris, horse. Described by Capt. Kellam, in number 9, page 122 of the JRAS. SB none of the Dutch dictionaries identify it clearly, though Klinkert, probably wrongly, identifies it with the small owl called Ponggok, which is taken by Capt. Kellam to be Scops Lempagi horse. Jurta meniamer kepania. Another fabulous bird which Maxwell does not mention is the Walimana, which I have more than once heard called Wilmana in Selangor. On the identity of this bird, my friend Mr. Wilkinson, of the Straits Civil Service, sends me in a letter the following note. The word is Walimana. I have often met it in old MSS. Written the Wali is the same as the second word in Rajawali. The mana is human, CP. Man, Manusia, etc. The Walimana in old Javanese pottery is represented as a bird with a human head, a sort of harpy. In the Hikayat Sang Samba, it is the steed of Maharaja Boma and repeatedly speaks to its master. Laksana Jinteu Menantik and Hujan, as the Jinteu awaits the rain, is a proverbial simile for a state of anxiety and despondency. Jinteu equals Jateu, Sanskrit, a fabulous vulture. The Chandrawasi, bird of power, is closely hidden among the clouds. Anxiety reigns in my heart each day that I see not my love. To the above, I may perhaps be allowed to add that the dialectal form Chandrawasir is the form generally used in the southern part of Selangor, where the final R is still commonly preserved. The regular, dictionary form of the word, however, appears to be Chandrawasi or Cenderawase, the forms Cenderawangsa, Cenderawasa, and Cenderawangse being also found. In origin, the word is undoubtedly Sanskrit. It means the bird of paradise, but in those Malay countries where the bird of paradise is unknown, it is also applied to other birds, such as in Malay romances, to the golden oriole and even to the ostrich. In the Malay Peninsula, too, it is said to fly feet upwards, which peculiarity it shares, according to Mr. Clifford, with the Barak pub. JRASSB Hick, Raj. Budaman PT, Roman 2. 35, and its eggs are sometimes said, on falling, to develop into the snake called Chintamani. It is always considered lucky, and the bird of paradise prayer, Dua Chandrawasi, as it is called, generally takes an important place in the formulas recited at the ceremonies connected with the rice soul, QV for the confusion between the Chandrawasi and Barak, probably due to the fact that the Chandrawasi, or bird of paradise, is not to be found in the peninsula. VD note on app. XXX. The Babarek appears to be yet another name for the goat sucker or nightjar, Capra mulgus macroris, horse. Dawn of History, page 171. As it appears that in Europe, at all events, the legend of the wild huntsman and his dogs, or Gabriel's hounds, as they are often called, is explained by the cries of wild geese flying overhead on dark nights. It seems most convenient to give the Malay legend in connection with the birds with which the Malays associate him. The explanation to which I refer is to be found in Prof. Newton's Dictionary of Birds, 1893, sub voce, gabble ratchet. I quote in extenso. In many parts of England, but especially in Yorkshire, the cries of some kind of wild goose, Prof. Newton here has a note. Presumably the brant, on the rare occasions when, losing its way, it comes inland, for the call notes proceeding from a flock of this species curiously resemble the sound of hounds in full cry. Thompson, B. Earl, Roman 3. P59, though some hearers liken them to the yelping of puppies. The discrepancy may to some extent depend on distance. When flying by night, are heard with dismay by those who do not know the cause of them, and are attributed to Gabriel's hounds, an expression equivalent to gabble ratchet, a term often used for them, as in this sense gabble is said to be a corruption of Gabriel, and that, according to some medieval glossaries, is connected with gabara or gabbers, a word meaning a corpse. CP. Way, Promptorium Parvulorum P. 320, sub voce lich. While ratchet is undoubtedly the same as the Anglo-Saxon rees and Middle English rack or rake, a dog that hunts by scent and gives tongue. Hence the expression would originally mean corpse hounds, and possibly has to do with legends such as that of the wild huntsman. The sounds are at times very marvelous, not to say impressive, when heard, as they almost invariably are on a pitch-dark night. And it has more than once happened within the writer's knowledge that a flock of geese, giving utterance to them, has continued for some hours to circle over a town or village in such a way as to attract the attention of the most unobservant of its inhabitants, and inspire with terror those among them who are prone to superstition. C.P. Atkinson Notes and Queries Sir 4 Roman 7, pp. 439, 440 and Cleveland Glossary p. 203, Heritage Catholicon Anglicum p. 147, Robinson Glossary Whitby, Engel, Dial, Soch, p. 74 and Addy Glossary Sheffield Engel, Dial, Soch, p. 83, Mr. Charles Swainson Prov. Names Br. B. p. 98, gives gabble ratchet as a name of the nightjar, but satisfactory proof of that statement seems to be wanting. Possibly the sounds made by the geese might be attributed to the nightjar by peasants through the ladders appearing at the time they were made. It is curious that the Malays as well should connect the nightjar with the wild huntsman. Selinger Malays add further that his whole body became overgrown with orchids, a conceit which recalls their story of a local hero who went on swimming in the sea until his body became covered with oysters. The spectre huntsman is said to butcher bant his game, whenever he gets it, under a kind of wild areca palm Pinang Senawar. He then binds it up again with a creeper akar gacing, and roasts it over an earth hearth salian, the floor, lante of which is of the Pinang boring, another wild areca palm, and covers it over with wild banana leaves, tudong sali don pisang hutan, and leaves of the rasam bracken. Selinger Malays add that the spectre huntsman himself instructed his son how to cure people who were suffering from the effects of his magic. These instructions were: take leaves of the bongle, risam, gacing, and wild banana, shred and distill them, diuraskin, and administer the potion to the patient, together with siri kunta and pinang kunta. Before administering it, however, an augury has to be taken, young shoots of the wild cotton tree puchak don kapas are plucked and have the sap squeezed out of them diramas. If the liquor is red, the patient may be cured, but if it has a black look, nothing can be done to save him. The sickness which results from crossing the path of the spectre huntsman, Kalantassin, has choleric symptoms, vomiting and voiding, and is quickly fatal. That resulting from his challenge or summons, Kategoran, begins with persistent fever, demam salamalamania, but does not prove so rapidly fatal. As to this VD app, XXX, note. JRAS SB number 7 pp. 1218. VD app, XXX, lines 13, 14, 15, and 16. App Roman 28. I was once stationed for about 18 months in a small, out-of-the-way village on the Selangor coast, where 3 subordinate officers of the government, foremen of works, had died successively, at comparatively short intervals. The last of these men, I was informed by the local Malays, received a kick from the spectre huntsman, Disepak Ule Hantu Pemburu, as he was going down the hill to the village in the morning. He took no notice of the occurrence and proceeded down the river in a boat. 3 hours later, he vomited mangrove leaves and was brought back dead. CP. N and Q number 2 Sec. 32 issued with JRAS SB number 15. From JRAS SB number 9 pp. 129-130 Malayan Ornithology by Captain H.R. Kellam, who adds, I asked Mr. Lowe, HBM, resident of Perak, if he could give me any information as to which species of hornbill this legend relates to, and he writes, it is the largest hornbill which is found in Perak, bigger, I should say, than the rhinoceros hornbill, but I have never seen it except flying or on very high trees. The legend about it is very common, but I do not know the scientific name of that particular hornbill, but it is not that you refer to, viz. Baronicornis comatus, Raffles, nor is it the rhinoceros. Volume I number 23, pp. 363-63. If Sir W. E. Maxwell is right, this must be another name for the nightjar, VDP 110N. Supra, but the identification is at least doubtful. VD Supra, P109 note. CP Sweat, Mal Sketches P160. Sweat Mal Sketches PP, 159-160. In Selangor, I have heard a similar story, but in this case, it was a red-crested hornbill which supplied the buttons, which latter were said to turn green on the approach of poison. The only solid-crested hornbill is, I believe, the rhinoplax. The amount of luck which goes with any particular bird of this species depends on the number of scales on its feet, for counting which certain verbal categories, like our own Tinker-Tailor soldier formula, are used. 44 is the luckiest number of scales for one of these birds to possess. An example is Manuk 3, Manuma 5, Sankesa 6, Disa 1, Dua 4, Raja 2, which has to be repeated as the scales are counted beginning with the lowest scale. The numbers after the words indicate the order of the luck which the birds are supposed to bring. A ground dove of the first order bringing luck worth a ship's cargo, 2 a Merbach 2x sockapple. I have kept these birds myself. CP, the Malay Panton. Tekukur di Gile Lemak Sulasi, Dibawa Batting Lagi Lumper, Jalan Semek Sebab Kasi Makanaya Datung. In Cell, Journ, Volume Roman 3, number 6 pp. 94-95. Dissemuris platurus, Veal. Haliatus Lucagaster, GM. An old Malay in Selangor once told me that the hornbill was the king of the birds until dispossessed by the eagle, Rajawali. If, as seems probable, the hornbill was taken as a substitute for the frigate bird in places where the latter did not exist, this may be important. Argus giganteus tem. Corvus inca horse, the Malay crow. I believe that a similar story exists in Siam, the Siamese, however, making turpentine play the part of the ink in the Malay story. Besides the hut, the necessary apparatus consists of 1. 3 rods called ampan or pingjuran laid across the top of short forked sticks at a height of 1 or 2 feet from the ground. The whole space enclosed by these is called King Solomon's Palace Yard, Halaman. 2. The bula decut or bamboo pigeon call from 6 to 8 ft. In length called Prince Distraction. 3. A rod with decoy bird attached to it by means of a string and noose at the end of the rod. 4. A rod with fine hair-like noose at the end for snaring the wild pigeon and dragging them into the hut. There is a door at back of hut as well as a small door or opening in front of hut called Pintu Bangsi, Mangsi or Mansi. Bujang Sibur literally means the bachelor, i.e. solitary scooper. The name has no doubt been chosen because it is thought to be lucky, possibly because it suggests scooping in birds. Vidiap, Roman 32. Capper, pudding, and sarap are the names of 3 varieties of pigeon, generally styled princesses in the charms used by pigeon catchers. Their names are also given as Bujang Capper, the solitary capper, Lela pudding, and Dayang sarap, the handmaiden sarap. The mengkudu is a Malay forest tree, Morinda tinctoria. An alternative version runs: collar, bamboo collar, collar of the wild doves over the 7 valleys, 7 knolls of rising ground, re-echo the voice of my decoy. Come down, queen capper, queen pudding, handmade sampa with 190 others. Come down to this spot I stand on. Come down from the north, come down from the south, come down from the east, come down from the west. Another version has: this shoot of a creeper is Prince Invitation. This hut is called the Magic Prince. This decoy is called Prince Distraction. See Raja Niela, from Sila Meniela, is the name given to the long, slender rods with fine hair-like nooses at the end, with which the pigeons are snared and dragged into the hut, Vidiap. Roman 41. Vidiap, Roman 37. Vidiap, Roman 45. Vidiap, Roman 47. Ibid. Ibid, note that the house door must not face towards the south. If it faces southwards, there will be no luck in the house and everything will go wrong. JRAS. SB, number 30, P306. Vidap, LV. Perhaps a corruption of Bentara or Batara, Guru i.e. Shiva, which is what we should here expect, vidi the charms a few pages farther on. Mentri usually means minister. Vidiap, Roman 47. As to lucky and unlucky times, vidi chapter Roman 6, pp. 540-5550, infra. CP, pp. 244-245, 248, infra. In a case where no trouble is expected on the part of the earth spirit, even an egg, as the symbol of a fowl, may be sufficient as a sacrifice. Vidiap, L. An alternative method was thus described to me by a magician: take a white cup, fill it with water, fumigate it with incense, and deposit it in the hole dug to receive the center post. Early next morning take note of it. If it is still full of water, it is a good sign. If the water has wasted, Suzat, a bad one. If live insects are found in it, it is a good sign. If dead ones, bad. There can, however, be little doubt that the original victim of this sacrifice was a human victim, generally perhaps a slave, for whom the buffalo was substituted, the goat, fowl, and egg representing further successive stages in the depreciation of the rite. Malays on the Selangor coast more than once told me they had heard that the government was in the habit of burying a human head under the foundations of any unusually large structure, e.g. a bridge. And 2 cases where a local scare resulted from the prevalence of this idea were recorded in the local press. The Malay Mail, in 1897. For similar traditions of human sacrifice, VDP 211 infra. VDAP, LES. For other categories, VDP 559, infra. Another form of measurement was from the threshold of the front door to the end of the house, but the method of augury in this case is not yet quite clear. This probably refers to the mystic dragon which does duty in Malay charm books as an aspect compass. VD chapter Roman 6, P 561, infra and app CCLVI. Audience Hall. JRAS SB number 9 pp. 85-86. This is an extract from the Merong Mahawangsa, the legendary history of Kedah, a state bordering on Lower Siam. The name Bodhisat, i.e. Bodhisattva, indicates Indo-Chinese Buddhist influence. It does not seem to occur elsewhere in Malay literature, though Buddhism flourished in Sumatra in the 7th century AD. Of the rhinoceros, not many superstitions are yet known. The rhinoceros horn, however, called chula, is believed to be a powerful aphrodisiac, and there is supposed to be a species of fiery rhinoceros badek api which is excessively dangerous if attacked. This latter is probably a mere fable vidi cliff, in Court and Kampong, p. 33. JRAS SB number 7 pp. 23-24. Young shoots of bamboo are eaten by Malays with curry. The skull of this elephant, riddled with bullets, was sent to the government museum at Kuala Lumpur in Selangor. It had, so far as I remember, one stunted tusk. The present state surgeon, Dr. A. E. O. Travers, can speak to the facts. Cell Journ, Volume Roman 3, Number 6, p. 95, quoted from Perak Museum Notes by Mr. L. Ray. Cell Journ, Volume I Number 6, p. 83, where this note is given. Probably armadillo is a mistake for pangolin. These leaves are such as are used by the medicine man for his leaf brush, i.e. leaves of the pulet, Seliguri, Gandarusa, and the red dracena, Lenwang Mera. The Malays believe that the power to inform a spirit, a wild beast, or any natural object, such as iron rust, of the source from which it originates, Usul Azel Kajadianaya, renders it powerless. H. Clifford in number 3 of the publications of the RAS.S.B. Hikat Rajabudaman, Pt. Roman 2, p. 8. This belief is found among all tribes of Malays in the peninsula. Possibly the idea was that knowledge of another person's ancestry implied common tribal origin. For the explanation of Badi, vd chapter Roman 4, p. 94, supra, and chapter Roman 6, p. 427 infra. Rhinoceros should be substituted for elephant passim if it was the object of the hunter's pursuit. This particular line should probably come at the end of the charm instead of the middle. JRAS, SB number 7, p. 22. Marston Hist of Some, p. 292, ed. 1811. JRAS, SB LC. They, the Sumatran Malays, seem to think, indeed, that tigers in general are actuated with the spirits of departed men, and no consideration will prevail on a countryman to catch or to wound one, but in self-defense or immediately after the act of destroying a friend or relation. They speak of them with a degree of awe and hesitate to call them by their common name Rima or Matching, terming them respectfully Satwa the wild animals, or even Nenek ancestors, as really believing them such or by way of soothing or coaxing them, as our ignorant country folk call the fairies the good people. Dato Hutin, Elder of the Jungle, is the common title of the tiger in Selangor. Various nicknames, however, are given, e.g. Si Pudong, he of the hairy face, Cliff. In Court and Kampong, p. 201, Pa Rando, Father Shaggy Face, etc. When an European procures traps to be set, the inhabitants of the neighborhood have been known to go at night to the place and practice some forms in order to persuade the animal, when caught, or when he shall perceive the bait, that it was not laid by them or with their consent. They talk of a place in the country where the tigers have a court, and maintain a regular form of government, in towns, the houses of which are thatched with women's hair. Marston LC. The italics are mine. It is curious that the fairy princess hall on Gunung Ledeng is similarly described in the Sejarah Melayu, Malay Annals, p. 279, as being of bone and thatched with hair. Also called Taz, the tiger is still supposed to be mortally afraid of lows or Taz wood. In fact, I was more than once told of a trapped tiger who, on being shown a piece of Taz wood, became quite silent, though it had previously been savagely growling, and shrank into a corner of the trap. A single inch of this wood is thought an adequate protection against any tiger. I do not know what species of tree it belongs to, but a gorse stick, which I had bought some years before in Ireland, was taken to be a piece of Low's wood, and was begged from me by a local Malay headman, who cut it up into inches for distribution among his following. It appears that in Java there are supposed not only to be men who can themselves become tigers at will, but men who can turn other people into tigers as well. This is done by means of a species of sympathetic magic, the medicine man drawing on a sarong Malay skirt of marvelous elasticity, which at first will only cover his great toes, but which he is able gradually to stretch until it covers his whole person. This sarong resembles the hide of a Bengal tiger, being yellow with black stripes, and the wearing of it in conjunction with the necessary charms will turn the required person into a tiger. Clifford in Court and Kampong, pp. 65-66. Malay Sketches, pp. 200-201. Cell Journ, Volume I Number 6, p. 87. Or with a needle, vd infra. Or two cats, vd infra. Cell Journ, Volume I Number 8, p. 115. Later Mr. Turney, writing under the nom de plume of a well-known Chinese servant, added the following. Talking of the Harimau Kramat, ghost tigers, reminds me of the excitement there was in the town because a clever lady, called Miss Bird, was coming and would write about the place and people. My master had obtained intimation of this lady's wants, and was directed to receive her on a certain date, and the Sultan's people were told that a great Charita story writer was coming who would tell the world of our Sultan and his dominions. On the appointed day the lady arrived, and accompanying her were a crowd of gentlemen who were supposed to help her to get information. They all dined at my master's, and the subjects discussed were very various. Among others was the Kramat ghost, tiger, which had been shot a few days previously. They admired the skin of the tiger, which was in a state of good preservation, and Miss Bird regretted that she was too late to taste the flesh, which my master said made very good deviled steaks, not unlike venison. J. Volume I number 11, p. 171. It may perhaps be supposed that she had thrown the rest of the body overboard before she was surprised by the sailing vessel. CP. The other versions of this tale given in N and Q number 3 Sex 33-34 issued with JRAS SB number 15. The explanation given to me of these two lines was that they were both based on a fancied resemblance between the parts referred to. A similar charm runs, Madam Ugly is the name of your mother, Sir Stripes the name of your body. I fold up your tongue and muzzle your mouth. Wig eek let the twig break with the weight of this well-fed wild goose. Be your mouth shut fast and locked. If a bachelor loses his vocation, it does not matter. Here follow a few words of Arabic. On reaching home, you must never forget to unlock the tiger's jaws, or he will certainly bear a grudge against you. To do this, you must repeat the Arabic words with which the charm, just quoted, concluded, and then pronounce the Malay word buka, which means open. The Malays are fond of enigmatical expressions, in which the part of a word is made to stand for the whole. CP. Infra teng the sating teng flower. Sometimes these expressions are propounded as riddles, e.g., titiang kalau kalau, out of which the guesser was supposed to make baniak baniak bisi, bilyang tamimbalo. Chiefs, especially with reference to military functions. JRAS SB number 3, p. 139. 2 large and 4 species of small deer are found in the peninsula, besides the bobby rusa or hog deer, which however is not a member of the same order. The large species are the sambar Rusa aristoteles, a rather savage animal, larger than our own red deer, and the axis a maculata or spotted deer. Of the small or moskane species, the kijang is the largest. Next to this comes the napa, the third in size is the lanak, and the smallest is the pelandok or true pygmy deer. Denies Desker. Dict. Of Brit, Malaya SV deer. JRAS SB number 7 p26. J.D. Vaughan and JIA. Volumes I quoted in Denies LC. Village or hamlet. Sambin, I do not know any plant of this name. Possibly it may stand for Sarimbun or Sambo, the latter of which at least is commonly used by Malay medicine men. I may add that the first person to draw blood is supposed to get Sabatang Dagang Lembusir, a moiety of the kidneys, and the Pawang to get the other half. Kuramun Katabun lit. Illustrious writers are the 2 recording angels who are said to be with every man, one on the right hand to record his good deeds, and one on his left to record the evil deeds. They are mentioned in the Quran. Vidi Hughes Dict, of Islam, SV. The token consists in chopping down a small tree, and with it piercing the slot of the deer. Or, whose art is more powerful than mine? Possibly an allusion to the branching of the stag's horns. The last 2 lines of this charm are obscure. Another Pawang gave me the following account, which is much fuller. On entering the jungle, carry the toils with you till you meet with the slot of the deer, and then ask for a tree, saying as follows. Peace be with you, O Tap, prophet of God, in whose charge is the earth. I ask for this tree to enable me to make fast these toils. Here begin to unroll the toils, saying, Sir Tuft is the name of our rattan, Sir Ring is the name of our toils. The point of this charm is that Sir Tuft is an allusion to the origin of the rattan rope, which must have come, of course, from the tufted creeper of that name. Similarly, Sir Ring is supposed to be an allusion to the ring, which formed the original unit of the toils, a collection of rings or nooses. The object of mentioning the origin of anything is that doing so is supposed to give one power over the article so addressed, VP 156N, supra. Having completed the unrolling of the toils, double the connecting rope, from which the nooses hang into, and when this is done, enter them, holding them by the connecting rope, kajar, and say, O Mentala, I.e. Batara Guru, and teachers one and all Dengan Guru, and Sir Yellow Glow knows all the ins and outs of it. These toils of ours are twofold. O let them not be staled. If they are staled and we perform the penance for them, let our toils still kill the quarry. If they are staled by the dogs, let our toils still kill the quarry. If they are staled by men, let our toils still kill the quarry, by virtue of, etc., etc. Probably a pun upon tang, which was explained to me as meaning kaki sabi la, 1 foot only, as in tang, to go on 1 foot, to hobble, tankis, with 1 foot shortened or shrunken, etc. The sating tang flower was explained as another name for the satawar. The corresponding charm for driving out the mischief, given by another deer powing, chi in Dut, appears to be more appropriate. O mischief, mother of mischiefs, mischiefs 190, in number, I know the origin from which you sprang. The mischief of an iguana was your origin. The heart of timber was your origin. The yellow glow of sunset was your origin. Return to the places from whence ye came. Do me no harm or scathe. If you do me harm or scathe, ye shall be consumed by the curse eat, and enclosed in disaster bintongan. Crushed to death by the 30 divisions of the Quran, smitten by the sanctity of the 4 corners of the earth, by virtue of, etc., etc. Bintongan was explained to me carefully as equals benchana, calamity or disaster. This and the 4 succeeding names are evidently corruptions of the names of the 4 archangels, Michael, Israfel, Azrael, and Gabriel. VDP 98, Supra. VDPP 94-95 note Supra. In the Pelandok Janaka, a Malay beast fable, the mouse deer is styled Sheikh, Alam or Shah Alam di Rimba, chief or king of the forest. VDP 117. CP, our use of the phrase an ugly customer, VDAP, LXXXI. JRAS, SB, number 7, P26. The wild dogs of the jungle are considered by Malays to be not natural dogs, but ghost dogs of the pack of the spectre huntsman. They are regarded as most dangerous to meet, for, according to a Malay informant, if they bark at us, we shall assuredly die where we stand and shall not be able to return home. If, however, we see them and bark at them before they bark at us, we shall not be affected by them. Therefore do all Malays give tongue when they meet the wild dog in the forest. Or sugar palm, Eringa saccharifera. The Malayan sun bear, the only animal of the bear species in the peninsula. It is also known as the honey bear, from its fondness for that sweet. It is black in color, with the exception of a semilunar-shaped patch of white on the breast and a yellowish-white patch on the snout and upper jaw. The fur is fine and glossy. Its feet are armed with formidable claws, and its lips and tongue are peculiarly long and flexible, all 3 organs adapting it to tear open and get at the apertures in old trees where the wild bees usually build. Denies, Desker. Dick. Brit. Mal, SV Bruang. Bruin is also the Dutch word for a bear. The Malay form Berwang has also been derived from Ruang, which is assumed, for this occasion only, to mean a cave, in order that Berwang may be explained as meaning the cave animal. There is no evidence, however, to show that Ruang ever did mean a cave, nor is the Malay bear a cave animal. JRAS, SB number 7, P23. CP, Cliff, Stud, in Brown Hum, P243 sec. The strange elopement of Chailing the Dayak. There seems to be some doubt as to the scientific nomenclature properly applicable to the Siamang. The following is a specimen of a monkey legend. A little farther upstream 2 rocks facing each other, one on each side of the river, are said to have been the forts of 2 rival tribes of monkeys, the Mawa, Simia Lar, and the Siamang, Simia Sindictilla, in a terrible war which was waged between them in a bygone age. The Siamangs defeated their adversaries, whom they have ever since confined to the right bank of the river. If any matter-of-fact person should doubt the truth of this tradition, are there not 2 facts for the discomfiture of skepticism: the monkey forts, called Badu Mawa to this day, threatening each other from opposite banks of the river, and the assurance of all Perak Malays that no Mawa is to be found on the left bank? JRAS. SB number 9, P48. According to another account, The siamang is said to have originated from akar pulai, i.e. the roots of a pulai tree, the Malay substitute for cork, used to form floats for the fishing nets. JRAS SB number 7 P26. JRAS SB number 1 PP 9394. JRAS SB number 7 P22. The sacrificial buffalo, when presented to a raja, is covered with a cloth and has its horns dressed and a breast ornament, dako, hung round its neck, VDPL. 11 Fig. 2. In the case of a great raja or sultan, yellow cloth is used. Infra Chapter Roman 6, pp. 454-52. I may add that the dried penis of the squirrel, chula tupe, is believed to be a most powerful aphrodisiac, and that many Malays believe that squirrels are occasionally found dead with this organ caught fast in cleft timber. Mr. H. N. Ridley, in a pamphlet on Malay Materia Medica, already referred to, says, many things are used as aphrodisiacs by the natives. Among them are the ovipositor of a grasshopper, which is popularly supposed to be the male organ of the squirrel, Balanophora sb, a rare plant growing on Mount Ophir, and the durian Duriozypthinus. Mr. Ridley regards the use of Balanophora for this purpose as an illustration of the doctrine of signatures. VDJRAS SB LC. VDP 108 Supra. In Court and Kampong, P47. JRAS SB number 7 P26. Ibid. I have not heard this word used on the West Coast. It is of the East Coast that Mr. Clifford is here writing. In Court and Kampong, pp. 147-148. VDP 217, Infra. VDP 279, Infra. One of these stones, coconut pearls, in my possession has recently been presented to the Ethnological Museum at Cambridge. It is encircled by a dark ring, caused, I was told, by its adherence to the shell of the coconut in which it was found, for it is asserted that it is usually, if not always, found in the open eye or orifice at the base of the coconut, through which the root would otherwise issue. W. S. Quoted from the Singapore Free Press in Denai's Descriptive Dictionary of British Malaya, p. 80. Nephilium lapium, L. sapindaceae. Baccaria montlayana Hook, Phil, Eupherbaceae. Or Langsat, Lancium domesticum, Jack, Meliaceae. Resembling the last named, but larger and finer in flavor. Garcinia mangostana, L. guttiferae. Saccharing, Kalmahu burbia, Atotidic calotidic, Aku tebinkin. Yila, Saccharing aku nak burbio aku minta, Jangan ditebing. This instrument consisted of a single short joint of bamboo, about 9 inches in length by 3 inches in diameter, closed at one end only, near which was an orifice into which the performer blew. These instruments, twang twang, are reported to have been formerly used by the Langat pirates, and are said to be still used by the Malay fishermen at Burnham, in Selangor, for calling their boats together. In Selangor, a freak of this kind is called samambu bangkut, or dwarfed, stunted samambu. One of this species belonged to the Sultan and was kept in a yellow case. Sometimes, whether through the splitting of the bark on one side or some similar cause, an excrescence like a gigantic rat tail will form on one side of the stem, a peculiarity which is believed to give the stick that is made from it immense value. To merely tap a person in play with one of these sticks, which are called senget peri or stingray's tails, will, it is believed, raise a most painful wheel, whilst to strike a person hard with one would assuredly kill him. A malacca cane, one of whose knots is inverted and the other knot, is also considered of great value, being believed to render the bearer of it invulnerable, jadi pelias. CP. JRAS SB number 17, P 155. In Selangor Belum Sampai is the phrase used. In Selangor Roten Mano. Sel Jern, Volume Roman 3, number 6 pp. 95-96. Another Selangor version says that whilst the wife is boiling the stones, the husband is climbing the malacca cane plant, samambu, in order to get to the sky. The husband keeps calling out, "Are they cooked yet?" Masak Belum, as in the version just given, and the wife cries, "Have you reached it yet? Have you reached it yet?" Sampai Belum. In Selangor it is called Tulang, Toalang, and Sialang equals Sialang, and is the tree on which the wild bees build their nests. Strips of palm leaves for thatching houses. One who has made the pilgrimage to Mecca. Cell Journ, Volume Roman 3, Number 6, p96. Vidi app, LXXXVI. Vidi app, LXXXVI. Certain customs are observed in Sayak in the collection of wax which may be mentioned here. The sialang, that is, a tree on which bees have made nests, is generally considered to belong to him who finds it, provided it stands in a part of the forest belonging to his tribe. Should the tree stand in a part of the jungle apportioned to another tribe, the finder is permitted to take for once all the wax there is on the tree, and ever afterwards, during his lifetime, all the wax of one branch of the tree. After his death, the tree becomes the property of the tribe, to whom that part of the jungle belongs. When wax is collected from a tree, there are generally 3 persons to share in it, and the proceeds are divided as follows, viz., 1/3 to the proprietor of the tree, 1/3 to the man who climbs the tree, and 1/3 to the man who keeps watch below. These 2 latter offices are considered rather dangerous. The first because he has to climb the towering sialang trees, branchless to a considerable height, by means of bamboo pegs driven into the trunk, and the watchkeeper underneath, because he has to face the bears and tigers who, so it is said, come after the wax and honey. The following trees are generally inhabited by bees, leba, and then become sialangs. Near the sea, Pule, Kempas, Keuera, and Babai Curis, whilst farther in the interior Ringas Manuk and Kempedak Iyer are their general habitats. Besides the leba there is to be found in Sayak another bee, called Neryuan, which does not make its nest on trees, but in holes. The regulations observed when taking the wax of the leba do not apply to the taking of the wax and honey of the Neryuan. Anybody is at liberty to look for them wherever and whenever he likes. F. Kading, in JRAS, SB, number 17, pp. 156, 157. When the orchid was to be planted, it was found that there was no room for it on the ground between the trees, and hence it was planted upon them. Under the heading of divination, a description will be given of a method of augury, by means of one of these lime fruits, into which a spirit was supposed to have entered. See also one of the methods of abducting another person's soul, by causing it to enter into a bunch of 7 lime fruits. The use of the lime fruit by the Malays for purposes of ablution was no doubt of ceremonial origin. Correctly, Descriptive Dictionary of the Indian Islands and adjacent countries. The tree is also in Selangor known as karas or tenkaras. Tabak, or long tabak, is the name given to the tree by the wild jungle tribes, but I cannot say if it is therefore a Sakai word in origin. I was told that this product eaglewood was also occasionally found in other trees, such as the baru, but I cannot in any way vouch for this. A caddy is 113 lb. Avoir. Homali Hamali looks like a corruption of Esrai Dengamali in the rice charms, QV. Otherwise, this first sentence is evidently too corrupt to be translated. Red Sahia. Mustajak, the Selangor form is Mestajap. Belinka, red Belinkar. Menjanjin Sik, Menjanjao or Menenjao. A rough translation is as follows: Come down and I shall be bounden to you. Come down, O Kadam, in company with me. I grant this, says Eaglewood. So be it, says God, by virtue of there is no God but God. Ho, princess that art coiled up, princess that danglest, princess that stretchest forth thine arms, I ask that this tree may be full of eaglewood. Attempt not to command me, attempt not to conceal yourself from me, for if you do you shall be a rebel unto the Lord. This statement must not be accepted without reserve, though it may be true of the particular districts in which the information contained in this article was collected. In some parts of Selangor, said to be called Nibong or Garu Chalang Ayam. In Selangor called Garu Genjalang. Here Lampan. Yet another variety is called in Selangor Garu Isikang Tua. The following are the names of certain other Garu trees, of which the product, however, is said to be useless for market purposes. They are Garu Tutor, Garu Dedep, Garu Kundor, and Garu Akar. A pickle is 133.13 pounds. Avoir. RNB, in JRAS SB, number 18 pp. 359-361. On putting this theory to the test, I found that the singing noise referred to was in reality nothing but the low whispering noise caused by the flow of the sap, which could be distinctly heard, even without putting the ear to the bark, when the tree was struck by the cutlass. The Malays, however, look upon it as the voice of the spirit, and add that if you hear it at night, you must repeat the charm, altering the first line only to Ho, offspring of the king of forest butterflies. Hi Anak Esrai Ramarama Hutin. The Gaharu Merupa is a piece of strangely formed Gaharu wood, having a rough resemblance to some living creature, be it a bird, a dog, a cat, or something else. The writer of these lines has never been able to see one of these Gaharu Merupa, and it would seem that none have been found in Sayak in recent times. The power which it is believed to possess rests on the supposition that it is the spirit of the Kayu Gaharu. With it in hand, the holder is sure to make large finds of Gaharu wood in the jungle. The Gaharu wood is not the wood of a tree named Gaharu, but is the product of a tree of the name of Karas. JRAS, SB number 17P, 154. JRAS, SB number 26 PP, 3940. Orang Hulu literally means men of the inland country, but here denotes especially the Aborigines known to the Malays as Jakun, Orang Hutin, Orang Bukit, and by other names. JIA, Volume IP 293. Notes 1, 3, and 8 of the JRAS, SB, contain further notes on the subject. Sick, no doubt this is for sambal, a variety of condiments, more or less resembling chutney and eaten with curry. Penghulu Kapur, i.e. camphor chief. Camphor is a gum, not the pith or heart of wood, as Avicenna and some others think, which, falling into the pith chamber of the wood, is extracted thence or exudes from the cracks. This I saw in a table of camphor wood at a certain apothecary's, and in a piece of wood as thick as the thigh, presented to me by Governor John Crasto, and again in a tablet a span broad at a merchant's. I would not, however, deny that it may sometimes be deposited in the hollow of a tree. It is told me as a fact that it is the custom that when anyone who goes out to collect it has filled his gourd, if any other stronger person sees him with the gourd, he can kill him with impunity and take away the gourd, fortune assisting him in this. That which is brought from Borneo is usually mixed with small bits of stone, or some kind of gum called chamderos, much like raw sugar or sawdust. But this defect is easily detected. I know no other method of adulteration. For if sometimes it is seen to be spotted with red or blackish dots, that is due to treatment with dirty or impure hands, or they may be caused by moisture. But this defect is easily remedied by the Indians. If it is tied up in a cloth and dipped in warm water to which soap and lime juice has been added, and then carefully dried in the shade, it becomes very white, the weight not being altered. I saw this done by a Hindu friend who entrusted me with the secret. What they say as to all kinds of animals flying together to its shade to escape the fiercer beasts is fabulous. Nor is it what some, following Serapion, write less so, namely, that it is an omen of larger yields when the sky glitters with frequent lightning, or echoes with constant thunder. For as the island of Sumatra, which some think to be Taprobane, and the adjacent regions are near the equinoctial line, it follows that they are subject to constant thunderstorms, and for the same cause have storms or slight showers every day. So camphor ought to be abundant every year, from which it is clear that the thunder is neither the cause nor indication of a larger supply of camphor. Garcia in the Historia Aromatum, 1593, quoted in JRAS, SB number 26, P37. The camphor is so far considered as a barang larangan that nobody is allowed to go and collect it without having a special permit from the Sultan. This permit is only given after the Sultan has made sure that a good pawang accompanies the party, a man who is able to know from the outside of a tree whether it contains camphor or not. The gratuity to be given to the pawang is not fixed by law, but is settled beforehand on every expedition, also the share of the Sultan. The regulations which have to be observed when collecting camphor are most strange. For instance, those who go on the expedition are not permitted during the whole time of its duration to wash or bathe. They have to use a peculiar language, which differs from ordinary Malay. Compare what is known on this point of similar usages amongst the Badaks. The collectors have to go on through the jungle until the Hantu Kapur, the camphor spirit, a female, appears to the pawang in his dreams and shows him the direction in which success may be expected. JRAS, SB number 17 pp. 155-156. This account has reference to Sayak in Sumatra. VDAP LXX6. These last 5 lines contain allusions to the implements with which the Pawang does his work. The ivory cup is the tagak, a bamboo vessel in which the sap of the blossom shoot is received. The ivory bath is the copper in which the coconut sugar is made, the name given to it being an allusion to the chemical change which accompanies the process. Inch Mohammed Jafar, of Malacca. In 1893, these months extended from the 17th May to the 14th July, c. O.B. In what may be called the dry method of planting rice, burhuma or burladang, the ceremonies naturally differ somewhat, as the forest has to be felled, if not every year, at least more often than is the case with the wet system. And the rice seed is not sown in nurseries, as a rule, but either scattered broadcast or planted with the dibble, whilst the ground cultivated is comparatively dry and no embankments are required. This is not, of course, intended to be an exhaustive description of the differences between the two systems, for which there is here no space, but merely to point out certain salient differences. A specimen of the charms used by the orang burhuma, dry paddy planters, will be found in the appendix. The account in the text refers only to the wet method, which is by far the more important one, though the dry cultivation is probably the more ancient of the two. An account of the birth of Mohammed, which is intoned by a number of people in the mosque. The tajak may perhaps be better described as a kind of hoe than a scythe. 2 strips of coconut leaf are braided into a square bag, hollow inside, which is half filled with rice, and then boiled so that when cooked the rice fills the bag. Flour is mixed with sugar and with the expressed juice of the pulp of the coconut, and put into a piece of plantain leaf about 2 fingers long, which is then folded and the whole is steamed, that is put into a pail known as kukusin, which is placed in a large pan containing water having a fire lighted under it, so that the contents of the kukusin are cooked by means of steam only. Tepung tower consists of rice flour mixed with water. A bundle is made of the following leaves: riburibu, a creeper, gandar rusa senwang, somberdera, sipule, sidawar, and chakar bibek, a small shrub. The end of this bundle is dipped into the tepung tower, which is then sprinkled about. The italics are mine W, S. Licuala paludosa, griff, and other species. Jari lipenlet, centipede's feet, i.e. a sort of fringe generally made of plaited strips of coconut leaf. Terapa, kind of wild breadfruit tree. Strips of bamboo or fronds of palm leaf, braided into an open square shape with cords attached to the 4 corners, the ends of the cords being joined so that it can be hung up. Buakiras, the candle nut. The cut rice is beaten, by handfuls, against the inner edge of the bucket so that the grain falls into the bucket. This process is called membenting paddy, a phrase here rendered by thrashing. The tuai or penuai is a much smaller instrument than the sickle sabot, and cuts only a few ears at a time, vidi supra, p58. A koyan, as a measure of weight, contains 40 pickles, 5,333 1/3 pounds. Rather over 20 gallons, ganteng of rice paddy go to a pickle. The term koyan is also used as a measure of capacity, in which sense it contains 800 gantengs. The term ganteng has been rendered here by gallon, of which it is at present the legal equivalent, but the native ganteng had a standard varying according to locality. JRAS SB number 30 pp. 297-304. On my asking her what these names signified, the Pawang told me that Esrai Gading meant the husk, and Jimala Gading the kernel or grain of the rice fruit. Menang Kabau and Nanning pronunciation for burpuar. Puar is the name of a jungle plant said to be akin to cardamom, the stem of which is used as a sort of javelin in this mock combat. In Selangor, this mock combat is called singketa, WS. Baraz birdie, parched rice. 5 would probably be nearer the mark, but Malay chronology is very uncertain. JRAS SB number 29 pp. 712. These were newly plated round baskets, 3 in number, and diminishing in size from the Pawang's right to her left, the big one being supposed to contain 7, the medium size 5, and the smallest one 3, gemelan of paddy. They were each bound round, just under the rim, with the female variety of the creeper called riburibu freshly gathered that morning. One of these was called the Penuai Sulong, lit. Eldest rice cutter, which was only to be used when the pawang had done with it by the owner of the rice field, and the blade of which is fitted into a piece of the wood called pompong, the reason given being that the pompong was the wood of which these instruments were originally made, whilst what I may call the handle of the instrument was made of a slip of bamboo, stopped from end to end with wax. About the other two penuways, there was nothing specially remarkable. These are the names of two girls mentioned in the Malay annals, Sejara Malayu, to whose rice there happened a strange phenomenon. The following is Leiden's translation, in which the names appear as Ampu and Malin. The name of the country of Palembang's, river was Muartenang, into which falls another river named Sunji Malayu, Malay River, near the source of which is a mountain named the Mountain Sagantang Mahamuru, VP2, Supra. There were two young women of Belitung, the one named Wan Ampu and the other Wan Malin, employed in cultivating rice on this mountain, where they had large and productive rice grounds. One night they beheld their rice fields gleaming and glittering like fire. Then said Ampu to Malin, "What is that light which is so brilliant? I am frightened to look at it." "Make no noise," said Malin, "it is some great snake or naga." Then they both lay quiet for fear. When it was daylight they arose and went to see what it was shown so bright during the night. They both ascended the hill and found the grain of the rice converted into gold, the leaves into silver, and the stalks into brass, and they were extremely surprised, and said, "This is what we observed during the night." The account proceeds to show how the prodigy was due to a supernatural visit from a descendant of Raja II or Zulkarnaini, Leiden Mal. Anne, pp. 20-21. The words in brackets are mine. Whilst drawing together the heads of the sheaf, before actually planting the sugar cane in the ground, the following lines were repeated by the pawang. Ker Semingat, Esrai Gadding, Jamala Gadding, Badingkau Perik Bertwang Dongkau Tembaga Balepe Tenke Kau Maz, Bua Kau Maz Ranshan. Sick. Cluck, cluck, soul of Esrai Gadding, Jamala Gadding, this stem of yours is molten silver, your leaves are copper overlaid, your stalk is gold, your grain is fine gold. I have not been able to discover what Maz Ranshan means, as the pawang could not explain it, though she insisted that it was right, and it is not in any dictionary. The Mohammedan name for the founder of Christianity. During the performance of this part of the ceremony, which is called Charankan Talai Tirap, omens are taken as to the prosperity or otherwise of the people of the house, and the observations have therefore to be made with the greatest care. The most disastrous omen is the cawing of a crow or rook. Next to this, in point of disastrous significance, comes the mewing cry of the kite, and, thirdly, the flight of the ground dove tekukur. A good omen is the flight of the bird called the rice's husband, lackey paddy. But the best omen is the absence of any portent or sound, even such as the falling of a tree, the crackling of a branch, or a shout in the distance, all of which are harbingers of misfortune of some sort. The pawang said to me afterwards, when I questioned her about this, "If you want your husked rice to be white and smooth, pude lanchap, you must stand up facing the sun at 9 o'clock, angkat kenning lit. Raise the eyebrow, turn up the whites of your eyes, swallow the water in your mouth, and your rice will be smooth and white and easily swallowed. But if you want it to be a little rough, kesat, so that you may not be tempted to eat too much of it during hard times, instead of directly swallowing the water in your mouth, you must put the tip of your tongue to the roof of your mouth and contract the throat thrice, slowly swallowing as you do so." To the above she then added, "Besides this, you can make the whole field of rice break into waves by standing up, clapping the hands, and then pushing each hand right up the sleeve of the opposite arm. I am not quite sure if I rightly understood this last, but am fairly certain that it is correct my notes have only run the hands up the arms, saying as you do so, Al-Salam alaikum waman wamet paku amat watuhar. This will swell the grains and prevent them from getting empty. Minching, Jangan Baniak Hampa. This umbrella had been forgotten, and we were compelled to wait while one of the bearers returned to the house to fetch it, as without it, I was told, the rice child could not be escorted home. I was told by the pawang that when the 3 reapers had each filled her basket, each of them tied the leaves of the rice clumps together and dug up a lump of earth with the great toe of the left foot, and inserting the lump into the midst of each clump, repeated the following words. Al-Salam, alaikum, nabaitap, yang memigankan bumis tadapkan anak aku, jangan rasak, jangan binasakan jokan daripada jin dan shaitan dengan lealaha, DSB. Peace be with you, Prophet Tap, in whose charge is the earth, confirm this, my child. Do it no harm or scathe, but remove it far from demons and devils, by virtue of, etc. A cat having given birth to kittens the night before the ceremony, I was told by the powang that it was a very good sign, and that it was a known rule that if there was nobody else who could bear children at the time, God was wont to substitute a cat mengantik in kuching. The drying usually takes longer, but the exceptional heat of the sun on the day in question enabled the operation to be hastened. Nothing of the male sex may stand or sit opposite the point of the sieve, niru, during this winnowing. The charms are the same as those given supra, viz. A swallow has fallen, etc., and herons from all this region. They are in the pantun form, and accordingly there is little connection discernible between the first and the second half of the quatrain. The latter always contains the actual point, the former at most something analogous or remotely parallel. The extreme voluminousness of Malay folklore upon the subject of rice planting makes it impossible to do more than give a general idea of the ceremonies described. The ceremonies, however, are comparatively homogeneous in all parts of the peninsula, and the specimens given may be taken as fairly representative. In the appendix, XCI, Sec. will be found a number of invocations, collected by Mr. O'Sullivan and myself, which are addressed to the rice spirit and may help to emphasize or explain some of the details. One of these invocations should certainly help to emphasize the strength of the anthropomorphic conception of the rice soul as held by Malays. It runs as follows, VDAP. CX. Cluck, cluck, soul of my child, come and return home with me, our agreement has reached its term. Let not the heat afflict you, let not the wind afflict you, let not mosquitoes bite you, let not sandflies or midges bite you. JRAS, SB, number 16, pp. 303-320. Report on the Geology and Physical Geography of the State of Perak, by Reverend J. E. Tennyson Wood, FGS, FLS, etc. The mining contractor, also called Toke Lambang and Toke Labor, VD Infra. Lit. Taboo language. Baralak here means to turn oneself about, and the whole phrase would mean the tall one that turns himself about. Perhaps the tall loafer would be as near as we can get to it in English. So, too, Baralak Dapper means the kitchen loafer, loafer of the kitchen. Siel means literally anything which brings bad luck, so perhaps we might translate it, Mr. Bad Luck. Salanama means wrong name, misnomer. Limaunipis lit means thin lime. Kongsi, i.e. company firm gang. Pantang, i.e. taboo. Bua rumput means grass seed, bunga rumput, grass flower. Akar hitap lit, live creeper, the allusion is obvious. Kunyat means saffron, the allusion is not evident. Batu putih means white stone or white rock. Jenggulang, explained by Mr. Hale as meaning altar, Vide p. 260 infra. About 1878, the principal powang of the Larat district, 1 Payatam Dam, applied to me as assistant resident to reinstate him in the duties and privileges which he had enjoyed under the Orang Kaya Mantri, and before him, under Chilong Jafar. He describes the customary ceremonies and dues to be as follows. He had to visit all the mines from time to time, especially those from which tin ore was being removed. If the daily output of tin suddenly decreased on any mine, it was his business at once to repeat certain invocations, puja, to induce the tin ore to remain, handak dipuli balik sapia jangan menggoreng biji. Once in every 2 or 3 years it was necessary to carry out an important ceremony, puja besar, which involved the slaying of 3 buffaloes and a great feast, the expense of which had to be borne by the powang. On the day of the puja besar, strict abstinence from work is enjoined on everyone in the district. No one might break ground or even pull up weeds or cut wood in the whole province. Further, no stranger whose home was 3 days' journey away might enter one of the mines under a penalty of $25. The powang was entitled to exact from the owners of mines a customary payment of 1 slab of tin, or $6.25 in cash, per annum for every sluice box, palong in work during the year. In any mine from which the tin ore had not yet been removed, it was strictly forbidden to wear shoes or to carry an umbrella. No Malay might wear a sarong. The Chinese miners, always superstitiously disposed, used under Malay rule to adhere to these rules and submit to these exactions, but since 1875, the Pawang has found his occupation and income, in Larat at all events, gone, ed. JRAS, SB. Altar. A small tray or platform for offerings supported by a central leg. Vidi Mr. Hale's description, as V Kapala Nasi infra. Gantang is a measure, approximately equivalent to a gallon. In Selangor Ancak is the form used. It means a sacrificial tray for offerings to the spirits, Vidi infra, pp. 260, 310 313, 414 423. Lit. The magician's ware. Ra'iat is used here to denote a man of the common people, as opposed to a chief or raja. It is sometimes used by Malays in other senses. Seperti sungke birendam, like a soaked sungke stick. When the sungke stick has been soaked for a long time, say 3 months, the peel comes clean away, proverbial expression used of a person cleaned out. Beam or rafter of the shed. Palm leaf thatch. Forbes mentions a palm leaf fringe, used in certain rites by the Kalangs of Java naturalists' wanderings, p. 101. It is quite a common thing in Java to encounter by the wayside near a village, or in a rice field, or below the shade of a great dark tree, a little platform with an offering of rice and prepared fruits to keep disease and blight at a distance and propitiate the spirits. A Naturalist's Wanderings, Forbes, p. 103. In Selangor, this custom is now obsolete. Sel, Jour, Volume Roman 3, number 18, p. 294. The derivation of the name of this primitive Malay censer from the Sanskrit kanka, conch shell, has been pointed out. Maxwell, Malay Manual, p. 32. Forbes notes having seen in a sacred grove in Java the remnants of small torches of sweet gums which had been offered. A Naturalist's Wanderings, p. 97. JRAS, SB, number 16, pp. 310 320. Cliff and Sweat, Malay Dict, SV Amang, tourmaline, wolfram, and titaniferous iron ore are all called by this name. They are all considered impurities, and tourmaline is the one most commonly met with. The Malay was saperti ulet hitup, which would rather mean, like live maggots, W.S. Sel Jern, Volume Roman 3, number 18, pp. 293-294. Sel Jern, Volume Roman 4, number 2, p. 26. I.e. tin-bearing stratum and stone overlying the ore. I.e. his connections. Sel Jern, Volume Roman 4, number 8, p. 139. This my tank is an allusion to the mine, the system on which mines are worked in the Malay states being that of the removal of the overburden, which, of course, forms immense pits, such as are here likened to an empty tank or reservoir. A plant, possibly Solanum aculeatissimum, Jack, which has very thorny orange-colored fruits. Sega is a species of rattan, Calamus viminalis or Calamus ornatus, Griff. But probably the better reading here is segar, which means a long black spike of the kabong palm, Eringa saccharifera, L. Presumably a corruption of Iskandar Zu-el-Karnain, i.e. Alexander the Great, who plays a considerable part in Malay legendary history. Vidi Ap, CXVI, C6. Or is a sativa, Elvar. Batin is a title of certain chiefs amongst the aboriginal tribes of the southern part of the peninsula. It appears to have been in former days, sometimes borne by Malays also. Kedong as a dry measure is not to be found in the dictionaries. V.D. Wall, however, gives a form kentong, with which it may be connected, as meaning an earthen pot, formerly used for holding lalang sugar. An arai is in a Chinese measure, about 313 pounds. Sik quer lambang. Denies Desker, Dict of Brit, Malaya SV Gold. Vidi Leiden, Malay Annals, p. 94. He, the Sultan, also prohibited the ornamenting of creases with gold, and the wearing anklets of gold, and the wearing the koranchang or hollow bracelets of gold, ornamented with silver. 2 legends which connect the wild boar with the precious metals have already been mentioned, VDP 188, Supra. VD Wall, Malay Dutch Dict, SV Cowie, one of the meanings of which he explains as the supernatural power of anything. He proceeds to explain Bisi Cowie as follows. It is a piece of old scrap iron with supernatural powers, belonging to the royal insignia of the former kingdom of Johor, now in the possession of the Sultan of Lingga. Whenever an oath was to be taken by a subject, the iron would be immersed in water for a time, and the patient had to drink of this water before he took the oath. Whoever took a false oath would be affected by a severe sickness, and in the case of a chief, the sickness affects the whole tribe. Bisa Kawi is another West Sumatran form of this expression. Under Bisa Roman 3, QV, VDW remarks that to say, "May you be struck by the Bisa Kawi," lit. Poison of Kawi is the ugliest wish you can address to anybody, as it is supposed to bring upon the person so addressed every possible kind of sickness. For examples, vidi the charms quoted in almost every part of this book. It is a very general belief among Malays that Giliga Buntat, viz., stones that are found in the bodies of animals or contained in trees, have great magic and vegetable virtue. These stones are worn as charms and are also scraped, the scrapings being mixed with water and given to the sick as medicine. Pubbins, of the RAS SB, number 3, P26N. This idea recalls a similar superstition about what are called in the Straits settlements breeding pearls, i.e. a kind of pearl which is supposed to reproduce itself when kept in a box and fed with pullet rice for a sufficiently lengthy period. VDJRAS, SB No. 1, pp. 3137, number 3, pp. 141-43. The Giliga, more commonly known as Bizor, forms a recognized article of export from the Rejang and Bainchalu rivers in the Sarawak territory. These concretions are chiefly obtained from a red monkey, a species of Semnopithecus, which seems to be very abundant in the interior districts of Borneo. A more valuable Giliga, called the Giliga landek, is obtained from the porcupine, but it is comparatively rare. The sepoys stationed at Cebu Fort in the Rejang formerly exported considerable numbers of these calculi to Hindustan, where, in addition to their supposed efficacy as an antidote for the poison of snakes and other venomous creatures, they appear to be applied, either alone or in combination with other medicines, to the treatment of fevers, asthmatic complaints, general debility, etc. A few years ago. However, these men ceased to send any but the Giliga landek, since their hakims had informed them that the concretions obtained from the monkeys had come to be considered of very doubtful, if any, value from a medicinal point of view. The usual test for a good Giliga is to place a little chunam on the hand and to rub the Giliga against it, when, if it be genuine, the lime becomes tinged with yellow. Imitations are by no means rare, and on one occasion which came to my own knowledge, some Bakatans succeeded in deceiving the Chinamen, who trade in these articles, by carefully molding some fine light clay into the form of a bizor, and then rubbing it well all over with a genuine one. The extreme lightness of a real Giliga and the lime test are, however, generally sufficient to expose a counterfeit bizor. The sepoys and Malays apply various imaginary tests. Thus they assert that if a true Giliga be clasped in the closed fist, the bitter taste of the concretion will be plainly susceptible to the tongue when applied to the back of the hand, and even above the elbow if the Giliga be a good landek. And a sepoy once assured me that having accidentally broken one of the latter, he immediately was sensible of a bitter taste in the mouth. Accounts vary very much among the natives as to the exact position in which the Giligas are found, some saying they may occur in any part of the body, others that they occur only in the stomach and intestines, whilst I have heard others declare that they have taken them from the head and even the hand. Bizor stones are sold by weight, the gold scale being used, and the value varies according to quality and to the scarcity or abundance of the commodity at the time of sale. The ordinary prices paid at Rejang a few years ago were from $1.50 to 2 per amas for common stones, and from $2.50 to $4 per amas for Giliga landek. I have seen one of the latter which was valued at $100. It was about the size of an average Tangiers orange and was perfectly spherical. The surface, where not artificially abraded, was smooth, shining, bronze brown, studded with numerous irregularly shaped fragments of dark rich brown, standing out slightly above the general mass of the calculus. These fragments, in size and appearance, bore a close resemblance to the crystals in a coarse-grained porphyritic rock. The common monkey bizors vary much in color and shape. I have seen them of the size of large filberts, curiously convoluted and cordate in shape, with a smooth, shining surface of a pale olive-green hue. Mr. A. R. Houghton once showed me one which was 1.5 inches long and shaped like an Indian club. It was of a dirty greenish color, perfectly smooth and cylindrical, and it had become aggregated around a portion of a sumpiten dart, which appears to have penetrated the animal's stomach, and being broken off short, has subsequently served as the nucleus for the formation of a calculus. The same gentleman had in his possession 2 Landeck stones, one of which bore a close resemblance to a block in shape, and was of a bright green color, and the second was of a rich chocolate brown, and could best be likened in form to a constable's staff. One porcupine stone which was opened was found to be a mere shell full of small brown shavings like shred tobacco. The part of the island which produces these stones in greatest abundance seems to be, by a coincidence of native reports, the district about the upper waters of the Balangir, Batang Kayan. The story is that the headwaters of this river are cut off from its lower course by an extensive tract of hills beneath which the river disappears, a report by no means unlikely if the country be, as is probable, limestone. The people of the district have no communication with the lower course of the river, and are thus without any supply of salt. In lieu of this necessity, they make use of the waters of certain springs, which must be saline mineral springs, and which the Kayans call sungan. These springs are also frequented by troops of the red monkeys before mentioned, and the bezoars are most constantly found in the stomachs of these animals through their drinking the saline water. The hunters lie in wait about such springs, and, so runs the report, on the animals coming down to drink, they are able to guess with tolerable certainty from external signs which of the monkeys will afford the gilliga, and they forthwith shoot such with their sumpitins. I have this account, curious in more ways than one, from several quite independent sources. In concluding these brief notes, I may remark that the widespread idea of the medicinal virtue of these concretions would lead us to suppose that there is some foundation for their reputation. J.R.A.S. S.B. No. 4 pp. 5658. The gilliga in Sayak, which is considered to belong to the Larangan Raja, is an intestinal stone found in a kind of porcupine living principally in the upper reaches of the Mandau. The Sakes living in this region are the only persons who collect these stones, which they deliver to the Sultan partly as a revenue, partly as bearing Larangan. By right all the gilligas found by them are the Sultan's. The greater number, however, are clandestinely sold to Malay and Chinese traders. According to their size, they are worth from $40 to $600 apiece. Their value, however, does not merely rise with their weight, but, as in the case of precious stones, rises out of all proportion with the mere increase in weight. A gilliga weighing 1 ringgit, 8 mayam, costs $600, whereas one of the weight of 3 mayam will only be worth $100. For gilligas, particularly large ones, extraordinary prices are sometimes paid. The Sultan of Sayak possesses one said to be valued at $900. Natives maintain that they are an almost infallible medicine in cases of chest or bowel complaints, but their principal value is founded on their reputed virtue as a powerful aphrodisiac. To operate in this way, one is worn on the navel tied up in a piece of cloth, or water in which one has been soaked is drunk. F. Kading on Sayak, Sumatra in JRAS, SB, No. 17, pp. 153-4. JRAS, SB, No. 9, P24N Estapajangi, Pajangi Vide pp. 69, Supra. VD Chapter 4, Supra. For the charm used at the insertion of the twigs, Vide app, CXI. VD app, CXIV. JRAS, SB, No. 9, P26. This recalls the account in northern mythology of the 4 rivers, which are said to flow from the teats of the cow Audhumla. In a great many Malay myths, the color white is an all-important feature. In this legend, we have the white Semang and the white river. In others, white animals and white birds are introduced. JRAS, SB, No. 9, P95. JRAS, SB, No. 7, pp. 2426. The most usual name of the crocodile spirit, as given in such charms as I have succeeded in collecting, is Sambu Agai, or, as it is also called, Jambu Rakai. Kira Kira means accounts. Selangor Journal, Volume Roman 3, No. 6 pp. 93-94. The shortness of the crocodile's tongue, which is a mere stump of a tongue, has probably given rise to this idea. Also sometimes called a padaya, lit. What device? Or what resource? The front teeth are also sometimes called kail selwang, or selwang hook, or hook for catching the selwang, a small fish resembling the sardine VDHCC and N and Q number 4, Sec 95, issued with number 17 of the JRAS, SB. The question of the mental attributes ascribed to the crocodile is one of great interest, as it is credited by Malays with a human origin. It is not alleged to shed tears over his victim, but, as the above account shows, it is far from insensible to the enormity of manslaughter. At the same time, it is credited with strong common sense, since it is known to laugh at those misguided mortals who pole a boat downstream, no less than the tiger which laughs at those who carry a torch on a moonlight night, and also has a strict regard for honesty. Vidi infra. Rewritten from Cell, Journ, Volume Roman 3, number 19 pp. 309-312. A native-built canoe hollowed out of a tree trunk is no doubt referred to. Mangrove of various species, chiefly rhizophory. Cell, Journ, Volume I number 22 pp. 353-51. Vidi app, CXXVI. Vidi app, CXXX. This and the preceding lines clearly refer to the fable quoted by Sir W. E. Maxwell. There are, however, many differences in minor details, one version asserting that the head of the first crocodile was made from the central shoot or cabbage of a coconut by Nair, its blood of saffron, and its eyes from the Star of the East. Another asserting that its dorsal ridge was manufactured by Sidi Fatima from the eaves of the thatch. Her Highness Princess Rundok, as appears from the line below, in which she is again referred to, is evidently the name given to the fowl used as a bait. Jangan engkau lari, perjanjian kita satanjang kahulu, satanjang kahilir. Tabik rajadilaut, mambang telai haris, aku nak buang badi bujanai. Engkau meningkap sianu. Vidi chapter Roman 6, pp. 325-327 infra. Mr. L. Ray in Perak Museum Notes, quoted in the Selangor Journal, Volume Roman 3, number 6, p. 94. Other accounts make it out to be of a golden color. Vide p. 506 infra. I have heard this same word used to describe a sort of unnatural glow, which was supposed to illumine certain parts of the country at night, one such region being a portion of the coast at Lukat in Sunjay Ujang. Clifford in Court and Kampong, p. 189. Selangor Journal, Volume Roman 3, number 6, p. 92. Ibid, p. 91. A kind of flatfish sole, also ikin lidalida and lelida, probably derived from lida, a tongue owing to its shape. This fish is sometimes called sisa nabai, or the prophet's leavings. The story being that it had originally the same amount of flesh on both sides, but that the Prophet Muhammad, having eaten the whole side of one of these fish, which had been cooked and served up to him as a meal, cast the remaining side back into the sea, whereupon it revived and commenced swimming about as if nothing had happened, retaining, however, the shape of a flat fish to the present day. CP, the following note in Sale's translation of the Quran. This miracle is thus related by the commentators. Jesus, having, at the request of his followers, asked it of God, a red table immediately descended in their sight between two clouds and was set before them, whereupon he rose up, and having made the ablution, prayed, and then took off the cloth which covered the table, saying, in the name of God, the best provider of food. What the provisions were with which this table was furnished is a matter wherein the expositors are not agreed. One will have them to be 9 cakes of bread and 9 fishes, another, bread and flesh. Another, all sorts of food except flesh. Another, all sorts of food except bread and flesh. Another, all except bread and fish. Another, 1 fish which had the taste of all manner of food. And another, fruits of paradise. But the most received tradition is that when the table was uncovered, there appeared a fish ready dressed, without scales or prickly fins, dropping with fat, having salt placed at its head and vinegar at its tail, and round it all sorts of herbs except leeks and 5 loaves of bread, on one of which there were olives, on the second honey, on the third butter, on the fourth cheese, and on the 5th dried flesh. They add that Jesus, at the request of the apostles, showed them another miracle, by restoring the fish to life, and causing its scales and fins to return to it, at which the standers, by being affrighted, he caused it to become as before, that 1,300 men and women, all afflicted with bodily infirmities or poverty, ate of these provisions and were satisfied, the fish remaining whole as it was at first, that then the table flew up to heaven in the sight of all. And every one who had partaken of this food were delivered from their infirmities and misfortunes, and that it continued to descend for 40 days together at dinner time, and stood on the ground till the sun declined, and was then taken up into the clouds. Some of the Mohammedan writers are of opinion that this table did not really descend, but that it was only a parable, but most think the words of the Quran are plain to the contrary. A further tradition is that several men were changed into swine for disbelieving this miracle and attributing it to magic art, or, as others pretend, for stealing some of the victuals from off it. Several other fabulous circumstances are also told which are scarce worth transcribing. Sales Coran Trans Ch. VP 87, note. Maxwell in JRAS, SB, number 7, p. 26. The tears of the dugong are believed to be an exceedingly potent love charm. Vide Swetenham, Unaddressed Letters, p. 217. Like most nations dwelling near the sea, the Malays have their mermaids, of which the dugong is the probable origin. JIA. 9, quoted by Denise Dict, Brit, Mal. SV Mermaid. Vidi, however, supra. Mr. Ray no doubt refers to the birudu, tadpole, the upper half of which is declared by Selangor Malays to develop into a frog, kadak, while the hinder part develops into the ikan lembet. Sel Jern, Volume Roman 3, number 6, p. 93. Vidi app, CCLX. These were trays of the kind called anchak, which are used by the Malays to contain offerings to the spirits. For fuller details, CP. pp. 414-422, infra. For details of a similar ceremony, vidi pp. 416-418, infra. The composition of these brushes varies apparently according to the ceremony which is to be performed. In this case, leaves or sprays of the following plants were used: sapno, lenwang mera, the red dracena, gandarusa, sadawar, satingan, pulet or seliguri, mangrove bacco. These leaves were tied together with a small creeper called ribaribu, a so-called female variety, which is said to have larger leaves than the male variety, being used. For further details, vide Chapter Roman 3, pp. 78-80 supra. The following is a list, as correct as I was able to make it, of the number and order of the offerings which were thus distributed: a portion of parched rice, a portion of sweet potatoes, 2 cooked bananas, 2 lepat small cylindrical rice bags, 3 cooked bananas, 2 katupat small diamond-shaped bags, 3 yams kailati, a portion of parched rice, 3 short lengths of the stem of the tapioca plant, ubaikeu, 10, 3 sweet potatoes, 11, 4 sweet potatoes, 12. A portion of uncooked liver hattie, 13. A portion of cooked meat, 14. 4 sweet potatoes, 15. 3 cooked bananas, 16. 3 katupats, 17. 3 green bananas, 18. 3 katupats, 19. 3 katupats, 20. 3 green bananas, 21. 3 green bananas, 22. 3 sweet potatoes, 23. 3 yams, 24. 3 lepats, 25. 3 lepats, 26. 2 lepats, 27. 5 katupats, 28. 2 yams, 29. 2 sweet potatoes, 30. 1 cooked banana, 31. 3 handfuls of white pulet rice, 32. 3 handfuls of parched rice. This was one of the tide braces, which are used to strengthen the stakes, the one used being that on the left hand looking seaward. Kelong is the name given to one of the kinds of fishing stakes, something like weirs, common on the coasts of the peninsula. A different Powang gave me the following alternative instructions. When you are about to plant the first seaward pole of the fishing stakes, take hold of it and say, O Powang Kisa, Powang Barima, see Arjuna, king at sea, O Durai, see Bidi is the name of your mother, see Tanjong Sir Cape. That of your father, in your charge are the points of the capes, in your charge all borders of the shore, in your charge, too, are the river bars, your mother's place is on the seaward pole, your child's at the shoreward end of the screens, your father's in the tip of the wings towards the west. We be 4 brothers, if in truth we be brothers, do you lend me your assistance? Here plant the pole and say, my foot is planted in the very heavens, my pole rests against the pillar of the firmament. God lets it down, Mohammed receives it. 6 fathoms to the left, 6 fathoms to the right. Do you, O family of 3, assist in my maintenance? May this be granted by God, etc. Germal is another kind of fish trap, different from the kelong. Denies Desker, dict of Brit, mal sv fire. Pilandok minta, API, nak membakar bulu mentuanaya. The mouse deer is said to have cursed his mother-in-law, saying, Kalau betul aku peminin Raja Sulaiman engkau bersayap. Illumination with tiny lamps is also common on feast days, Hari Raya, especially at the end of the month of fasting, and the Malays have to some extent adopted the Chinese penchant for fireworks. To return to the elemental spirits, it was explained to me by a Malay, with whom I discussed the subject at leisure, that apart from the spirits which are an object of reverence, and which when treated with proper deference are usually beneficent, there are a variety of others. To begin with, spirits, the word used on this occasion was hantu, are of at least 2 kinds: wild ones, whose normal habitat is the jungle, and those that are, so to say, domesticated. The latter, which seem to correspond to what in Western magic are called familiars, vary in character with their owners or the persons to whom they are attached. Thus, in this particular village of Bukit Sengjay, a few years ago, there was a good deal of alarm on account of the arrival of 2 or 3 strangers believed to be of bad character, who were supposed to keep a familiar spirit of a peculiarly malignant disposition, which was in the habit of attacking people in their sleep by throttling them. 1 or 2 cases of this kind occurred, and it was seriously suggested that I should make the matter the subject of a magisterial inquiry, which, however, I did not find it necessary to do. But the familiar spirits are by no means necessarily evil. The chief point of importance is to keep these wild spirits in their proper place, viz., the jungle, and to prevent them taking up their abode in the villages. For this reason charms are hung up at the borders of the villages, and whenever a wild spirit breaks bounds and encroaches on human habitations, it is necessary to get him turned out. Blagden in JRAS, SB number 29, P4. Vidi Klinkert, Vidi Wall and Painapel sub voce. This badging was copied for me by Chisam, for many years Malay munchie and clerk at Kuala Lumpur, Selangor, from the original which was posted up on the door of one of his neighbors. The outlines of the figure are made up from varying combinations of the names Allah, Mohammed, Ali, etc. in the Arabic character. In all parts of the peninsula, the badging is said to be of the male gender, while the langsur is supposed to be a female. It is usually believed by Malays that the badging is merely a malignant spirit which haunts mankind, and whose presence foretells disaster. In Perak and some other parts of the peninsula, however, the badging is regarded as one of the several kinds of demons which, the Malays hold, can be enslaved by man and become his familiar spirit. Such familiars, it is believed, are handed down in certain families as heirlooms. The master of the familiar is said to keep it imprisoned in a tabong, or vessel made from a joint of the bamboo, which is closed by a stopper made from the leaves of the Cotyledon laciniata, the Dawn Chekar Bebek, or Dawn Satingin, as they are variously termed by the Malays. Both the case and the stopper are prepared by certain magic arts before they can be employed in this way. The familiar is fed with eggs and milk. When its master wishes to make use of it, he sends it forth to possess and prey upon the vitals of anyone whom his malice may select as a victim. The individual thus persecuted is at once seized by a deadly and unaccountable ailment, which can only be cured by magic agencies. If the badging is neglected by its owner, and if the latter omits to feed it regularly, it is said that he often falls a victim to his own familiar. Clifford and Sweat, Mal, Dick, SV Badging. Sweat, Mal Sketches, p. 194 sec. Sweat, Mal Sketches, pp. 198, 199. JRAS SB number 7, p. 28. CP. Langsuyr, the female familiar, differs hardly at all from the badging, except that she is a little more baneful, and when under the control of a man he sometimes becomes the victim of her attractions, and she will even bear him elfin children. Sweat, Mal Sketches, p. 198. Pontianak appears to be synonymous with Madianak, which may perhaps be a shorter form of Madi Baranak, stillborn. Indeed, one of the charms against the Pontianak which I collected commenced with the words Pontianak Madi Baranak. Mr. Clifford of Pahang, however, speaks of that weird little white animal, the Madianak, that makes beast noises round the graves of children. In Court and Kampong, p. 231. CP, however, the Penangle, that horrible wraith of a woman who has died in childbirth, and who comes to torment small children in the guise of a fearful face and bust, with many feet of bloody, trailing entrails in her wake. Clifford, Locke, Sit. He, Mr. M., said, "Very well then, tell me about the Penanggalan only. I should like to hear it, and to write it down in English so that Europeans may know how foolish those persons are who believe in such things." I then drew a picture representing a woman's head and neck only, with the intestines hanging down. Mr. M. caused this to be engraved on wood by a Chinese, and inserted it with the story belonging to it in a publication called the Anglo-Chinese Gleaner. And I said, "Sir, listen to the account of the Penanggalan. It was originally a woman. She used the magic arts of a devil in whom she believed, and she devoted herself to his service night and day until the period of her agreement with her teacher had expired and she was able to fly. Her head and neck were then loosened from the body, the intestines being attached to them and hanging down in strings. The body remained where it was. Wherever the person whom it was wished to injure happened to live, thither flew the head and bowels to suck his blood, and the person whose blood was sucked was sure to die. If the blood and water which dripped from the intestines touched any person, serious illness immediately followed, and his body broke out in open sores. The Penanggalan likes to suck the blood of women in childbirth. For this reason, it is customary at all houses where a birth occurs to hang up jeruju, a kind of thistle, leaves at the doors and windows, or to place thorns wherever there is any blood, lest the Penanggalan should come and suck it, for the Penanggalan has, it seems, a dread of thorns in which her intestines may happen to get caught. It is said that a Penanggalan once came to a man's house in the middle of the night to suck his blood, and her intestines were caught in some thorns near the hedge, and she had to remain there until daylight, when the people saw and killed her. The person who has the power of becoming a Penanggalan always keeps at her house a quantity of vinegar in a jar or vessel of some kind. The use of this is to soak the intestines in, for when they issue forth from the body they immediately swell up and cannot be put back. But after being soaked in vinegar, they shrink to their former size and enter the body again. There are many people who have seen the Penanggalan flying along with its entrails dangling down and shining at night like fireflies. Such is the story of the Penanggalan as I have heard it from my forefathers, but I do not believe it in the least. God forbid that I should. Hikyat Abdullah, p. 143. The origin of the palong is this. The blood of a murdered man must be taken and placed in a bottle buli, a bottle having a spherical or wide body and a long narrow neck. Then prayers are said over it, and something or other is read, I don't know what, but it has to be learnt. After 7 days of this worship, according to some people, or after twice 7 days according to others, a sound is heard in the bottle like the chirping of young birds. The operator then cuts his finger and inserts it into the bottle and the palong sucks it. The person who thus supports the palong is called his father, or, if it happens to be a woman, she is his mother. Every day the parent feeds it with his, or her, blood. The object of doing this and the advantage to be gained from it are these. If he entertains a feeling of anger against anyone, he orders the palong to go and afflict him, that is to say, to cause him pain or sickness. Or if a third person is at enmity with another, he goes in secret to the person who keeps the palong, and gives him a sum of money to send the palong to attack the person against whom he bears ill will. This is the use of it. The person who is tormented by the palong, whether a virgin, or a married woman or a man, cries out and loses consciousness of what he or she is doing, and tears and throws off his or her clothing, biting and striking the people near, blind and deaf to everything, and does all sorts of other things. Wise men are called in to prescribe remedies. Some come and chant formulas over the head of the patient, others pinch his thumb and apply medicines to it. When the remedy is successful, the sick person cries out, "Let me go, I want to go home." The doctor replies, "I will not let you go if you do not make known who it is that has sent you here, and why you have come, and who are your father and mother." Sometimes he, the palong and the patient, remains silent and will not confess or give the names of his parents. Sometimes he confesses and says, "Let me go, my father is such a one and lives at such and such a kampong, and my mother is so and so." The reason that I have come here is that such a one came to my parents and asked for their aid, and gave them a sum of money because he bore ill will against this person, or whatever the reason may have been. Sometimes he makes a false statement and mentions entirely wrong persons in order to conceal the names of his parents. As soon as the people know the name of the person who has contrived the attack and the reason, they let him go, and the sick person at once recovers his consciousness, but he is left weak and feeble. When a palong attacks a person and will confess nothing, the person who is attacked shrieks and yells in anger, and after a day or two he dies. After death, blood pours forth bubbling ber-kapak-kapak from the mouth, and the whole body is blue with bruises. Hikyat Abdullah, p. 143. Notes and Queries S.B.R.A.S. Number 4, Sec 98, issued with number 17 of the journal. Maripit Kata Kuching. C.P. Clifford in Court and Kampong, pp. 232-44. Palong and Pelsit are but other names for Bajang. The latter is chiefly used in the state of Kedah, where it is considered rather chic to have a Pelsit. A Kedah lady the other day, eulogizing the advantage of possessing a familiar spirit. She said that, amongst other things, it gave her absolute control over her husband and the power of annoying people who offended her. Thus described the method of securing this useful ally. You go out, she said, on the night before the full moon and stand with your back to the moon and your face to an anthill so that your shadow falls on the anthill. Then you recite certain jampi incantations and bending forward try to embrace your shadow. If you fail, try again several times, repeating more incantations. If not successful, go the next night and make a further effort, and the night after, if necessary 3 nights in all. If you cannot then catch your shadow, wait till the same day on the following month and renew the attempt. Sooner or later you will succeed, and as you stand there in the brilliance of the moonlight, you will see that you have drawn your shadow into yourself, and your body will never again cast a shade. Go home, and in the night, whether sleeping or waking, the form of a child will appear before you and put out its tongue. That sees, and it will remain while the rest of the child disappears. In a little while the tongue will turn into something that breathes, a small animal, reptile, or insect, and when you see the creature has life, put it in a bottle, and the Pelsit is yours. It sounds easy enough, and one is not surprised to hear that everyone in Kedah who is anybody keeps a Pelsit. Sweat, Malay Sketches, pp. 197-198. No less than 7 bidens, it is said, were formerly requisitioned at the birth of a Raja's child, and occasions when even 9 are mentioned are to be met with in Malay romances. The most general custom, however, seems to have been to summon 7 bidens, only, the number being possibly due to the Malay theory of a 7-fold soul, v-soul. The profession was an honorable one, and the bidens received the title of Dato, abbreviated to To, bidden. But if the child of a Raja happened to die, the bidden who was adjudged to be responsible paid the penalty with her life. VD also N and Q number 3, Sec 65, issued with JRAS SB No. 16. If the betel leaf adheres to the charana, it is a bad sign. Yuri Melikat Tiada Mahuke Luar. VDP 551, Infra. VD App, CLXX Civ. So, too, in the report of the Dutch expedition to Mid-Sumatra Volume IP 266, it is stated that delivery took place in a sitting posture. Tirang Assam. One account says that the Penanggalan or Manjang, i.e., Pemanjangan, another name for her, if she comes will be caught in this snare, and that next morning when the fowls are let loose out of the fowl house, they will peck at the sack of her stomach to get at its contents. Thus she will be detected, and can be punished by having her stomach filled up with ground glass and shards of earthenware, which will kill her in about 7 days' time. When the sickness is severe, the bidden draws upon her almost inexhaustible stock of Malay charms, a specimen of which will be found in the appendix. Salt and Assam are taken, apparently by the bidden, into the mouth, Dikemem Assam garam, while the selected charm is repeated. V.D. McNair, Perak and the Malays, p. 231. The children of the Malays are received into the world quite in religious form, prayer being said, and the azan or Allah Akbar pronounced by the father with his lips close to the tender infant's ear. The bang, according to Chisam, a Malay pandit of Kuala Lumpur, ran somewhat as follows: Allahu Akbar twice, Ashahidan Layla twice, Ashahidan Mohammed Al Rasul Allah twice, Hi Ali Al Sail twice, Hi Ali Al Fail twice, Allahu Akbar twice, La ilaha illallah twice, and the Kramat as follows. Allahu Akbar twice, Ashahidan Layla illallah, Ashahidan Muhammad Al Rasul Allah. Hi Ali Al Sail, Hi Ali Al Fail, Kad Kramat Al Salada twice. La ilaha illallah. VD App, CL. Mr. H. N. Ridley, Director of Gardens and Forests at Singapore, in a pamphlet on Malay Materia Medica, dated 1894, describes a somewhat similar ceremony as follows. When a child suffers from sampa pachet, that is to say, when it persistently cries and will not take its food, it is treated in the following way. The leaves of Hediodes congesta, BR. A tall jungle weed known as lida jin or poko, sampa pachet, are boiled with some other leaves till 1/3 of the liquor is evaporated, and the decoction exposed to the dew for a night, and the child is bathed with it. Or a quantity of roadside rubbish, dead leaves, sticks, chewed sugar cane, etc. is boiled, and the child is bathed in the liquid. It is washed afterwards. And it is then smoked over a fire consisting of a nest of a weaver bird, sarang tampur, the skin of a bottle gourd labu, and a piece of wood which has been struck by lightning. Kur Semingat Mohammed Anai, Kur Semingat Fatima Anai. VDPP 350-3355 Infra. Of the Pahang customs, Mr. Clifford writes, Umat rushes off to the most famous midwife in the place, and presents her with a little brass dish filled with smooth green siri leaves, and 6 of our money, 25 cents in copper, for such is the retaining fee prescribed by Malay custom. The recipient of these treasures is thereafter held bound to attend the patient whenever she may be called upon to do so, and when the confinement is over, she can claim other monies in payment of her services. These latter fees are not ruinously high, according to our standard, $2 being charged for attending a woman in her first confinement, $1 or $1.50 on the next occasion, and 25 or at the most 50 cents being deemed sufficient for each subsequent event. Clifford, Studies in Brown Hum, pp. 47-48. To each corner of this hearth is fastened a bunch of lemongrass leaves, each of which is separately charmed by ejecting betel leaf upon it, December. At the same time, a pillow is prepared for it by the insertion of a needle at each end. The fire, API salion, is always lighted by the bidden, and must never be allowed to go out for the whole of the 44 days. To light it, the bidden should take a brand from the house fire, API dapper, and when it is once properly kindled, nothing must be cooked at it, or the child will suffer. Moreover, whenever during this same period there happens to be a hen sitting on its eggs in the house, the blades of weapons, such as daggers, kairisses, and spears, must not be reset in their handles, membelau either over the hearth fire or the fire of the salion. J. Divan in Volume, Say of JIA. CP, the following passage. Later comes a day when Selima nearly loses her life by reason of the barbarities which Malay science considers necessary if a woman is to win through her confinement without mishap. Clifford, Stud, in BR, Hum, p. 51. The following methods are resorted to for the curing of faintness. A. The patient is made to smell, diasapkin, first with one and then with the other nostril, the bottom of the copper or brass receptacle peccaporin, in which the lime, which is one of the invariable concomitants of the beetle chewing apparatus, is kept. B. The rattan, roten sega, cure, which is said to consist in charring the end of a piece of rattan, roten sega, taking the burnt end in the mouth, and blowing the smoke into the patient's ear, diambuskin. Clifford Stud, in Brown Hum, pp. 48-50. The following is the list of actual ingredients so far as I could ascertain them. Bark of the jambus, centol, biruas, rambutan kacang kayu, leben, dedap, patiling, rambe, lawang, kayu manis, sarapat, and memplashari. And the following herbs, roots, or spices, such as kunyat tirus, lada hidam, bawang pude, bawang mera, chinkipala, buapelaga, kadambar, jemujujawa, jemujukursani, chabe talai, chabe pintal, chanko, sudu ayer, mur daging, mur chalang, pekek, jintan pude, jintan hidam, manjakani, manjarawai, or menjalo. Akar manis, bijisawi, jadam, pachak ganti, messer, alam, mustakim, chuchur atap, kemukus, and kadka. JRAS, SB, number 7, p. 19. Clifford Stud, in Brown Hum, p. 51. Lit. Sharpening of the teeth. Lit. Heirs, wearith, but often, as here, used in the sense of representative members of the family. The leaf brush in this case consisted of leaves of the sapno, pulet, sapingjil, sambaudara, and seliguri, and was bound up with riberibu, a kind of creeper. Into this egg, it is supposed, all evil influences proceeding from the teeth enter. Hence it is regarded after the ceremony as sile unlucky, and cannot be eaten. Indeed, it is considered bad, tembling. Besides the tray containing the articles described, there stood at one side of the room what is called a duling. This consists of a tray full of unhusked rice, surmounted by a tray full of husked rice and a roughly husked coconut, near gubulan, which rests upon the latter. The pointed top of the coconut referred to is encircled by a hank of java, thread benang jawa, which is said to avert injury to the tooth filer's eyes whenever, as sometimes happens, the evil influence, baddie, issues from the teeth. This dulang is valued at $0.25 and is taken as part payment of the tooth filer's services, or it may be retained by the householder when the full fee of 50 cents is paid. This dulang is thought, moreover, to dispel evil influences, membuang sayal, the hank of yarn being used by the pawang to wipe his eyes should any harm to them accrue from evil influences residing in the teeth. Such evil influences, baddie, however, can only accrue when people are having their teeth filed for the first time, orang bungaran. Vdiap, Klai. Vdiap, Kliai. Vdiap, CLV. Both sexes have the extraordinary custom of filing and otherwise disfiguring their teeth, which are naturally very white and beautiful from the simplicity of their food. For files, they make use of small whetstones, and the patients lie on their backs during the operation. Many, particularly the women of the Lampong country, have their teeth rubbed down quite even with the gums. Others have them formed in points, and some file off no more than the outer coat and extremities in order that they may the better receive and retain the jetty blackness with which they almost universally adorn them. The black used on these occasions is the empyreumatic oil of the coconut shell. When this is not applied, the filing does not, by destroying what we term the enamel, diminish the whiteness of the teeth. The great men sometimes set theirs in gold by casing with a plate of that metal the under row, and this ornament, contrasted with the black dye, has, by lamp or candle light, a very splendid effect. It is sometimes indented to the shape of the teeth, but more usually quite plain. They do not remove it either to eat or sleep. Marston Hist, of Sumatra ed. 1811, pp. 52-53. The oil used for this purpose is also obtained by burning the leaves of the lime tree, Clifford and Sweat, Mal, Dict, SV Baja, or in Selangor the wood of certain trees, such as the jambu biawas and merpoyan. At the age of about 8 or 9, they bore the ears and file the teeth of the female children, which are ceremonies that must necessarily precede their marriage. The former they call betend, and the latter bedabang, and these operations are regarded in the family as the occasion of a festival. They do not here, as in some of the adjacent islands of Nias in particular, increase the aperture of the ear to a monstrous size so as in many instances to be large enough to admit the hand, the lower parts being stretched till they touch the shoulders. Their ear-rings are mostly of gold filigree, and fastened not with a clasp, but in the manner of a rivet or nut screwed to the inner part. Marston Hist, of Sumatra ed. 1811, p. 53. The formula shahadat, used by the Mudim Tukang Mematong, runs as follows. Ashahidan Layla Hilala, wa Ashahidan Muhammad al-Rasul ala alihama aja elanaimina, el tuabina wa aja elanaimina, el matatihirina. Some of these charms are also love charms, VD-app, CLXV. VD-app, CLZI. Ibid. Sahari Bulan. Awan Dichalis. Bentok Taji. Pa Delaying. Kuntum Meller Balum Kembang. Ikal Mayang. Jinjang. Gedak Kadak Tigo. Bidang. Ramping Saperdi Tanke Bunga. Tombek Sarai. Duri Landak. Chahia Bintang Zura. Dalima Merka. VD App, CLXXV. The youth's representatives had further the right to interview the girl and personally assure themselves that she was without blemish and without spot. This interview passed by the name of the inspection of the buffalo calf, and was conducted somewhat as follows. When the youth's representatives, the wooing party, go to inspect the girl, one of them says, "See how fruitful are the stately yams, where the hills of Banton rise by the sea. I know not whether good luck or calamity will follow it, but my heart turns towards you." Here one of the girl's representatives says, "Look well at this buffalo calf of mine that has been allowed to forage for itself. Maybe its coat is torn, its limbs broken, or its sight lost." The youth's representative, if all is satisfactory, then replies, "The sun being so high, the buffalo calf will die if tethered. This long while have I been prosecuting my search, but not till today did I meet with what I wanted." Diamond, i.e. the girl about whom the wooing party has come to treat. The caddy is the Indian pound, 113 pound of war, and the tahil is its 16th part. The phrase sakati lima is explained by Klinkert as an elliptical expression equals saketi lima laxa, i.e. 150,000 cash pitus, VDKL, sub voce, i.e. when the sago is being extracted from the stem. The native substitute for rolock. Lit indigo. This line is obscure, the word binku, which I have translated rim, on the supposition that it may be merely a longer form of biku, not appearing in any dictionary. The next line also is not quite clear, but it would appear to mean, "Let us make sacrifice," rice stained with saffron being always used sacrificially. In Denai's descriptive dictionary of British Malaya, under the word marriage, we find the only terms for marriage in Malay are the Arabic and Persian ones, respectively nikah and kawin, the native ones having probably been displaced by these and forgotten. Both these words are used in Selangor. The first nikah, which properly signifies the mere ceremony or wedding, being more commonly used by the better class of Malays than the more comprehensive kawin, which corresponds pretty nearly to the English word marriage. Words describing the married state with reference to one of the parties only, however, are in frequent use, such as the bersuami and beristri of the higher classes, and the berlaki and berbini of the common people. And yet again, there is the word berumaruma, which is applied indifferently to either of the two parties or to both, and is the politest word that can be used with reference to the common people, but is never applied to Rajas, in whose case bersuami and beristri alone are used. I may add, on the authority of Mr. H. Conway Belfield, lately acting resident of Selangor, that a curious periphrastic expression is sometimes used by Perak women in talking of their husbands, whom they call rumah tangga, which literally means house and house ladder, and which is tantamount to saying, "my household," instead of "my husband." I remember Mr. C.H.A. Turney, then senior district officer at Klang, telling me of a great disturbance that arose at Klang because too many of these big pillows were being used at a Malay wedding. Order was only restored by the intervention of the police. A hasta is the length of the forearm from the elbow to the tip of the middle finger, or about 18 inches. There is, I believe, a special ceremony connected with the opening of this curtain which is performed by the bridegroom after the wedding ceremony, special cakes, called curtain openers, Q pembuka ke lambu, being eat. C and S give bun Dutch, a large tin or copper box for tobacco or siri leaves van der toek. Bun is given as a trunk in a Dutch dictionary. This is called main zikiror, more commonly, Jikir Malad if it is unaccompanied, and Zikir Burda if accompanied by musical instruments. Tepang Tawar, or neutralizing paste, is believed to avert ill luck membuang sayal. For further details vide chapter Roman 3. pp. 7781 supra. Not at a Raja's wedding. This ceremony is also called Menyeling or Berlibat. One of these fillets, which was purchased by the writer, had for its pattern 2 dragons, naga, which looked different ways, and a couple of butterflies as pendants at each end. The substitute used by poor people is frequently manufactured from the leaf of the thatch palm, nipa. According to V. D. Wall, this plant is Carthemis tinctorius, a weight used for weighing the precious metals. According to C. and S. Dict, SV Bunkel, it is equal to 822 grains troy, according to Maxwell, Manual of the Mal. Lang, P. 141 to 832. The mast with its branches carrying artificial flowers, streamers, and colored eggs appears to be emblematic of a fruit tree. The eggs representing the fruit, the artificial blossoms its flowers, and the streamers its leaves. For instance, in reply to an appeal from the bride's relations to take into account the duty which is the custom of the country, one of the bridegroom's relations would repeat the following. Even the woodpecker knows how to fly, and how much more the lorry, even my grandsire's commands I take into account, and how much more the duty imposed by the state. It is said that this is a departure from the old custom, according to which the wedding ceremony took place the day before the procession, except at the remarriage of a widow who has no children, Kawan Janda Berhias. In the case of the remarriage of a widow who has no children by her former husband, there is no procession at all, and the ceremonies are somewhat abridged. I may add that a childless widow has the subang, earrings which are the symbol of virginity, tied onto her ears. VDP 360, Supra. A couple of matronly ladies are generally told off for this service, the ceremony being as follows. 1. They raise first the man and then the woman slowly to a standing posture. When it is reached, the bridegroom says to the bride, "Take heed, care for thy husband, care for my good name, care for me. Bake jaga laki awak, jaga nama sahya, jagakan aku." To this the bride responds in a similar strain, mutatis mutandis, and they are then as slowly reseated. 2. They are similarly raised, and repeat as before, in turn, the words, "Assuredly I will not do thee any shame whatever. Sahia tabule buet saduapa kamaluan diatas awak." 3. When raised for the third and last time they say, "I ask the Lord God to give us both long life, and that all our handiwork may prosper. Sahia minta, kapada tuhan ala bersama-sama panjang umur, samua kerja dengan salamat." It used to be considered an insult to omit offering one of these eggs to a guest, so much so that I was assured that in former days a woman whose husband had been thus slighted would have a right to sue for a divorce. The Kathai is an official having superintendence over several mosques and jurisdiction in matters connected with marriage, divorce, and ecclesiastical affairs generally. The imam is the chief elder of one mosque. There is a difference between bilanya and mas kawin, the former usually meaning the wedding expenses, the latter the dower. At least this is the Malacca terminology, which probably also obtains elsewhere. The descendant of one of the four great chiefs, Orang Besar Berrampat of Selangor, ex-prime minister of Perak, Sire or Siri, the betel leaf. The Bilal is an elder of the mosque. In Western Muhammadan countries, he is styled Muezzin. Selangor Journal, Volume I No. 2, p. 23. Probably this should be fourth. He was of Arab extraction, but wearing clothes in the Arab fashion is not unusual even in the case of purely Malay bridegrooms. Selangor Journal, Volume Roman 4, No. 2, pp. 23-5. The list of presents sent by friends on this occasion included buffaloes, a bullock, goats, spices, plate, and jewelry. Sir William Maxwell in N and Q, No. 4, Sec. 91, issued with No. 17 of the JRAS SB. At their funerals, the corpse is carried to the place of interment on a broad plank, which is kept for the public service of the Dusun and lasts for generations. It is constantly rubbed with lime, either to preserve it from decay or to keep it pure. No coffin is made use of, the body being simply wrapped in white cloth, particularly of the sort called hummums. In forming the grave, cuber. After digging to a convenient depth, they make a cavity in the side, at bottom, of sufficient dimensions to contain the body, which is there deposited on its right side. By this mode the earth literally lies light upon it, and the cavity, after strewing flowers in it, they stop up by two boards fastened angularly to each other, so that the one is on the top of the corpse, whilst the other defends it on the open side, the edge resting on the bottom of the grave. The outer excavation is then filled up with earth, and little white flags or streamers are stuck in order around. They likewise plant a shrub bearing a white flower, called Kumbang Kamboja, Plumeria obtusa, and in some places wild marjoram. The women who attend the funeral make a hideous noise, not much unlike the Irish howl. On the third and seventh day, the relations perform a ceremony at the grave, and at the end of 12 months that of Tega Badu, or setting up a few long elliptical stones, at the head and foot, which, being scarce in some parts of the country, bear a considerable price. On this occasion, they kill and feast on a buffalo and leave the head to decay on the spot, as a token of the honor they have done to the deceased in eating to his memory. The ancient burying places are called Kramat and are supposed to have been those of the holy men by whom their ancestors were converted to the faith. They are held in extraordinary reverence, and the least disturbance or violation of the ground, though all traces of the graves be obliterated, is regarded as an unpardonable sacrilege. Marston Hist. Of Sumatra ed. 1811, pp. 287-288. The explanation usually given by Malays is that the betel nut scissors symbolize iron. Short weapons are sometimes substituted. Tradition says that formerly the corpse was watched for 3 days before burial, and that sometimes it was kept for a week or even a longer period. One Raja Esne is reported to have been kept 40 days in her coffin above ground. It is also stated that before the introduction of Mohammedanism, the dead were burned. It is still the custom to keep both the hearth fire, api dapper, and lamps, palita, burning not only for so long as the corpse may be in the house, but for 7 days and nights after occurrence of the death. It is also the custom to open the sick person's mosquito curtain when death is approaching, and in some cases, at all events, the dying are taken out of their beds and laid upon the floor. I may add that the material for fumigation, parabun, is placed upon the hearth fire after death to scare away the evil spirits, just as salt is thrown upon the fire during a thunderstorm, in order that it may counteract the explosions of thunder, membalas petir, and thus drive away the demons who are believed to be casting the thunderbolts. The caddy is a weight equivalent to 113 lb, avoirdupois. The form found in most dictionaries is bancho or bancha. Whence the expression charik kapin, which means literally to tear the shroud, i.e. to tear off the selvage of the shroud, and not to tear off a piece of cloth to form the shroud. Cubit, the length of the forearm. The short motto, which usually heads Malay letters. I may add that in pre-Muhammadan days, certain articles are said to have been buried with the corpse, viz. Biraz sapiriak, a sam garam, together with, in the case of a man, rough wooden models of the deceased's weapons. Tradition says that originally one grave post, nissen, was used, and that the earlier form of a tomb was a circular mound with a single grave post in the center. It is said that such mounds were formerly used in Sunjay Ujung, but I am unable to say if this is so. Sultan Zainal, Abidin of Johor, is also described as having a tomb of this description at Kota Tinggi. This notion probably arose from an erroneous idea of etymological connection between the words takin and berdalku. Of course, if the karanda is used, the bands have to be removed before it is nailed down. On their removal, these bands are handed to the next of kin, who tear them up and plait the strips into a rough sort of bracelet, which they wear as long as it lasts in memory of the deceased. Little children are made to pass thrice underneath the karanda of their parents when it is first lifted in the chamber, to prevent them from pining for the deceased. From observing a good many of these grave posts in different localities, I should be inclined to suppose that the grave post used for men had been evolved from a phallic emblem, whilst that used for women occasionally assumes a rude resemblance to a human being. Newbold Malacca, Volume Roman 2, p. 352. As to the titles Bomber and Powing, see Chapter 3, p. 56 note. There are, it need hardly be said, innumerable charms and talismans which are valued by the Malays for their supposed efficacy in preventing disease. There are also an immense number of short charms, often mere texts from the Quran, which are considered invaluable for checking minor ailments. It being impossible, however, in the scope of this work to give specimens of the entire materia medica of the Malays, examples of the more important branches only are given. The Pawang may either effect this himself, by luring the evil spirits out of the sick person's body into some object, such as an egg A substituted image or scapegoat, tukar ganti, a spirit hall or spirit boat, in which the evil spirits are carried out of the house and got rid of. Or else he may induce a stronger spirit, e.g., the tiger spirit vidi infra, to enter into his own person and assist him in the task of evicting the offender. Jikalau sarasi dengan aku, mengadapla engkau, asep, kapitaku kalota sarasi, melintengla kau dengan aku, atau ka kiri atau ka kanan. Ker semangat si anu katu janaya. Marila kita bersama-sama inai, tenggakan ubet, semingat si anu. If ashore, it is usually suspended from a tree. If at sea, from a wooden tripod or a projecting pole affixed to the seaward end of a fishing stake. Another method is described by Messrs. Clifford and Swetnam, vidi their Malay dictionary, SV Anchak as follows. The Anchak perbinkas is fastened to the end of a branch, which is pulled down almost to the ground, and held there while the medicine man goes through his incantation or invocation, after which it is allowed to fly up, and all the things on it are scattered by this means. But it is not yet clear to which class this use of the Anchak should be referred. Some of them are enumerated under fishing ceremonies, pp. 311 sec. Supra. See also pp. 76, 257, 260. Vidi ap, Roman 12. So called in Malay, Talai Pengantong. They consist of the four cords which start from the four corners of the tray, respectively, and are carried up to meet at a point some 2 or 3 feet above the center of the tray, from which point upwards, a single cord only is used. Kadupat and lepat. There were 14 of each kind of bag, the kadupats being diamond-shaped and the lepats cylindrical. Each set of 14 bags contains 7 portions of cooked and 7 portions of uncooked food. Vidi also supra. Abang equals full to overflowing, CP, marabang, etc. As to these stones, VDP 274, supra. Kalau kina kalingking, k ratla kalingking, kalau kina don dayang dichadak naya champakla dayang. Numerous sea snakes do, as a fact, exist in the seas of the Malay Peninsula and Archipelago. They are all, I believe, venomous. Vidi Micel. Papers relating to Indochina, First Series, Volume Roman 2. pp. 226-38. Ipo Rayat Laut. Kalau kina sawering disandarkan sawering, mati sampai tujuh orang bersandar. Supposed to be identical with Luqmanuel Hakim, a mysterious person mentioned in the Quran. Vidi Hughes Dict, of Islam, S.V. Luqman. For the Wild Huntsman, Vidi Birds and Bird Charms, Chapter VPP. 113-120, Supra. Apparently VDW means the fascination which a tiger has for its prey. In Selangor, this fascination is called jirun or pengrun in the case of a tiger, and badi only in the case of a snake, the person affected by it being said to be kina jirun or kina badi, as the case may be. VDAP, LX, Alexa, LX6. The different names under which badi is invoked are worth noting, e.g. badiu mak badi badi panji mak buta in an elephant charm app, LX, and again abadi mak badi in a deer charm v app Alexa, and in a later deer charm hi badi sarang badi mak buta si pancher makchali v app LX6, and again sang merak sang badi v app LX6, and jembalang badi v app LXXX. I may remark that Sabaliu is given by Logan in the JIA volume IP 263, as meaning a deer in the Camphor language, Basa Kapper or Pantang Kapper of Johor, and this word was afterwards confirmed by Mr. D. F. A. Hervey. Influence of the breath in healing in notes and queries, number 1 p. 24, a Malay bomber or doctor is described as blowing upon something to be used as medicine. Breathing upon sick persons and upon food, water, medicines, etc., to be administered to them is a common ceremony among Malay doctors and midwives. The following note would seem to show that the Malays have learnt it from their Mohammedan teachers. Healing by the breath Arab. Nafahil, breathings, benefits, the Heb. Neshama op to nefist, soul, and ruach, spirit, is a popular idea throughout the East and not unknown to Western magnetists and mesmerists. The miraculous cures of the Messiah were, according to Muslims, mostly performed by aspiration. They hold that in the days of Isa, physic had reached its highest development, and that his miracles were mostly miracles of medicine, whereas in Mohammed's time eloquence had attained its climax, and accordingly his miracles were those of eloquence, as shown in the Quran and Ahadith. The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Burton, Volume VP 30, Notes and Queries JRAS, SB, number 4, Sec 92, issued with number 17. VDPP, 569-574, Infra. VDPP, 418 Sec, Supra. Strictly speaking, money, which is called batu-batu lanceng or lanceng stones, should always form part of them. In Keta 3 kendari, 1 kendari amounting to 3 cents, are said to be used in Perak 3 Wang and in Selangor 3 Duits sense. I believe this usually takes place immediately after the ceremony, but one medicine man whom I knew, Chi Amal of Jugra, used to keep the boat into which the spirits were thought to have entered until the patient recovered, and then set it adrift. When the medicine man is launching it, he takes the boat in both hands and repeatedly gives it a rotatory movement towards the left, as if he were using a sieve, and repeats the charm. A small portion of each dish deposited in the lanchang has to be carried back to the patient's house, and there administered to the patient, together with water scooped up in a bowl from underneath the lanchang as it lay in the water before drifting away. As the sick man receives the offerings, the person who administers them says, addressing the spirit of evil, "Here is your wage, return not back here unto so-and-so, and cause him to be sick no more." And the spirit replies through the man's mouth, "I will never return." Arong also means to cross the water, and there may be some doubt as to the precise meaning of this line. See the original in App. See Civ. I.e. the crocodile spirit, VDPP. 286 note, 298 supra. In this connection, it may be added that there are sundry medical taboos in use on various occasions. E.g., it is sometimes forbidden to enter the house where the sick man lies or to approach it by a particular path, and a string, with coconut leaves hung on it, is often drawn across the path as an indication of such prohibition. The fine for breaking such a taboo, langar gawar, was half a bara, or in the case of a raja, 2 baras. Swetnam Malay Sketches, pp. 153-159. Another excellent account, also by an eyewitness, of a similar ceremony will be found in JRASSB, number 12, pp. 222-32. Studies in Brown Humanity, p. 46. Bintang, a star, means the eye in Malay ghost language. About 5-6 lb, avoirdupois. A mayam is 1/16 of a bunkel, and equal to 52 grains. The peeling knife pisau route is mentioned because it is dreaded by the demons, who hurt themselves, it is alleged, by treading on one end of it, when, owing to its curved blade, the other end flies up and wounds them. Such spirits as the wild huntsman are specially mentioned as being afraid of it. VDP 118, supra. Swetnam Malay Sketches, pp. 208-10. This is a description of Malay dancing from the European point of view. The reason of the undoubted fascination which it has for the Malays, being no doubt the fact that for them it has a real meaning, which by Europeans, like that of the Malay four-rhymed stanza or pantun, is quite inadequately understood. In 1875, the attitude is that obtained by transferring the body directly from a kneeling to a sitting position. Swetnam Malay Sketches, ch. Roman 7, pp. 44-52. This dance is said to be borrowed from the Arabs. Newbold Malacca, Volume Roman 2, p. 179. I have said that all birds fight more or less, but birds are not alone in this. The little, wide-mouthed, goggle-eyed fishes, which Malay ladies keep in bottles and old kerosene tins, fight like demons. Goats sit up and strike with their cloven hoofs and butt and stab with their horns. The silly sheep canter gaily to the battle, deliver thundering blows on one another's foreheads, and then retire and charge once more. The impact of their horny foreheads is sufficient to reduce a man's hand to a shapeless pulp should it find its way between the combatants' skulls. Tigers box like pugilists and bite like French schoolboys, and buffaloes fight clumsily, violently, and vindictively after the manner of their kind. In Court and Kampong, p. 52. Ibid pp. 54-61. Ibid pp. 48-52. Sick correctly Kanantan. Sick better Bankas. Sick correctly Balurang. Sick correctly Kalabu. VDPP 540-5547 infra. Newbold Malacca, Volume Roman 2, pp. 179-183. I.e. Sepak Raga, which means kick the wickerwork ball. Also Singketa. Also Teki. Examples are what is it which you leave behind when you remember it and take it with you when you forget it? Ans, a leech. What is it that builds a house within a house, getting the materials out of his own body? Ans, a spider. I.e. Tuju Lobang, which means aim at the hole. Newbold Op. Sit, Volume Roman 2, pp. 183-185. Yes, it's sweet. to grouse about the crops, and sweet to hear the tales the natives tell, to watch the king and chieftains playing leisurely at tops, while the country's bowling gaily down to hell. Hugh Clifford, adapted from Rudyard Kipling. More probably India or Persia. Taken from Clifford and Sweat, Mal, Dict, S.V. Chater. Notes and Queries No. 1, Sec. 23, issued with JRAS-SB, No. 14. Quoted in Denai's Descriptive Dictionary of British Malaya, S.V. Cards. Sellinger Journal, Volume V No. 13, pp. 210-12. I may add that luck in gaming is largely thought by the Malays to depend upon fortunate dreams. VDP 563, Infra. I cannot find either ping, ning, or biling in the dictionaries, and the only chance perhaps of finding out the meaning will be to collate the rhymes used for this game in other states. I have heard it several times here, and it has always been the same. Probably the species of sea turtle known by that name. The ordinary Indian name for clarified butter, which is used largely in Eastern cookery. It is almost impossible to translate nursery rhymes satisfactorily, and the versions here given must be regarded as tentative and necessarily imperfect. Vidi Supra, p. 484 note. Literally, brothers and sisters and chiefs. This refers to the spirits who inhabit the villages and not to the humans. The term used is Penjak Pengintin, which means musicians and bridegroom. The former term includes all people belonging to the Mayang who make a noise. The latter term means a man whose wedding is being celebrated, but in this connection it is applied to the Payong or June premier. These names are given by the Mayang people to the two big gongs used by them, Tetawak or Tawak Tawak. Gemero is formed from Guro equals thunder, in exactly the same way as Kemuning. The yellow wood used for the crosspieces of crease scabbards is formed from Kuning equals yellow. Dengong is the word used to describe the noise made by a gong, by the wind, or any other sonorous sound. The phrase in the original is Haluan Susun. The former word means the bows of a boat, the latter is applied to things fitted together, as siri leaves are fitted when one leaf is laid on the top of another. The use of this phrase is very curious, and I believe it to convey the sense which I have rendered. I have never heard the phrase in any other connection, nor have I met with it except in this incantation. Should not the correct reading be Halan equals Alun, Suzun, which is a fairly common Malay phrase used of the waves, crowding one upon another on a stormy day, ws. Chintamani, the name of a very short snake of a golden yellow color, the presence of which is regarded as a lucky omen. Awang is a very common male proper name among the natives of Kelantan, and in addressing any man whose name is not known it is always used, much as Kulip is employed among the natives of Perak. Malays believe spirits to be extremely sensitive as regards their origin and their habits, and any knowledge possessed by a human being on these subjects renders the spirit harmless. The same idea has been notus supra with reference to animals, etc. The least sensitive spirit in the world might not unreasonably dislike so many personal remarks of such a frankly unflattering nature. This is hardly an accurate description of the temporary shed in which Mayang people perform. 7 among the Malays, as with other Orientals, is the mystic number. Sellinger Journal, Volume Roman II, number 26 pp. 423-429. If the performance is to last for more than 1 or 2 nights, a proper shed bangsal may be erected. The third is for the Jin Pude or white genie, and the fourth for the Jin Hidam or black earth genie. The Malay account of this ceremony with the text of the charms used will be found in App. CCX Civ. Sec. VD JRAS, SB No. 2, P 163. J.D. Vaughan and JIA quoted in Denai's desk. Dict of Brit. Mal SV puppet shows. VD App, CCXXXI. Even wild beasts, it is said, can be stopped in this way. See Beast Charms, P 156, Supra. VD Eaglewood Tree, Camphor Fishing, etc. Supra. Defiance is intimated by a war dance on the ramparts, Pinglama Bersilet or Barantak Diata's Kubu. CP. Begbie Malayan Peninsula P. 170. This legendary war of Tan Sabin with the second king of Perak owes its origin probably to mythological accounts of the wars of Salivahana and Vikramaditya, which Hindu settlers, not improbably, brought to Malay countries. Sabin is a natural corruption of Salivahana, JRAS, SB number 9, P94. When swearing fidelity, alliance, etc., water in which daggers, spears, lemming, or bullets have been dipped is drunk, the drinker saying, "If I turn traitor, may I be eaten up by this dagger or spear," etc., as the case may be. Jika aku balut, aku dimakan kairis and idsb. Vidi supra, P4 note. In original, Manaku. In original, Belanger. The original text proceeds to give an explanation of certain patterns of damask given in a plate, which is not reproduced here. The Code of Sultan Mahmud Shah, the last Malay Raja of Malacca, who was expelled by the Portuguese under Albuquerque in AD 1511. This code was probably founded on earlier regulations ascribed to Sultan Muhammad Shah, the first Mohammedan Raja of Malacca, and Sultan Mudhafar Shah, his son. Nothing is known about the laws of the last named, except that, according to the Sejara Malayu, chap. Roman 12, he ordered the Book of Institutes, or Kitab Undang-Undang, to be compiled, but the preceding chapter of the same work has a good deal to say about the laws of Sultan Muhammad Shah and mentions that he prohibited the ornamenting of creases with gold, etc. See Leiden op. Cit. pp. 94, 118. A similar prohibition occurs in Sect 1 on one of Sultan Mahmud's code, of which a translation will be found in Newbold, Malacca, Volume Roman 2, pp. 231 sec. Newbold op. Cit. Volume Roman 2, pp. 202-208, Vidi Chapter Roman 2, p. 33 supra. Swetnam Malay Sketches, pp. 207-208. Yet the act of sneezing is considered so fraught with the risk of the soul's escaping that not unfrequently after a severer sneeze than usual, a Malay will attempt to call his soul back by ejaculating cluck, soul, kur, semangat, as if he were calling a chicken, and the regular use of the phrase alhamdulillah, praised be God, after sneezing suggests that he may be relieved to find his soul still in his own possession. See JRAS SB number 7 pp. 1920. JRAS SB number 7 pp. 2628. In Selinger Kursemenget tubo budek and I, my soul, the body of the boy, or some such phrase is occasionally used. JRAS SB number 7 P27. Examples are 1. The burning of incense, Vidi medicine pp. 410 sec, and elsewhere passim. 2. The inspection of the water in the 3 jars, ceremony, ibid. 3. The scattering of parched rice, ibid. 4. The application of the rice-based, tepon tower ceremony, Vidi marriage, fishing, etc. 5. The sound of water struck by a canoe paddle, Vidi crocodile catching. 6. The manner of falling of the filed-off portion of a tooth, Vidi adolescence. 7. The whisper of the sap in the bark of a garu tree when the latter is struck by a cutlass, Vidi vegetation charms, and a host of others. My informant did not make it plain whether the same charm was repeated on each of these 3 occasions, or whether a different charm was used in each case. Probably the latter would be the more correct course. Swetnam Malay Sketches pp. 201-207. Hull. Clerk. JRAS SB number 3 pp. 30-31. Ordeals by immersion of the hands in boiling oil or molten tin are also mentioned in the Old Johor Code of Laws. Vidi Crawford Dict, of Ind, Issel, SV Ordeal. A number of these diagrams, all of which are in the author's possession, are shown in the illustrations to this section. They seem to be closely connected with the system of magic squares, which has probably come to Europe from the East. Orcudica. The original Javanese week, like that of the Mexicans, consists of 5 days, and its principal use, like that of the same people, is to determine the markets or fairs held in the principal villages or districts. This arbitrary period has probably no better foundation than the relation of the numbers to that of the fingers of the hand. The names of the days of this week are as follows: Lagi, Pine, Pon, Wagi, Kliwon. The Javanese consider the names of the days of their native week to have a mystical relation to colors, and to the divisions of the horizon. According to this whimsical interpretation, the first means white and the east, the second red and the south, the third yellow and the west, the fourth black and the north, the fifth mixed color and focus or center. It is highly probable that, like the week of the continental nations of Asia and Europe, the days were named after the national gods. In an ancient manuscript found in Java, which will be afterwards referred to, the week of 5 days is represented by 5 human figures, 2 of which are female and 3 male. Crawford, Hist. Of the Indian Archipelago, Volume IPP, 289-290. Communicated by Sir George Birdwood of the India Office. But in Bali, Esrai is the wife of Vishnu, or more usually of Shiva. As goddess of the rice fields, she is called Esrai and has temples on the Sawas and on the roads between them. Misk. Papers relating to Indochina, etc., 2nd series, Volume Roman 2, p. 105. She is frequently mentioned in Malay invocations connected with rice planting, VDP 89, Supra, and App. 6. Cf. Such words in Malay as Panchawarna or Pancharona, lit. Of 5 colors, Panchalagam, lit. Of 5 metals, which are of Indian origin with the Indian Pancharangi, Panchatantra, etc. Or does this mean black or red? But red is Brahma's color, and for Kala one would a priori expect black to be appropriate. See App, CCX Lei, for an extract from a treatise on these subjects. Both this table and that of the Katakalima have been reversed in translating from the originals, which, being in the Arabic character, run from right to left. See App, CCX Live, for an extract from a short treatise on this subject. The table is given in App, CCXLV. VDP 554, Infra. Newbold Op. Cit. Volume Roman 2, p. 354. Ibid, p. 358. The names are given supra. Katib is another name for Mercury, and Venus is sometimes known as Bintang Kajura and Bintang Babi Vide KL, SV Bintang. Maxwell in JRAS, SB, number 7, p. 21. Newbold Op. Cit. Volume Roman 2, p. 355. There is a treatise on the Bintang Duabilas, too long to give in full, of which a short extract will be found in App. Seaclive. The following names of constellations are taken from Klinkert, S.V., Bintang and elsewhere. Bintang Mayang, the Virgin, lit. The Spathe of Palm Blossom. Bintang Peri, the Southern Cross, lit. The Skate or Stingray. Bintang Bilantek, C and S, i.e. the Spring Gun, or rather Spring Spear Trap, also called by its Arabic name Al-Jubar, Orion. Bintang Bidak or Bintang Jong, the Great Bear, lit. The Boat or Junk. Others bear more familiar names, e.g. Bintang Utara or Katib, the Pole Star, lit. North Star. Bintang Kala, the Scorpion. Whilst Bintang Ulnash is the Wain. Newbold Op. Cit. Volume Roman 2, p. 355, cf. Colebrook's Life and Essays, Volume Roman 3, p. 284. A Shah-Rejang has been published at Singapore, and for an extract from the Rejang of Chi Busu, the reader is referred to the appendix. The mis here and in the blanks above is defective or illegible, but the prescriptions for the other days show that the image is to be thrown either in some definite direction or into the jungle simply. On each day, the thing to be thrown away, of course, corresponds with the symbol of the particular day. Newbold Op. Cit. Volume Roman 2, pp. 356-357. Kidawar. Newbold Lock. Cit. Occasionally these squares, instead of being reversed, are turned sideways. Thus, 3 4 5 9 7 2 23 10, 11 12 18 13 19 25, 14 20 21, 16 22 38, 46 13 21 22, 47 14 15 23 31, 16 24 32, 40 17 25 33 41, 49 18 26 34 42, 43 27 35 36 44, 11 29 37. 45 12 20. The crescent, or crescent and star, are here used as emblems of the first day of the lunar month. The order should, it would seem, be Kala Esrai. For Udarid. For Zura. Possibly this notion is partly responsible for the ridiculous European legend about Mohammed's coffin being suspended between heaven and earth, of which idea there seems to be no trace amongst the Mohammedans themselves. Another such indication is hair growing close to the ears. Double lines round the base of the thumb are called ritakmadu. JRAS SB number 9 pp. 2326. An analysis of them would, however, show what objects are most generally aimed at by those who use them. It may be safely estimated that the sexual relations are here of the first importance, the majority of the charms having reference to them, directly or indirectly. Supra pp. 4950. The methods here given are closely akin to those of medicine, VPP. 452-456, supra, but the ends are different. The medical man always professes to aim at the cure of his patient, whereas here the intention is to cause harm to the person to be affected, or at least to acquire an influence over him for the operator's own benefit or satisfaction, as in love charms. For the colors of the cloth used, and the purport of the number 7, VDPP. 50-51, supra. VD app, CCLXVI. I class this with the instances of indirect contact between the soul and the body of its owner, because there is no doubt whatever that the usual ingredients, clippings of hair, paring of nails, etc., would have to be worked up with the wax, and that they are not mentioned because understood. Generally called kabang when cultivated, or ina when wild, Eringa saccharifera, L. palmi. CP, the charm on P183, supra and app, LXXCI. Bukanaya aku membentai lilin aku membentai hadi, jantung, limpasi anu. Bukanaya aku menjamu sekalian yang lain, aku menjamu hadi, jantung, limpasi anu. Probably ventilago leacarpa benth, ramni. The explanation of this ceremony is that the shadow is supposed in some way to embody or at least represent the soul. Thus the female reapers of the first ripe paddy are specially enjoined to reap in a straight line facing the sun, so that their shadow may not fall upon the rice soul in the basket at their sides, VDPP. 242-44, supra. No doubt the speaker's shadow soul is expected to fetch the woman's body soul, and the beating of the shadow soul is perhaps purely ceremonial, to drive away evil influences from it before it starts on its journey, but this latter suggestion is merely conjectural. The first line of the charm, however, in which the speaker addresses his shadow by name, Urupi, as he strikes it with the cane, points out most clearly the connection between the body soul, or puppet soul, and the shadow soul to which I have referred. The coverlet, or white cloth, is no doubt the soul cloth, into which the woman's soul is expected to enter when it arrives. P570, supra. Bukanaya aku membawa datar, aku kandang seminget si anu. Supra pp. 4754, 76, 77, 452, 456, and under the headings birds, beasts, vegetation, minerals, etc. Note it may be as well to observe generally that the Malay texts here given are often evidently corrupt, and that it has not always been found possible to suggest satisfactory emendations. A comparison of several different versions of each charm, etc. would be a necessary preliminary to the establishment of a really sound text. Kika dalam. Kigburgeter. Newbold op. Sit. Volume Roman 2. pp. 84 and 199. M. Atorin. Isma. Ashikan, and so infra throughout this section. I.e. Beringan. I.e. Bunting. Kidengan. Birali Rupa. M. Meng Ashikan, and so infra. M. Supaya. M. Mikil. I.e. Azrael, so infra in Roman 4. M's Kamaluel Hakim, i.e. Lakmanuel Hakim. Kedesidu. M. Birusal. Hikat Raja Budaman, Part 2, Number 3, P35, Publications of the Straits Branch of the Royal Asiatic Society. For other charms connected with the Soul Vidi Infra Chapter Roman 6. ESP. Sex, CCZI, CCZIV, CCLXV, CCLXXV. Bunny Nafis Yang Masak Ala, Bunny Nafis Yang Kalawar, Hu, Kata Orang Malayu. M. Dihulu. Extracted from Crawford Mal, Graham, PCXCVI. IQ Usic. IQ, Laring. IQ Kekel, Pusaka. Gala don kayu sakatilima. Rimpenai nama akar. Rimpan nama kayu. Bitodo not bitudu, iq bersama sama. Beluncho, iq air berjalan. Berkelantong tatentu. Halenlinter, iq halalinter. N and Q, number 4 Sec 97, issued with number 17 of the JRAS. S.B. Kappas, i.e. Kappas Houghton or Kappas Hantu, Hibiscus abelmasha cell. Malvaceae. Lyric, probably Phrynium parviflorum, Roxb. Sidimini or Phrynium griffithae, back. Rhysam Glycenia linearis Phyllaceae, a common fern. Linwang mara, the common red dracuna, cordyline terminalis var. Feria liliaceae. Keta is the name of the old spectre huntsman, and Kadim, or Gede, equals grandmother, that of his wife. C. Adonata and C. Aduan were explained as the names of his 2 children, but the names look as if they had been confused in some way. Tarantin, VL Tarantang, was explained as meaning Senjata Kabsaran, royal weapons or insignia of the Hantu Rama. To these names may be added C. Lancet, C. Kumbang, and C. Desa, a lame old dog which the spectre huntsman is said to carry at his side in a wallet until he comes up with his quarry, but whose bite is then the worst of them all, CP. Note to 1. 6 of Sec. XXX. C. Tompang is said to be the jackal Srigala, the brother of C. Sukum. Sankal equals Sanka. Kincha equals Bencha. Kunta equals Turkina. Juru Juru SC, mulet the corners of the mouth. Gagek, lit, a crow but here said to mean the goat sucker or nightjar, the steed of the spectre huntsman. Turtentong, turned upside down, the phrase signifying the vomiting which accompanies the sickness caused by the spectre huntsman. Antara Mani, explained as meaning between noon and the hour of prayer, called Diloher, early in the afternoon, that being the time of day when the spectre huntsman most commonly strikes people with sickness. See Hanta Pemburu, here definitely explained to me as Batara Guru Shiva. C. Lancet, also called C. Sukum, a lame old hound which C. Keta carries on his back, Anjing Bapa Tepak Didakang Ulenaya. Dang Mesa H, also called C. Pintle, always accompanies C. Lancet. CP. This line with L18 of Maxwell's version, Akutahu Azel Ankau Mulamenjati, Orang Katapang. Orang Petapan and Orang Katapang are the 2 readings, and the ease with which the one might pass into the other, possibly through a medial form Orang Katapan, will be readily admitted by students of Malay, especially when the general family resemblance of this version to other versions of the same charm is taken into consideration. Ji Ledang is, of course, the well-known Mount of Penance of this part of the peninsula, the so-called Mount Ophir of Malacca territory. Anak Nabai Yusuf looks like an interpolation, but fresh versions will no doubt explain it. Chendrawasi, possibly due to confusion with the Barak of the commoner versions, but this point also requires further investigation. Mr. Clifford has recorded a similar confusion, the Barak being supposed, he says, to fly feet upwards like the Chendrawasi. See note on Chandrawasi in text, p. 111, supra. IQ Antara. Jandala, elsewhere Menala, v. Infer. I can find nothing nearer to it in the dictionaries than Jandala, with a cross-reference to Kendala in Klinkert, who explains it as meaning an obstacle or hindrance. If this is right, it may perhaps be translated holdfast, as a euphemism for snares. B, on the other hand, if, as seems most likely, Menala is the correct form, it may simply stand for Mendala equals Bandala, a bundle, and so mean enter my sack. C, or it may even conceivably mean enter my circle, referring to the circular hut, from a Sanskrit word meaning circle or disk, VKL. SV. This, however, seems far-fetched, and perhaps B is the most natural explanation. Raja Sakti, magic prince, a euphemism for the hut Bumbun, possibly an allusion to the wizard concealed inside it. Raja Jila, prince distraction, a euphemism for the decoy tube Bula Dekut. Ding is evidently a name given in allusion to some kind of pigeon, but the only pigeon name which comes at all near it is pudding. It is quite possible that this may be right, although one of my informants told me that it was meant to refer to a kind of pigeon called rangab, which is not given in Klinkert's dictionary. Majukara was explained to me by a Malay as referring to a kind of pigeon generally called pane jambu. Klinkert only gives madokara as meaning silken stuff inwoven with gold or embroidered with a special pattern, etc. Lapik vl sumpit a rice bag. Menchurun, the Selangor name of the bear cat, Arctictes beinchurong. Dako is a crescent-shaped breast ornament rather than a necklace in the ordinary sense. Still, it is suspended round the neck of the wearer, and necklace is perhaps the best translation. I may remark that such a necklace, dako, is often worn by Malay brides and bridegrooms, and may even be seen decorating the neck of an animal, such as the buffalo, when it is dressed up and sent as a present to some great man. Tawar means to neutralize the power or effect of anything. Hence, it is applied even to the neutralizing of the power of diseases and of evil spirits, as well as of noxious potions and influences. Kabalayan vl Kayampian, which would refer to the railings in front of the hut. Kalinkiri appears to be corrupt. Quer kanan kiri, the commoner version of these lines has iring. Ampian gadding, this of course refers to the railing around the palace yard. Var lek batting. Mengkudu, a Malay forest tree, Morinda tinctoria. Var lek tedek. Sanila nila. This looks as if it ought to be the name of some shrub or tree, nila, indigo. But the variant in the second of these two charms is the most likely to be the right reading, in which case C. Raja Nila, or more properly Nila, might be translated as Prince Invitation. C. Raja Nila is, in fact, the name sometimes given to the long, slender wands with fine nooses at the end with which the wild pigeon are snared, the name being clearly an allusion to its pretended character. Kelampati appears to be corrupt, the preceding charm giving the correct reading, C. Merpati. Mati Mampe was explained as equals Mati Bapa, fatherless, or perhaps equals Mati Tingle Bapa, to die leaving a father, the converse of fatherless. Mati Mawa was explained as equals Mati Mac, motherless but query. Buriak, not in Klinkert, but evidently of cognate meaning to Burinjin. Sapepak was explained as meaning Sakeleling Rimbareya, i.e., through the length and breadth of the forest. Fatima, as being the name of the daughter of the Prophet, Mohammed, is often used in Malay charms when they are intended to affect a Malay woman without her name being mentioned. Muhammad is used under similar circumstances of men. In this case, the name, Fatima passes, is evidently considered a lucky one for pigeon-catching Fatima, of course, representing the female birds. Both here and below the original reads Ala Nabai, but the emendation seems clearly necessary. Mati Mampik, this word is not in Klinkert. Vidi note on Mampe, supra. Mati Mawai, Vidi note on Mawa supra, for which word it appears to be a variant form. Dililit Akar, V1, Cheller Chella, Bakar. Dipedok, V1, Dichedok with same meaning. Vidi note on last charm. Wakwak, VL Senkuak, DSB, which apparently could only mean ak, to Klinkert, extension of the roof over the kitchen rack. Another reading is Ruwak, in which case it would mean a heron on the kitchen rack. This latter seems to make the best sense. Juara means 1 the umpire or manager of a cockfight, and 2 a master of ceremonies, V. Klinkert, SV. Kamari. The following various readings are found in another version. Jintala. Bainasa. Esrai Menialek. Menialek Katalam Hutin. Chalaka Basar Suda Datung. Ruma Suda. Suda Datung. Sadakit Tidak. Ditapi. Menshabat Rumput Petting Pagi. Dikata. Moda Liput Suda Rugi. Burpalet. Bukan Buatan. Sadakit Tidak Tangong. Turbang. Singa. Raja. Chalaka. Or Badak rhinoceros, as the case may be. Hum is probably a form of the Buddhist Om, though the form which the latter takes in Malay magic is usually Ong or Hong. Tongkat, the tongue is commonly said Tongkatkan mulet to prop open the mouth when the tip of it is pressed against the roof of the mouth. I therefore venture to read Tongkat mulet for Tongkat, because the context shows that this is what is meant, the tongue being not inaptly compared in shape to a crocodile. Tongkat can hardly be used here in the sense of a staff. Even if mulet is not actually read, it must still be understood. Pengri was explained to me as the indentation above the chin, but I have never met the word elsewhere. Here the speaker addresses the tiger direct. Bergrekla must be taken with handek. Passy or fassy was the word given me. Unless a mistake for something else, it must mean cunning or savage, quer fassic. Pintapinta equals permantan, request. Ari Bikari, so pronounced by Chi and Dut and other Langet Malays. Bikari is in no dictionary that I could find, and I only came upon Bigari by accident in Klinkert, who only gave, however, a cross-reference to Pegari, which form he does not give in its right place. I found Bigari, however, in Painapel, QVSV. He explains it as meaning to appear, to come to light. A similar phrase occurs in CCLXVI, infra. VL Membalan. Yuru Yuru. The only sense given by Klinkert is that of a kind of rattle used to decoy fish made of a coconut shell and some Chinese copper coins. But in this context, it looks most like a double rhyme to guru. Kaditapikan, i.e. by footsteps. Rindang was explained as equals rindu, suka gemmer. Qtop equals tutop. Bintongan equals benchana, kasusahan. Tang explained as equals kakisabla, as in tenkis. Birding tang equals jalan kakisabla. The bunga sating tang is also called the sadawar. Jintana. Or pitala, i.e. betera. Merak in the Basa Hantu, or spirit language, means Siri, and it is in this sense that it should apparently be taken here. The ordinary meaning of merak, peacock, makes nonsense. Kudu hutin lit, flea of the forest, i.e. the mouse deer. Lapping, i.e. trap. Hunting dogs have special names used for harking them on, e.g. Sukam, Sugara Tamp, Sujugara, Lancet, Si Indra, Si Kumbeng, Sa Antara. There is a grass called rumput paddy burong. Tedung, no doubt a play on the word, which means not only a cobra, ular tedung, but is applied to cocks and query dogs, of a certain color. Samawi is said to be the name by which the wild pigs are addressed. Sunko, quer sunker. Unintelligible, Bankarong means lizard. Mamp mawe, apparently the pigs are threatened with various terrible forms of death. Explained as IQ baniac, queramen sayup afar off. Explained as IQ, permantan. Explained as IQ, batra. When the voice of the Garu spirit is heard at night. Sadukam is the Kelantan form of sadakong, from takong, to cut the hair. Basir, lit incontinent, referring to the running of the sap when the flower spike is tapped. Burhilir, IQ burlaler. IQ pisosadeb. Explained as IQ, tagak, because bulo yang diasi ir mayang. Explained as kauanak, masak gula. The Tujo orang bersadara are explained to be 1 satin jauranto, 2 sakantam raya, 3 malam karaman, 4 si ali pachai, and 3 others, children of Mentala Guru. Biraz birdie parched rice WS. This and the next 4 charms are extracted from a paper by the author which appeared in Cell. Journ, Volume Roman 3, Number 12, pp. 196-200. Ular Chintamani. The snake Chintamani springs from the eggs of the bird Chandrawasi, which fall into the sea if you find dust, abu, or a piece of sugar cane inside a floating coconut shell at sea. You may know it to be the snake Chintamani. If, on the other hand, the eggs fall into primeval forest, they turn into the doves called Merbo Tidek Abu. If upon a hill, they turn into the doves called Merbo API. Sometimes, however, even after falling, they take the shape of bananas, sugar cane, or hen's eggs, and that is why sugar cane, hen's eggs, and bananas are used when the soul of the rice is fetched home. Bijay IQ tenor lit, seed grain. Bui IQ buhai foam. The last 2 lines must be said quite in a whisper to oneself, as the name of God or Mohammed must never under any circumstances be mentioned aloud in the mine. Jika Turlinger adau Tursipek, Ichlo akan pempas dan dendeng naya, IQ. Ubet naya maka isharet naya ayam seker, tanam kapala tumpadera. Caloric not given in dictionaries, nor is jintu, which is another name for it. The sound of a lizard's chuckle is considered a good omen at this juncture. Kedong, not in dictionaries, but explained as a grain sabiji. Arai, not given in dictionaries, but explained as a coconut shell-full sa-chupak. Sentong lit. Basketful here, the basket being such a basket as is filled with jungle produce and fitted to the back of the carrier. Macau stands for tembacau. Canton is probably Nicolea imperialis, Horan sidimony. IQ takung, Iraqi islet Iraq. IQ Macdam, or perhaps Mukedam chief. JRAS, SB, number 31, p28. Pakiraman lit. Ascending, a thing which is sent, and hence a present, the present being the bait. Ulubaling or Hulubaling, a captain or champion VKL. SV, in this context the crocodile is of course intended. Pematahan lit. The break of the bay, i.e. the central point from Pata to break. Alier, the name of this particular method of crocodile catching. Thus Mengalier equals to catch crocodiles in this particular way, as described above. Roten Alier equals the long rattan line attached to the bait. Telentang, this and the next line probably refer to some form of omen which is taken from the way in which the tree falls, but this was not explained to me at the time. The supine position, in this case, would no doubt be an allusion to the position of a dead crocodile which has turned turtle, whereas to be prone would be its natural position as it swims. Yang Berdosa. This, of course, refers to the guilty crocodile or crocodiles, i.e. the manators, who are considered to have sinned in eating human flesh. See Anu, the name of the victim or victims should be mentioned here. Kalangandera. It is difficult to see the exact meaning of this phrase. At first sight it looks like the curse of the barring of the blood. But my Malay authority insisted that it meant the blood bars, and that it was an allusion to the bones, which were supposed to bar off blood from blood, and that the real significance of the phrase was choked to death with bones. It looks to me, however, much more like a mistake for, or variation of, the phrase Menklandera, of which there are plenty of examples. But until more instances are collected, the explanation must be considered doubtful. Bayak Kembang DSB. Increase and multiply is the only sense given to Bayak or Bijak VKL, SV, but the phrase may possibly be corrupt. Sambu Agay. In other charms, Jambu Rakai is given, which evidently corresponds to Sambu Agay, and is the name given to the human being who, according to what must undoubtedly be the older, pre-Muhammadan legend, was metamorphosed into the crocodile. The story which makes the first crocodile a plaything into which Muhammad's daughter Fatima gave life must at any rate in that respect be much modified by Mohammedan ideas, but there are indications here which seem to point to the interweaving of two separate stories, v. supra. M. Kalimu La, the special title of Moses. December Kapada Yankina. I.e. Rumah Pontianak. Orang Yankina Pontianak, Jadi Hitam Saperti Jantung Debembem. Kiselimbara plant. Tanakang, explained as an allusion to that part of the lower jaw which is beneath the tongue, mulut debawa lida, the intention evidently being to allude to the pellicets coming out of its owner's mouth. In the next line but one, Tana Denkang is similarly explained as alluding to the roof of the owner's month, so that asking the pellicet to return to it is tantamount to requesting it to fly back down its owner's throat. And thus, 3 lines later, it is requested to return to its embodiment, Jinjengen. IQ Arwa Jin, i.e. Sahabis Habis Burok. Apparently a demigod, descended according to one account from Batara Guru. In the case of a Raja's child, as much as 10 silver dollars should be used, but for poor people even 1 cent will do. CP, Report of Dutch Expedition to Mid-Sumatra, Volume IP 266. Or a small wallet, bujam, such as is often used by Malays to hold their supply of tobacco and betel. In the case of a boy, a piece of paper and a sugar palm twig, such as the Malays use for writing with, may be added to the other objects. Ikau, Mutatis mutandis. Kaanko. The filer of teeth explained that the file being of iron, and hence emblematic of earth, the bowl of water in which the file was to be dipped emblematic of water in general, and the limes emblematic of the vegetable creation, it was necessary to invoke the 3 prophets, who are supposed to be in charge of those departments of creation. The explanation, however, is not a satisfactory one, and it is more probable that these lines have taken the place of an older invocation now forgot. Their Arabic character in itself is almost conclusive on this point. Kibaratus or Saratus. Kibara. The neckbone. The breastbone. The backbone. M. Burchella Chachet. I.e. Bariring, also beering. Kpernama or Burlime. Assam, which comes from the land, is mixed with salt, which comes from the sea, and the two bring out each other's qualities. Tengkuling, or tengulai, is said to be made with the squeezings of coconut pulp mixed with sugar, and cooked till the oil and sugar come out and float on the top. This is called tengulai. VL. Kutaitek diotas, Badu kumakan pinning sadikit naik, esrai, kamuka aku. Taidek is from taitka to hammer, and so to smash, hence kutaidek equals kukachapkin, I break with the beetle nut scissors. Temuning, VL tenkuling or tengulai, v supra. Ta si kulita sek, should probably be taken as meaning, ta si kulita stands for tepi laut bunny guro halalinter. CP, ta ting stands for pada ranting, etc. Menti is explained as a minor title of rank, below that of mentry. I.e. need your limbs upwards. Kachintamani. Khani urin from hanyur. Kayupao, a snake. I.e. Jibril, Gabriel. I.e. nistapa. Explained as meaning, to roll in anything sticky. Trax gibankar. Thrust deeply down. I.e. Yangdalam diri kita. I.e. Siput daret. M. Kalimullah. Rajadi Laut, in this connection my informant quoted. Majaraya nama bapanaya, Madarudi nama anaknaya, Sikekas nama anaknaya. M's bara. Or Sirakong, Sirakang, pronounced Sirkong, Sirking. Kisula. Ula Ula is the name given to a pennon attached to the mainmast. It was of such length that it reached to the poop, which it flapped against or whipped. Gada Gada was explained here as a short pennon attached to the foremast. Pemepa was the standard at the stern. Ai Jiru Badu. Or else this first verse. Taling Puan, Tatang Charana Daling Bidak Pagihari Dating Law, Tuan Dating La Nyawa, Memingjal Tuan Dating Kamari. Ai Penaway. Ai Poko Kite Kite. Or Kambola. Lengkong Pulau is the name of the Royal Bengal tiger, which was described to me as the steed of Raja Jin Pirya, whereas Nibong Hengis was explained as the name of the black leopard and the steed of Lang Jengket. These steeds are said to wait outside the house when their masters have entered, their spoor being visible next morning. Raja Jin Pirya and Lang Jengket are said to reside upon the mountain Ambin Anak, together with other spirits named Mampek, Pilis, Lang Padang, Nibong Alai, and Jelambang Ribat, whereas Pinglama Lengang Laut lives in the heart of the seas, Puset Tasik. JRAS, SB, number 17, P 116. I.E. Kawanaya. I.E. Jerok. Keterokin. Romanized from the cell. Jern, Volume Roman 2, number 26, pp. 424-426. Kibur Suler. Kalobur Laga, Adobertending Pun Gantong Juga Duadua. Bangsa Limau Huten. M. Ruyet, i.e. Kessa. Disurit, i.e. Aku. Ha, i.e. Anko, but M. Du A for Doha. Penetration is from me, i.e., it rests with me whether you penetrate or not. Kaya. M. Sahinga. Gampang. Rijang, said to be a Chinese, equivalent to Tinju. Tembak equals Menchadak Iyer. Tang equals Kita in the spirit language, Basa Hantu. Quer. M. Mangadu. I.e. Halalinter. These four are the Sodara Ampet. Kismenyungu. Kisungonaya. Some word like Hantu, Puaka, Buetnarang, or the like is missing here. The reading is doubtful, the word might be read Berhenti. As in the first section, the Nanning Miz here has Menorca. Kidaya Bersungo. The substance of the rest of this short treatise will be found in the text. For Udarid, Zura, Murik, Zuhal, or Zuel Haja. Inserted from another version, which also gives the numbers of the Abjad for these Vidi Hughes dict. Of Islam, SV. From Life and Essays of H.T. Colebrook, Volume Roman 3, p. 284. Memorang from Prang, or Memorang from Parent. Lit, the invisible or hidden man. Probably Fa is intended, V-inf. Kisthal or Dal. Explained as Yang Bissing, KL, Plagist. Membrum viral. Coitus. Transliteration of the magic letters and figures directed to be used. Aya was explained by Chi in Dut as referring to the figure, Gambar, not to the person who was to be charmed. A more complete identification of the soul receptacle with the person, it would be hard to find. M. Durhaka. Bituar Pedua. Mix them. Quer. A single needle which has a broken eye out of a score, needles being made up in scores. JRAS, SB number 14, P 313. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook of Malay Magic by Walter William Skeat.